Chapter 1 Green and Stronger. Beauty. According to my visual inspection, you didn't pad your auntie's napkin, did you? On the bus, Xingchen sat next to a scourge-level beauty, and he also deliberated for a long time before asking this question. Hearing Xingchen's words, everyone next to him instantly widened their eyes, and the gazes they looked over brought with them adoration. This dude was a warrior. They only dared to secretly look at beautiful women, but the young man directly accosted them. Only the starting point of this accosting was a bit strange. Bah, rascal! After the beauty froze for a moment, she hurriedly blocked with her hand and scolded. You pervert! Now run phone. Su Ningxue was about to cry in anger. Her car broke down on the road before she had to get on this bus. If she had known that there would be so many people staring at her and perverts on the bus, she would have preferred to wait for the driver to pick her up. Now it was good that a president was being molested. Rascal! Gouge your eyes out if you look around again. Su Ningxue glared at Xingchen once again, but she herself didn't even know how good-looking the glare was. Suddenly, her face changed and she couldn't help but clip her legs. Feel that, right? Xingchen let out a light laugh, handing over his jacket in passing. Hmph. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ningxue still took the jacket over. She was wearing a pair of white tight pants. It would be embarrassing if it was dyed red, so it was best to block it. But she didn't have a good feeling towards Xingchen. Who in their right mind would pay attention to that position of others? It's just that she seemed to have overlooked one point. How come Xingchen could predict that she would have her period? A few moments later, Su Ningxue's nice eyebrows knitted together. Her face became pale, her shell teeth tightly biting her lips, seemingly enduring great pain. She had dysmenorrhea. Usually when she had her period, she stayed at home, and it still hurt like hell that way, not to mention in the car. Who knew that great aunt would come early this time? I know a little bit about medicine. If you believe me, let me give you a massage. Xingchen spoke from the side. You wish. Su Ningxue gritted her teeth and refused, letting a rascal massage her stomach. She would rather die of pain. Xingchen seemed to be able to guess her concerns and spoke. Massaging your hands will do. Of course your feet will do. I'm afraid you won't be willing to do it either. Su Ningxue thought about grabbing her own hands would not work either, but she couldn't stand the pain. She was still dead horse and put her hand over. Xingchen took the white jade-like small hand over. It was soft and slippery in his hand, soft and boneless. He could not help but feel a stir in his heart. He hurriedly collected his mind and began to massage on an acupuncture point. Su Ningxue originally held doubts, but immediately after the pain was relieved, she was suddenly surprised and looked at Xingchen. This guy who was about the same age as herself, was he really a doctor? Young man, awesome. The surrounding people had been paying attention, not realizing that Xingchen was not taking advantage of the situation, but also had real skills. Young man, Moncler, I have lumbar pain. Can you help Moncler take a look? I have rheumatism. I have a difficult to say. Come to the bird does not scare. After Xingchen finished massaging the beautiful women, he casually gave these passengers 2 pinches, and was able to delight the patients. For a while, Xingchen went from a rogue pervert to the meat and potatoes of the car, attracting more people than beautiful women. Even the driver wanted to stop the car and let Xingchen help him with his diagnosis. If they go to the hospital to see a doctor, they have to wait in line for half a day. The doctor meets without saying anything, directly to open a large number of laboratory tests. Money is not less spent. The result is not as good as Xingchen. A few seconds to work. An older woman asked, young man, you are simply a miracle doctor. Which hospital do you work in? I'm going to hang up your number. Xingchen said perfunctorily. This bit of medical skill is not enough. The young man is quite modest. Xingchen smiled faintly and did not speak, thinking to himself, if I told the truth that I had actually just been released from prison, you guys would immediately jump away from me and hide far away, right? The reason why he went to prison was never because he did something that hurt the world. Thinking of this, anger and coldness couldn't help but appear in his eyes. 2 years ago, he was about to hold a wedding. His fiancée Hmph went to a classmate reunion, only to be sent back in the middle of the night by a male classmate. When he was bumped into by Xingchen, Hmph and male classmate Lu Jiejun were hugging and nibbling together, with their hands in each other's clothes. But anyone who is a normal man, see this scene cannot endure. Xingchen in a violent rage rushed forward, to Lu Jiejun a punch over. Afterwards, Lu Jiejun surprisingly evil, but also the use of contacts to go around, not only let Xingchen huge compensation, but also let him sentenced to 2 years. Xingchen originally thought that he could only suffocate and bear all this, and after he was released from prison, even if he faced the contempt and ridicule of the dogs and men, he could do nothing about it. But God had an eye, letting him worship the mysterious man in prison. Martial arts and medicine went hand in hand, and there was also a power called the Dragon King Palace waiting for him to inherit. A cold aura flashed in Xingchen's eyes. Lu Jiejun, you wouldn't have thought it, but I'm not what I used to be. The power you relied on is now worthless in front of me. I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. And Zhou Meiqing, when you see my splendor, I wonder if you will regret your gut. After the bus arrived at the station, Xingchen got off and made his way to his home neighborhood. For a while, he was a little afraid to face it, and wondered how his parents were doing. During the 2 years in prison, Mom and Dad never came to see themselves. Were they angry with themselves? Just at this time, a creak sound. A BMW car stopped by the side. The car door opened, and down came a tall woman. She was wearing a red tight skirt, outlining exquisite S-curves, with a small section of snow-white career line exposed above. Very charming. However, Xingchen instantly surfaced anger in his eyes. This was none other than his fiancée, Zhou Meiqing. It was this woman who didn't abide by the ways of women, causing him to do 2 years in jail. Zhou Meiqing didn't have a bit of guilt on her face. Instead she said, Xingchen, I looked like you just now. It's just as well that you're out. Let me inform you that I'm getting engaged at noon today, so don't even think about pestering me. Xingchen's face sank. You're engaged? To whom? Of course it's Lu Jiajun. What? Xingchen was instantly furious. He himself went in because of this pair of dogs, and they actually hooked up outside? This was rubbing hard on one's wounds and rubbing salt in it. Zhou Meiqing laughed. Originally, I couldn't reach Lu Jiajun, and I have to thank you for that. Because of that beating you gave, it made Lu Jiajun want to take revenge on you and want to steal your fiancé before I could come together with him. Ha ha ha. Xingchen couldn't help but clench his fists and said in a cold voice, Zhou Meiqing, how come I didn't realize you were so shameless before? I was really blind in the beginning, and I've sunk to the bottom of the barrel. Chapter 2, Withdrawing all the money from the bank. Shut up. Zhou Meiqing instantly drank. Xingchen, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. I haven't gotten to that point with you. Don't affect my engagement. Xingchen asked in a cold voice, why did you show up at my house? What's your house? This is my house. Zhou Meiqing spoke out of turn. Your family simply couldn't get the compensation and mortgaged the house to Lu Jiajun. What? Xingchen instantly became even more furious. I heard that the compensation was $200,000 in cash. That's not enough? You also lost your house? You guys took over my house. Where will my parents live? Live wherever you like. It's none of my business. Zhou Meiqing said heartlessly. Your parents found good jobs as cleaners. Which garbage heap can't they sleep in? Monstrous anger surfaced in Xingchen's eyes. My parents are both official workers, and they actually went to work as cleaners? Needless to say, it must have been Lu Jiajun who played a trick. Good. Forcing our family to the path of death. I will find him to settle the score. Disdain surfaced at the corner of Zhou Meiqing's mouth. Just by you. You still want to find Lu Jiajun to settle the score? Simply dreaming. She bent down and probed inside the car, took out her handbag, and instantly took out a pile of money from it, arrogantly stretching it out in front of Xingchen's face, saying, you're a prisoner of labor. I don't know when you can earn money. As long as you promise not to pester me, this $10,000 will be yours. Xingchen looked at the pile of red tickets, and after a slight hesitation, he reached out and took it. $10,000 in a cell phone was just not a big number, but holding it in his hand, the weight was really quite a lot. Xingchen began to count the money. Snort. I can still give you one less as what? Zhou Meiqing watched Xingchen's movements. The corners of her mouth surfaced with thick disdain. Xingchen actually took the money so easily and even counted it up on the spot? Oh, it seems that the 2 years in prison had made him even more spineless. Maybe the chrysanthemums had already been dismembered and full of but wounds. One should never get involved with such a person again. Snap. Suddenly a pile of money smashed on Zhou Meiqing's face. Zhou Meiqing's face hurt. All this money? Smashing you don't keep your womanhood. You're already engaged to me. You want to climb high up, others can break up. Why green me? Zhou Meiqing hadn't reacted yet. Snap. Another pile of money smashed over. This money? Smashing you for being hard-hearted. My family is facing huge compensation. Your dowry money is justifiably not refunded. And you also hijacked my family's property. Snap. This money? Smashing you, wolf heart and lungs, causing me to go to jail. You turn your head in concubine to get together. This. Xingchen still has a lot to say, but unfortunately there is no more money in his hand. $10,000 is really not smashing. You wait, I'll smash you after I get the money. After saying this, Xingchen left in large strides. Zhou Meiqing's face was hot and painful, but she was smashed, dumbfounded, froze for 3 seconds before she reacted, and immediately stomped her high heels and roared, Bastard Xingchen, you actually dare to smash me with money? You wait, I'll see how long your backbone can last. After crossing the road, Xingchen walked towards the bank. He wanted to withdraw some money. All the money from his family had been used for compensation, and he definitely didn't have any money in the first place. However, before he was released from prison, Master had given him a bank card. Walking into the bank, He took a number and queued up, and soon it was his turn in line. "Hello, what kind of business?" the bank clerk asked through the microphone. "I withdraw money." The clerk raised his eyes and looked at Xingchen for a moment. A hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes, and he impatiently said, "You can go to the ATM to withdraw money. Next time you don't need to come to the counter." Usually it was some old people who came to trouble her. How come the young people didn't understand too? Xingchen said, "The limit of the ATM is too low." The clerk's eyes flashed with suspicion. "Are you sure you know the limit of the ATM? You can withdraw 20,000 a day." She looked at Xingchen's dress. How he did not look like a rich man. Just when Xingchen wanted to open his mouth to speak, suddenly, a middle-aged woman ran over and exaggerated. "Yo, isn't this Xingchen?" Xingchen twisted his head to look, and couldn't help but darken his face. This wasn't anyone else. It was Zhou Meicheng's mom, the person who had almost become his mother-in-law. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. Asking for a dowry was called ruthless, not stopping until the person was drained dry. Xingchen did not object to asking for a bride price. It was a custom, an attitude and acknowledgement that the man should have. But you can't just drain people dry. What did you come to the bank for? Mother Zhou asked. Xingchen coldly said, "Nonsense, come to the bank not to withdraw money. Do you eat? Kid, grown up, even dare to contradict me." Mother Zhou was disliked. Her heart was very upset, so she deliberately stimulated Xingchen and said, "Do you know what I came to do? I've come to fetch that brand new ticket to give my new son-in-law Lu Jiejun money for his change of heart." Of course a new son-in-law should use new money. Lu Jiejun is 100 times better than you. Mother Zhou finished, staring triumphantly at Xingchen. Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and spoke, "Zhou pickpocket you go. The bank is out of money, not to mention new money. The old money is not even there." When the clerk heard this, he was not happy and said, "Sir, don't talk nonsense. We are a bank. How can we not have money to withdraw? Ha ha ha." Zhou Pippi was happy, pointing at Xingchen and mocking, "Xingchen, see, don't even need me to personally punch you in the face." Xingchen glanced at the clerk and frowned. "When I say I don't have money, I mean I don't have money. How much cash do you have in the bank? I'll take it all." Saying this, Xingchen threw his bank card into the counter recess. A sneer surfaced at the corner of the clerk's mouth, thinking, "This person looks quite normal. Why is he not talking nonsense and threatening to take all the cash? Who do you think you are? Put." Mother Zhou almost burst out laughing. "Xingchen, how come I didn't realize before that you were so capable of bragging? You actually dared to say that you would take all the cash away. Scrape your house clean. Can you still take out $10,000 now?" At this time, a cleaner walked over with a mop. After Xingchen saw it, he immediately stood up. "Mom," Zhou Meicheng said that her parents both worked as cleaners, so it turned out that mom was at this bank. Ma Chunlan was surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Xiao Chen, it's you? You're out. You're back. Isn't there 2 more days? I'm sorry, your father and I didn't go to pick you up." Xingchen looked at his mother. Just 2 years, but much older than before. It seemed that this was the reason why they didn't dare to visit themselves, fearing that they would be worried inside. Mother Zhou blurted out from the side, "Did everyone see that? A cleaner's son. And he said that he withdrew all the money from the bank. Isn't this a joke? You guys don't know right. I'll break the news to you. He's still a reformed laborer, just released." For a while, everyone's gaze towards Xingchen put on tinted glasses and despised it. Just came out and didn't behave properly. Actually ran over to brag. The bank clerk was even more unkind. "Sir, stop it. Don't affect other people doing business. Go to the ATM to withdraw money yourself." Xingchen frowned. "I said, withdraw the money. Withdraw all the cash." The clerk also got angry. "This branch of ours reserves 3 million cash a day. If you can withdraw all of it, I'll eat the seal." Chapter 3, Goodbye Beauty. The bank clerk huffed and puffed as she scratched the card and asked Xingchen to enter the password. She wanted to see how much balance this person could have in his card, but in the next moment, her pupils dilated steeply and her eyes almost popped out. So many numbers. Even though she worked in a bank, she had never seen a person with such a long number on their card. She started counting. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, millions, counted wrong. Start over, still counting wrong. Blame it on the fact that there are too many numbers. Directly looking at the eyes, the bank clerk instantly heart thumping wildly. The whole body's blood is boiling. This is a super big customer. He had just had a bad attitude and had already been offended. The clerk stood up all of a sudden and nervously said, "Sir, oh no, Gold Master Father, please go to the VIP room." Xingchen asked, "Can I empty the outlet?" Can. Of course you can. Not to mention the outlets, even the entire Cloud City, there isn't enough cash for you to withdraw," the clerk hurriedly said. As for not having an appointment in advance, that was a rule for ordinary customers, and could not be restricted to gold master dads. The clerk looked at Mother Joe and said, "Sorry ma'am, the bank is out of cash. Please go back." Mother Joe's jaw dropped. She looked at the clerk and then at Xingchen. Her gaze towards Xingchen took on awe for a moment. To be able to empty a city of cash, just how much money did he have? Mother Joe walked away with a pale face. Xingchen and his mother, Ma Chunlan, were invited into the VIP room, enjoying daddy-like treatment. Even the branch president was alarmed, itching to pinch Xingchen's feet. Ma Chunlan is just a bank sweeper. Usually see a formal staff have to greet. At this time the whole person is confused. While enjoying the tea and water service from the bank president, her hands didn't even know where to put them. Ma Chunlan's voice trembled with nervousness. "Governor, you don't pass me water. I'm just a sweeper." The bank president laughed. "Sister Ma, you're really funny. Your son is so rich, can you really let you come out to do manual labor? Ah, I know. You are remembering the hard times and experiencing life. I understand." Xingchen said. "You know a hammer." That clerk was even more scared. She had a bad attitude before. If Xingchen wanted to punish her, just one sentence, her job would be smashed. The clerk took the curved path to save the country, rubbing Ma Chunlan's shoulders. "Sister Ma, I was wrong. I'm on my period, so I'm in an irritable mood, and that's why I have a bad attitude. You give your son a word. Don't be general with me." Ma Chunlan was just a kind ordinary woman with a soft heart like a sponge. Turning her face to Xingchen, "Son, let's not bother, right?" Xingchen was not a small-minded person and said, "Since mom has said it all, the previous impoliteness is forgotten. Thank you, thank you." The clerk was instantly overjoyed. She suddenly had a bright idea and rubbed Ma Chunlan's arm. "Aunt Ma, I heard that your son doesn't have a date, right?" Xingchen frowned. "You're almost done. Hurry up and deal with my business." Just now, he didn't bother with her, but when he turned his face, he climbed up the pole. He really didn't take himself as an outsider. The staff immediately dared not speak again. In the end, under the repeated retention of the bank president, Xingchen did not withdraw the cash either, but handled the mobile banking. After all, he was just trying to spend money conveniently, and there was no need to carry a sack of money. Coming out of the bank, Ma Chunlan looked soulful and worried. "Son, what did you do? You just came out. You can't do anything illegal." Xingchen comforted. "Don't worry mom, all this money is mine. It was given to me by someone else." Ma Chunlan was even more worried. "Your mom is honest, but not stupid. Who would give so much money to someone else for no reason? Don't lie to mom." Xingchen could only say, "Actually, the bank card was lent to me by a fellow inmate, asking me to do something for him." Only then did Ma Chunlan feel slightly relieved. Repeatedly urging not to spend other people's money indiscriminately, there was no way to return it in the future. "Okay, I know mom." Xingchen then asked, "Mom, where is dad?" Ma Chunlan's face surfaced some smiles and said, "Your dad is working as a cleaner in Sue's private hospital. Go pick him up and give him a surprise." "My legs hurt. I'll wait for you here." Half an hour later, Xingchen arrived at Sue's private hospital. Just as he reached the main entrance, he was attracted by a beautiful figure running on the phone. It was a woman that people could not take their eyes off of when they looked at her. The cell phone covered her side face, but could not block the agaric nose that was carved like a beautiful jade. Her neck was graceful like a swan. Her height was more than 1.7 meters, and her overall figure was very delicate and chiseled, especially the pair of long and slender legs, tight and full of elasticity, straight as if it came out of a comic strip. Any more adjectives to describe it would seem lacking. Xingchen had heard a story before. It said that once upon a time there was a little ant that loved to play with its legs. One day it saw a millipede. The little ant was overjoyed and said, I can play with this leg for a year." Only such straightforward words can describe the beauty of these legs. Xingchen suddenly rushed toward the beauty without any consideration, and without any explanation. He stretched out his hands and fiercely took her thin waist and turned around on the ground. "Ah, what are you doing?" The beauty who was on the phone was shocked, and for the colorful wolf who suddenly rushed out, she threw her hand to slap her. Splat! The beautiful jade-like hand collided with Xingchen's face with a crisp ringing sound, but then, it was covered by a loud clang. An out-of-control sedan, brushing against the two of them, slammed into the wall, its front end smashing to pieces. The beautiful woman looked back, and instantly her pretty face turned white with fear. The car had rushed right past where she had just been standing, and if she hadn't moved, I'm afraid that it would have shattered just as much as the front of the car by now. She then realized that the other party was not a pervert, but saved herself. The beautiful woman hurriedly looked at Xingchen and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you. Thank you. It's you?" Xingchen was also surprised when he saw the beauty's face. This woman was no one else. It was the beautiful woman that he had met on the bus. It was really a coincidence. Su Ningxue didn't expect that she had met this man twice in one day, once by touching her hand and once by embracing her waist, but both of them were to help her. When she saw the 5 fingerprints on Yi Xingchen's face, she guiltily said, "Sorry, I thought." Yi Xingchen shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Forget it. In that situation just now, you were in a hurry, so it's understandable. Thanks." Su Ningxue thanked again, but then she quickly ran towards the hospital, leaving Yi Xingchen with a wonderful back. "I have something urgent. I'm leaving first." Yi Xingchen touched his face, very speechless. He was called a hooligan on the bus, and now he was slapped. Who did he invite to mess with who? Then, he also took steps towards the hospital. He hadn't seen him for 2 years, and wondered if his father had gotten older as well. During these 2 years in prison, Yi Xingchen took a moment to remember, and finally realized what it meant to have a father's love without words, a father's love like a mountain. For example, after hearing the astronomical bride price proposed by the Zhou family, his father didn't say anything, flipped out the bank book and went out. When I think about it, I really owe too much. The reason why Su Ningxue rushed to the hospital so urgently is because her mother has always been bedridden. In today, the family finally invited a famous doctor. Can cure her mother? This is the moment. Chapter 4. Whoever is cured will marry whoever is cured. When Su Ningxue rushed to the ward in a hurry, she saw an old man and a young man accompanied by the dean. The old man was around 60 years old, but was red-faced and hale, with his hair meticulously combed behind his head. The young man was in his mid-20s, wearing an expensive leisure suit. The moment an old man and a young man saw Su Ningxue, their eyes immediately lit up. Their hearts exclaimed, "Truly a beautiful woman who can light up space." Without the need for the dean's introduction, Su Ningxue came to the old man's side and gratefully said, "You are Dr. Xia, right? It's really hard for you, personally moving to cure my mother." Divine Dr. Xia sized up Su Ningxue and nodded. "It is rumored that Miss Su is the #1 beauty in Yun City. Her name is truly true." He pointed at the young man on the side. "This is my grandson." The grandson had already looked dumbfounded. He was also a master who had seen and eaten, but had never seen a beauty of Su Ningxue's caliber, and hurriedly smiled. "Miss Su, my name is Xia Zicheng, and I have admired you for a long time." Su Ningxue looked at the old man. "Xia Divine Doctor, my mom's disease." Divine Dr. Xia confidently said, "I can cure it." "Really? Great." Su Ningxue's eyes instantly reddened. The worry she had accumulated for a long time was finally given vent to at this moment, and she felt like she had lost all her strength in general. A moment later, she excitedly said, "Please also ask Divine Dr. Xia to quickly cure my mom's illness. There is no rush to cure her." Divine Dr. Xia said unhurriedly, "Let's talk about the conditions first." Su Ningxue immediately said, "How much consultation fee is needed?" "You say?" Divine Dr. Xia shook his head. "I don't want money. Just now you heard. My grandson has been admiring you for a long time. I'll cure your mom's disease. You marry him." "Ha!" This proposal caught Su Ningxue off guard. A smile appeared on Xia Zicheng's face. He really was a real grandfather. The dean on the side immediately frowned. As a doctor, how could he blackmail a patient's family? Divine Dr. Xia spoke indifferently. "Ms. Su, I have to remind you that these people in the hospital can't cure your mother's illness at all, and it's a luxury to be able to hang on to her life right now. The patient's condition may deteriorate at any time, and by then the whole hospital will be unable to do anything but wait for death. Only I can save her. Make a decision quickly." Su Ningxue looked at the dean, who lowered his head in shame. Su Ningxue understood. Divine Dr. Xia was telling the truth. Su Ningxue said with difficulty, "Divine Dr. Xia, you can change your conditions. You can mention the consultation fee as much as you want." Divine Dr. Xia was exceptionally firm. "Only that one condition. The others are exempt from negotiation." This, Su Ningxue was instantly stumped. She couldn't help but look at her mother on the hospital bed. In this family, grandpa favors sons over daughters. The eldest uncle's family tries their best to ostracize them. The real father doesn't support things. Although there is a large family, but only her mother and her depend on each other. She cannot let something happen to her mother. Su Ningxue clenched her teeth. "Okay, I promise you." The corners of Divine Dr. Xia's mouth curved up, but he shook his head. "A light sentence won't do. I'll make you swear a poisonous oath with your happiness and your mother's health." Upon hearing this request, anger appeared in the eyes of the dean next to him. He thought that Divine Dr. Xia was highly respected, but he didn't realize that he was a villain who took advantage of people's danger. However, it was about Chen Mei's condition and he was incapable of healing it, so he opened his mouth or did not speak. Right at this moment, Chen Mei's expression on the hospital bed suddenly became painful, and the curve on the instrument fluctuated violently. "Not good. The condition has worsened," the dean said in an urgent voice. "Quickly save someone." Su Ningxue hurriedly looked at Divine Dr. Xia, but divine Dr. Xia had a bland face and stared at her quietly. Su Ningxue could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly said, "Fine, I swear, whoever can cure my mom's disease, I will promise to marry him. If I violate this oath, I won't be able to be happy in my life, and my mom's disease will never be cured." Only then did divine Dr. Xia give a satisfied smile, reaching out and taking out a silver needle. "Secure her arm, let her lie flat. I'm going to place needles on several acupoints, Tianjing, Xuqi, Tai, and Gui Lai." Divine Dr. Xia held the silver needle and said with confidence. Xingchen happened to pass by the front of the ward. He heard the words coming out of the ward and twisted his head to look in. With just a glance, he could see the patient's symptoms. In Chinese medicine, looking, smelling, questioning and cutting, Xingchen had already reached the point where looking was pure. It was also this ability that allowed him to see on the bus that Su Ningxue was about to have her period. Just as divine Dr. Xia was placing the needle, Xingchen suddenly spoke. "Stop, you've misjudged the disease. A few needles and the patient's life will be lost." Everyone turned their heads to look. Xia Zicheng immediately scolded. "Where did you get that dog from? My grandfather is a divine doctor. How dare you say he misjudged? Get lost." Divine Dr. Xia also scolded in a cold voice. "Ignorant child, get lost." Su Ningxue saw that it was Xingchen, although she was surprised in her heart, but with her mother's life on the line, she had no time to pay attention. Divine Dr. Xia brushed the needles. The process of needling flowed smoothly. He gave people great confidence. The dean could not help but show admiration in his eyes. Although Dr. Xia's character was not good, but his medical skills were well known. However, Xingchen shook his head. He heard his master say, "There are many people in the circle to make a name for themselves. Do not study medical skills, but focus on packaging themselves, make themselves look like experts, and make the practice of medicine action fancy, bent on making a show." Today let him stumble upon it. Chen Mei's struggling symptoms stabilized. Su Ningxue breathed a sigh of relief. On Xia Divine Doctor's face, there was a confident smile since the beginning. Xia Zicheng twisted his head to look at Xingchen and said disdainfully, "Kid, see, know what a divine doctor is? Ha!" Xingchen reported a cold smile as if he was treating a fool. Xia Zicheng had just finished showing off. The patient suddenly shook again, and the amplitude was even more violent than before. At a glance, it was the kind of feeling that was going to die soon, and the instrument was also a life-saving charm like a drip 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 ringing non-stop. For a time, the entire ward was plunged into a tense atmosphere. Poof! Chen Mei even tilted her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was bright red in color, making it shocking to look at. "Divine Dr. Xia, what's going on?" Su Ningxue's face turned white with fear and asked in panic. At this moment, not to mention Su Ningxue panicking, even divine Dr. Xia's self-confidence disintegrated with a thud. He also panicked, his heart tightened, and he thought, bad. It seems that something really went wrong with the diagnosis and treatment. A misdiagnosis. How can this end? Xia Zicheng's mind turned quickly and suddenly pointed at Xingchen. "It's all because of him. It's him who suddenly interjected and delayed my grandfather's needling. Yes, it's this brat. It's him who influenced me." Divine Dr. Xia hurriedly answered. "Get the hell out of my way. All of you." Xingchen rushed forward, reached out and brushed aside Xia Zicheng and Xia Divine Doctor who were blocking the front, scolding, "Two losers, really can't do anything, dumping the first place. At this time, human life is at stake, can't afford any delay." Xingchen picked up a silver needle lightning down, stabbing down on the patient's big giant, closed door and a dozen other acupuncture points. Xia Zicheng climbed up from the ground and was just about to rush towards Xingchen when Divine Dr. Xia stopped him. Xia Zicheng drank. "Grandpa, why are you stopping me? He dared to push me. Let's see how I'll clean him up." Divine Dr. Xia gestured with his eyes, looking at Xingchen's back with a sneer. It was too opportune for this rash young man to make an appearance. Anything that went wrong with the patient could be pushed onto him without damaging his reputation. Chapter 5 I want to get a license with you. After Xingchen placed the needles, the silver needles buzzed and quivered at an extremely fast speed. This was not simple acupuncture. He was stimulating with his energy at the same time. Dr. Xia's half-ass level. Of course he couldn't see where the subtlety of the needles used by Xingchen lay. This was the mysterious 9 revolution soul restoration needle, which could snatch the soul from under the chains of the ghost differences and snatch the life from the hands of the king of hell. Soon, Chen Mei's condition stabilized, and the data on the instrument tended to normalize. Xingchen reached out and stroked his hand, removing all the silver needles, and spoke to Su Ningxue. "Don't worry, your mom is no longer in any serious trouble. I'll do acupuncture twice more and prescribe a few pairs of medicines, and she'll be cured." "Is that true?" Su Ningxue looked at the dean to inquire. The dean was still in shock as he looked at the instrument and said, "Yes, right. The data on the instrument is normal anyway." "Great, Great. Su Ningxue was so excited that tears came to her eyes. Dr. Xia's face was green and red. How could he not have expected that Xingchen actually had the real ability to bring a dying person back to life? Xia Zicheng suddenly said, "Don't be fooled by him, you guys. It's clearly the effect of my grandfather's treatment. Just now the situation seemed to have worsened, but in reality it was just a process." Divine Dr. Xia coughed and said in a deep voice, "It's like this. It's like this, Nima." Xingchen turned his head to look and cursed. "You pair of shameless grandparents and grandchildren. You really have the face to say anything, not to properly study the medical arts, but to make a name for yourselves. You're killing people, no?" He pointed at the old man's nose. "You quack." Divine Dr. Xia was enraged and drank. "Yellow-mouthed child. You dare to talk about me like that. I, Xia Yuqing, was initiated into Chinese medicine at the age of 5. At the age of 7 I was familiar with the treatise on typhoid fever. At the age of 10 I knew the essentials of the golden poverty backwards and forwards. I am the vice president of the Cloud City Chinese Medicine Association, and recognized as a miracle doctor in Cloud City, and I've been practicing medicine to this day. So far you are still a waste." Xingchen interrupted him with a loud shout and said disdainfully, "Still bragging here. The essentials of the golden poverty is memorized backwards. You memorize one backwards and I'll see. Memorizing it frontally is learning knowledge. Memorizing it backwards. Aren't you sick? I'm Nima." Xia Yuqing almost choked to death. Saying recite backwards meant to show proficiency. It wasn't really reciting backwards. Xingchen said in a cold voice, "You dare to give a needle without even understanding the disease clearly. Is this the Chinese medicine you learned? Do you know the preciousness of life? As a doctor, to focus on showmanship instead of delving into the art of medicine is really putting the cart before the horse." By this time, anyone with eyes could see that it was Xingchen who saved Chen Mei's life. Su Ningxue looked at her mother who was sleeping peacefully, the corner of her mouth showing satisfaction. However, when she thought of the oath she had just made, she couldn't help but feel a sourness in her heart that she had entrusted her own marriage matters like that. But it was fine to sacrifice her own happiness if her mother could be safe and sound. Not everyone could marry their Prince Charming. That was just a fairy tale. Su Ningxue looked at Xingchen, gently opened her shell teeth and spoke. "Do you have a girlfriend? If not, can you see me? You set a time. I'll go with you to get a license." "What did you say?" Xingchen was flabbergasted for a moment. How could he not expect the other party to suddenly come with such a sentence? As if he was struck by lightning, he looked at Su Ningxue in shock, thinking to himself, "What's the situation? Although we met 3 times in one day, but we don't even know each other's last name." "Right, and this is going to get a license?" Xingchen waved his hand and said, "As a doctor, saving people and curing the sick is the duty. There is no need to promise your body." The dean sighed on the side. "Look, this is the proper character of a doctor. Xia Yuqing's kind of reputation generation. The gap is simply not too big." He opened his mouth to explain. "Little divine doctor, it's like this. Before you came, Xia Shun, Xia Yuqing used the patient's safety to force General Su to make a vow that whoever cures her mother's disease will marry whoever it is. So it's like this." Xingchen understood. He couldn't help but look at Su Ningxue. This kind of 101-point beauty. Normally, not to mention contact, it was impossible to say a word. The goddess offered to give her body in return. To say that her heart was not moved would be a lie. Xingchen then looked at that pair of grandparents and grandchildren. "So, I still have to thank you?" Xia Zicheng felt as bad as eating. Their grandparents and grandchildren were being villains, and they ended up paving the way for Xingchen to pick up the big bargain. He exclaimed, "Miss Su, curing your mom's illness is my grandfather's merit." Su Ningxue's pretty face instantly turned cold, and she drank lowly. "You think I'm a little cutie? Do you think I'm a little cutie? You still have the face to grab the credit. If it wasn't for the lack of evidence, I would have definitely pursued you guys." Xia Zicheng was disliked, knowing that he couldn't fool anyone anymore. He looked at Xingchen resentfully. "Even if it's him, it's still a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Who are you calling a dead rat?" Su Ningxue pointed at the door with an angry face. "You are not welcome here. Go!" Xia Yuqing and Xia Zicheng also didn't have the face to stay, but before going out, they glared fiercely at Xingchen, which meant, "You wait." The dean went through the instruments and conducted a series of checks on Chen Mei, determining that she had really improved. Su Ningxue completely let go of her heart. She once again said to Xingchen, "I have always been true to my word, not to mention making a heavy oath. Please agree and let me marry you." This, Xingchen hesitated. In fact, after coming into the hospital, the image of Su Ningxue's wonderful body still flashed in his mind. This had nothing to do with lewdness. It was really that Su Ningxue was too beautiful. Her body was too good. In the blink of an eye, this soulful goddess had taken the initiative to propose to be her own wife. A dream that was originally out of reach was about to become one's daily routine. Will she agree or not? 2 villains surfaced in Xingchen's mind. and they began to argue. One said, "Such a big beautiful woman, only seen in his life. Yi Xingchen, if you pursue normally, they won't even look at you with their right eyes, even if you saved someone's mom, but if you want to chase her into a wife, there is still 100,000 miles to go. Now you can take a shortcut. You can't miss it." Another voice said, "Right, then what the hell are you waiting for?" Yi Xingchen looked at Su Ningxue's pretty face, the beauty of which shook his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Since you are so sincere, I can't let you down with a piece of filial piety. Well, I promise you. As for whether there is a suspicion of taking advantage of a person's danger?" Yi Xingchen spread his hands. "Did I do anything? Obviously that pair of shameless grandparents and grandchildren took advantage of people's danger. I'm the great hero who appeared at the right time to save a beautiful woman from the fire." The dean heard Yi Xingchen's answer, could not help but be speechless for a while. This kind of pie in the sky good thing. This kid is still loaded. Su Ningxue however was at a loss in her heart. She had honored her promise and handed over her future, but she still didn't know anything about Yi Xingchen. No, her impression of Yi Xingchen was that he was a rogue who knew medical skills, committing herself to a rogue, not knowing what would greet her. Su Ningxue couldn't help but think wildly about her own legs. Would she be licked bald skin by him? Oh right. Yi Xingchen slapped his head and remembered the main thing. That. Future wife. What is your name? Can you do me a favor? Su Ningxue was very uncomfortable with this name, but did not refute it and said, "My name is Su Ningxue. What is it?" "My name is Yi Xingchen. My dad is working as a cleaner in your hospital. I looked around and didn't find him. Can you help me look for him?" Yi Xingchen wouldn't be ashamed to talk about his dad because he was a cleaner. Even if his dad was a digger, he was still his own father. Good. Su Ningxue did find an advantage in Yi Xingchen. At least he was not hypocritical and would not look down on his parents. She entrusted the dean to send someone to guard her mother, then led Yi Xingchen out. Chapter 6, Yi Dad being bullied. At this time in the cleaning department, Yi Jiandong was suffering unprecedented humiliation. Yi Jiandong, I'll say it again. Are you kneeling or not? Kneel or get the hell out of here. A middle-aged man, pointing at Yi Jiandong, who was wearing a light green janitorial uniform, roared. The middle-aged man's name was Yang Changlin, the head of the cleaning department. He belonged to the kind of person who had lived less than a dog for the previous 40 years and suddenly had some power. When he had power, he used it crazily, often oppressing and scolding the cleaning staff under his hand. Yang Changlin had just been scolded by the logistics manager, and when he was shyly begging for forgiveness, he let Yi Jiandong, who was mopping the floor, run into him. Yang Changlin had always flaunted his power in front of the janitorial staff, but being seen in a scene of his humility, he felt that his face would not be saved. A brave man's anger draws its edge toward the stronger, a coward's anger draws its edge toward the weaker. Thus, Yang Changlin vented his anger on Yi Jiandong. He told Yi Jiandong to kneel down, and if he didn't, he would fire Yi Jiandong. After Yi Jiandong was forced to leave from the factory, he did a lot of odd jobs, and only after a few twists and turns did he enter Su's hospital as a cleaner, which was a mediocre job, but it was already very, very good for him. Yi Jiandong's legs trembled. I know that men can't just kneel, kneeling to heaven and earth to kneel to their parents, but I really need this job. My son is coming back soon, and I have to save up money to buy him a house and marry a daughter-in-law. I can't be fired. I kneel. Yi Jiandong's body slowly shortened towards the ground. Yang Changlin looked on from above, the smile of a superior on his face. How he had groveled at the logistics manager just now. He would double back on Yi Jiandong. Just when Yi Jiandong's knee was only a centimeter away from the ground, a figure suddenly stepped forward with an arrow, and a strong hand instantly assisted his arm. Yang Changlin saw the young man who suddenly rushed out and drank. Who are you? I'm teaching my staff a lesson. Ing ran out to meddle. Yi Xingchen helped Yi Jiandong up. His heart ached. His father put down his dignity so much. In the end it was all for himself. Yi Jiandong saw Yi Xingchen, excited. Son, it's you. You're back? That's great. Great. Yi Xingchen looked coldly at Yang Changlin. Anger flashed in his eyes. His voice was ice cold. You enjoy making others kneel? Yi Jiandong hurriedly blocked. Son, don't be rude to Supervisor Yang. Supervisor Yang, I'm sorry, my son is young and impetuous. Yang Changlin said disdainfully. Oh, so you are Yi Jiandong's son. Kid, you look cross? Haven't been beaten up by society yet, right? Today, Grandpa will give you your first lesson in stepping into society. He reached out and pointed at the father and son. Drinking, if you dare to speak to me like that, I'll make your father kneel in front of you. If he doesn't kneel, I'll make him roll. Yi Jiandong, kneel. For me. Before Yang Changlin could finish his words, he was kicked in the small of his back by Yi Xingchen, and his entire body flew out backwards. Yang Changlin directly flew out more than 3 meters away. knocking over the mopping bucket and pouring the dirty water inside all over him. Yi Jiandong was shocked. Son, this is too impulsive. Yi Xingchen firmly said, Dad, remember my words. From today onwards, no one can bully you. No one can bully our family. If someone does, you tell me and I'll whip him. Alas, Yi Jiandong sighed heavily. How could he believe Yi Xingchen's words? At this time he was scared. Now he was no longer thinking about keeping his job. He only thought that Yi Xingchen would be unaffected. If Yang Changlin called the police, Yi Xingchen would still have to go in. Yi Jiandong hurriedly ran towards Yang Changlin. He couldn't let Yang Changlin call the police today even if he put down all his dignity and paid no matter how great the price. Supervisor Yang, listen to me. Get lost. Yang Changlin pushed Yi Jiandong away with force and struggled to get up. The pain that turned inside his stomach made his face hideous. Pointing at Yi Xingchen and roaring, Good, good, dare to hit me right. I'll ing make you all suffer. Yi Xingchen actually dared to hit him. He didn't want an apology or compensation. He wanted Yi Xingchen to go to jail. Yang Changlin stared at Yi Xingchen and said sinisterly, Kid, I'll let you cry without a place to cry. You don't know what it's like to go to jail yet, do you? Yi Xingchen sneered. I'm more familiar with prison than you. 2 hours ago, the prison guard had just told him, the prison's door is open at all times, but you are not welcome to come back. If he proceeded to go in, the prison guard's expression would probably be very wonderful. However, Yi Xingchen was not what he used to be. His medical skills and strength brought him great confidence. He had the ability to set Yang Changlin straight. Yang Changlin thought Yi Xingchen was bragging and said in a cold voice, Tough mouth huh, I'll call the police now. Don't! Yi Jiandong shouted anxiously. As long as you don't call the police, I'll agree to any conditions. It's useless even if you beg me on your knees. Yang Changlin said, about to dial the number. Just then, a nice but cold voice rang out, Let him report it. I'll see who's the one who won't be able to eat it. Yang Changlin looked over. The anger in his body instantly stalled, and he hurriedly said, Mr. Su. Su Ningxue was the president of the entire Su clan, towering above the others. Her status was unknown how much higher than the logistics manager. Yang Changlin quickly said, President Su, I'm sorry, I didn't do my job properly and disturbed you. This cleaner didn't work seriously and called his son to cause trouble. I'll deal with it immediately. You go and get busy. Backtracking was the best thing he could do. Su Ningxue coldly said, No need. I am clear about the beginning and end of the matter. You bullied the other cleaners based on your dinky power. You're no longer an employee of Su's. Yang Changlin's face suddenly changed. He was actually fired. He knew it was useless to beg for forgiveness. A towering figure like the president. A single sentence would determine whether he would stay or go. He couldn't help but fix his resentful gaze on Yi Xingchen and Yi Jiandong. It was all them. It was all because of them. He strengthened his determination to send Yi Xingchen to jail. Seeing that Yang Changlin was about to dial the number, Yi Jiandong was anxious. Su Ningxue said in a cold voice at this time, When the police come, I happen to entrust them to investigate what you have done, and if they find out that there is a corrupt behavior, they happen to take you away. When Yang Changlin heard this, his hand holding the cell phone froze. How could a person like him have clean hands and feet and not be able to withstand the investigation? Calling the police. He didn't dare. He looked at Yi Xingchen and wanted to fight back, but he knew for sure that he was no match. Yang Changlin could only end up giving Yi Xingchen and Yi Jiandong a resentful look and turn to leave. However, Yi Xingchen did not intend to let him off just like that. If he hadn't rushed here, Dad would have already been forced to kneel down. And this person, in the past, must not have bullied Dad much. In an orientation that others could not see, Yi Xingchen flexed his fingers and flicked out 2 silver needles, which shot out electrically, accurately nailing Yang Changlin's Tsuchuan point, while Yang Changlin only felt a numbness in his leg bend. But after a few hours, the damage from the silver needles would kick in. Yang Changlin liked to make others kneel. He would never want to stand up again in the future. Yi Jiandong hurriedly bowed to Su Ningxue. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Ningxue had solved Yang Changlin's trouble and avoided Yi Xingchen from entering the palace for the second time. This was a great favor. Su Ningxue, however, did not dare to accept it, sidestepped and spoke. That, Uncle, you don't have to be like this. Don't. Yi Jiandong was terrified. Mr. Su, don't call me uncle, just call me old Yi. Yi Xingchen felt that it can't be good for his dad to be so nervous in front of his future daughter-in-law. He didn't even dare to respond to an uncle, so he enlightened. Dad, you have this last name. Calling old Yi takes advantage of people. Just let Mr. Su make you uncle. Then what don't have to call? Or just call me cleaner. Yi Jiandong was still very frightened. He was just a cleaner at the lowest level of the private hospital, a supernumerary. While he was the president of the entire company, managing not only the private hospital, but also other industries, his status was too high. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to pick it out in advance, saying, "Dad, let me introduce. This is your future daughter-in-law." Chapter 7 Ex-fiancée's engagement. "Son, you shut up," Yi Jiandong exclaimed in shock. He heard Yi Xingchen's words. There was no surprise. It was all shock. He hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Su, my son is talking nonsense. He's a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't be general with him." Cough. This. Su Ningxue's expression was slightly embarrassed as she said, "Don't say that. Just call me Xiao Su or Xiao Shui. In fact, what he said is also correct." What? Yi Jiandong was dumbfounded. Chief Su was really his future daughter-in-law. It's not a dream, right? A toad in his own family. How can he be so virtuous? Could it be that there is smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves? Yi Jiandong ruthlessly pinched himself. Hiss. Really hurt. But even if he was sure that he wasn't dreaming, Yi Jiandong was next in a state of confusion. He couldn't believe that his own toad could really eat swan meat. Next, Su Ningxue still had to look after her mother, so Yi Xingchen left with Yi Jiandong. While walking out of the hospital, Yi Xingchen had just explained what was going on when he suddenly stopped and said, "It's broken." Yi Jiandong asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xingchen said, "Didn't even leave my future wife's phone number." Yi Jiandong sighed and spoke, "Son, don't mention this matter. What kind of person is Mr. Su? We have to know ourselves. We are not worthy of him at all. This kind of thing, how can it be taken seriously?" Yi Xingchen was also a bit uncertain in his heart, thinking, will Su Ningxue back out? However, he then thought confidently that even if she regretted, it was nothing. With her current ability, she would have no problem pursuing her head-on. As for climbing, that can't be talked about. Not to mention his own medical skills and strength, based on the identity of a Dragon King Hole Master. It is enough to reign over the entire Dragon Kingdom. The district of Cloud City can only be considered a dragon swimming in the shallows. Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone and called Ma Chunlan. "Mom, take a taxi to Jiahao Hotel. Let's have a meal." When Yi Jiandong heard that it was a high-class hotel, he originally wanted to stop it, but thought that Yi Xingchen had just come out, so he would break the bank once to celebrate. Yi Xingchen and Yi Jiandong waited for Ma Chunlan for a while at the entrance of the hotel, and went in together when the gathering was complete. Because of the small number of people, there is no bathroom in the small private room. Yi Xingchen came out to go to the toilet, but ran into a few people head-on. These people are all dressed brightly. A glance can see that the family is good, and Yi Xingchen also all recognize Zhou Meicheng, Zhou Pippi, Lu Jiajun. When Zhou Meicheng saw Yi Xingchen, she instantly remembered that an hour ago, Yi Xingchen smashed her face with money. After being angry, she then sneered, "Yi Xingchen, I thought how backbone you are, but you didn't take the initiative to look for it. Is it that you can't spare the $10,000? Yi Xingchen, however, frowned as if he had seen a fly. "You're overthinking it. I wouldn't have come if I had known you guys were here." Mother Zhou used to love to mock Yi Xingchen, but this time, instead of opening her mouth, she shivered at the sight of Yi Xingchen. Zhou Meicheng noticed her mother's behavior and wondered, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you still afraid of him?" Mother Zhou said fearfully, "You guys don't know. I just went to withdraw money and met Yi Xingchen." The clerk looked at his card and said that he could withdraw all the cash from all the banks in the entire Cloud City. She was still shaking in her heart to this day, thinking how rich this must be. Zhou Meicheng and Lu Jiajun were stunned on the spot. But, ha ha ha. In the next moment, the two laughed out loud. "Mom, are you sure you're not teasing me?" Mother Zhou solemnly shook her head. "I saw it with my own eyes." The bank staff treated him with respect and even invited him into the VIP room. Lu Jiajun directly saw through the phenomenon to the essence and said disdainfully, "Auntie, you've been tricked by him. That clerk, who must be his acquaintance, accompanied him in a play. Unless you saw him take out a large amount of cash with your own eyes. Did you see that?" Mother Zhou shook her head. "That's not true." Lu Jiajun laughed. "That's not it," Zhou Meicheng said on the side. "Mom, you don't think about it. He's a stinking beggar. Went in for 2 years in prison. Came out as a billionaire. You believe it? Prison is really that good. It still doesn't step on the threshold." Mother Zhou was awakened and suddenly enlightened. She was annoyed at being deceived by Yi Xingchen's tricks, pointing at Yi Xingchen and said angrily, "You liar. You used to be just poor. Now you can still cheat people." Lu Jiajun stared at Yi Xingchen, not mincing his taunts. "Yi Xingchen, you know what? You're the first person to hit me in this life, so I'll screw you to death. I'll make you go to jail, make your parents not have a house to live in, and make them lose their jobs." Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold. If his parents weren't inside the hotel at this moment, fearing that they would be worried, he would have hammered Lu Jiajun into a dead dog by now. Yi Xingchen spoke in a cold voice. "Lu Jiajun, no need for you to remind me. I will remember all of this, and will slowly liquidate with you. Settle with me? You have to have that ability to do so." Lu Jejun was disdainful and continued his mockery. But after I did all that, I still don't feel relieved, so I snatched your fiancé, and now that you see that I'm engaged to Zhou Meicheng, how do you feel? Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen's heart rose with anger, but his mouth ironically said, are you sick in the head, using picking up my broken shoes to stimulate me? Ha ha ha. Lu Jejun laughed out loud. Yi Xingchen, are you trying to tell me that you and Zhou Meicheng have already done this and that? You can't disgust me. Meicheng's body is unopened, and her first time falling red can't fool anyone. On the contrary, it's you. You're almost married but still haven't shared a room. Are you a fool? I'm damn just too honest. Yi Xingchen secretly clenched his fist. Zhou Meicheng, didn't you say you want to save your precious things for your wedding night? You told me to respect your insistence, but your insistence is damn divided into people. In the end, you still can't see my family and haven't finally decided to marry me. Lu Jejun looked at Yi Xingchen's appearance at this moment and smiled with a winning smile. He just wanted to see this expression on Yi Xingchen's face. Zhou Meicheng also looked at Yi Xingchen with a haughty face. Want to use this point to disgust Lu Jejun? There was no door. Hey, coincidentally. Wait a moment, haha. Yi Xingchen quickly returned his expression to normal and took 2 steps back to the bathroom. Lu Jejun laughed out loud. What are you going to do? Hide in the toilet and cry? Yi Xingchen quickly walked back and slapped a piece of advertising paper in Lu Jejun's hand. What is it? Lu Jejun frowned and looked at it. Korean virginity. Girl, membrane repair. 20 minutes to achieve pure beauty. 100% of redness seen in the same room. Get it back and make you happy for a lifetime. Lu Jejun's face was instantly gloomy. Every advertisement line on this was like a knife, stabbing into his heart. Zhou Meicheng also instantly changed her face. She couldn't wait to go up and scratch Yi Xingchen to death. Why was he so cheap now? Chapter 8, Prisoner Brother Panther. Yi Xingchen looked at Lu Jejun with pity and sighed. Child, you are still simple. At least you are a rich second generation. How come you haven't learned to be deceitful? You thought you were the Sea King, but I didn't realize that green tea's segment was even higher than yours. Yi Xingchen, shut up. Mother and daughter Zhou Meicheng looked at Lu Jejun's face and panicked in their hearts. If this matter was not handled well, it was very likely that the marriage would be spoiled. They had managed to climb up to the Lu family with great difficulty and could never allow this to happen. The two hurriedly explained. Jiajun, don't believe him, he's just deliberately trying to disgust you. I've never been able to look at Yi Xingchen's family, and I haven't made up my mind to marry Meicheng off yet, so how could I possibly allow them to live together before marriage? Yes, Jiajun, I swear, Yi Xingchen definitely didn't touch me. I'm the original, can't you feel it? Lu Jejun forced himself to be calm. Him freaking out at this time was exactly what Yi Xingchen wanted to see. He nodded his head and said, well, I won't believe him, but in his heart, a seed of doubt had already been planted. Believe it or not is up to you. Yi Xingchen lightly glanced at the top of Lu Jejun's head and stepped away. Today's matter, although he managed to fight back and didn't embarrass himself, but he wasn't any victor. Zhou Meicheng's differential treatment still stabbed him in the heart. It had nothing to do with love a long time ago, it was just suffocating. Where do you want to go? Do you want to leave after disgusting me? Lu Jejun suddenly reached out and blocked Yi Xingchen's path. Yi Xingchen looked over with cold eyes. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Today isn't the time to teach you a lesson, but it doesn't mean I definitely won't slap you. Yi Xingchen, grown up you. I'll see how you kneel later. Lu Jejun said, turned his head to Zhou Meicheng and said, go call Brother Panther out. Brother Panther is a famous bully in a few streets around, rampaging through the township. 2 years ago he was in jail. After he came out even more no one dared to mess with him. Today, the Lu family engagement banquet actually called him in. Knowing such a person, according to reason, is a shame. But many people do not think of shame, but think of honor. The concept of honor and shame is inverted. A few moments later, a bald big man then walked out, beeswax beads hanging on his neck, his arm revealing a large expanse of green tattoos. Before the person arrived, his arrogant voice rang out, I'd like to see, who the hell dares to cross the line with Lu Shao? I'll waste him. Lu Jejun proudly pointed at Yi Xingchen and spoke, Brother Panther, it's this kid, teach him a lesson for me. The bald man followed Lu Jejun's finger to look over. When he saw Yi Xingchen, instantly his body stiffened, felt a tingling pain all over his body. He couldn't help but scream out, ah! Yi Xingchen, after being surprised, raised his hand at the bald man. It's you, little leopard, long time no see. Little leopard, long time no see? Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng were stunned. Could it be that Yi Xingchen and Brother Panther knew each other? In fact, Brother Panther was imprisoned 2 years ago and was Yi Xingchen's cellmate. Yi Xingchen was still considered Brother Leopard's senior, having gone in a week before Brother Leopard. After Brother Panther was incarcerated, he took advantage of his size and facial features, and wanted to be the boss within the prison. and wanted to take Yi Xingchen's master and disciple to set up an example, but he was beaten like a dog by Yi Xingchen's master. During that period Yi Xingchen had just started to learn acupuncture, and as a punishment, his master let Yi Xingchen practice on Brother Panther. Yi Xingchen's hand of acupuncture could be said to have been practiced on Brother Panther. Don't look at the current Yi Xingchen medical skill as heavenly. A hand of 9 turned back to the soul needle out of the gods, but 2 years ago he was a complete layman. A needle down, the needle pulled out, ZZ spray blood. Brother Panther was tortured once doubtful of life. Brother Panther still often have nightmares to this day, dreaming that Yi Xingchen expression grim, holding a silver needle toward him. He sat on the ground, feet stomping on the ground constantly backward, and finally in the "you don't come over" all loud wail and the startled sit up, he broke out in a cold sweat. Every time this kind of thing happened, the woman sleeping next to him would look at him with a strange look, thinking, it seems Brother Panther didn't get that much in prison. No wonder he likes to go off the beaten path. So it's all about finding psychological balance. Yi Xingchen opened his mouth and asked, Little Panther, after the long time I gave you acupuncture, your body feels good, right? Brother Panther's teeth gritted and creaked. His heart roared, thank you, because of you. Thinking of all those encounters he had, Brother Panther's eyes suddenly reddened and roared, Yi Xingchen, can't imagine, you finally fell into my hands. Inside, there was that old thing protecting you, now it's just you. See how I can clean you up. In prison, how many dark nights have I sworn that I will make you pay in blood? Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng felt Brother Panther's bone-deep hatred and were relieved. They thought that the two knew each other, but it turned out that they were enemies. This was a relief. Yi Xingchen, die for me. Brother Panther steeply charged forward and ferociously slammed his fist towards Yi Xingchen's face. With this punch of his, he could make a dent in the wall. Yi Xingchen's face was definitely not that hard. He had only served his sentence for 2 months, so he didn't know that behind him, Yi Xingchen had become as strong as the old man. Bang! Brother Panther slammed his fist in front of Yi Xingchen. He thought he could smash Yi Xingchen's face and knock him out, but as a result, it was caught steadily. Yi Xingchen's 5 fingers wrapped around Brother Panther's casserole-like fist. No matter how much Brother Panther struggled, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. He felt like his fist was welded into an iron door. Little leopard, grow up you. Bang! Yi Xingchen kicked Brother Panther in the stomach, and Brother Panther immediately looked like a shrimp, bending over in pain. Little leopard, for the sake of you helping me practice needles, I'll let it go today. Don't blame me for not being polite if you do it to me again in the future. Yi Xingchen condescended. Brother Panther slumped on the ground, arching his head into the ground like a maggot in pain, but his anger towards Yi Xingchen had not diminished at all, and had skyrocketed. He was not going to swallow this breath. Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng were shocked. They didn't expect the current Yi Xingchen to be so capable of fighting. It seemed like prison really exercised people. Lu Jejun took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Yi Xingchen. His mouth mocked, Hmph, you have a little bit of brute strength. It's nothing. This society still looks at money. You're still a beggar, a poorer than a poor man. You can't get a wife for the rest of your life. Zhou Meicheng also mocked together. A beautiful woman of my stature. I was blind to look at you in the first place. You won't even be worthy of lifting your shoes in the future. The surrounding people could not help but nod their heads, similarly agreeing with Lu Jejun's words. This society still looks at money and status. Being able to fight alone won't do, unless one can sell their souls at the same time like Brother Bao, to be a bully and bully people. Right at this moment, a bright and beautiful figure walked into the Jiahao Hotel, and once it appeared, it immediately attracted all the gazes over. Su Ningxue, the #1 beauty of Cloud City. Chapter 9, Meeting Father-in-Law at the Villa. If Zhou Meicheng was still an eye-catching presence in the hotel just now, she was now completely eclipsed. If Su Ningxue was compared to a rose, then Zhou Meicheng was a trumpet flower. The difference between a lady and a maid was completely incomparable. Miss Su. Lu Jejun raised his hand at Su Ningxue and greeted her. He had worked with Su's company and was a business partner. To be able to speak to a beauty of this level was also something to be envied. Su Ningxue's gaze, after looking over to Lu Jejun's side, walked in stride, stepping on her high heels, clattering like she was knocking on the tip of one's heart. Lu Jejun was instantly pleased that he was able to ruthlessly hit Yi Xingchen's face again. He glanced at Yi Xingchen and mocked, see, this is the benefit that comes with status. Will Miss Su look at you? Lu Jejun put on his most gentlemanly stance and smiled. Little Su. Su Ningxue seemed as if she just didn't see Lu Jejun as a person, and walked directly to Yi Xingchen's face. Lu Jejun's smile stiffened on his face. His head stiffened as he looked towards Su Ningxue and Yi Xingchen. Why had Su Ningxue walked in front of Yi Xingchen? Could it be that they knew each other? Su Ningxue stood in front of Yi Xingchen and lightly opened her sandalwood mouth and said, I don't want you to think that I'm a person who doesn't keep his promises, and I'm worried that you'll think too much about it. So I chased after him. After separating, She realized that the phone number was not left either, and she did not want to cause misunderstanding, so she made this move. You actually don't need to be like this. Xingchen shook his head with a bitter smile, immediately revealing a trace of helplessness. He sighed. Take one step and stick to it. You are not willing to give me any space at all. That's fine. Let's eat together if you're here. But the matter of getting a license, it has to be slowed down. I don't want to be in too much of a hurry. Su Ningxue? What the hell are you talking about? What does your disgusted expression mean? What do you mean by not giving you space? Why did you specifically tell me about the license? I want to kick you, believe it or not. Go, follow me to dinner. Xingchen waved his hand and left with Su Ningxue. From the beginning to the end, he did not deliberately glance at Lu Jiajun. Invisible pretending was the highest realm. Saying one more word at this time was just adding to it. After Xingchen and Su Ningxue left, it was as if the pause button had been pressed for everyone, leaving them all stunned in place. Lu Jiajun's face was a shade of green and white. He thought Su Ningxue was walking towards him and mocked that she wouldn't look towards Xingchen, but it turned out that Su Ningxue didn't look at him for a second and directly rushed at Xingchen. This was a slap in his face. He mocked Xingchen, saying that Xingchen couldn't even find a daughter-in-law. But the goddess of Cloud City took the initiative to get a license with Xingchen? Mother and daughter Zhou Meiqing also grew their mouths in shock, their mouths big enough to stuff down a duck egg. They were stunned and puzzled. Why? Why is this happening? Why would Su Ningxue favor Xingchen, a stinky hanger-on? The rest of the onlookers were also stunned on the spot. Listening to that meaning, it seemed that Goddess Su was begging for a license, and that man was still deliberately delaying? How can he do that? How does he deserve it? During the meal, Xingchen's parents were very nervous and terrified, feeling like a princess sitting with them. Yi Jiandong took the initiative and said that there was no need to take the matter seriously. They were not worthy. On the contrary, Su Ningxue was very insistent. The vow she made, she has to keep her word. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan also did not hide the situation of their own family, penniless, and even no place to live. Su Ningxue's heart was softened, so she offered to go and live in her house. Xingchen was very pleased. It seems Su Ningxue is really serious. Moreover, he had discovered the flashpoint in this woman's heart, a kind person. An hour later, Xingchen's family of three, riding Su Ningxue's BMW 5 Series, drove into the above the Henteng Villa area, and after a few minutes of traveling on the beautifully landscaped road, drove into a villa courtyard. This was a 3-story villa. The appearance of the villa was very beautifully designed, and there was a small fountain and a welcoming pine in the front yard. Uncle, auntie, you guys just stay here at ease. You don't need to think much. Su Ningxue saw that Xingchen's parents were very nervous and pacified them. As soon as Xingchen got off the bus, he saw the jacket that was thrown in the trash can. A plum blossom bloomed on the jacket, very eye-catching. Su Ningxue noticed Xingchen's gaze, and embarrassment immediately appeared on her pretty face. Logically speaking, Xingchen lent her the clothes. She should have washed them and then found a chance to return them. But she had a prejudice against hooligans, and did not think there would be any more encounters, and directly threw the clothes into the trash can in disgust. It was naturally nothing if this wasn't known by the parties involved, but now that it was seen, it was embarrassing. Su Ningxue opened her mouth. That dress is dirty. There is no way to return it to you again. I will buy you a new one. Xingchen smiled faintly. It's okay, it's just one piece of clothing. Then, Xingchen spoke. Let my parents sit in your house for a while first. I'll go out for a walk. Su Ningxue thought that Xingchen wanted to see the environment of the neighborhood, but in fact, it was not the case. Su Ningxue's invitation for their family to come and stay was kind, but Xingchen couldn't accept it openly. Living here, he would definitely have to suffer from people's blank stares. It was fine for him to suffer a bit of aggravation himself, but he couldn't let his parents experience the feeling of being a parasite. He didn't see what his parents were confined to. In the Su family's villa, it would be strange if his parents could live comfortably. Just now when he entered the neighborhood, he found that there are villas are for sale, and all are well decorated. Turnkey can move in, can buy a set. After all, it is not like there is no money. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz Standard E-Class drove into the villa. Down a handsome and elegant middle-aged man. The middle-aged man just walked into the villa and saw Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan. The middle-aged man immediately frowned and said, "Is this the gardener and nanny that were found?" Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan stood up at the first opportunity, rubbing their hands together in urgency, and nervously said, "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man chided, "Know the rules. Who told you to sit on the sofa? How dare you drink tea? Throw away all the teacups later." Su Ningxue ran out from the kitchen with fruits at this time, and said with a bad attitude, "Dad, they're not the gardener and nanny. They're my future in-laws." "What did you say?" The middle-aged man steeply widened his eyes, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and said in a shocked voice, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Su Ningsu, say it again. Who are they? Su Ningxue solemnly repeated. The son of these two cured my mom's disease. I'm going to marry him, and the two of you are naturally my in-laws. The middle-aged man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, looking at Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan with a gaze full of disgust. Drinking? Are you sure you're not teasing me? Look at these two people. They look honest. Are they in the same boat as us? I feel ashamed even standing with them. If I tell others that these are my in-laws, I'll be reduced to a laughingstock. Shut up. Yi Xingchen walked in from outside at this time. His face did not look good as he blocked in front of his parents and looked at the middle-aged man. I won't allow you to be rude to my parents. Chapter 10, Superficial Father-in-Law. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xingchen and turned to Su Ningxue and droned. Su Ningxue? You're not saying that this is the man you're looking for, are you? Yes, it's him, Su Ningxue exclaimed. He's the one who saved my mom's life. The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xingchen in disgust. Look at him. From head to toe. Does he have more than $200 in all his clothes? For such a person, he's worthy of being my Su Ningxue's son-in-law? Su Ningxue and Yi Xingchen's body, although in addition to medical skills have not found other advantages, but not in the slightest, slightly mocking. Oh, you look at people also only look at the clothes, Su Ningxue angrily shouted. I disagree. So many family great young men pursuing you, and you just lead me back to this? What kind of thing is this? Su Ningxue very firmly said. Just based on the fact that he saved my mom's life and didn't make me a motherless person, I still identify with him. No one can say anything. When my mom was sick, you didn't take care of her for a single day. You didn't run around looking for a doctor once. You don't even go to the hospital. So don't mind my business. I'm in charge of my marriage. Don't expect to marry me off to anyone in exchange for your cushy life. Compared to that, I might as well marry Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but say that. Let me interject. It's fine for you guys to argue, but don't talk about me like I'm bad. Su Ningxue, I'll tell you. Don't think you're at a disadvantage. You actually picked up a treasure. I picked up a poop. Su Ningxue rolled her eyes without any good reason. Su Ningxue reached out and pointed at the door. Drinking. I don't want to see you all. Now, immediately get out. Yi Xingchen spoke indifferently. There's no need for you to rush. I was going to take my parents away. Uncle and auntie, you don't have to listen to him. You don't have to leave. Su Ningxue stopped while apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't know I would embarrass you guys. This is my negligence. Trust me, I can handle it. Yi Xingchen smiled at Su Ningxue and said, no need. I appreciate your good intentions. I have a place to live with my parents. This really isn't a gamble. I just went out and bought a suite. Su Ningxue was stunned. You only went out for a few minutes. Bought a suite? Where is it? Yi Xingchen pointed outside. Not far. Just that 9th building. Su Ningxue froze. She had lived in this neighborhood for a long time, so of course she was familiar with it. In the entire villa neighborhood, it was the 9th building that had the best location. It was the king of the building, and of course, it was also the most expensive. Yi Xingchen actually said that he bought it? Going out to buy a vegetable wasn't this fast. He. A cold laugh sounded from the side. Su Ningxue's face was full of sarcasm. Your parents are honest, ordinary people, and you don't spend more than $200 on a single piece of clothing yourself, and you still say that you bought the 9th villa? Do you know how much that villa costs? Saying such big words, you're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. If you really buy it, I'll eat on the spot. Yi Xingchen glanced at Su Ningxue. Through the short contact before, he saw two flaws in this person, dog-eyed, and lack of love for his family. Now there was one more, superficiality. Speaking was actually as unreliable as the young man. What a waste of a good skin, Yi Xingchen said breathlessly. At such an old age, it's best to be careful with your words. While speaking, Yi Xingchen had already pulled his parents out of the villa. Su Ningxue also did not believe Yi Xingchen had really bought the 9th villa at all, but she still sent Yi Xingchen's family out. After turning a corner, Su Ningxue whispered, it's almost ready here. My dad can't see it. Yi Xingchen smiled. Do you think I'm acting? Saying this, he took out a remote control and pressed it, and the door of the 9th villa in the distance opened. Su Ningxue immediately opened her cherry mouth in surprise. How did he do that? Su Ningxue was full of doubts. To say that it was really Yi Xingchen who had bought it, killing her would not believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. Yi Xingchen also muttered to himself. 2 years didn't come out. I didn't expect the prices to be really cheap. This saved a lot of money. Su Ningxue did not break the casserole and returned to her home with a belly full of doubts. After Su Ningxue left, Yi Jiandong was surprised. What's going on? Ma Chunlan did know a bit of the inside story. She said bitterly, son, didn't mom tell you not to spend money indiscriminately? The money is someone else's. There's no way to pay it back if we spend it. Yi Xingchen first explained to dad. It's like this, dad. Before I came out, a cellmate gave me a bank card and asked me to help him do something outside. Then he went back to placating Mom, and could only continue to make up excuses, smiling. Mom, the house was bought for the cellmate. Until he gets out, you and Dad can just stay here without worry. That's good. That's good. Just think of it as watching over the house for someone else. But we have to live lovingly. Don't dirty it for them. Ma Chunlan was slightly relieved, but still voiced her doubts. Son, what kind of prison did you squat in? Not only did you learn medical skills, but you also know such rich people. How do you feel like you went to an elite training course? Xingchen laughed and took it as if he didn't hear this sentence. After all, he was not good at explaining. Just like this, the family stayed in the 9th villa and spent the first night. This night, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan did not sleep soundly, but Xingchen slept soundly and went out for a run early the next morning refreshed. The environment of the villa area was very beautiful, but those who came out at 6:30 to do activities were almost all middle-aged and old people. An old man in sportswear in front of him suddenly collapsed on the ground. Oldly, what's wrong with you? The older woman who was exercising together was shocked and immediately pounced on him and shouted. Oldly had one hand over his heart, shivering and in great pain. The big mom hurriedly took out the zucchini pill bottle from Oldly's pocket, but after pouring it out, she was horrified to find that the quick-acting heart-saving pills had run out. How can this be? What can we do? The big mom immediately panicked. It was obviously too late to run back and get the medicine at this time. Don't be anxious, big mom. Let me take a look. At this time, Xingchen came to Oldly's side, reached out and massaged on several of his acupoints, Neguan, Sinew, and Shenmen, and immediately afterward, he saw the effect. Oldly slowed down his breath as if he had eaten a quick-acting heart pill. Big Mom was so scared that her hands and feet were cold. She couldn't stop thanking Xingchen. Young man, thank you so much. You saved my Oldly's life. Oldly sat up. He actually felt unprecedentedly comfortable. His heart was incomparably relaxed. His eyes showed a strange color. This young man casually pressed a few times, but actually had such an effect. It wasn't simple. It surpassed all the doctors he had seen. Chapter 11, Saving Oldly. Oldly immediately spoke. Divine Doctor, you are truly a divine doctor. Please also ask the divine doctor to help me treat my old heart disease. As a businessman, Oldly naturally knew how to seize opportunities. Today, he coincidentally met the divine doctor, and after this village, there would be no more this store. After a slight hesitation, Xingchen said, all right. Oldly was overjoyed and hurriedly said, when is it convenient for divine doctor? Let's make a time and place. No need to be so troublesome. Just be here. Saying that, Xingchen's hand had already appeared a few silver needles. He let Oldly sit back, lightning-like in its heart. Shun Men, dialing several acupuncture points under the needle. Still godly acupuncture techniques. After a few minutes, Xingchen reached out and stroked his hand, taking back all the silver needles. Big Mom was a bit disbelieving. That's good? Oldly, however, suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Xingchen. Excited. Divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Hua Tua is alive. His own physical condition, he knew best. He now felt, all of a sudden, 10 years younger. He could run 2 miles in one breath. Oldly solemnly said, divine doctor, how much consultation fee is needed? Please say a number. Xingchen waved his hand. Your heart disease has accumulated. It's not something that can be cleared with a single acupuncture session. This is just the first treatment. I'll have to perform another acupuncture session. Then I will prescribe you a few medicines, and it will be completely cured. Oldly was not disappointed. Instead he was overjoyed because Xingchen mentioned clearing the roots. He had seen I don't know how many doctors, and all the results he got were that he could only rely on medication to maintain him. And just that was still a guarantee of a sudden onset of illness that would directly kill him. Only from Xingchen here, he heard such words as being able to clear the roots. He impatiently asked, divine doctor, when are we going to do the next acupuncture? Xingchen said, don't worry, acupuncture is fine for a week. When exactly? Depends on my time. Okay. Although Oldly was in a hurry and couldn't wait for a second visit to follow, he couldn't force the divine doctor. Just like that, after the two left each other's phone numbers, Xingchen went home. Xingchen went out after having breakfast and happened to meet Su Ningxue driving out from her home. Xingchen raised his hand in greeting. Going out? Su Ningxue stopped the car, presenting that stunningly beautiful face in the car window, and returned, going to deal with work matters. Xingchen saw that Su Ningxue's face was vaguely sad. She should have encountered something troubling. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he wanted to follow him over to see if he could help, so that he could also cultivate his feelings in the meantime. So he said, I'll join you, right? Su Ningxue hesitated slightly and did not refuse. All right. Xingchen smiled, pulled open the passenger door and sat in. As the car began to move, Su Ningxue spoke, I have some things to make clear to you. You should know that the Su family, although it's not the top in Cloud City, it can still be ranked in the top 10. My dad, as you can see, doesn't need to be on the right path at all in his mind, and is completely ostracized by the Su family's industry, so our family isn't in a good position, or else we wouldn't have moved out to live alone. Xingchen nodded. It seems that Su Ningshui, who was superficially honorable, also had unknown sorrows, and her pressure was not small. Su Ningshui continued, today there is a cooperation that is an almost impossible task, but uncle deliberately made things difficult for me. He had to let me go and talk about it, and if I couldn't talk about it, he would have a reason to ostracize me. I asked my best friend to help. This best friend of mine is a bit capricious and may not treat you well, so bear with me. Okay, no problem. Xingchen laughed. Half an hour later, Xingchen met the BFF that Su Ningshui had spoken of. She stood on the sidewalk by the roadside, and also created her own scenery. This best friend was 3 centimeters shorter than Su Ningsu, but her figure was a bit more exaggerated. Su Ningsu was everything was perfect just right, while the best friend was just 2 places bigger. BFF was wearing a light green bustier dress, revealing snow-white shoulders, fluffy skirt to mid-thigh, and on her legs was a gradient color stocking from purple to light green, and the stocking was 2 fingers away from the hem of the skirt, revealing a touch of snow white, a leg that was actually made up of several colors by her. It had to be said, very good at dressing herself up, and her pretty face wasn't much worse than Su Ningshui's. The girlfriend stepped over with 5-centimeter high heels, pulled open the rear car door, originally greeted Su Ningshui intimately, but suddenly noticed Xingchen. Her expression suddenly cleared. Ningshui, is he the assistant you found? Why does the assistant still let the boss drive? Su Ningshui spoke. Let me introduce you guys. This is my best friend, Lin Yaki. Yaki, this is me, my future husband. What did you say? Lin Yaki immediately raised her voice an octave higher and said incredulously, have I traveled across? Or have I been in a coma for a few months? It's only been 2 days since I've seen you. When did you have a future husband? Saved the process of falling in love straight away? A trace of bitterness also surfaced in Su Ningshui's mouth as she said, it's like this. Didn't I tell you that I was going to bring in Dr. Xia to cure my mom? Who would have thought that Dr. Xia's character was questionable? He forced me to make a heavy oath that I would marry whoever cured my mom's disease. As a result, Dr. Xia's treatment is getting worse and worse, and my mom's disease was cured by Xingchen instead. So, Lin Yaki first said, it's great that Auntie's disease has finally been treated. I also entrusted my family's connections to find a famous doctor, but it seems that there is no need. She then looked at Xingchen and said in a bad mood, although you, this person, cured Auntie's illness, you are taking advantage of a person's danger. You are seeing color. Leave on your own if you're sensible. Xingchen immediately retorted, don't spit blood. How am I taking advantage of people's danger? It's clearly me fulfilling a piece of Ningshui's filial piety and giving her peace of mind. Bah! Lin Yaki spat. Shameless, getting a bargain and still selling out. You don't deserve Ningshui at all. Just wait, I will definitely not let you have your way. Su Ningshui cut the two off and said, alright, you guys stop arguing, let's get down to business first. Only then did Lin Yaki solemnly say, Ningsu, this cooperation is related to your position in the Su family. I will definitely work hard. Speaking of which, it's even more important that you don't have a relationship with this man. You need to find a capable man so that you can be protected. This man, at a glance, is a hangman. Not long after, they arrived at the lease company's main building. They had just gotten out of the car, but they met Lu Jiajun. Lin Yaki obviously recognized Lu Jiajun as well, and immediately frowned. What is he doing here? He won't be the same as our target, right? I've heard that the Lu family has a deep relationship with the Li family. It would be troublesome if he competes with us. Lu Jiajun walked over with a smile and said to Su Ningshui and Lin Yaki, two goddesses, are you here to talk about cooperation with the Li family? Don't waste your time, please return. At those words, Su Ningshui and Lin Yaki's pretty faces sank. Chapter 12 Young and Inferiority Not Inferiority. Lu Jiajun then looked at Xingchen and said provocatively, Xingchen, you stinking hanger-on, what are your virtues and abilities to be favored by Goddess Su? I said yesterday, this world looks at identity and status. I will let you know that you are just a piece of trash. Saying that, Lu Jiajun stepped into the building. Not to mention that his Lu family needed this cooperation. Even if he was simply venting his heart's dissatisfaction, he had to stop it. Xingchen was just an ordinary person that he could just step on. On what grounds could he be paired with the Cloud City goddess? He could not accept it. Lin Yaki's pretty face was ugly as she said, although my family has some friendship with the Li family, it can't be compared to the Lu family. And I've heard that Dong Li still owes a favor to Lu Jiajun's grandfather. Saying this, she also glared at Xingchen. And him, not enough to make things happen, making things more difficult for us again. Su Ningxue had lost her confidence at this point inside. It's all here. Go ahead and try. I hope I can impress Li Dong with benefits. Outside the door of the chairman's office, Lu Jiejun saw Su Ningxue and the others follow him in, and couldn't help but snort. You guys really don't give up. Why do you have to make a fool of yourselves? Then, Lu Jiejun, Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi, the three of them entered the office, leaving Yi Xingchen alone to wait outside the door. 3 minutes later, the door of the office opened. Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi walked out with ugly faces, while Lu Jiejun had a smug look on his face. The result was known without having to ask. Lu Jiejun looked like a victor. Proudly said, earlier advised you not to listen. Shame, right? My Lu family and the Li family are family friends. There's no way you guys can succeed. He glanced at Yi Xingchen and suddenly said, but it's not without a chance. If I can make Yi Xingchen kneel down and kowtow to me and lick my shoes, I can consider if I can cede the cooperation to you. Don't you dare to be petty here. Su Ningxue coldly said. She could not look at Lu Jiejun's face. Yi Xingchen said to Su Ningxue at this time, don't worry, leave it to me. No matter what kind of cooperation it is, I will definitely help you get it. Su Ningxue lost her head and shook her head. Don't say anything, Dong Li has already nodded his head. Lin Yaqi also frowned and said in a bad mood. At this time, we are all in a bad mood, so don't try to be brave. Ha ha ha, what did you say? You helped Su Ningxue get her hands on it? When Lu Jiejun heard Yi Xingchen's words, it was as if he had heard a big joke, and he immediately mocked loudly. Dong Li has already promised to give me the cooperation, and you still dare to jump out and talk. Besides, Lin Yaqi can't even. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash. Yi Xingchen disdained. You'll know who's trash later. Alright, let's go, Su Ningxue said. There was already obvious dissatisfaction in her tone. Without getting the cooperation, her situation would be very difficult, so she was in a very bad mood. And at this time, Yi Xingchen was still high in the mouth. Lin Yaqi said angrily, if Ningxue can't get this cooperation, what will she face when she goes back? Do you know? She will be ostracized by her eldest uncle. You don't consider her feelings but you talk big here. Your behavior is very offensive, you know? Yi Xingchen spoke. I'm just considering Ningxue's feelings. That's why I want to help her. You're enough, Lin Yaqi said angrily. Don't disgrace yourself here. Yi Xingchen frowned at Lin Yaqi and said indifferently, if I can successfully take the cooperation, what do you say? If you can do it, this young lady can hand over these 99 pounds to you. Lin Yaqi gambled. It's even possible for this young lady to wash your feet. Lu Jiejun watched the show with a sneer on his lips. I'll just watch and see how you take the cooperation. Please start your performance. Yi Xingchen suddenly reached out, simply and directly pushed the wooden door open, and loudly said, Li Dong, I want this cooperation. Do you think it's okay? Su Ningxue, Lin Yaqi, including Lu Jiejun, were directly stunned. They had thought that Yi Xingchen might just go through the motions and would not put it into action, and they had also thought that Yi Xingchen would use other methods, but they had never thought that he would be so simple and rough. Who did he think he was? This would be a direct hit out. Sure enough, the secretary had already picked up the phone to call security. Inside the office, Li Dong stood up from behind his desk and walked out. Su Ningxue hurriedly apologized. Li Dong, sorry, this friend of mine, he is too impulsive. Lu Jiejun even deliberately said, Grandpa Li, this person is too unbridled. We must call security. Beat him up and throw him out. Yi Xingchen looked at the Li Dong who walked out, still simple and direct. Just say it, is this cooperation for me, or for Lu Jiejun? Lu Jiejun snorted. You and I compare weight. What the hell are you? Make a fool of yourself. But Lu Jiejun didn't finish his sentence. The rest of his words choked in his mouth, only to see Chairman Li suddenly took the initiative to grab Yi Xingchen's hand, and exclaimed, then there's no need to say. Of course it's for you. Su Ningxue, Lin Yaqi, Lu Jiejun, including the secretary, all froze. Lu Jiejun was anxious and exclaimed, Grandpa Li, what are you saying? Just based on your relationship with my grandfather, how can you give the cooperation to someone else? Dong Li's mind was fully focused on Yi Xingchen, and said perfunctorily to Lu Jiejun, you go back and tell your grandfather. Just say that I'll invite him for tea some other day. You go back. Of course Lu Jiejun refused to go and said sharply, Grandpa Li, why? Not to mention Lu Jiejun had this doubt. It was Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi who also wanted to ask this question. Yi Xingchen did not know who Li Dong was at first, but when Su Ningxue walked out, he saw through the doorway that the so-called Li Dong was actually the old Li who had a heart condition. What's so difficult about this? Isn't it just a cooperation? No matter what the relationship between Lao Li and the Lu family, no matter what favor Lao Li owes to Master Lu, it's useless. What favor can be compared to one's own life? Old Li pulled Yi Xingchen's hand, smilingly said, Divine Doctor, fate, It's only been 2 hours, and then we met. Is it okay to have the second course of acupuncture now? Walk, let's go to the restroom. Secretary Wang, you take Mr. Su to sign the contract, haha. After saying that, Old Li pulled Yi Xingchen away, leaving behind a dumbfounded Su Ningxue, Lin Yaqi, and Lu Jiajun. 20 minutes later, when Yi Xingchen walked out, he found that Lu Jiajun was no longer there. Lin Yaqi was nowhere to be seen, and only Su Ningxue was waiting for him alone. Yi Xingchen asked, "Where is your best friend Lin Yaqi?" Su Ningxue smiled. She left beforehand. Yi Xingchen's heart was as clear as a mirror. Lin Yaqi had no face to face herself, and was more afraid of letting her wash her feet. Su Ningxue gratefully said, "Thank you, for helping me get the cooperation." Yi Xingchen looked at Su Ningxue's pretty face. "See, still saying no more about me taking advantage of people? I told you yesterday, you picked up a treasure. How can a poor man dare to enter the prosperity? How can 2 sleeves of wind dare to misuse others? Fortunately I am young and talented, do not need to feel inferior." Su Ningxue was speechless, rolled a nice white eyes. "You just happened to meet your own patient. This kind of luck does not have a second time. Saying you're fat is still wheezing on. Go away." Chapter 13, Washing Feet and Beating Face. After coming out of the Lee's company building, Su Ningxue had to go to work, and Yi Xingchen separated from her. He went to the mall alone. Now that he had just moved into the villa, although it was turnkey, he still needed to fill in some things, and he also needed to buy some new clothes. After entering the mall, Yi Xingchen bought some things for home use, and when it came to buying clothes, he encountered people who got in his way. Zhou Meiqing, and her female companion Tian Yuan. "Meiqing, look, who is that? Your fiancé." "Oh no, your ex-fiancé." Tian Yuan patted Zhou Meiqing and said with a smile. Zhou Meiqing's gaze looked over, and her eyes immediately spewed fire. Yi Xingchen had not only smashed her face with money, but also beat up Brother Panther and climbed up to Su Ningxue, making her feel that this hangman was a bit uncontrollable. Tian Yuan pulled Zhou Meiqing over and said disdainfully to Yi Xingchen, "Yi Xingchen, people like you who just came out, it's not good to find a job, right? To actually come to this kind of high-end clothing store, can you afford it?" Yi Xingchen didn't have a good impression of Tian Yuan either. She used to often encourage Zhou Meiqing to break up with herself, and also encouraged Zhou Meiqing to ask for expensive gifts for herself. Anyway, all sorts of demonic behavior. At that time, Yi Xingchen was blinded by his feelings, and only felt that Tian Yuan's was not a good person. But now, the two of them, Tian Yuan and Zhou Meiqing, were just stinky, snakes and rats. Yi Xingchen said in a cold voice, "Can you afford to buy it or not? Use your pipe." "Yo, squatting for 2 years has grown in skill." Tian Yuan was surprised. "Talking is much more impulsive than before. When you pay later, I'll see if you can still be so tough." Nervous, Yi Xingchen didn't want to care about her and walked to the side to pick out clothes. But Tian Yuan didn't want to let Yi Xingchen go, and kept following around, waiting to see Yi Xingchen make a fool of himself when he paid the bill. Just then, Tian Yuan noticed someone, and instantly couldn't care less about Yi Xingchen, exclaiming in a low voice, "Wow, that's the Lin family's eldest miss, Lin Yaqi. I just met up with her at a reception a few days ago." Tian Yuan flaunted, as if being able to appear at the same reception as Lin Yaqi was an honorable thing. Appearing to be high-end, she aimed to show off to Zhou Meiqing. This was probably the plastic sisterhood. Zhou Meiqing nodded her head. Her eyes were also envious. Yes, she belongs to the top white rich women in Yunchang. She was now engaged to Lu Jiajun, but she hadn't married into the Lu family yet and hadn't really squeezed into the circle. Tian Yuan mocked at Yi Xingchen. "Yi Xingchen, you see, this is the gap. I can get in touch with a rich white beauty like Lin Yaqi, while you, for the rest of your life, never want to get close. You get within 2 meters of them, and their bodyguards kick you away." Yi Xingchen had a somewhat wonderful expression on his face, and said breathlessly, "It's not just Lin Yaqi, I can get her to wash my feet. Can you believe it?" "Put." Tian Yuan burst out laughing and said disdainfully, "Blow you to death. Meichen, do you know he's so good at blowing? To actually dare to say that he would let Lin Yaqi wash your feet. Why don't you say you can go to heaven?" Zhou Meiqing also shook her head in disdain. "Yi Xingchen, I think you've really drifted. Learn to lie and brag in prison." Tian Yuan said in a cold voice, "You're insulting Ms. Lin here. I'll call her over and see how she'll clean you up." Tian Yuan shouted out, "Miss Lin, can you come over here for a moment? There's someone here who's disrespecting you." Lin Yaqi looked over and couldn't help but wonder when she saw Tian Yuan. Who is this? A woman she didn't recognize. But the next moment she saw Yi Xingchen, she was suddenly jolted. She pretended that she didn't see anything and took a step towards the outside of the store. Thinking that Lin Yaqi didn't hear her, Tian Yuan took the initiative to run over and complained. "Ms. Lin, that man, he verbally insulted you, saying that he could make you wash his feet. You can't just let him defame your reputation. Lin Yaqi couldn't even slip away at this point. She was furious and snapped. Shut up. It's none of your business whether you wash your feet or not. Are you sick? It's none of your business. Tian Yuan was admonished. Her heart was aggrieved thinking, I'm defending you. Shouldn't you scold Yi Xingchen? Why are you scolding me? Yi Xingchen walked over at this time with a smile on his lips and looked at Lin Yaqi and said, in Li's company, you ran quite fast. This will be how to see me want to hide. Lin Yaqi said, who hid? Who do you think you are? Can let this lady hide from you? Tian Yuan and Zhou Meicheng were stunned. Yi Xingchen and a top-rich white beauty like Lin Yaqi could actually talk as equals? Tian Yuan had yet to figure out the situation and stared at Yi Xingchen. Even if you and Miss Lin know each other, you can't slander Miss Lin behind her back and actually say that Miss Lin washed your feet. Lin Yaqi gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to give Tian Yuan a slap. No one will take you for a mute if you don't ing speak. You don't keep reminding him. Okay. Yi Xingchen laughed. Since she keeps talking, Lin Yaqi, take this opportunity to wash my feet. I can hear that your character is quite firm, always doing what you say and never playing tricks. Lin Yaqi was in a dilemma. She liked to bet, and her gambling character was indeed good, but asking her to wash Yi Xingchen's feet, she really couldn't do it. Yi Xingchen see her so difficult, also did not continue to force her. The words turn, I pick today's clothes, you pay for me, wash feet that thing even in the past. Okay. Lin Yaqi immediately smiled with joy, waved her hand and said to the waiter, no matter how much money he spends today, put it on my account. Then, she left this place of wrongdoing at fire speed, muttering under her breath that she still counted Yi Xingchen as a bit conscientious. After Yi Xingchen took the clothes, he also left the store. Tian Yuan dumbfoundedly said, what's going on here? Yi Xingchen, who she looked down on, suddenly became associated with a rich white beauty like Lin Yaqi. Originally, she wanted to mock Yi Xingchen, but it turned out that Yi Xingchen didn't even make a move and slapped his own face. Zhou Meicheng suddenly realized, I know, it must be because of Su Ningxue. Yi Xingchen ate Su Ningxue's soft rice. What? Tian Yuan was shocked. There's actually such a thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? She was a bit annoyed that Zhou Meicheng didn't tell her this crucial information. Then huffed, that's the #1 goddess in Cloud City. Su Ningxue's soft rice, which man in Cloud City doesn't want to eat it? What kind of luck did Yi Xingchen have? In the afternoon, Lu Jiejun and Zhou Meicheng met together. Both of them did not look good. Lu Jiejun's face was gloomy as he said, the Li family's cooperation has been snatched away by Su Ningxue. Although Zhou Meicheng did not understand business matters, she knew that losing a cooperation would result in a lot less money. Not to mention that the one who snatched away the cooperation was Su Ningxue, which made it even more unacceptable for her to accept, and she asked in surprise, how could this happen? Aren't the Lu family and the Li family world friends? Lu Jiejun clenched his teeth and said, it's not because of that dog Yi Xingchen. He didn't know where he learned the medical skills from, and was actually able to cure old man Li's illness. It's actually because of Yi Xingchen? Zhou Meicheng was surprised, and then thought about being hit back in the face by Yi Xingchen at the mall, and also beating up Brother Panther before. Yi Xingchen was actually getting more and more capable. She couldn't help but blush and say, could it be that we won't be able to step on Yi Xingchen in the future? Will we still be compared to him? Chapter 14, Feeding You. Being compared to him? He thinks beautifully. What is he? Lu Jiejun cursed disdainfully. He merely got lucky. I'm not even afraid of Su Ningxue, I'm still afraid of him. A soft rice eater? Besides, you think soft rice is so delicious. You have to suffer from people's blank stares, and it's still a toss-up whether Su Ningxue's father can agree or not. Zhou Meicheng said indignantly, you are right. Yi Xingchen he's in the Su family, maybe he has to kneel every day, and he can't eat on the dining table. As they spoke, the two drove to the villa area above Hentang, where they were going to shop for a villa. Lu Jiejun's mood was a little better, pointing to a villa, said, the best in this neighborhood. Is this one? I was going to buy it, but unfortunately I came a step late, and it was bought in advance. In fact, he was bragging. The 9th villa was more than 3 times more expensive than the other villas, and he simply didn't have that much money at his disposal. It doesn't have to be this one, the others are all very good. After all, this is the best villa area in Cloud City. Zhou Meicheng said with mesmerized eyes. She thanked Yi Xingchen for punching Lu Jiejun that punch, so that she could have the opportunity to get together with Lu Jiejun, in order to live in a villa here one day. However, the 9th villa was worthy of being the king of the building. It was indeed much more conspicuous than the other villas. Zhou Meicheng guessed. I wonder what kind of person bought this 9th building. It must be one of the top families. That goes without saying. How could an ordinary person have this financial strength? Lu Jiejun said rightfully. However, while the two of them were speaking, they were the ones whose faces suddenly turned ugly, because in their line of sight, Yi Xingchen was walking out from the 9th villa. Lu Jejun slammed on the brakes and frowned. Why is dog Yi Xingchen here? The two of them got out of the car, and Zhou Meicheng droned. Yi Xingchen, why are you walking out from the 9th villa? Yi Xingchen also lost his good mood when he saw the two, and said in a bad mood, how can I bump into you guys everywhere? This is my home. Of course I'm here. This is your house? Lu Jejun pointed at the 9th villa. You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue when you ing speak. Zhou Meicheng sneered. Yi Xingchen, you just ate soft rice for 2 days. Don't you know what your last name is? This villa Su Ningxue can't even afford it. You actually have the face to say it's yours. To neuropathy. Is it my house? Why should you guys believe? Yi Xingchen lazily ignored them. Lu Jiajun, however, didn't believe it at all. Yi Xingchen, you have a weak heart. You don't go if this is your house, I'll damn well eat on the spot. Are you serious? Yi Xingchen turned back and looked at Lu Jejun. It occurred to him in his heart that the pair of dogs, Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng, had come to this neighborhood and should have come to buy a house. Staying in a neighborhood with them must be heartbreaking, and in order to avoid this, it was best to stifle their thoughts. Let them cast a shadow on this neighborhood so that they won't come to buy a house. Good, let's do it. Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone and rummaged through the photos while saying, if this villa is really my house, you'll eat. This is what you said yourself, don't deny it later. He flipped out the shot of the purchase contract and disliked Lu Jejun's face. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Is the homeowner me? Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng looked, only to see that the purchase contract was indeed the 9th villa, and the homeowner clearly wrote the name Yi Xingchen. How is this possible? Lu Jejun was incredulous and exclaimed, Su Ningxue bought it and wrote your name? But, Su Ningxue, she's just a salaried one. She can't even afford to buy it herself. Zhou Meicheng's face turned ugly down, instantly feeling that the villa above the clouds didn't smell good anymore. Even if she bought one while Yi Xingchen lived in the best king of the building, wouldn't she still be inferior to Yi Xingchen? Now that I proved that I'm the homeowner. Now, it's time for you to eat, Yi Xingchen said in a cold voice. Hmph. Lu Jejun snorted coldly and wanted to get into the car. Yi Xingchen, however, suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jejun's shoulder, not letting him go. His superficial father-in-law said that he couldn't be allowed to eat, but you, Lu Jiajun, must be satisfied. At this time, it so happened that a young woman in denim shorts came out to walk her dog, and the white Pomeranian she was holding was pooping. The young woman held a paper towel in her hand and waited on the side to clean it up. Get thee off me! Lu Jiajun naturally resisted. He wanted to break free from Yi Xingchen's hand, but nowadays, Lu Jejun was about as weak as a hand under Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen grabbed Lu Jejun's arm with one hand, grabbed his collar with the other, and said in a cold voice, you can't talk your way out of this. I'll take you to eat now. I didn't take the initiative to provoke you. You're the one who got off the bus to look for trouble, and you're the one who said to eat. Yi Xingchen walked over to the young woman and spoke. You don't need to care about the dog poop. I'll help you clean it up. The young woman waved her hand. No, you're too polite. Yi Xingchen kicked Lu Jejun's calf. Lu Jiajun immediately stumbled and fell on the ground. Yi Xingchen pushed his head down. Lu Jejun screamed loudly. I don't. Vomit. Young woman, Boomerang? The beautiful young woman directly dry-heaved and was on the verge of vomiting. And Boomerang is also wide-eyed, full of doggy questions. Didn't the master say that he can't eat? Did the master lie to me? Not let the dog eat, people eat? The young woman covered her mouth, holding Bo Mei, and ran away. She went back to send a friend circle. Walking the dog today, met a psychopath. Hmph. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. He was long gone from the old him. Now he had the ability to make Lu Jejun pay. Lu Jejun had screwed his family to death, made his parents lose their jobs, took away their real estate and made them homeless. All of these would make him pay back slowly. Yi Xingchen let go of Lu Jejun, clapped his hands and walked back to the villa. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Lu Jejun squatted on the side of the road. His bile was about to be vomited out. Give me tissues. Give me water. It was only after a long time that Lu Jejun stopped vomiting. He just didn't have the strength anymore. He was paralyzed on the ground, as if he had been strong-armed. His eyes were lifeless and his whole body was weak. Zhou Meicheng said with concern, Jiajun, are you alright? Lu Jejun's eyes suddenly erupted with mad rage, roaring, I've never been insulted like this before. I'll let Yi Xingchen die. I'll make sure he dies. Zhou Meicheng scolded from the side. The reason Yi Xingchen is so arrogant is all because of that Su Ningxue. They say she's a goddess, but I never imagined she's so lowly. Right, Yi Xingchen is relying on Su Ningxue. Zhou Meicheng's words seemed to have awakened Lu Jejun. Lu Jejun touched his cell phone and said spitefully, do you really think I can't rule you guys? I'll make Su Ningxue lose everything. Let's see what you rely on to be arrogant. Yi Xingchen. Saying this, Lu Jejun dialed out a number. Su family. The Su family residence covered an extremely wide area, with with gardens and foreign buildings. Compared to a villa, this was where a real family with heritage and strength lived. Su Yingxia's family was unpopular and did not even have the qualifications to live in the Su residence. At this moment, within the living room of an ocean building, a middle-aged man and a young man were talking. This was Su Ningshue's eldest uncle, Su Yinghao, and cousin, Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng frowned and said, "Dad, the cooperation with Li's company. Didn't you say that Su Ningxue definitely couldn't negotiate? What's going on here?" Chapter 15, Su Ningxue was expelled. If Su Ningxue could not negotiate a cooperation, Su Yinghao would use this as a tricky way to put Su Ningxue in small shoes in the company. However, the result was just the opposite. Su Ningxue actually made a great achievement. Su Yinghao was also confused. Under normal circumstances, she definitely couldn't take it. Su Changfeng's face was gloomy. Now it's good. The entire company is praising Su Ningxue. I overheard a few of the company's mid-levels chatting today, and their words were very high on Su Ningxue. Dad, this momentum is dangerous. He actually heard even worse words. Those few middle layers said, Su Changfeng is a straw man compared to Su Ningxue. This was something Su Changfeng didn't even have the face to relay out. How could he stand this? But for him to compete with Su Ningxue in terms of ability, he really didn't have the confidence. In terms of business talent, he couldn't even compare to Su Ningxue's toes. Dad, now Su Ningxue, not to mention threatening my position, has already threatened your position. Su Changfeng lowered his voice and said fiercely, Su Ningxue must be kicked out of the company. Su Yinghao frowned. I also want to do this, but there has to be a reason to kick her out? She has also just made a great achievement now, and suddenly ostracizing her will cause the company to gossip. Su Changfeng was just about to say to engage in one word, regardless of those voices. Just then, his cell phone rang. Su Changfeng answered it and soon had a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, it's really a sleepy person who delivers a pillow. After Su Changfeng hung up the phone, he casually threw the phone away and said to Su Yinghao, Dad, the reason to open Su Ningxue has come. Su Ningxue has raised a soft eater and even bought the king of house villa above the cloud top for him. Really? Su Yinghao immediately showed a glint in his eyes. Su Changfeng said, 1,000 times true. The phone call was from Lu Jiajun, and he saw the purchase contract with his own eyes. Moreover, he is also very clear about the details of that soft rice man, and his family is so poor that they can't even open their pots. He then coldly said, Oh, Su Ningxue's annual salary is only about $500,000 per year. The car and villa are all company allocated. She definitely shouldn't have this kind of financial power. Su Yinghao slammed the table. Good, Su Ningxue, you're so clean on the surface. I can't imagine that you've secretly hacked so much money. I'm going to remove this tumor from you. He got up and drank. Go find your grandfather. The two of them walked to another foreign building of the family and met Su Changfeng's grandfather, the Su family head, Su Hongchang. After Su Yinghao said that he kicked Su Ningxue out of the company, Su Hongchang immediately shook his head. Ningxue is still doing a good job. It's good to work more before she gets married. Expand the business for the family and make more money. Su Changfeng rubbed Su Hongchang's shoulders and whispered in his ear, Grandpa, I'm afraid she has second thoughts. She's a woman after all. I'm afraid that she'll secretly steal money from the company, secretly save up capital for herself, and take it away piece by piece in the end. She dares. Su Hongchang immediately turned slightly cold in his face. But, she has already done so. Su Yinghao picked up. I got the exact information that Su Ningxue bought the king of the building above Hntang. How much did that villa cost? I'm sure you know in your heart. Dad, how could Su Ningxue have so much money? Su Hongchang sat up with a huff and asked with narrowed eyes, Did you check the accounts at the company? A villa of nearly $10 million. With such a large loophole in the funds, it's impossible to do it seamlessly. Su Yinghao pretended to be nervous and said in a deep voice, Checked, but on the contrary, did not see anything on the books. That's what's scary. If we continue to indulge Su Ningxue in the company, I'm afraid that sooner or later, the Su family's industry will take someone else's name. Su Hongchang's face completely sank. He was extremely patriarchal. Even if Su Changfeng spoiled all the money, he wouldn't allow Su Ningxue to screw it away. A few moments later, Su Hongchang dropped a sentence. You guys see to it. Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng, the two faces are happy. Watch and do as you please. The two then went to the company, quickly held an emergency meeting, so that the middle level above all present. Su Yinghao sat at the top of the long conference table. On the right-hand side is Su Changfeng. On the left-hand side is Su Ningxue, and then in turn down are other people. Su Yinghao looked at Su Ningxue and said with a faint smile, Niece Ningxue, congratulations on negotiating the cooperation with Li. But I'm curious, how much you have gotten out of the middle? Upon hearing this, not to mention Su Ningxue's pretty face changed. It was the other personnel who instantly tightened their colors. This atmosphere was not right. originally thought it was a normal meeting, but did not expect it to be the general manager's hangman banquet against the president. Su Ningxue looked towards Su Yinghao and frowned. General manager? What do you mean? The cooperation with Lee's is Su's begging Lee's. It's not like they are begging us. What benefit can I get? I took the cooperation. Even if you don't praise me, you still spit blood. I'm afraid it will chill people's hearts. The other people in the conference room also started to whisper. The general manager's planting is indeed not at the right level. Su Yinghao laughed. Facts speak louder than words. Let me go straight to the evidence. Let me ask you. You have raised a softy man. Is there such a thing? Su Ningxue frowned and said with a displeased expression. What do you mean by a soft rice man? General manager, your words are too hard to hear. Xingchen, he cured my mom's disease. I promised to marry him. He is my proper fiancé. Besides, this is my personal matter, right? What kind of evidence is that? Hearing Su Ningxue's words, the rest of the personnel burst into a gasp of surprise. Unexpectedly, Su Ningxue, this flower actually has a master. That called Xingchen can be called a soft rice man. Surely he has no ability to actually be able to have such a woman as Su Ningxue. His family's ancestral tomb can't even be smoked. Surely it exploded. Right. However, this indeed did not count as evidence. This does count as your personal matter. Su Yinghao's face suddenly turned cold, leaning forward with an aggressive body, and said in a low voice, but you spent $10 million to buy him a villa. This is not a private matter. Su Ningxue coldly said, the villa was bought by him. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yinghao opened his mouth. Xingchen, a native of Yunchang, his parents used to be ordinary laborers. 2 years ago he lost his official job and worked as a cleaner. He himself was just released from prison yesterday. You tell me that the villa worth $10 million was bought by him. Ask everyone here. Does anyone believe it? Su Ningxue coldly said. I can't figure this out either. But the villa was indeed bought by himself. I'm a clean person and I'm not afraid of suspicion at all. I can accept the investigation. Or I can call Xingchen and have him come and say the source of funds. Su Ningxue was not afraid at all. She was upright and not afraid of the shadow. It was simply impossible for others to falsely accuse her. No need. Su Yinghao directly waved his hand. No need. Su Ningxue, you don't have to say anything. You must leave Su's company. He didn't need to ask for proof. He only needed to grab a seemingly reasonable reason to kick Su Ningxue out, and that was enough. Su Ningxue stood up boldly. What makes you so dictatorial? I'll apply for an investigation. Su Yinghao said very forcefully. I am not discussing with you. I am announcing a decision. This is something that the chairman of the board of directors has clapped on. Nothing you say will be of any use. Pack up your things and leave. Chapter 16, Drawing the Line and Breaking the Legs. After saying that, Su Yinghao directly got up and walked out, not giving Su Ningxue a chance to speak. The corner of Su Changfeng's mouth surfaced a sneer smile, thinking what's the use of having a good brain? In this family, growing a brain is not as useful as growing a handle. The college entrance exam you took 608. I took 308, but the winner in the end is me. Then, he walked out of the conference room with the posture of a victor. Su Ningxue then dialed his grandfather's phone, but Su Hongchang did not let up at all, and said that he did not need to go to the interview, and what had been decided would not be changed. Evening came, and the staff in the building were all off duty. Su Ningxue was the last to walk out. She was a bit disoriented. She worked wholeheartedly, worked overtime for the company, and actually ended up in this situation, just because she is a woman? The sky was raining, sprinkling on Su Ningxue's body, but in the next moment, an umbrella was propped on top of her head. Su Ningxue turned her head and saw that it was Xingchen. Anger instantly surfaced in her eyes. It was all because Xingchen had bought the villa, which led to today's events. But she then smiled bitterly. What could she blame Xingchen for? People, Xingchen bought the villa. Who was in the way? She can completely prove her innocence. Only the eldest uncle sees the excuse not to give the opportunity. Even if there is no Xingchen to buy a villa this matter, the eldest uncle will find other excuses. Xingchen looked at Su Ningxue, this beautiful to unlike the woman, at this moment as if the essence of the spirit has been drained, like the wind and rain beat roses, causing heartache. He came an hour ago to pick up Su Ningxue from work and heard the security guard talk about Su Ningxue being kicked out of the company. He didn't rush into the company to help Su Ningxue prove it, nor did he think to help Su Ningxue keep her position as president. After all, what can you do if you keep it? Work hard every month, and end up only getting a salary that doesn't match what you paid for, and hundreds of times your income is taken by your eldest uncle? Besides, to keep this time, there will be the next time, countless times of ostracism. Xingchen coldly smiled at that time. Since you are bullying my wife, don't blame me for bullying you. Waiting, Su Ningxue smiled miserably. I have nothing now. Nonsense. Xingchen said. You have a healthy mother, and you still have me. If Xingchen hadn't mentioned his mother, Su Ningshui would have rolled her eyes. She couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer at this point and asked, "What exactly did you rely on to buy the 9th villa?" Xingchen said, "Inside the prison, I met an old man who said that I was a heavenly prodigy and had to take me as his disciple, saying that he could make me stand on top of the world before getting out of prison. He also gave me a bank card with endless money inside. Buying the villa was just a sprinkle." Su Ningshui held back her anger and said with a black face, "Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. There's no need to make up this kind of story to perfume me." Xingchen was speechless. "I'm telling the truth." He saw that Su Ningshui was about to get angry, then changed his words. "It's like this. There is a cellmate who is quite rich, and gave me a card, letting me help him purchase real estate in advance, so that he can live directly when he comes out." "Oh, so it's like this." Su Ningshui finally solved her doubts. "Xingchen, it's not that I intentionally lied to you guys, it's that you don't believe me when I tell the truth. Alright, don't be listless." Xingchen spoke. "Turn back and take a look at this building. Soon, I'm going to make you its owner. The only owner." Su Ningshui had wanted to say that Xingchen was whimsical, but Xingchen's words carried a powerful confidence that made her not say anything. The two of them returned to the neighborhood above the cloud top and came to Su Ningshui's home, but they found that numerous items were piled up outside the main door, and even the locks on the main door had been replaced with new ones. Su Ningshui instantly understood what had happened, and smiled sadly. "What a great job! The house, the car, all of them were taken back. These assholes." Xingchen's face instantly sank. "Simply too deceitful," he thought to himself. "Good, the more desperate you guys do it, the better, and in the future, when he comes down on you, he won't have to show any mercy." He pulled up the 2 suitcases and said, "It doesn't matter, let's go back to the 9th building first." However, when they arrived outside the 9th villa, they found that there were actually people outside the gate as well, shouting for the people inside to move out. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan stood nervously in front of the villa, scared. Seeing Xingchen and Su Ningshui appear, Su Changfeng walked forward with 6 company security guards. "You are Xingchen?" Su Changfeng sized up Xingchen, his eyes very disdainful. With an origin like Xingchen, if it wasn't for Su Ningshui, it was impossible to even cross paths with him. However, in his heart, he was satisfied with Xingchen's origin. Su Ningshui had found a man like this, without a bit of ability, and even less hope of turning over a new leaf. It's just cheap for this Xingchen. Damn nothing, actually can sleep with such a superb goddess like Su Ningshui. Su Ningshui coldly questioned, "Su Changfeng, what are you doing here?" Su Changfeng pointed at the villa behind him. "Su Ningsu, this villa was bought by you by misappropriating the company's money. I must take it back." "Nonsense, are you guys crazy?" Su Ningshui was really speechless. She could no longer control her anger and drank, saying that I misappropriated the company's funds, but the accounts are all there. Can there be the slightest mistake or omission? You guys find an excuse to kick me out even if it's not enough. You actually want to hijack someone else's villa. You guys be individuals. Su Changfeng reached out and pointed at Xingchen, decisively said, "Just buy him, is he capable of buying it? So, it must have cost Su's company money." "You." Su Ningshui was infuriated, her chest heaving. Xingchen, however, pulled Su Ningshui a bit and said, "No need to talk nonsense with him." Xingchen walked directly to the villa gate, pointed at the line on the ground and said in a cold voice, "This is my house. Without my permission, who dares to take a step in? I'll break his dog's legs." "Ha ha ha, so domineering." Su Changfeng laughed disdainfully. "Those who don't know, still think you're some kind of bigot. That's right, both parents are cleaners. What can you be capable of?" A security guard wanted to perform well in front of Su Changfeng and said loudly, "Manager Su, I'll walk in. I'll see what he can do to me." With that, the security guard then looked at Xingchen provocatively, stepped towards the villa gate, lifted a leg and crossed the line that Xingchen had mentioned. Xingchen copied the wooden stick next to him and directly swung it up. Bang! The wooden stick lightning-like jerked on the security guard's leg. With a click, the wooden stick broke with a sound. The security guard was like a dog that had its leg smashed, directly jumping up 3 feet high, landing directly on his knees, tears coming down from the pain. "You really dare to hit." The security guard held his leg and screamed miserably, feeling that his leg had been broken. Su Chongfeng's face changed, coldly drinking. "I brought 6 security guards. I'll see how many you can fight. All of them, give it to me." With his order, the remaining 5 security guards immediately rushed towards Xingchen. When Lin Jiandong and Ma Chunlan saw the scene, their faces changed wildly and they rushed over regardless. They could never watch their son get beaten up. Su Ningshui's heart thumped and she hurriedly drank. All stop. When she was the president, these security guards naturally saw her nodding her head, but now that she was jacked, the security guards only listened to Su Changfeng. Besides, Su Changfeng deliberately picked those security guards whose character was not good. Facing the imposing security guards who rushed over, Xingchen carried a half-wooden stick in his hand and swam against the current. Chapter 17 Underground Emperor. Bang 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 bang. Whether it was Xingchen's parents or Su Ningshui, they were all worried about Xingchen's safety, but as a result, it was Xingchen who was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, accompanied by a few muffled noises, and in the blink of an eye, he had put 5 security guards down on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Xingchen was actually so capable of fighting? When did he learn that? Xingchen took one step at a time, walking towards Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, shouting in a stern voice, "What do you want to do? Do you want to beat me together? You have offended Lu Jiajun, and then you offend me. You are looking for death. You know Lu Jiajun?" Xingchen narrowed his eyes and instantly figured it out. "I see. This villa belongs to me. Did Lu Jiajun tell you? It turns out that you guys are friends. I originally wanted to beat you up, but now I've changed my mind. Lu Jiajun definitely didn't tell you that he ate on the roadside this afternoon. Do you want to taste it too?" Saying that, Xingchen reached out and grabbed Su Changfeng's shoulder, controlling him first, then raised his eyes to look around. By coincidence, the young woman came out to walk her dog again in the afternoon. Xingchen and the young woman in jean shorts looked at each other. The young woman froze, then her gaze shifted stiffly and landed on the controlled Su Changfeng. Again? In the next moment, the young woman pulled up the dog leash and pulled her legs out, her speed flying between her 2 white legs. The Pomeranian was all dragged on the ground. Xingchen was speechless. "What are you running for? As for like seeing a flood beast?" He turned his head to Su Changfeng and said, "You're unlucky. People don't give chances. You don't have this mouthful. Get lost." Saying this, he pushed Su Changfeng out. Su Changfeng stumbled and almost fell. Su Changfeng quickly ran to his car and started it up before rolling down the window and roaring, "Xingchen, you wait. This young man will not let you off." After saying that, he stepped on the gas and left at a fiery pace. As for the 6 security guards, they also helped each other and fled in ashes. After Su Changfeng drove out of the neighborhood above the Hmph, he didn't go home. He grudgingly muttered to himself, "Xingchen, I can't imagine that you're still quite capable of fighting. However, there are people who are more capable than you. There are specialties in the arts. I'll go directly to the social mixers. The villa is something I must take back. You can't keep it." Su Changfeng arrived at the Black Panther bar and met Brother Panther. After he entered the room, he realized that Lu Jiajun was also there. Lu Jiajun was stunned and asked, "Young Su, what are you doing here?" Su Changfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mention it. I went to repossess the villa and underestimated Xingchen's skill. The security guards I brought with me were all beaten up by him. I came to find Brother Panther to clean him up." Hearing Su Changfeng's words, Lu Jiajun, Zhou Meicheng, and Brother Panther, their expressions were unnatural for a moment. Zhou Meicheng was depressed. 2 years ago Xingchen was just an ordinary person. Why did he feel as if he had learned a lot after squatting in prison for 2 years? "What about you? What are you doing here?" Su Changfeng asked. Lu Jiajun's eyes flashed with a resentful light, and he drank lowly. "Just like you, I'm also looking for Brother Leopard to clean up Xingchen." Su Changfeng nodded. "Understood." Xingchen said that he forced you to eat in the afternoon. True or false? Lu Jiajun immediately waved his hands. "How could that be? There is no such thing. That asshole is lying to you." Vomit. Su Changfeng. Lu Jiajun bid $300,000 to ask Brother Panther to go and beat up Xingchen violently, preferably crippling him. Su Changfeng also bid $300,000, asking Brother Panther to go and kick Xingchen out of the villa. In fact, since Brother Panther was beaten by Xingchen yesterday, he could not swallow this breath. He had been gathering manpower to go to retaliate. New grudges plus old grudges, all to be counted with Xingchen. He was about to take action, but unexpectedly the 2 big young men came looking for him, and also took the initiative to send up hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother Panther immediately droned, "Don't worry about the 2 of you. Your business is my business. I will definitely do it beautifully for you. I'll take action right away. This time I guarantee to make Xingchen cry out. I'll break his dog's legs." Su Changfeng said uneasily, "Isn't it a bit hasty? Call up some more people." Brother Panther waved his hand. "Don't worry, I can call 20 people with one call." 20 people, to fight Xingchen alone, was enough. Su Changfeng and Lu Jiajun stuck out their thumbs and exclaimed, "Brother Panther is efficient." Right away, Brother Panther took 20 of his men and set off. 5 SUVs, in great numbers, headed to the villa district above Hentang. However, the convoy didn't stop before reaching the neighborhood, because halfway there, they encountered Xingchen who was strolling. Xingchen was specifically waiting here. He had guessed that Su Changfeng wouldn't stop, so he might as well settle it outside the neighborhood and not let his parents be scared. Crunch crunch crunch. 5 SUVs surrounded Xingchen. and immediately the doors opened. Brother Panther walked out under the arch of his minions. Brother Panther walked to a stop 5 meters away from Xingchen, with a look of having eaten Xingchen. The 20 minions behind him were holding sticks and pointing at Xingchen from afar. Very arrogant. Yi kid, I'll see where you're going to run this time, Brother Panther said in a cold voice. Xingchen looked at him with a calm face. What are you talking about in your dreams? Which time have I escaped? You. Brother Panther was choked for a moment and said in a fierce voice. Still playing literal games with me, are you? I see that you are not seeing the coffin. I'll let you die a clear death today. There are 3 reasons for scrapping you. The first is because of Brother Panther me. The second is because of Lu Jiajun. And the third is because of Su Changfeng. Alright, little ones, give it to me. Brother Panther reached out and waved his hand. 20 minions then rushed up in a huge wave, shouting, damn him, let him know our power. Bang! Xingchen kicked on the chest of the person at the front. The punk seemed to be toppled by a bull and flew out directly backwards, smashing the 3 people behind him. Bang! Xingchen kicked over a few more people. Then he flung his hand and smacked another one over. In just 3 seconds, 18 people were lying on the ground, and the other 2 gangsters were too scared to come forward, shrinking back with Brother Bao. How can he fight so well? The 2 gangsters gulped their saliva. They thought they were here to bully someone, but they had the feeling of a kindergarten kid looking for a high school student to fight. Brother Panther didn't realize that there was no way to retreat until his back hit the SUV, his eyes scornful. Looks like you learned a lot of punches and kicks from that old man in prison. But he wasn't afraid, summoning up courage to drink. But you can fight 20. Can you fight 200? Can you deal with that kind of real master? Upon hearing this, the 2 gangsters knew that the boss was finally going to move out of the background, and their faces showed strong confidence. Brother Panther proudly said, I, Brother Panther, am not an ordinary gangster. I am Xietianhu's subordinate, Master Tiger that is the underground emperor of Cloud City. Is the hall master of Yinglong Hall? Stomping a foot the entire Cloud City land trembles 3 times. Just hearing the name Xietianhu, the 2 gangsters' eyes are showing fear. Cloud City Tiger Master. That is the existence of their hope is not as good as Yinglong Temple? Xingchen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard of any Tiger Master, but he had heard of the Yinglong Palace. Xingchen could not help but narrow his eyes. His master told him that there were 5 subtemples under the Dragon King Hall, and the Yinglong Hall was one of them. The Master Tiger that Little Leopard had spoken of was a hall master of the Yinglong Hall, so that meant that it was a henchman under himself? Xia Tianhu, the underground emperor? Xingchen spoke faintly. I would like to meet it. Good. Still talking tough, huh? You want to die, I'll fulfill you. Brother Panther said as he pulled out his cell phone. I'll call Master Tiger now. Less than 20 minutes. The road suddenly lit up a piercing light. A full 8 Land Rover stopped in a fan shape, and finally a Mercedes-Benz S-Class stopped in the center. Brother Panther and other people's hearts jumped. Master Tiger has arrived. Land Rover doors opened almost at the same time, fast running down a black-clothed big man. They are like 2 iron walls standing in 2 rows. These are the real underground people. Exudes the power is not Leopard brother brought those gangsters comparable. A big man in black went forward to open the back door of the Mercedes-Benz, and came down a man with a height of 1 meter 9, broad shoulders and a broad back. He had a square face and thick eyebrows, and he was not angry. He was about 30 or 40 years old, and his 2 wide palms were covered with veins and calluses, giving people a feeling that he could slap the roof of the car with a dent. Xietianhu walked from the middle of the 2 rows of black-clothed dudes with an appalling aura. The 20 gangsters didn't even dare to look at his face, bending down deeply, their voices trembling as they shouted, Master Tiger. Xietianhu looked towards Xingchen at the end and spoke faintly. Is this him? Boom! An invisible aura pressed towards Xingchen. Chapter 18, Paying a Visit to the Hallmaster. Yes, that's him. Brother Panther hurriedly greeted him and said with a haircut, Master Tiger, I'm really sorry for troubling you to personally make a trip at this late hour. It's mainly because this person he's too arrogant, naming you and saying he looks down on you. He even cursed the Yinglong Palace. Xietianhu's face was gloomy. If Xiaobao hadn't said on the phone that someone had cursed Yinglong Temple, he definitely wouldn't have personally run this trip. Yinglong Hall was the overlord of a province. He, the Hall Master, was only at the bottom in it, and would never allow the majesty of Yinglong Hall to be provoked. Xietianhu's eyes were fixed on Xingchen as he stepped forward. Brother Panther's eyes were smug behind him. Kid, I just lied about the military and snapped on your head. What can you do? You cunningly said that you didn't curse. Do you think Master Tiger will believe me or you? Ha ha ha. Fight me. I'll play you to death. You'd better continue to be arrogant. That way you can die a little faster. But I'm afraid you wouldn't dare. Xietianhu walked up to Xingchen's body. Fully half a head taller than Xingchen, coupled with his strong body, he naturally carried a heavy sense of oppression. He spoke in a cold voice. Kid, you're bold. You even dare to curse Long Hall. Xingchen was not affected by Xie Tianhu's aura, and nodded indifferently, commenting, "You are the underground emperor of Cloud City, Tiger? Not bad, the faction is sufficient." Brother Panther's eyes instantly widened. He thought Xingchen would piss himself in fear, but he didn't expect to dare to go wild, calling Master Tiger Tiger. That had to be an equal status person. The entire Cloud City dared to call it that. Not more than 10 people. Xingchen even commented on Master Tiger. "Who do you think you are?" He waited for Master Tiger to slap Xingchen to death. Xie Tianhu was indeed enraged. This young man was indeed arrogant. With a tight frowning expression, he exuded infinite majesty and shouted in a low voice, "You insulted me, and you also insulted the Yinglong Palace. Do you know what the consequences are? Slap him to death. Slap him to death." Brother Panther waited excitedly at the back. Xingchen coldly spoke. "Cloud Crane 9 heavens." Xie Tianhu was slightly stunned, his eyes showing surprise. This was the secret language for insiders' joints. Ah, the next phrase was dragons taking to the 4 seas. "You're one of your own?" Xie Tianhu asked in a skeptical voice. Xingchen spoke again. "The dragon desires to ascend to the heavens." What? Xie Tianhu's body suddenly shook. He could no longer remain calm. His pupils trembled violently. If Cloud Crane in the 9 heavens, dragon in the 4 seas was an internal code word, then the phrase dragon desire for heaven was not a code word worthy of an ordinary person, and belonged exclusively to that one person only, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon King Hall of the General Hall. As the Hall Master, the 5 serpents are the auxiliary. Xie Tianhu's voice trembled as he responded in a low voice. His heart was in a state of confusion. This young man in front of him, was he the Dragon King Hall Master or not? Xingchen nodded indifferently and turned to the side. "Damn you! Master Tiger is talking to you. How dare you turn around?" Brother Panther immediately jumped out, pointing at Xingchen and cursing angrily, "Still carrying your hands behind your back. What are you pretending for? Who do you think you are? You seek death." Snap! Xie Tianhu threw over a slap. The bushel-like slap contained a terrifying power, directly slapping Brother Panther away. Brother Panther's body rotated 360 degrees in the air before landing in a sorry state. One of his faces was almost smashed. Then, Xie Tianhu hurriedly followed Xingchen's pace. Coming to an unoccupied corner, Xie Tianhu looked at Xingchen's back. Xingchen turned around and threw a dragon head trigger over. Xie Tianhu subconsciously took it, only to feel that it was quite weighty in his hand. Fixing his eyes on it, the wrench was carved with a golden dragon head that was lifelike. Dragon King wrench? Xie Tianhu's hands shook. In the next moment, Xie Tianhu steeply knelt down on one knee, raised the Dragon King's trigger finger above his head, and droned in a low voice, "Yinglong Branch Temple Cloud City Hall Master Xie Tianhu, pay my respects to the Dragon King." Xie Tianhu's entire body was trembling. He was a big shot in the eyes of Brother Panther and the others, but he was only considered mid-level in the Yinglong Hall, and even less of anything in the General Hall, the Hall of the Dragon King. He was too far away from the Hall Master. He was like a small company commander in an army of 100,000 who suddenly met the commander. Xingchen also did not expect a trigger finger to have such a great deterrent power. After all, his knowledge of the Dragon King Hall was limited to his master's words, and he used to think that there was an element of bragging. A Cloud City overlord like Xie Tianhu, kneeling just because he said so? Xingchen held his frame, reached out and took the wrench over, and said indifferently, "Don't reveal my identity. Get up." "Yes, yes," Xie Tianhu hurriedly said. He stood up, and because he was taller than Xingchen, he deliberately bent over to be shorter than Xingchen. Xingchen and Xie Tianhu walked back. Half of Brother Panther's face was red and purple, almost swollen into a pig's head. He didn't know why he had angered Master Tiger. At this moment, he hastened to show his loyalty, pointing at Xingchen and shouting angrily, "Master Tiger is like a parent in my heart. If you dare to scold Master Tiger and also scold Yinglong Palace, I will not share the same fate as you." "Shut up," Xie Tianhu bellowed. "Mr. Yi would never curse Yinglong Hall, even if he did. What the hell does it matter to you? You give me the truth. Why exactly are you dealing with Mr. Yi? If you don't tell the truth I'll chop you up." "What I just said is the truth." Brother Panther still wanted to argue, but when he encountered Xie Tianhu's terrifying eyes, his heart trembled and he could only tell the truth. "I had a beef with Xingchen in prison, and I came out to find him to take revenge, and at the same time, I also received money from Lu Jejun and Su Changfeng, and the 2 young men asked me to take care of him." Bang! Xie Tianhu stepped forward, kicked Brother Leopard off and drank. "Asshole, snapping on Mr. Ye's head and using me, right? Someone come, break his legs for me. Master Tiger, don't, I'm one of your own, Master Tiger." Brother Panther loudly begged for mercy, but he had already been dragged to the side by 2 black-cloaked big men. Xie Tianhu inquired to Xingchen in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, break Xiao Bao's legs and let him get out of Cloud City from now on. Handling it this way, do you think it's okay? Yi Xingchen nodded indifferently. It's fine. Xia Tianhu then said. Lu Jiajun and Su Changfeng, leave it to me. Even though the Lu family and the Su family are both prestigious families, it's not a problem for me to deal with them. No need. I can clean it up myself. Yi Xingchen spoke indifferently. Take your people back. Yes, Mr. Yi. Xia Tianhu hurriedly left his phone and swore. If there's something you want to do, just order. Going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire is all a matter of your word. Then, Xia Tianhu left with his men. In the automobile, Xia Tianhu's mood was not calm, his eyes twitching non-stop. How did Lord Temple Master appear in Cloud City? And it's still a young man? Is he real or an imposter? Should I report to the top and find out? No, this is not something I should be concerned about. I'm right in recognizing the Dragon King's trigger finger. Even if he's a fake, the higher-ups can't pick a reason. But in case Mr. Yi is the real Hall Master, and he doesn't let me reveal my identity, won't I betray him? This is a chance given to me by the heavens. If Mr. Yi is the real Hall Master, I will be a slave to the dragon, and I will be rich in the future. In the future, I'll follow Mr. Yi closely, never go west if I'm told to go east, and I won't shoot chickens if I'm told to beat a dog. Chapter 19 Entrepreneurial Opportunities. Yi Xingchen watched the caravan leave and also stopped for a long time. A bit like a dream. For the first time, he felt the terrifying energy of the Dragon King's palace. A hall master of a branch hall was the underground emperor of a city. So what kind of behemoth should the Dragon King's palace be? For the time being, he did not dare to think about it. 10 minutes later, Yi Xingchen returned home. He found that the lights in the living room were still on. Su Ningxue was wearing a silver silk nightgown, holding a financial magazine in her hand. Yi Xingchen's heart was touched for a moment. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. You go to sleep. Su Ningxue put down the magazine and frowned. You think I'm worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. I just can't sleep. Yi Xingchen laughed, did not poke at her magazine took down. Su Ningxue stepped on the shoes off up the stairs. At the corner of the stairs Afterglow suddenly grabbed the hem of the nightgown. Wide-eyed, what are you squatting for? She was unaware that tightening her clothes in this way made the overall curve show up, even more tantalizing. It made Yi Xingchen's gaze shrink. Yi Xingchen slowly stood up and said with a calm face, I'm untying my shoes. Your shoes have a hairy shoelace. Su Ningxue didn't believe Yi Xingchen's bull and accelerated upstairs with a red face. A night of no words. But this night, Yi Xingchen dreamed of two white legs shaking endlessly. All shake vomit. The next morning, Ma Chunlan prepared breakfast early like a nanny. It was just an ordinary family breakfast, but Su Ningxue didn't mind it. After eating breakfast, Su Ningxue habitually went to work, just walked out of the villa and froze. She was kicked out of the company. Su Ningxue gave a bitter smile, a face of loss. At this time, her cell phone rang. After connecting, Lin Yaqi's voice came. Ningxue, you open the door. I rang the doorbell for half a day. You wait, I'll be right over. Su Ningxue hung up the phone and said to Yi Xingchen who came to his side, it's Yachi. She's outside the villa where I used to live. She should have heard that I lost my job. Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue walked out. After a while, they really saw Lin Yaqi standing outside the villa, with a white Porsche Panamera parked behind her. Yaqi, Su Ningxue shouted from afar. Lin Yaqi turned around and said in surprise, you don't live here? Lin Yaqi was wearing a lavender tight t-shirt on top today, a short gray skirt below, and on her legs were stockings that started from her feet and went from purple to gray. What a gradient color stocking lover. Su Ningxue smiled miserably. Not only did I lose my job, the house and car, they were all taken away. What? Lin Yaqi exclaimed, then angrily said, are you not a member of the Su family? Can't the Su family's industry have a share of you? Your eldest uncle's family has gone too far. This is driving them to extinction. Why don't you tell me first? How did you sleep yesterday? Su Ningxue said, don't worry, Yi Xingchen has a friend in this neighborhood. The house is empty, so he can borrow it for the time being. Lin Yaqi glanced at Yi Xingchen in surprise. Rarely, he still knows friends who live in villas. She went forward and held Su Ningxue's arm, saying, don't worry, it's not just losing your job. We're not going to be angry about it. First go to my company to work. Transition. Thank you Yaqi. Su Ningxue was touched for a moment in her heart. Lin Yaqi is a person who doesn't get up until the sun hits her ass, and she came over so early today because she was worried about herself. Going to work is even better. Yi Xingchen suddenly spoke. Yesterday, Ningxue revealed a little bit, saying that she has always had a dream of making medicinal cosmetics. I think it would be better to take advantage of this opportunity and implement it immediately. Lin Yaqi glared. This dream of Ningxue, I know about it. That's why I said that going to work at my house is just a transition. You can't just say you're going to start a business. You always need to make sufficient preparations and capital accumulation. Why can't we just do it? Delaying for a second is hindering the rise of a new star in the business world. Xingchen certainly understood that starting a business required a long-term approach, but he was confident today that he could escort Su Ningshui. Lin Yaqi looked contemptuous. You don't know anything other than a bit of medicine. Su Ningshui sighed. There is a small company that does cosmetics that is facing debts and closing down. I originally wanted to acquire it and open up the medicinal cosmetics industry. It's a pity that it's going to miss this opportunity and put it on hold. Xingchen, however, smiled. In that case, it's not a bad thing for you to leave Su's company earlier. If you acquired the cosmetic company and opened up the medicinal makeup business, wouldn't you be using your own dream to make a dowry for your eldest uncle's family? Lin Yaqi huffed. Surname Yi wasn't wrong about that. Making medicinal cosmetics is your dream. The formula is your heart and soul. If it doesn't belong to you in the end, I'm even angry for you. Xingchen waved his hand. The timing is just right now. Let's acquire the cosmetics company and you start your own business. Su Ningshui smiled bitterly. There were sufficient funds when I backed Su's company, but I only have 2 million in my hand now. Where is it enough? This 2,800,000 of which was her salary over the past 2 years since she graduated, and the rest was her mom's savings that she had secretly saved. It may seem like a lot if you live at home, but acquiring a company would seem pitifully small. I thought what was the matter? It turned out to be a lack of funds. If you want to say something else, I may not have it. If you want to say money, it's not just numbers. Xingchen said confidently. Su Ningshui and Lin Yaqi, together, blanked Xingchen. However, the two expressed different meanings. Lin Yaqi was purely contemptuous, thinking that Xingchen was bragging. As for Su Ningshui, she knew that Xingchen had money, but that card belonged to a cellmate, so how could she pay it back after spending it? Besides, she wouldn't spend Xingchen's money. Lin Yaqi said, Ningshui, how much are you still missing? I can take it to you. No way. Xingchen, however, spoke. Ningshui just broke away from the Su family. Could she then work for your Lin family? Since you chose to start your own business, you have to be 100% controlling. Lin Yaqi was furious and stomped her feet. Surname Yi, what do you take me Lin Yaqi for? Can I take advantage of Ningshui? I'm just lending her the money to use. Nothing in return. Xingchen said. You don't want a return. What about your family? Even if you dare to guarantee it now, it's because you haven't seen the profits. If Ningshui's company grows bigger and stronger, can you still guarantee that your family won't be moved? Su Ningshui looked at Xingchen with surprise. She believed in Yiqi, but had no confidence in Yiqi's family. She didn't expect Xingchen to think of this. Medicinal makeup was something she had always wanted to do, and since she now had the opportunity to start her own business independently, she wanted to take 100% control herself. Su Ningshui held Lin Yaqi's hand. Yaqi, I don't want your help with the funds. It might affect your relationship with your family. Besides, if you don't want to return the favor, I won't be able to feel good in my heart. Fine. Lin Yaqi nodded helplessly. In the end, she was still a rich second generation who relied on her family and didn't have much cash in her hand. If she took money from her family, she didn't dare to guarantee that her family wouldn't want shares. But when will you be able to save up enough funds to start your own business? Lin Yaqi worried. Chapter 20 Acquisition Twists and Turns. Xingchen smiled. Ningshui, you also said that cosmetic company is facing closure due to debts. One more day of procrastination is one more day of loss. Go and talk about it. Maybe it'll work out? Good. Go and take a look. Although Su Ningshui felt that there wasn't much hope, she didn't want to give up this opportunity. Lin Yaqi said to Xingchen without any good humor. Can you drive? If you can drive, you drive. This young lady is not going to be your driver. I'll drive if I drive. Xingchen pulled open the driver's door and sat in. He took the driving license when he was in college, but after graduating, he hadn't had a car for half a year, and then went into squat for 2 years, so he hadn't been driving, let alone driving a luxury car. This car is really good. Only Xingchen learned a manual gearbox at first, taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention. He quickly searched his cell phone. Parking is P, forward is D, and reverse is R. Got it. Xingchen initially driving, obviously very rusty, but as an expert, coordination, learning ability, adaptability are incomparable amazing. Soon familiarized. When driving out of the neighborhood, he was just like an old driver. Half an hour later, they arrived at the cosmetics company, met the boss. The boss, surnamed Nyo, was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly blonde figure. President Su, you're finally here. Boss Nyo was as happy to see Su Ningshui as he was to see his own mother. He was now being driven crazy by the debtors and workers who wanted their wages. Su Ningshui opened the door. Boss Nyo, I do have the will to acquire your company, but the funds I can utilize is only 2 million. 2 million was already an extremely low price, so there was no need to try again. Don't! When Boss Nyo heard this, he was instantly shocked. 2 million is not even enough for me to pay off my debts. Su Ningshui spread her hands. The funds I can utilize are only this much. Any more than that love can't help. Boss Nyo, will you sell it to me, or wait for another buyer? But the current predicament I believe you know better than anyone else. Delaying for a day is one more day of loss. If it is delayed for a long time, it may not be as suitable as the 2 million outright now. Boss Nyo was in a very difficult situation. His psychological price was $3 to $4 million, and the company was indeed worth that much. But the situation Su Ningshui said did exist. Every day is now an expense. What if he dragged it on and couldn't find a buyer? Especially if the debt collectors are pushing too hard. He is worried that he won't survive to sell the company. Really, can't we add more? Boss Nyo stared at Su Ningshui's eyes. Su Ningshui's eyes locked with his. Really can't add more. Boss Nyo clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Sell it. Su Ningshui hearted joy. She did not expect to actually succeed. Face did not change color. Nyo boss can rest assured. Signed the transfer contract. I immediately hit the money. There will not be the slightest delay. She could see the urgency of the boss of the cow with money. Cannot give people a higher price? Then can only guarantee to hit the money speed. Just when they were about to sign the contract, an SUV drove in and 3 men came down. In front was a man with a scar at the corner of his eye, followed by 2 thugs. Boss Nyo, by the looks of it your company was sold. The money you owe me can be paid back, right? Scarface voiced out. Boss Nyo returned with some trepidation. Brother Scar, I can pay you back $2 million today. The remaining 600,000 will slow me down for a few more days. I'll try my best to get it together. Scarface's face sank. What do you mean? Damn, sold the company and still can't pay it back. Where else can I expect you to get it together? Boss Nyo was about to cry. You say what I can do. Scarface faintly said. This is not simple. Directly sell 2,600,000 is not on the line. Saying that, he glanced at Su Ningshui and the girls and drank. The original price doesn't count anymore. This company sells for $2,600,000. This, Su Ningshui couldn't help but change her face. If there was money, they didn't mind taking out an extra $600,000, but the problem was that there really wasn't any. They also didn't want to face people like Scarface and could only leave. Alas, Boss Nyo sighed tersely, and didn't know if it was right or wrong not to sell it to Su Ningshui. After walking out of the company, Lin Yaqi was upset. It looks like it's going to be a success. Who would have thought that a Chang Bite Jean would come out halfway? Su Ningshui also had a lost face. Just now, she was close to her dream of starting her own business. Xingchen suddenly said, you guys go to the car first and wait for me. I'll go in and talk about it. Maybe it can still work out. Su Ningshui immediately stopped. Don't go. Those are all underground people. It's too dangerous to deal with them. Lin Yaqi looked dissatisfied. Surname Yi, you're showing off again. Do you think you're very honorable? The last time you took the contract of Lee's company, it was for you to bump into your own patient. You think you have this kind of good luck every time? Xingchen said indifferently. I'll go and try. Maybe that Scarface is sick. Lin Yaqi despised. You can talk it down. Xingchen reached out for her to stop. What are you trying to say? Forgetting the lesson from last time? Hmph. That was you getting lucky last time. Lin Yaqi gambled. If you can negotiate it down, I'll call you dad. Xingchen turned around and walked towards the company. Hey, you're really going? Lin Yaqi hurriedly shouted. She also didn't want Xingchen to encounter danger. Inside the company, Scarface's face was ugly. He didn't expect the buyer who raised the price to leave without saying a word. He scolded Boss Nyo. Hurry up and find me a buyer. Do you hear me? I'll come back tomorrow. If I can't pay back the money again, I won't be so gentle. Boss Nyo was really on the verge of crying. Brother Scar, selling the company, how can it be so fast? I think you are looking for a fight. Scarface raised his hand. Xingchen came closer and opened his mouth. Scar brother, right. You don't let Nyo boss sell the company for 2 million. After a few days, maybe 2 million can't even be sold. You might as well take the 2 million first and pocket it. What are you? You are also worthy of teaching my old man to do things. Scarface turned his face and bellowed, 2,600,000. If you want to buy it, bring the money. If you can't afford it, get lost. Xingchen's face sunk slightly. I'll give you face and talk to you properly. I hope you cherish the opportunity. At these words, Scarface's face steeply sank. Kid, you really take yourself as a character. You have a fart face. Give him a lesson. After receiving the order, 2 beaters came forward. However, only 2 bangs were heard, and the 2 thugs were knocked to the ground by Xingchen. Kid, a bit of skill. No wonder you dare to be arrogant. Scarface shook his fist, rushed up with an arrow step and slammed his fist towards Xingchen. Yi Xingchen easily caught the fist and made it unable to move. Then he kicked Scarface in the small of the back, making Scarface kneel on the ground. Yi Xingchen looked down at Scarface and said in a faint voice, "Now I'm asking you to stay out of the company's buying and selling. Can I? Can Nima?" Scarface spat out bitter water and said in a sardonic voice, "Kid, you're ruthless, but I'm not a vegetarian either. Who doesn't know that I'm Master Tiger's henchman? You're dead." Chapter 21, Taking Down the Company. "You're one of Tiger's men?" Yi Xingchen was pleasantly surprised at his words. How could he not have thought of this? Scarface droned. "Now that you've heard of Master Tiger's mighty name, are you afraid? Kneel down for me if you're afraid." Yi Xingchen frowned. "Do you have eye problems? Where do you see that I have a scared expression? It's good that you're one of Tiger's men. Take your men away. I won't make things difficult for you." Scarface shouted angrily. "What are you pretending, are you? Talking as if you know Master Tiger. Pig's nose in the onion. What are you pretending?" Yi Xingchen frowned. "Looks like you don't believe it. Are you the one to call the tiger? Or am I the one to call?" "I'll call." Scarface covered his stomach and stood up. "I've seen a lot of pretenders like you. There's no way you can fool me." Saying this, he dialed the phone. He was planted in Yi Xingchen's hands. Naturally, he could not just let it go. He was about to move for help. Now Yi Xingchen actually lied about knowing Master Tiger. He just took the opportunity to report. After the call was connected, Scarface said into the phone, "Master Tiger, this is Scar. I've encountered a tough opponent, very capable of fighting. Me and 2 of my men are no match, requesting support from Master Tiger. But don't worry, Master Tiger, I didn't disgrace you, although I am not an opponent, but I also gritted my teeth and did 2 punches to him. I can fall down, but I must not fall down Master Tiger's prestige." This kid even bragged about knowing Master Tiger. "I'll poke him live." Saying this, he drank at Yi Xingchen. Master Tiger asks, "What's your name?" Yi Xingchen. "Master Tiger, his name is Yi Xingchen. You don't recognize him, right?" In the next moment, Scarface's eardrums were steeply shocked, and he directly held the phone half a meter away. Xia Tianhu roared in the phone, "Scar, you damn dare offend Mr. Yi, I'll kill you." Xia Tianhu exploded when he heard this. Yi Xingchen, who was holding the Dragon King's trigger finger. Scarface actually dared to offend. Isn't this a death wish? It doesn't matter if you die. Don't let Mr. Yi misunderstand yourself. Scarface's heart thumped when he heard it. Master Tiger obviously knew Yi Xingchen, and also addressed Mr. Yi. What does this mean? The person that even Master Tiger had to hold up. Scarface felt his legs go weak. Xia Tianhu continued to roar. "You even ing punched Mr. Yi twice. Which hand did it? Chop it off yourself." Don't. Scarface couldn't wait to give himself 2 big mouths and hurriedly said, Master Tiger, actually I was blowing awesome just now. Let me reorganize my language. Mr. Yi is wise and powerful, beating me like a grandson. How could I have a chance to fight back? Moreover, I'm a soft bone, and I didn't pinch Mr. Yi's hand." Xia Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You give the phone to Mr. Yi." Scarface smiled sarcastically and looked at Yi Xingchen, holding the phone over with both hands respectfully. Shyly, "Mr. Yi, Master Tiger is talking to you." Yi Xingchen took the phone, only to hear Xia Tianhu say, "Mr. Yi, it's all because of my poor discipline. The ungrateful henchman actually offended you. I'll go over immediately." Yi Xingchen did not blame. Said, "Don't come, just let Scar follow my command." "Good, Mr. Yi, give the phone to that bastard." After Scarface re-accepted the phone, Xia Tianhu said, "Scar, listen. You listen to whatever Mr. Yi says. If you make Mr. Yi angry, I'll skin you." Scarface was as good as a lamb, full of assurance. "I'll do whatever Mr. Yi tells me to do." Yi Xingchen looked at Scarface, who had changed his face, and didn't continue to make things difficult for him, and instructed, "Later on, when those 2 girls come in, just say that I cured your disease, and in order to show my gratitude, the company is sold for $500,000. Yes. Scarface repeatedly agreed. Boss Neo was anxious when he heard this, and endured the fear and said, "Don't. After selling the company I have to pay back the debt. I can't live with only $500,000. Scarface drank. "What are you screaming? In your place also, according to the previously negotiated $2 million against the debt, you still owe me $600,000. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and said, $2,600,000 inside a lot of interest. The principal is certainly not $2 million. The cowboss is not easy, and he cleared it. Scar, I also do not let you suffer. Later I will give you another $1.5 million. Scarface quickly said, "Everything is under Mr. Yi's arrangement, but you don't have to give me the money. I wouldn't dare to ask for it if you give it to me. Just consider it as a punishment for rushing you before. I only ask that you don't hold a grudge against me." Thank you, Mr. Yi." Boss Nyo directly knelt down for Yi Xingchen, but was held up. Boss Nyo was moved to tears. He had finally paid off his debt. The feeling of not having a debt weighing on one's body was something that outsiders simply could not understand. Yi Xingchen walked out of the company and was immediately greeted by 4 concerned gazes. Lin Yaqi rolled her eyes. Eat your heart out. You're lucky you weren't intended. Su Ningxue waved. Get in the car. Yi Xingchen smiled. I've made a deal with them. Scar and Boss Nyo invited you in. What? Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi froze. Really? It can't be. Where did Scarface and Boss Ox dare to wait in the company and took the initiative to run out? Scarface exaggerated. Mr. Ye's medical skills are so good. He cured my terminal illness. In order to show my gratitude, the company is sold to Miss Su, but not for $2 million. It's $500,000. If Miss Su wants to think that this price is high, 50,000, or just give it a 10 or 8. Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi were both dumbfounded. Yi Xingchen really negotiated it down, and lowered the price to $500,000? Lin Yaqi muttered and pouted. Surname Yi stepped on again, but I made a bet with him. After Su Ningxue's surprise, she worried. What about Boss Nyo here? If Scarface was using Boss Nyo's interests to be a good person, she couldn't get over it in her heart. This would drive Boss Ox to death. Boss Nyo was grateful. He had met 2 good people, Su Ningxue and Yi Xingchen. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have taken his situation into consideration. Boss Nyo bowed and said, Don't worry Miss Su. Scar has already written off his debt with me. Su Ningxue then smiled comfortably. All was happy. She looked at Yi Xingchen with delight. Thank you, for once again doing me a big favor. Yi Xingchen had helped her save $1.5 million after making the move, which was just right for the company's production and operation. Boss Nyo politely said, Mr. Su, go to the company and sign the contract. Lin Yaqi looked at Yi Xingchen. Her heart straightened, letting her call her father. She really couldn't open her mouth. Ning Shui, let me help you. Lin Yaqi hurriedly chased after Su Ningxu. After completing the acquisition, Su Ningxue did not leave, but quickly took over the company, called over the employees to pay wages and stabilize the people. The reason why Boss Nyo's operation collapsed was entirely because the products didn't work and weren't competitive. However, the company's specifications and production equipment are up to standard. Su Ningxue can start work at any time as long as the products are identified. Inside the office, Su Ningxue took out the long-cherished formula. Chapter 22 Medicinal Makeup Formula. Lin Yaqi tilted her head to the side. This medicinal makeup formula is something that Ningxue figured out on her own during her college years, and it took a lot of effort. I'm not going to look at it. Surname Yi, you can't look at it either. You really don't take yourself as an outsider. But what made her angry was that Yi Xingchen had already reached out and picked up the formula. Yi Xingchen looked at the formula. With his attainments in Chinese medicine, he could see the doorway at a glance. He couldn't help but be very surprised. He didn't expect Su Ningxue to know a lot. In the past, he only knew that she was very talented in economic management. But to be able to come up with such a formula, she had to have drilled into material chemistry and medicine to be able to do so. It was really a woman who combined the attributes of beauty, figure, and academics into one. Simply perfect. Through Yi Xingchen's simple analysis, this medicinal formula was very bright and still extremely good. However, he was at a high level. His understanding of Chinese medicine was not comparable to Su Ningxue. If he could change one of the medicines and fine-tune the portion of the other two, the effect would be even more on a higher level. Yi Xingchen saw through it, but didn't say anything. This was Su Ningxue's brainchild. Questioning it would dampen Su Ningxue's motivation, and would also attract Lin Yaqi's disdain. The point was, with this current effect, it was enough to stand out amongst similar products. The formula is great. Yi Xingchen smiled and returned the paper. Has the product figured out what to call it? Su Ningxue shook her head. The main effect of the product is to conceal and remove spots. It has already passed the official tests in human trials, and it can be produced and sold after registration. But what to call it? I've never thought about it. Let's all think about it together. Yi Xingchen was clueless. This was not something he was good at. He didn't even know what the kind of cosmetic that could whiten his face was. Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi thought of a few names. None of them were new. In fact, the two had mulled over many times together, and if they had a good idea they would have thought of it long ago. Lin Yaqi didn't have the good sense to say, "Surname Yi, was it for you to come and spectate? You women really have a problem, you can't think of a name to take my temper." Yi Xingchen glanced at her. "Any more of this and I'll let you honor the bet now." Lin Yaqi was defeated, and Yi Xingchen did not continue to fight with her, saying, "Take out your cosmetics and give me some inspiration." Lin Yaqi gagged and pulled out the cosmetics in her bag. There were actually 7 or 8 of them on the table. Yi Xingchen pointed at one and asked, "What's this one?" "Face cream." "This one?" "BB cream." Yi Xingchen shook his head and shook out an idea that he must have thought wrong. What about this one? Yi Xingchen asked, pointing at a small bottle. Beauty lotion. Yi Xingchen tapped the table. I have an idea. Ningsu's name is readily available. Ah, skin like condensed snow. Su Ningsu and Lin Yaqi's big eyes lit up and felt that it made sense. When thinking of names before, Su Ningxue was not that narcissistic, while Lin Yaqi had gotten into the dead end of the Western kind of 3 and 4 word names, neither thinking in that direction. Yi Xingchen snapped his fingers. Let's call it condensing snow lotion. Su Ningsu almost didn't get down when she heard this, and instantly her face turned red. Lin Yaqi blanked Yi Xingchen and spat. Rascal, how is it rogue? Condensed snow lotion. Lotion. Yi Xingchen immediately rejected the name. Heaven and earth. He really didn't think much about it just now. Once he thought about the ambiguity of the name, he was still reluctant. Wasn't this taking advantage of his wife? Then it's called Ning Xiafeng. This is fine. Lin Yaqi didn't refute this time. Su Ningsu also nodded. Since I can't think of a better one, let's use this name. Now that the company was available and the product had been finalized, the next step was to go through the production procedures and contact the sales channels. Su Ningxue contacted another female friend to help. Lin Yaqi took a taxi and left the car for Su Ningxue to take her place. Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue drove and arrived at the agreed-upon bar. After getting out of the car, Su Ningxue waved at a woman in front of the bar. Danny, sorry, I'm late. Yi Xingchen looked over and saw that this woman was 23 or 24 years old, wearing American-style makeup, long wavy hair, short top, short skirt, short boots, very hot. She was Su Ningsu's friend, Li Danny. Ningsu, long time no see, I just arrived too. Li Danny hugged Su Ningsu, and smoothly pulled out a box of lady cigarettes, handing one to Su Ningsu. Su Ningxue shook her head, and subconsciously her body shrunk back slightly. Obviously she was psychologically resistant. You still don't want to learn Li Danny laughed, skillfully containing up one and lighting it for herself. She exhaled a thin smoke and pointed at Yi Xingchen, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Who is this? It's my fault for forgetting to introduce. He's my fiancé. His name is Yi Xingchen. Su Ningxue introduced Yi Xingchen, still felt a little awkward. After all, everything was too fast, and the two had no emotional foundation. Your fiancé? When did you have a fiancé? Li Danny was as surprised as Lin Yaqi, but then frowned. The Ma Xiao that I introduced to you today, he is very connected in the officialdom. He is interested in you so that I can make an appointment. How else can you talk about it when you have your fiancé with you like this? Su Ningxue didn't expect there to be this layer of reason, and opened her mouth. If he's helping because of this, and wants to get something from me, forget it. Li Danny suddenly held Su Ningxue's arm and said with a smile, it's fine, you can also just talk about business. Yi Xingchen followed behind the two, entered the bar and came to a private room. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open and 3 youths came in. Li Danny immediately got up. Young Ma, you guys are here. Ningxue, this is Xiao Ma. Ma Xiao, this is my best friend. Ma Xiao laughed and took the initiative to extend his hand. This doesn't need an introduction. So beautiful. Besides Yun Cheng goddess Su Ningxue, who else could it be? Su Ningxue stretched out her hand and shook his in a slapdash manner. But that momentary touch made Ma Xiao have a jolt. When Su Ningxue's hand was withdrawn, he had a feeling of disappointment. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, even if he didn't do anything else, just holding the small hand and playing with it for a while, that would be cool. Ma Xiao looked at Yi Xingchen. Who is this one? Li Danny grabbed the words. His surname is Yi. He is Ningsu's assistant. Su Ningsu wanted to correct herself, but was pulled by Li Danny to go sit down on the sofa. Ma Xiao wanted to go over and sit next to Su Ningsu, but Su Ningsu stood up and sat on the other side of Li Danny. Li Danny poured wine into the 3 cups in front of her and handed Su Ningxue a cup. Seeing that Su Ningxue seemed to have the intention of refusing, she opened her mouth and said, Ningxue, on this occasion, it's not right to say that you don't drink wine either. Okay. Su Ningxue took the wine cup over. The 2 youths brought by Ma Xiao, on the other hand, sat beside Yi Xingchen and kept pulling Yi Xingchen to drink. But as a result, the 2 youths drank their heads off, and Yi Xingchen was still like nothing, paralyzed. How can this broken assistant drink so much? The 2 men cursed in their hearts. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, you guys actually want to get me drunk so badly? I'll do what you want and see what you really want. Chapter 23, Another BFF. Yi Xingchen pretended to be drunk and laid down on the backrest of the sofa. Finally got this pussy drunk. The 2 youths let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Xingchen didn't get drunk again, they were all going to get drunk. 2 people drinking one, actually almost didn't dry out. The 2 men turned to Ma Xiao and quietly gestured an OK sign. On the other side, after Ma Xiao saw this, he was even more active in persuading Su Ningxue to drink. Even though Su Ningxue didn't want to drink, She couldn't withstand Ma Xiao and Li Danny's two people desperately persuading her. Coupled with her inability to drink, she soon became dizzy and didn't know what was going on. When Ma Xiao saw that he had accomplished a great feat, his heart was on fire. He had been coveting this body for too long. Li Danny pulled Ma Xiao's arm and reiterated. Ma Xiao said in advance, you only take advantage of a little bit even if, don't really move the gun. Ma Xiao rubbed his hands. Enough is enough, but he thought in his heart, I can't guarantee this. Whether I can break the car at that time will be said. Li Danny still pulled Ma Xiao. After you take advantage, Su Ningxue's production formalities you have to do down. There is also something I begged you. I know, I will definitely do it for you. Ma Xiao couldn't wait to shake Li Danny's hand away and probed his magic palm towards Su Ningxue. That body, it simply made him spurt nosebleed. Snap! When Ma Xiao's hand was still half a meter away from Su Ningxue, it was suddenly grabbed by a powerful palm by the wrist. Ma Xiao and Li Danny were stunned and turned their heads to see that it was actually Xingchen. At this time, Xingchen did not look half drunk, and was replaced by a cold face. Li Danny's heart was anxious and annoyed, and she had the embarrassment of having her plot crashed. If she wasn't discovered, she could say afterward that she was also intoxicated. By that time, Su Ningxue's formalities had also been completed and she hadn't yet been violated in an actual sexual way, so it would more than likely be a non-issue. This plan that was beneficial to others was destroyed by Xingchen. Xingchen coldly looked at Li Danny. You really don't deserve to be Ningxue's friend. She thought you were genuinely helping, but in reality you used her to expand business for yourself. Li Danny's face was ugly. Ma Xiao was all fired up at the moment, drinking low and threateningly. You're a little assistant. Don't be so nosy. Get the hell out of here. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Li Danny was startled. She didn't expect the seemingly unproductive person to have such an explosive fire. She hurriedly went to help Ma Xiao, and said, he's not an assistant, he's Su Ningxue's fiancé. Ma Xiao climbed up and shouted angrily, I don't care who he is, if he dares to hit me today, I'll make him pay. Give me on. The two youths waved their fists and rushed towards Xingchen. Bang bang. Xingchen kicked the two men away twice. One of them even flew up in the air and smashed the door of the private room. Li Danny and Ma Xiao were startled, not expecting the power of Xingchen's kick to be that great. The commotion here naturally startled the others in the bar. Two big men watching the venue walked in and frowned. To actually fight here, all damages must be doubled. Ma Xiao immediately shouted, I'm a regular customer here. I'm a friend of your boss. Beat this guy up for me. I'll pay you guys afterward. The two big men looked in the direction that Ma Xiao pointed, and immediately had a jolt as they quickly stepped over towards Xingchen. Ma Xiao lowly drank. Damn, this is the down from beating me. But before he finished his words, he froze, only to see two big men suddenly bowing to Xingchen, mouthing, Mr. Yi, you who? Xingchen was stunned. The big men hurriedly said, you're a nobleman. You just beat me in the morning. This is Brother Scar's venue. I'll go inform Brother Scar. Not a moment later, Scarface ran in. He was shocked at first when he heard that Xingchen had come and thought that Xingchen would not let him go, but after listening to his little brother's explanation, he realized that it was because of other things. So after Scarface came in, he immediately showed his loyalty and droned, whoever crosses Mr. Yi, that's my father's murderer. He pointed at Ma Xiao and Li Danny and asked, Mr. Yi, what about these two? In reality, he was just a small leader, while Ma Xiao and Li Danny were also people with status, and he didn't dare to lecture them too harshly. Xingchen coldly glanced at Ma Xiao and Li Danny, and said a moment later, my wife needs to apply for the production qualification as soon as possible. Scarface immediately picked up. Don't worry Mr. Yi, I'll definitely get the qualification done tomorrow and send it to you. Xingchen patted Scarface's shoulder. Trouble you. Scarface was flattered. Mr. Yi, don't say that. It's Scar's honor to work for you. Xingchen picked Su Ningxue up and walked towards the outside of the private room. After leaving the bar, the wind blew. Su Ningxue regained some sobriety, feeling that she was being held. Su Ningxue hastily struggled violently. It's me. Xingchen opened his mouth. Su Ningxue breathed a sigh of relief and blushed. You put me down. I don't know when I got drunk. What happened back there? Su Ningxue asked. Xingchen summarized it in one sentence. After Su Ningxue's aftermath, her pretty face was gloomy. She thought that Li Danny was a sincere friend, but she could not imagine that she would do this to her. Xingchen raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Su Ningxue asked, what are you thinking? I suddenly think that Lin Yaqi can be too cute. The next day, Scarface did send the production qualifications to Ningxu, and the company immediately went into production. Su Ningxue was energized. This was her own business, the business she had always wanted to do. Su Changfeng had been observing Su Ningxue's movements. He thought Su Ningxue would find a class to attend, but he didn't expect that he actually acquired the company on the second day and put it into production on the third day. My good sister. Fast enough. This efficiency. Simply terrifying. Su Ningxue starting her own business alone made Su Changfeng feel a sense of crisis. Su Ningxue's talent had already left a psychological shadow on him. What kind of products does Su Ningxue's company produce? What's the potential of the product? Without figuring this out, I can't eat or sleep well. Su Changfeng grabbed the car keys and walked out. At noon, a male employee of Ningxu company came out to buy cigarettes. As he took the cigarettes and turned around, an assistant in a suit walked up to him and spoke. Our boss wants to see you. Your boss? Who is it? Why do I need to see him? The male employee said while tearing the cigarette package. The assistant in the suit lightly dropped a sentence of "come with me if you want to make money" and walked away on his own. The male employee stopped his movement of pulling out the cigarettes. His monthly salary is only 4,000. Eat and smoke to spend half. The remaining half to go to 2 trips to the KTV to the princess. Simply not enough to spend. He followed with doubts. Suit assistant came to a Mercedes-Benz next to the front of the car, sitting in front of himself, signaling the male employee to get on the car. The male employee opened the rear door and saw Su Changfeng. He couldn't help but stare. Manager Su? Chapter 24 Formula Stolen. Su Changfeng smiled kindly. Sun Chang, come up. Looking for you to catch up. Sun Chang got on the car and for a moment did not understand what Su Changfeng was looking for him for. His and Su Changfeng's status was worlds apart. If he said he had a friendship, it was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Changfeng also did not talk nonsense. Opened the door and asked, Su Ningxue's company, what products are being produced? Sun Chang was immediately on guard, saying something about money-making opportunities. So it's a company that wants me to sell out my job. Hmph, do you think I would say that? Sun Chang righteously said, that's my company. Su always is my boss and pays my salary. Would I sell her out? You guys are looking at the wrong person. Su Changfeng also does not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Directly reach out, pull apart a piece of car wash towel on the handbox, revealing the red-colored banknotes underneath. 3 stacks of money, a stack of 50,000. This, after Sun Chang froze, his face suddenly smiled into a chrysanthemum. Seeing people is really accurate. Our company produces cosmetics, face creams and the like, Sun Chang said as he reached out his hand towards the money. Su Changfeng reached out, pressed the back 2 stacks and said, take 50,000 first. When you bring the finished product and get the formula, then take the remaining 100,000. Sun Chang held the 50,000 in his arms, felt the thickness, and became even more imperative for the remaining 100,000. Don't worry manager Sun, I will do it as soon as possible. After hiding the money, he got out of the car. While Sun Chang was nodding his head at the car glass, the Mercedes was already traveling. Su Changfeng disdainfully cursed, garbage. Sun Chang was originally an employee of Su's company. He was fired because of his unclean hands and feet. He didn't expect that he happened to go to the company acquired by Su Ningxue. If Sun Chang's workability was said to be a mess, but petty theft was definitely a specialty. Sun Chang wanted to get the finished product of the cream. That is naturally easy, but the formula, the difficulty is big. Su Ningxue has too much work to do, contacting raw materials, managing production, determining the makeup box, as well as the outer packaging. Busy feet, there is no time to sit in the office. Sun Chang quietly touched into the office. A burst of rummage really let him find the formula. Sun Chang did not expect to be so smooth. Boss Su, you're still simple. You don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. Sun Chang hemmed and hawed and took out his cell phone to take a picture of the formula. Half an hour later, Sun Chang placed the finished product and the formula in front of Sun Changfeng. Su Changfeng unscrewed the vial, first smelt it, and immediately frowned. It wasn't because it didn't smell good, but the flavor was too good, emitting a light fragrance, a flavor that was easily accepted by most people. He plucked out a bit and smeared it on the back of his hand. After applying it evenly, this skin clearly became delicate and whitened. It actually has multiple effects. It can completely replace repair, concealer, whitening and many other cosmetics. Su Changfeng was shocked. Once this kind of product hit the market, one could anticipate the degree of fire. It would definitely become an explosive product. My good sister, I can't imagine. You're actually hiding a hand. Su Changfeng became even more aware of Su Ningxue's frightening nature, and muttered to himself, if you are allowed to develop, Su's company will even be compared. But brother has to thank you. This product of yours will become my performance. Ha ha ha. A smile surged on Su Changfeng's face. The time for him to show off his skills had arrived. He was going to make achievements and show his grandfather. At the Ningxue company, Su Ningxue dragged her tired body and walked back to the office. She just sat down, but suddenly her eyes slightly condensed. The things on the desktop seems to have been moved. The books on her desktop were never neatly placed. and the pens were also placed perpendicular to the desk, so that they looked comfortable. Though these things were intentionally restored, but there is still a difference with the original placement. Su Ningxue could not help but feel a tightness in her heart. The magnitude of the items in disarray is not terrible. This kind of cover-up behavior only indicates that there is a problem. She hurriedly pulled open the drawer, opened one of the books, and looked at the formula sandwiched between them. The paper was still there, but there were also signs of movement. Bad. Su Ningxue instantly paled. The core of her business venture was actually this piece of paper, and at this moment it was leaked. She was remorseful. Why was she so careless? Why did she leave the formula inside her office? Although she had first-rate business talents, she was still too inexperienced in the world to understand the evils of the human heart. Su Ningxue panicked. The theft of the formula meant that all her efforts in the early stages would go down the drain. She subconsciously called and notified Xingchen. Xingchen rushed here, went to check the surveillance. In the corridor view, obviously saw an employee's sneaky touch into the office. At this point, it was basically certain that the formula had been stolen. Ningxue, don't be in a hurry. I'll go catch this person and ask him clearly, Xingchen said, and immediately went to the production workshop. Sun Xiang was working normally like nobody's business. His mental quality was extremely good. He thought he was doing it unknowingly and wouldn't be discovered, although the corridor had surveillance. But in the case of not finding any abnormalities, no one would be bored to watch the replay. There were only a dozen or so employees in the entire company, and Xingchen locked onto Sun Chang with a single glance. Follow me. Xingchen pulled Sun Chang to the side without saying a word and asked in a cold voice, who did you give the formula to? Sun Chang was shocked in his heart, but his face was confused. What are you talking about? Xingchen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, reached out and pinched Sun Chang's neck, lifted him up with one hand and pressed him against the wall. His voice was ice cold. Do you think it's useful to play rogue with me? Sun Chang was stared at by Xingchen's gaze. His entire body felt like falling into an ice cave. He did not expect Xingchen to be so terrifying when he was angry. This fear from the bottom of his heart made him show signs of wetting his pants and no longer dare to play rogue. I gave it to Su Changfeng. Xingchen casually threw Sun Chang on the ground. This person, Sun Chang, would be punished. He would go to jail, but the priority was not to deal with him. Xingchen went back to see Su Ningxue and said, the formula was given to Su Changfeng. Su Ningxue became anxious upon hearing this. The person rushed outside. I'll go find him to get it back. Xingchen reached out and pulled Su Ningxue's arm. Sighed. It won't come back. Then what? Su Changsha will produce my cosmetics. I'm just starting out. There's no way I can compete with Su's company. Su Ningxue felt like the sky had dimmed. Her heart and soul, the fundamentals of her entrepreneurship were gone, and the core competitiveness with other companies did not exist anymore. Xingchen looked at the helpless Su Ningxue, secretly sighed that the viciousness of the human heart is something that cannot be learned from books. Su Ningxue has this lesson. In the future in business will walk more stable. Su Ningxue's whole person was disheveled. The formula was stolen. This company she took will become an empty shell. Not only did not act, but will also become a liability. It's okay, I can help you solve this predicament. Xingchen opened his mouth. Chapter 25 Improved Formula. Su Ningxue smiled miserably. It's useless. There's no product left. You try this. Xingchen brought a small bottle to Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue could not raise her interest at all. Xingchen unscrewed the mouth of the bottle, and the faint fragrance of the air came out. Before Su Ningxue was startled and asked, what is this? She could feel that what was in it was close to the condensing snow cream, but not the same. After she tested the effect, she was even more shocked. This effect actually crushed the condensing snow cream? She was truly surprised. A medicinal formula was not that easy to develop. Her formula had taken 3 years of college effort, with a lot of lucky ingredients in between, before it succeeded. And Xingchen, all of a sudden, came up with a medicinal makeup with such a good effect? What is this? Su Ningxue asked again. This is condensing snow cream. Su Ningxue raised her eyes to Xingchen. This is not condensing snow cream. Its effects are fundamentally different from the condensing snow cream. Xingchen explained. To be precise, this is a strengthened version of the condensing snow cream, based on your original formula. I fine-tuned it, and luckily, I succeeded in making the effect more prominent. Su Ningxue looked at Xingchen with very shocked eyes. Although Xingchen spoke modestly, Su Ningxue knew the difficulty. She had tried fine-tuning the formula, but after several trials she thought that the formula was perfect. Unexpectedly, after Xingchen adjusted it, the effect was qualitatively improved in one go. Xingchen said in a cold voice, Su Changfeng stole the formula, thinking that he could rob you of the fruits of your labor. He went to great lengths to produce it. The result would only be a waste of financial and human resources, and he would end up lifting a rock and stoning his own foot. Xingchen was grateful in his heart. thanks to the fact that when he saw the formula yesterday, he didn't propose a modification. If the modified version had been stolen, it would have only been possible to change a different product, and it would have allowed Su Changfeng to pick up a big bargain for nothing. His own modified formula was worth a fortune. It was too cheap for that bastard. Xingchen moved towards Su Ningxue's ear and said with a faint smile, "I'll tell you the new formula now, but you have to hide it well." Su Ningxue subconsciously refused. "Don't. This is too expensive. I can't accept it." The effect of the improved cream was too good, enough to take the country by storm, and she was very clear about the value of it. Xingchen smiled. "I just improved on your original formula, which was originally yours. Besides, you're my wife, and you're still seeing things with me. Unless you're just saying that you're marrying me just to talk. You listen well." The proportion of Angelica de Hiraka was changed too. Xingchen could not help but tell Su Ningxue the adjusted formula. "Thanks." Su Ningxue looked at Xingchen, her nice big eyes full of gratitude. A few days ago, she sighed from time to time about what had happened to her, suddenly committing herself to a man. But these past few days, Xingchen had been giving her tremendous help, almost becoming her support. Su Ningxue went on to busy herself with her work, changing the formula, and had strengthened the management of the company. In the past, she was only involved in the decision-making above the middle level of Su's company, and hadn't been in contact with the frontline workshop, so her experience was inevitably lacking. After what happened with Sun Chang, it made her learn from her mistakes. But now there was another problem facing her. The sales channels hadn't been opened up yet. Through Boss Neo contacted the manager of the mall, Su Ningxue, and Xingchen invited the manager to dinner. At the restaurant, Xingchen met the manager. The manager's surname was Wang. His age was around 40 years old, wearing a decent suit, and was a gentleman. "Hello, Manager Wang." Su Ningxue took the initiative to extend her hand. Manager Wang was stunned by Su Ningxue's appearance for a moment, but then returned to normal, gently shook Su Ningxue's hand and smiled. "Mr. Su is polite. I've heard a lot about you." Then Xingchen shook hands with Manager Wang and invited Manager Wang to take a seat. The process of talking about work went very smoothly. Manager Wang did not mean to make things difficult and promised to give Su Ningxue a very good seat. "Thank you, Manager Wang." Su Ningxue expressed her gratitude. Manager Wang nodded and took out a floor plan from his bag, pointing to a place, saying, "How about you look at this location?" After Su Ningxue looked at it, she said, "Manager Wang, you're pointing at the wrong place, right?" Manager Wang confirmed, "That's right, this is the place." Su Ningxue recognized it again and said, "Manager Wang, it should be the wrong one. This is the toilet." "Ha ha ha, that's right, the location I gave you is the restroom." Manager Wang suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the table. "It's still the men's restroom. Your cosmetics will definitely sell well if you put them in there." Ha ha ha. Xingchen and Su Ningxue's face instantly sank. This Manager Wan was clearly playing a trick on people. At first, they thought this person was good, but they didn't expect it to be all an act. Manager Wang would have been fine if he had made things difficult from the start, but to deliberately trick people like this was especially hateful. "Who instructed you?" Xingchen asked in a cold voice. Bang! The door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Jiejun shouted in a low voice. "Me." Manager Wang hurriedly stood up and nodded. "Young master." Zhou Meicheng held Lu Jiejun's arm and proudly said, "Xingchen, Su Ningxue, you guys actually don't know that this mall is the Lu family's property? Aren't you guys bullish? Why are you begging to come to the door?" She had a very superior feeling that Su Ningxue had finally begged to her. Zhou Meicheng had obviously dressed up carefully. Her makeup was exquisite and her clothes showed her figure. She was very confident when she looked in the mirror, but when she met Su Ningxue in real life, she was instantly compared to her. Even if Su Ningxue was just wearing ordinary clothes, Zhou Meicheng was not as good as 1/10. Lu Jiejun said compassionately, "Miss Su, you are really pitiful. You were kicked out by the family, a delicate beauty. Now you have to beg around. Do you understand? Xingchen, he's just a spoilsport. I'll give you a chance. You dump him now. I'll give you the best store." Su Ningxue's eyes carried anger as she coldly said, "What happened to me has nothing to do with Xingchen. Instead, he helped me a lot when I was down and out. I was able to honor my promise to marry him when I was Su's president, and I will even less separate from him now." Lu Jiejun immediately had an ugly face. "Damn, what makes Xingchen so dead to Goddess Su?" He drank lowly. "Fine, since you're obsessed, I'll make your products have no place to sell." Xingchen responded coldly, "Do you think that the Lu family can just cover the sky in Yun City? If we had known that the mall was a Lu family property, we wouldn't even come if we begged." Lu Jiejun looked at Xingchen. "I have to admit, you're really lucky, picking up a goddess like Su Ningxue for nothing. Su Changfeng and I hired someone to deal with you, but we ended up meeting that unreliable one. Ah Bao, who rolled up the money and ran away overnight." Otherwise, you would have been kicked out of the villa by now and had your legs broken. Manager Wang bellowed at this moment. Yi Xingchen, you have offended our Xiaolu. You don't even have a place to live in Yunchang. If I were you, I would kneel down and kowtow to Xiaolu right now and apologize. Chapter 26 Being a Shield. Manager Wang tried his best to behave in front of his boss. At this moment, he was like a fiery dog barking at passers-by, and he had to say that he had acted really well before. This contrast was even more infuriating. This Manager Wang, his nature is really, you really are a good dog. Yi Xingchen coldly stared at Manager Wang and suddenly said, kneel down, kowtow and apologize. Right? Fine. You kneel down now and kowtow and apologize to Ning Shui. Snap. Yi Xingchen slapped Manager Wang's face. Then he immediately pulled his shoulders forward and kicked him in the crook of his leg. Manager Wang plopped down on his knees. Manager Wang wanted to resist, but he felt as weak as a small chicken in Yi Xingchen's hands, and immediately tensed up, calling for help. Xiaolu, save me. Let him save you? Yi Xingchen's voice was disdainful. I don't even put Lu Jiajun in my eyes. What are you, jumping around in front of me? Saying that, his gaze looked towards Lu Jiajun. Lu Jiajun and Zhou Meicheng were so scared that they shrank back. Yi Xingchen, I'm warning you, don't even think about making a move on me. I'll call the police if you dare to hit me. Then, the two were even more directly scared and ran out of the room. Manager Wang was dumbfounded. He was being Xiaolu's loyal dog, but Xiaolu threw him down and ran away? This kind of person is just a little cutie, not worth making a big deal out of. Yi Xingchen disdainfully glanced at the kneeling Manager Wang and said to Su Ningshui, let's go. Walking out of the hotel, Yi Xingchen looked at Su Ningshui and comforted. Don't worry, there will be a way. Aha. Su Ningshui nodded. Wanting to start a business, one was really facing hardships and obstacles. At this time, Lu Jiajun and Zhou Meicheng drove away, rolling down the window and shouting, Yi Xingchen, when Su Ningshui is completely down and out, you'll turn into a dog on the street, and I'll step on you as much as I want. You wait. Yi Xingchen kicked out a stone on the ground, which shot out electrically, shattering the car's rearview mirror with a pop sound. His eyes went cold, thinking Lu Jiajun, you won't be able to fool around for a few days. I'll leave you with nothing. Yi Xingchen and Su Ningshui returned to the company. Lin Yaqi was already waiting. Lin Yaqi hurriedly greeted her and asked, Ningshui, I heard from the employees that you went to expand sales channels. How did it go? Su Ningshui sighed. I didn't understand clearly at first. The mall is owned by the Lu family. Lu Jiajun set up obstacles from it, and didn't negotiate it down. Lu Jiajun? After Lin Yaqi heard this, she angrily looked at Yi Xingchen and gritted her teeth. It's because of you again. Su Ningshui and Lu Jiajun had no grudges, and it was natural that Lu Jiajun made trouble from it because of Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen glanced at Lin Yaqi. After meeting Li Danny, he felt that Lin Yaqi was much cuter, so he didn't have a general opinion with him. Lin Yaqi thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Ning Shui, don't worry. I'll beg my family and use my family's connections to see if I can connect to the sales channel. Today there happens to be a banquet. Mom and Dad and a few of the company's executives are there. It's a good opportunity. But, Lin Yaqi's face showed a difficult color. Her family wanted to introduce her to someone. They would definitely not let go of this opportunity. That's why she hid out. She originally didn't want to participate. For the sake of Ning Shui, I'll put up a fight and tough it out for this meal. She made up her mind after a few moments, biting her fingers and muttering, however, if I can find a shield, let's say that I already have a name and a wife, then I won't have to face the family's counting. It's just that this shield isn't easy to find. The image is passable, and he can't have any improper thoughts about me. While contemplating, Lin Yaqi saw Yi Xingchen and suddenly her eyes lit up. Isn't this a ready-made shield? Yi Xingchen knows that lazy toads can't eat swan meat and won't have other thoughts. It's safe. Yi Xingchen very much agreed. This safe argument of yours is good. There is a great beauty like Ning Shui inside my house. Naturally I can't look at the likes of you. You, Lin Yaqi gritted her teeth. But in the end, Lin Yaqi still borrowed Yi Xingchen away. Of course, Yi Xingchen was there to help Su Ningshui find sales channels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have posed as Lin Yaqi's boyfriend. Lin Yaqi left the Primera for Su Ningshui to take her place, and now drove a Porsche 718 as she and Yi Xingchen headed to the hotel to attend the banquet. On the road, Lin Yaqi reminded, don't show your face later. Your family is in a neighboring province. It's in the aquatic business, with assets of 50 million. You don't want to think too much. I'm not looking down on you, so that I can plug the mouth of my family. Yi Xingchen didn't feel inferior at all. While looking at the scenery outside the window, casually said, you just blow. I'll follow and nod my head. Lin Yaqi glanced at Yi Xingchen. If she discarded her personal preconceptions, Yi Xingchen was not bad looking, which was also the reason why she could be a shield. Soon, the hotel arrived, a 5-star hotel in Cloud City. Yi Xingchen entered a 5-star hotel for the first time. The opulent decoration made him panic for a moment. After all, he had only come from an ordinary family before, and had never been to an upscale occasion, and there were not even any BBAs within his relatives. However, now his powerful strength, miraculous medical skills, and the identity of the Dragon King Hall's master, brought him a powerful self-confidence, and with the self-confidence of being in a superior position, he was naturally able to face everything openly. Lin Yaqi was originally worried that Yi Xingchen was showing his cowardice, but seeing that after a moment of panic, Yi Xingchen was then all frank, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that she could not imagine that this bastard's mental quality was quite good. Ahem. After a moment of mental construction, Lin Yaqi stiffly reached over with her hands and grabbed Yi Xingchen's arms. Yi Xingchen's body tightened with it, and whispered, "This is the largest scale I've ever appeared in. Don't you dare try to take more advantage of me." Lin Yaqi's face darkened, and she was so angry that she wanted to take the heel of her shoe and give Yi Xingchen a kick, whispering back, "I'm taking advantage of you? Don't flatter yourself. If it wasn't for the fear of revealing myself, you think this young lady is willing to touch you?" Between the fights, the two came to the hotel's hibiscus hall. The waiter pushed open the door. A huge private room no smaller than half a basketball court was presented in front of them. Inside the private room several people were sitting on the sofa and chatting. There were Lin Yaqi's mom and dad, company executives, and others. There was also a youth. "Yaqi has arrived." Lin Yaqi's mom hurriedly beckoned. "Baby, come over here. This is He Jun. You guys get to know this person beside you. Who is he?" Lin's mother then noticed Yi Xingchen, who was linked to Lin Yaqi, and couldn't help but change her face slightly. Lin Yaqi leaned towards Yi Xingchen's side and pretended to be shy. "This is my boyfriend." At these words, everyone in the room was stunned, especially the youth named He Jun. A trace of embarrassment and a hint of anger surfaced in his complexion. Lin Yaqi had a boyfriend. Why did she still call him here? Playing games with people? Lin mother frowned. "When did you have a boyfriend? How come I've never heard you say it before?" Chapter 27, The Embarrassment of Calling Dad. Everyone in the private room sized up Yi Xingchen with their eyes. Lin Yaqi introduced. "His name is Yi Xingchen. He's not from Yunchang. His family is in a neighboring province. The family is in the aquatic business. The scale is similar to our Lin family." She just wanted to branch out Yi Xingchen's fake identity as far away as possible, so that it would not be easy to reveal, and she could lie to her family for a few days as a few days. It's just that she also didn't expect that this time, she wasn't faced with a simple urging to get married, but directly brought the youth she was searching for, which was a bit embarrassing. However, this made her feel that she had found the right shield. Lin father and mother, with embarrassment and apology, looked at He Jun. "This, uncle and aunt, it's okay." He Jun gave a spontaneous and confident smile. "Yaqi is just in love, not married. It doesn't mean I don't have a chance. It looks like they're just getting started. I'm fearless of competition." He wasn't being facetious, but Lin Yaqi's looks and body stunned him, making his heart thump. Those beautiful legs in gradient stockings and high heels simply stepped on his heart. He vowed to drive away Yi Xingchen and hold the beauty. Lin father got up and gave He Jun's shoulder an appreciative pat. "Good boy. We businessmen, we need to have this confidence. Let's go. Get seated." All people into the seat. Lin father directly arranged He Jun in the side, obviously still optimistic about He Jun. During the meal, He Jun clearly showed hostility towards Yi Xingchen. "Yi Xingchen, right? Which school did you graduate from?" He Jun suddenly asked. "Provincial City University." He Jun frowned slightly. This school was very good. People from families like theirs, very few of them could get into a domestic university on their own. Most of them spent money to go out to study. So he decided that what Yi Xingchen said was false. So he smiled and exchanged pleasantries. "The street outside the west gate of your school is very busy. I go there often and am familiar with it." Lin Yaqi couldn't help but look nervously at Yi Xingchen. He Jun was clearly testing Yi Xingchen's familiarity with this university. If he was tested out for falsely reporting the school, he wouldn't be able to get down. The family's impression of Yi Xingchen immediately deteriorated, and this plan of finding a shield for himself would also go bankrupt. "You have time to get your brain checked," Yi Xingchen sincerely said. "I think there is something wrong with your memory. The provincial university is just one campus, and outside the western fence is a mountain. Opening a gate and building a street for ghosts to stroll." He Jun was very embarrassed. Anger also surfaced in his heart, but this was the pit he dug for Yi Xingchen, and it was not good to have a seizure. He could only snort. "It's my memory that's wrong." However, he was still undeterred and continued. "Yi Xingchen, I'm quite interested in the aquatic business. Can you tell us about your family's business?" Yi Xingchen was unwilling to brag on this false information, and said indifferently, "Yachi knows this very well. Why don't you ask her?" He Jun's heart moved, not willing to say, "Then it is highly likely to be fake." He immediately came to the spirit. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, brother, I'm just a tool person, there's no need for you to target me, right? If you push me to the edge, don't blame me for making you come down. Hee-jun looked at Lin Yaqi and asked, Ms. Lin, what is the name of Yi Xingchen's family's company? I'll search online. Lin Yaqi was flustered in her heart, cursing Hee-jun. This asshole. She casually made up her family history and didn't even think about the company name. Even if she got it right, when she searched online, the information wouldn't match up. Are you done? Target my boyfriend again. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Yaqi could only be fierce to Hee-jun. Hee-jun was immediately in an awkward situation. Lin mother quickly rounded up the situation. Xiao He, come and eat the food. Try the squirrel fish. But after this, the atmosphere at the dinner table fell into a moment of silence. Lin Yaqi felt that it was time to talk about Su Ningxue's company. She organized her words and opened her mouth to shout, Dad, what is it? Daughter? Hey! The voices of Lin's father and Yi Xingchen sounded at the same time. Everyone had a steep jolt, their gazes, openly looking at Yi Xingchen. Blah blah blah. A sound of spoons and chopsticks falling off the table rang out. This young man. Young people nowadays are really good at playing The atmosphere at the dinner table froze. Lin Yaqi and Yi Xingchen were in the spotlight and were both dumbfounded. Yi Xingchen was just deserting and agreed in passing. And in his heart, he was still thinking, Lin Yaqi is crazy, cashing in on the bet at this time. Lin Yaqi was annoyed and anxious, and glared at Yi Xingchen in anger. What should you be now? The others at the dinner table heard. What does it mean? You can't answer it now, but you usually call it often? Yi Xingchen subconsciously agreed. Just verifying this, Lin's mother felt angry and ashamed. Lin's father was even more angry. His face was green, and he felt like he couldn't suppress the flood of power in his body. I will lift the table, you believe it or not. Yi Xingchen and Lin Yaqi waved their hands neatly and hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. What I think. Lin's father thumped the table, shaking the plates in front of him and making them jump. Old me is not a tool for you guys to drive. After much brainstorming, his face turned purple, itching to pick up a wine glass and smash Yi Xingchen's head. But the most embarrassed person on the scene was another person. I shouldn't have come today. Hee-jun stood up and left, his face green with anger. People are calling their dads. They have images in their heads. Still arguing here, grabbing a green hat to wear? Little he. No matter how Lin mother called out, Hee-jun did not look back and walked straight out of the private room. He couldn't stay in this place for a moment. This meal cannot be eaten no matter what. A banquet, destined to end unhappily. Looking at Lin's father and mother's posture, the two people who started it all still had to go through a trial. I'll go send Yi Xingchen off, Lin Yaqi said, pulled Yi Xingchen and ran out. She didn't dare to go home for the last 2 days. She had to wait for her family to calm down before explaining. After escaping from the hotel, Lin Yaqi angrily looked at Yi Xingchen. It's all your fault. I called my father. What did you follow to respond? Blame me indeed. Yi Xingchen had a bitter smile on his face. He was in a trance and subconsciously agreed. As a result, it made everyone so embarrassed, and the main matter was not brought up. It was indeed his fault today. The two were walking, when suddenly, a cell phone lens was aimed at Lin Yaqi. The camera was also placed extremely low, as if it wanted to probe the bottom of the skirt. What are you doing? Lin Yaqi shrieked and hastily took a step back. Yi Xingchen frowned and blocked in front of Lin Yaqi. The owner of the cell phone was a young man around 20 years old, with hair dyed grandfather gray, earrings, and a sleazy look. His cell phone was placed on a selfie stick with an external microphone attached to it. It shouldn't be a simple shot, like he was doing a live broadcast. Chapter 28 The Nasty Anchor. This male netizen saw that the filming was stopped, so he only had to open his mouth and say, Beauty, I'm the outdoor anchor phone. I won't film you for nothing. My live room has 3,000 people watching right now, and I'm letting you into my camera. Listening to the meaning of his words, filming someone else is still someone else's honor now. A wave of annoyance surfaced in Lin Yaqi's heart and she firmly refused. Not interested, although she loved beauty. She had no intention of letting others view it. Although Lin Yaqi's figure was a glimpse in the live broadcast camera, the audience in the live broadcast room boiled over. Wow! A flash of light in front of my eyes. Superb! That exquisite figure. She entered my heart and is still replaying in my mind. This is definitely the beauty with the best body I've encountered since I watched the live broadcast. Anchor, hurry up and keep up. I want to see it. The male anchor looked at the enthusiasm of the audience, and the number of viewers was soaring. Naturally, there was no way he could let go of this great opportunity, and said loudly, Brothers, want to see a beautiful woman? Gift brush up. He followed closely, and the lens was also aimed at Lin Yaqi. Beauty, let me take a shot. He engaged in outdoor live broadcasting, and often encountered beauties who didn't want to be photographed, but if he was stalking, the other party couldn't do anything about it. Ordinary girls are generally afraid of him. This kind of flowing people do not dare to have a quarrel, will only speed up the pace to escape. This was his no-cost deal, both to watch, to shoot, and to make money. But at this moment, there was a man blocking in front of the camera. Xingchen himself hated this behavior. What's the difference between this and hooliganism? You live broadcast, why do you shoot other people's body as a selling point? It was even more detestable when you were still pestering others after they refused. Xingchen spoke out. I'm warning you, harass my friend again, I'm going to be rude to you. Brother Feng snorted, not caring at all. Warning was useless. The other party wouldn't dare to have any other excessive behavior. Who would normally dare to mess with someone like him? They usually run away. Brother Feng spoke with full of concern. You pull your friend away as, I'm not in your way. Just follow behind and take a shot. Xingchen spoke. I'm warning you for the second time. Brother Feng also came to temper. Frowning, walk is, blocking in front of my camera again. I'll be impolite to you. Get out of my way. Saying this, he held up his selfie stick and wanted to go around Xingchen to shoot Lin Yaqi. Snap. Xingchen suddenly reached out and just grabbed the selfie stick. And with his other hand, he broke the cell phone off and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Snap. The cell phone fell to pieces. This scene shocked Brother Feng. He didn't expect Xingchen to really dare to make a move. Xingchen's action also shocked Lin Yaqi. Lin Yaqi stared at Xingchen in surprise. He didn't expect him to bring him a sense of security. Today, she was photographed and pestered for no reason, making her very angry. But smashing each other's cell phones could only be thought of in her mind. But she didn't dare to do it. Xingchen, however, did not think that he had done something amazing. Warned once not to listen to 2 times not to listen. Of course, directly destroy the tool, but also really think that it will only warn Feng instantly angry, roared, you dare to smash my phone? Compensation, less 50,000 I'll waste you. You're playing a hooligan and you're asking me to compensate you. Dream on. Xingchen disdained. I think you are looking for a fight, Brother Feng said, and slammed his fist towards Xingchen. Lin Yaqi screamed in fear. Xingchen lightly shot out and grabbed Win's fist, and no matter how hard Win tried, he couldn't move a single bit. Style froze. Lin Yaqi also froze, not expecting Xingchen to actually have very good hands. Get lost. Xingchen disdainfully pushed forward, instantly falling. Brother Feng became a rolling gourd. In a sorry state, Brother Feng rolled 7 or 8 times before stopping, feeling pain all over his body. The key was also humiliating. He pointed at Xingchen and drank. You wait for me, if I don't waste you today, I'm not Brother Feng. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and called, Brother Hao. I was beaten up live in front of Jia Hao Hotel. Come quickly. A lot of people had unknowingly surrounded the area and were whispering, these anchors are annoying to death. Staggering in the crowd. I'm embarrassed to death to watch a social fear, but they are still happy. I don't think this anchor's behavior is any different from that of a petty hooligan, and I've heard that they're still making quite a bit of money. It's really unconscionable. On this street, how many pretty girls have been harassed by him? Today it's good, finally being cleaned up. Alas, it's not easy to say. This anchor shook people up. The lad who beat them up is likely to suffer. I heard that this anchor's boss is Yun Cheng's Netflix first brother, Brother Hao. Brother Hao was live streaming not far away, so he quickly arrived. Brother Feng arrogantly pointed at Xingchen. You're finished, Brother Hao. Over here. Brother Feng beckoned and shouted. Brother Hao looked to be in his 20s, wearing a luxury brand shirt, wearing a piece of green water ghost on his hand. His outfit added up to more than $300,000, followed by a few minions. A very imposing look. I would like to see, who dares to hit my people. Brother Hao pushed through the crowd and walked in, seeing Xingchen a moment later. Xingchen? Lu Hao. The two frowned at the same time, both recognizing each other. This Lu Hao was Xingchen's high school classmate, a gangster in his class. Xingchen's 2 deepest impressions of him were that when he went to the restroom, he often met Lu Hao smoking with a few people, and the other was that he often saw Lu Hao bullying people in all corners. What Xingchen didn't know was that people like Lu Hao, who might not even have been wanted when he entered the scene, but borrowed the evil wind of the netizen. But he mixed up, opened a company, made a lot of money, not to mention that he was named one of the 10 most outstanding youths in Yunchang. Xingchen, so it's you? Lu Hao looked Xingchen up and down. You were a good student when you were in school. Now that you've made a fortune, you actually dare to hit someone? He suddenly noticed the Lin Yaqi behind Xingchen. Immediately his eyes let out a bright light. My goodness, Xingchen actually has such a superb girlfriend? He was clear about Xingchen's bottom line. No family background, although he got into a good university, but that's no use. 2 years ago, Xingchen was sent to prison by his fiancée, and there were people who talked about it in the class group. Xingchen was a complete loser compared to him. Lu Hao patted Brother Fang's shoulder and exclaimed, "Do you know who this is? I'll introduce it to you. This is my high school classmate, Yi Xingchen, not much of a talent, just graduated from college and was green and sent to prison, came out desperate and inevitably emotional." Brother Feng spat. "Holy, I thought it was someone with a bit of ability. This?" He reached out and pointed at Yi Xingchen, eyes full of disdain. "Look at your poor appearance, and then look at my boss, Brother Hao. You don't even deserve to mention your shoes to Brother Hao now." Chapter 29, The Anchor is a Classmate. Lu Hao was comfortable being patted down by his employees, especially comparing him to his old classmates, which gave him a sense of superiority. He looked at Yi Xingchen and spoke, "For the sake of classmates, if you compensate the equipment of my staff and then apologize loudly in front of everyone, this matter will be settled today." Yi Xingchen coldly said, "I didn't pursue him for being a hooligan. I didn't let him apologize even if I didn't let him apologize. And you want me to compensate? The door is not there." Lu Hao's face sank. "Yi Xingchen, you're giving your face away. I'm remembering old friendships, but you don't know what's good for you. Do you know the difference between you and me? Do you know what happens when you offend me?" Yi Xingchen looked at the arrogant Lu Hao. "I'll warn you as well. The sky is crazy about blowing the wind, but people are crazy about trouble." Lu Hao was too arrogant now. He had been wild before, and after having money and fame, he was even more reckless and had gotten a bit carried away. Other people's reminders were of course useless. He drank. "Yi Xingchen, what are you? A worthless piece of trash. Are you worthy of teaching me how to do things? Old me now drives a luxury car and lives in a villa, with a front and back, a height you can never reach." He pointed at the ground in front of his feet. "If you don't compensate for my employee's loss today and then kneel down here, I'll let you go out lying down." Brother Feng reached out to pull Yi Xingchen and mouthed, "Do you hear me? Hurry up and kneel down for Brother Hao." Snap! Yi Xingchen slapped Brother Feng and spun him around in place, then reached out and pushed on Lu Hao's shoulder. Lu Hao was instantly unsteady on his feet and staggered back 3 steps, then sat on his butt on the ground. "Don't want to be general with you guys. All of you get out of my way," Yi Xingchen said disdainfully. Lu Hao simply did not expect Yi Xingchen to dare to make a move. He lost face and angrily shouted, "Beat him up for me." Several juniors rushed towards Yi Xingchen. These were punks who hadn't fought much. Unfortunately, in front of Yi Xingchen, they were no different from little chickens. Yi Xingchen put down all the little brothers in 3 strokes. "Lu Hao, don't blame me for not warning you. You'll suffer big losses if you continue to be arrogant." Yi Xingchen dropped a sentence to Lu Hao, then left with Lin Yaqi. Lin Yaqi had been in a dazed state. Today, Yi Xingchen had given her too many surprises, both domineering and capable of fighting. "Damn it," Lin Yaqi said in her heart, "let him get loaded." In front of the Jia Hao Hotel, Lu Hao's group felt disgraced, in full view of the public. So many of them were beaten like grandchildren. Brother Feng covered his face, very aggrieved. "Brother Hao." Lu Hao's face was ugly, miscalculated. "I didn't expect Yi Xingchen to learn to fight after 2 years in prison." Brother Feng held his tongue and asked, "Is it just going to be forgotten? I can't swallow this breath. What the hell are you talking about?" Lu Hao drank. "If I just let it go, where can I put my face? Yi Xingchen is a loser. I can't handle him. I'll make him suffer. Hurry up and leave this place. It's too embarrassing." Lu Hao just walked to the side of the road. A Mercedes-Benz stopped beside him. Su Changfeng rolled down the window, opened his mouth and smiled. "Mr. Hao, get in the car. I'll talk to you about something." Lu Hao was in an extremely unpleasant mood, and said in a bad mood, "Not in the mood. Su Xiao, if you have cooperation, go contact my company's business." Nowadays, Netflix with goods is a very trendy way of selling. Lu Hao is the first brother of Netflix with goods in Yunchang, has cooperation with many local companies. Naturally he knows Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng parked the car and walked down. "See Lu Hao, a few people's state is not quite right. Usually these people dragged with the same as 80,000. Today is a bit like a dog in the water. Cannot help but ask, what happened?" Lu Hao was reluctant to say more. "Nothing, had a little conflict with someone." Su Changfeng froze. "What kind of person dares to mess with you, Mr. Hao? Tell me, I'll help you out." Upon hearing this, Fang's eyes twitched as he hurriedly said, "Brother Hao, Mr. Su has connections. Why don't we find someone through Mr. Su and beat that person up violently to get rid of his anger?" He looked at Su Changfeng and said, "Xiao Su, the person we have a problem with is called Yi Xingchen." "Yi Xingchen?" Su Changfeng was stunned. Brother Feng's heart was immediately tightened. "You know him, Xiao Su? Could it be that this person is terrific?" Su Changfeng laughed easily. "Mr. Hao, you want to take revenge on Yi Xingchen, right? Then all the more reason for you to work with me. There's no need to find someone to beat him up. I have a ready-made method to deal with him right here." Lu Hao looked at Su Changfeng. "What do you mean?" Su Changfeng explained. Yi Xingchen fell in love with my cousin, but my cousin has been kicked out of Su's company by me. The two are now starting a business on their own, producing the same product as me. If you bring up my sales and fame and make their business venture fail, wouldn't that be more of a relief than beating him up? Yi Xingchen actually had such a load of luck, picking up your Su family's woman? Lu Hao was very surprised, and while his heart was sour, he continued, he's just a stinking hanger-on. No wonder he's suddenly become hardened, so it's because he's on a soft diet. Good, Su Xiao, I will cooperate with you. When I smash Yi Xingchen's rice bowl, let's see how he still gets tough. Su Changfeng laughed, ha ha, yes, that's right, when he has nothing, it won't be easy to get him. Su Changfeng was pleased in his heart. From messing with the formula to sales, everything was so smooth. This was simply God helping him. He was destined to be a hit with this medicinal makeup. After having the common goal of combating Yi Xingchen, Lu Hao was even more attached to this live bandwagon. The next day, Su Ningxue's company's sales channels hadn't progressed yet. Su Changfeng had already shopped the medicinal makeup named Changfeng Essence to the market stores, and also opened the live streaming bandwagon. Lu Hao sold the publicity and momentum, sending gifts, promotions. The turnover of the live broadcast on the spot was as high as 2 million. Cloud City is not a first-tier city. Lu Hao is not the kind of first-tier with goods anchor. To reach 2 million sales has been very horrible. And this is still secondary. The live broadcast gave Changfeng Essence advertisement, but also drove the sales of the store. An order flew towards Su's company, Su Changfeng's career. The situation was great. Good, good, good. Su Hongchang patted the armrest of the sofa. The old man was pleased. In the past, I only felt that Su Ningxue had strength. After she left the company, she instead inspired my eldest grandson's passion for work, and all of a sudden made the company rise to the next level. Su Changfeng and Su Yinghao both had smiles on their faces. Su Hongchang looked at Su Changfeng in surprise. Changfeng, this medicinal makeup product of yours is very good. Where did you get the formula from? Su Changfeng solemnly said, I am well aware of the importance of the product, and have been working hard in this area. This is a formula developed by a university's scientific research lab. The buyout funds alone cost $3 million. Chapter 30 Anchor bringing in the goods. Worth it. Su Hongchang waved his hand. If this medicinal makeup can be spread, the value created is immeasurable. Not to mention 3 million. 5 million is worth it. Changfeng, do a good job. I will, Grandpa. Su Changfeng laughed. Su Yinghao knew where Su Changfeng's formula came from, but the mall was like a battlefield. In his heart, he thought that Su Changfeng was doing a good job. If Su Ningxue was allowed to become a hit with this formula, where would their grandparents' faces go? Su Changfeng's move not only defeated Su Ningxue, but also let himself get a money-making project. It is simply a double whammy. Some people are happy, some people are sad. On the other hand, Su Ningxu's side, after being taken advantage of, Ningxu Cream fell into the predicament of being afraid of the deep alley even when the wine smells good. There is no place to sell a product that has a better effect. After Lu Hao got off the air, he drove one of the company's best cars out to attend a class reunion. This high school reunion was organized by the class president in the morning. Lu Hao muttered to himself as he drove, Yi Xingchen will be there too. I happened to taunt him hard. He drove to the agreed bar and a few classmates were waiting for him at the door. A classmate with a skinny figure and hair gel touched on his head took the initiative to run over to open the door with a smile on his face. Brother Hao is here. Is the road jammed? Lu Hao enjoyed his classmate's service and nodded. Wang Ming. The class president took the initiative to reach out and also gave Lu Hao enough face, saying, now the best mixer in our class is Brother Hao. Wang Ming lit a cigarette for Lu Hao while saying, Brother Hao, if our company has a product that needs to be brought in, you have to take special care of it. My promotion and pay raise depend on you. Lu Hao said perfunctorily, say it again. At this time, a cab stopped at the side of the road, and a few classmates watched as Yi Xingchen came down from it. The class president shook his head sadly. Yi Xingchen could have found a good job. Who knew that after sitting in jail for 2 years, this life is considered a waste? Che, Wang Ming directly snorted out. He actually still has the face to come. Now his face has become thicker. Alright, all go in. I booked the private room in 203. The squad leader greeted the crowd and went in. Lu Hao lagged 2 steps behind, specifically walking to Yi Xingchen's side, whispering, Yi Xingchen, I know all about your bottom line. Yi Xingchen looked at him faintly, thinking, see what you can do. Can you still find out about the Dragon King's palace? Lu Hao smugly said, today's live broadcast, you and Su Ningxue both watched it. See my energy? It's a direct hit to Su Changfeng's products. Why don't you kneel down for me and see if I can help Su Ningxue with a live broadcast? Yi Xingchen coldly glanced at Lu Hao and walked towards the front. Hmph. Lu Hao snorted coldly. Su Changfeng has my help. You guys are playing PK with him. That's a death wish. After entering the private room, There were a total of 8 people. 6 of them were gathered around Lu Hao. Only Xingchen was sitting alone in the corner. Xingchen laughed bitterly, originally wanted to be able to help Su Ningshui to find a sales doorway, but did not expect to see all the human feelings. After drinking for a while, 3 people went out to go to the toilet. Not long after, one person ran in a panic and shouted, "It's not good." Wang Ming touched a woman's ass and was surrounded and beaten by several men. Several people in the booth were shocked, and coincidentally looked at Lu Hao. "Brother Hao, now we can only look at you." Lu Hao's heart was annoyed. "I'm a netizen, not a person on the road. What if people don't recognize me and even beat me up?" But other people have already held him up to this position. Of course he can't be a wimp. He stood up without haste and said, "Okay, I'll go and take a look." Everyone hooted and hollered and walked out, and a few moments later they saw that there in the restroom, 3 strong men were still punching and kicking Wang Ming. Wang Ming fell to the ground bowing his body and holding his head, not to mention how miserable he was. The situation was chaotic and very scary. The class leader and the others were all scared in their hearts and didn't dare to go forward. "I'll go contact someone to help." Lu Hao made an excuse and fled first. He didn't dare to go forward either. He was afraid of being beaten. The bar's beaters who were watching the venue were watching the toilet fight from a distance. One of the beaters said, "Should we step in and stop it?" Another fighter said, "Whatever, that kid is too damn cheap. He can't control his hands after drinking a little bit of alcohol. He touches other people's asses when he sees them. He deserves to be beaten." The fighter who just spoke was suddenly startled. "Look who that is? Mr. Yi, right? He seems to be acquainted with the person being beaten. Mr. Yi is waving his hand at us. Let's hurry over." The 2 men hurriedly ran over towards the toilet and stopped the fight. The 3 strong men were also out of breath, and since the bar owner had stepped in, they called it quits. The 2 fighters hurriedly went to look for Xingchen's figure, but Xingchen had already walked back to the private room. The squad leader helped Wang Ming up and thanked the beaters, speaking nervously, thank you, no need to be polite." Although the beaters were long and fierce, they had a very good attitude towards the squad leader and laughed. "Quickly go back and drink." A few people from the squad leader helped Wang Ming and walked back to the private room. Inside the private room, Lu Hao pretended to fiddle with his phone. He couldn't help at all, but this couldn't be said. He thought that when those 3 people were tired of fighting, they would stop. He saw the people come in and put down his cell phone. "I made a few calls. How is awesome." A classmate suddenly stretched out his thumb. "Brother How is too good. 1 call easily settled." This classmate threw himself on all 5 bodies. "I'm really convinced. Brother How can handle both black and white." The class president said, "Brother How, thanks to your phone call, the bar stepped in to stop it and was kind to us." "Aha, ha ha ha." Lu Hao laughed, swallowing back the remaining half of the sentence, but it never got through, naturally taking the credit for this on himself, saying, "It's good that it's solved." Wang Ming, with a bruised nose and swollen face, thanked Lu Hao. "Brother Hao, thank you." At this time, Wang Ming saw Xingchen sitting in the corner, who seemed to have never gone out. He let out all the suffocation and anger in his heart and yelled at Xingchen, "I was beaten outside and you just kept sitting there. Why are you such a wimp? What's the use of having a classmate like you?" Xingchen shook his head. Just now, if he hadn't waved his hand to let the people from the bar pass, Wang Ming would have been kicked at least a few dozen more times. "Since none of them welcome me, I'll leave." Xingchen stood up and walked towards the outside of the private room. The class president raised his hand to stay, but Lu Hao pressed his hand down and chased after him himself. Lu Hao caught up with Xingchen and said in a cold voice, "Xingchen, you got lucky and actually climbed up to Su Ningshui, but Su Ningshui will soon have nothing. When she loses everything, she will only be able to rely on her body and face to cling to others, and you will be kicked away. You're just a stray dog. Let's see how I'll slowly clean you up." Chapter 31, Straight Broadcast Flip. Xingchen looked at Lu Hao and narrowed his eyes. "I said last time that there's a problem with people being crazy, so I told you to tighten up and you didn't listen. In that case, we'll see." "Bah, still arrogant." Lu Hao put a vicious word at Xingchen's back. "I'll see how many more days you can be arrogant." Then, Lu Hao walked back to the private room. While Xingchen didn't leave the bar right away, he said to one of the beaters, "Take me to see your boss." After a while, Xingchen met Scar, explained something, and then left. Bang! Scar pushed open the door of the class reunion private room. The 7 people in the private room could not help but be stunned. They looked at Scar's very vicious appearance, and there were also 2 fighters behind him, so their hearts were drumming. "Ha ha ha." Scarface laughed, holding up the 2 bottles of foreign wine in his hand and walked in. "Introduce yourself. I'm the owner of the bar. Call me Scar on the road. I heard that Netflix brother How was drinking at my place, so I specially came over to have a couple of drinks." The 7 students breathed a sigh of relief. The class president and the others looked enviously at Lu Hao. This was the poker face. Lu Hao was now in the upper echelon of Yun Chang. A rich smile appeared on Lu Hao's face. This feeling of pretending to be a poker player. So cool, the squad leader and the others whispered. The bar owner looks like he's kind of sucking up to Lu Hao. No wonder he sent his men to stop Wang Ming from getting beaten up. Yeah, that hitman even had a good attitude towards us. We are in Lu Hao's good graces. Lu Hao was pleased in his heart. So the bar really stepped in because of his face. It seems that his influence is even greater than he thought. Scar let his little brother accompany the squad leaders and those people to drink, and sat himself next to Lu Hao, and after drinking a few cups, he suddenly asked, "Brother Hao, I watched you live broadcasting, and you often call out to the viewers, families, brothers, sisters, and sisters. Sisters, called so pro you really like them that much?" Lu Hao has never been mouthy in private, disdainfully said, "What family people? I just call them that in order to sell my goods. In fact, in my heart, that's a group of people. Ha ha ha, cheers." Scar laughed. "Oh, the task that Mr. Yi explained, half of it is completed." The next day, Lu Hao went live as usual, and the product he carried was still Everest Essence. With the effect of the first day, it was natural to strike while the iron was hot and continue to make the reputation of Changfeng Essence. Su Changfeng attached great importance to this and personally came to the live broadcast room, staring from the sidelines, watching sales skyrocket. "Is there anything happier than this?" Su Changfeng confidently laughed. "Through the live broadcast, bring up the fame of the product, thus driving the sales of the store. Changfeng Essence to occupy the market of Yunchang is just around the corner. Suning Xue wants to compare with me. It's simply a fool's dream. The product was sold by me first. I can totally label her as a plagiarist." "Ha ha ha," Lu Hao said spitefully. "That's for sure. But I don't care how you win. I only care about how miserable Xingchen will be when he loses. When he loses his backer and has nothing to lose, then I will trample him under my feet and ruthlessly try to humiliate him. This is what happens when you dare to make a move against me." Then, the live broadcast started and Lu Hao changed his face. He greeted people with a smiling face and shouted family members, brothers and sisters. The sales of Long Peak Essence were even hotter than yesterday. Not only did it rely on Lu Hao's publicity, but the key was that it was effective, and the comments section was full of praises. Lu Hao was very surprised at this. In fact, he lived with goods. There are not many really good products, are relying on the impact of the difference in price created, so that people in the excitement under the order. This kind of means, and then with a good product, immediately brought, the magical effect. The sales of Changfeng Essence skyrocketed. Lu Hao and Su Changfeng, who was on the side, were both overjoyed. According to this momentum, they could all make a fortune. Just when the situation was great, someone in the comments section suddenly spoke. "You guys are still buying here. You're still licking the anchor and saying that the anchor is conscientious. Go out and watch a video. The video number is." The live broadcast room is fixed to watch a few thousand people. The flow of more, there is always curious, so they went out to see. A few moments later, these people came back and started cursing. Within the comment area, the number of people cursing increased. Being driven, more people went to watch the video. A short 10 minutes later, the entire comments section was almost filled with curses. Still shouting family members, "Don't you shout. I'm sick of hearing it. You're the one. Damn." One set in front of people and one set behind them. "Still buy. I buy your mom." Lu Hao was a little confused. What happened? At this time, the assistant ran over with a pale face. "Mr. Hao, take a look at this video." Lu Hao was still not surprised and clicked on it suspiciously. He only saw himself sitting on a purple leather sofa with a glass of wine in his hand. An off-screen voice in the video asked, "Brother Hao, I see you live broadcasting, often calling family brothers sisters to the audience, calling good do you really like them that much?" Lu Hao in the video has a contemptuous face. "What family people? I just call them that in order to sell goods. In fact, in my heart, that is a group of, that gang of fools, just a tool for me to make money." Barkley, Lu Hao's hands shook, and his cell phone fell to the ground. The assistant also felt that the end had come. Although this kind of words Lu Hao often said in private meetings, it couldn't be exposed. Because of this one sentence in the video, Lu Hao's live broadcast career was completely ruined. There's no way to save it. Those who watch the live broadcast, the most taboo to be played with. You can occasionally fool them with fake goods once or twice, but you can't shout at your family in front of people and scold them behind their backs. "Finished, completely finished," Lu Hao muttered, suddenly yelled. "This is yesterday in the bar. Who the hell harmed me?" He hastily pushed his assistant and drank. "Go, find someone to spend money on connections. Delete the video," the assistant said powerlessly. "Boss, it's useless. It's already spread. It can't be deleted. The internet has a memory." assistant at this time is not nervous, but a little pain in the heart. She lost a job and then find is. But Lu Hao on behalf of the cause is finished. All blame this goods usually too crazy. This is retribution. Refund. Refund. In addition to the curses in the live broadcast room, there were all calls for refunds. And at this time, the number of regular viewers had already broken 30,000. The live broadcast room was even hotter, but not the fire that Lu Hao wanted. Su Changfeng couldn't sit on the side. Originally the momentum was just right. How did it suddenly go like this? He slowed down a bit, but also not nervous, although Lu Hao live broadcast flopped, but not because of the Changfeng essence, and did not affect his own products. On the contrary, the fame of the product is even greater. Ha ha ha. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Someone in the comments section suddenly said, I'll break the news. The cosmetic product Changfeng Essence sounds good, but do you guys know that its owner's name is Su Changfeng? What does Changfeng Essence stand for? Don't you guys understand? Chapter 32, Getting on Track. The audience member from earlier continued to power through. I want to interview the girls. Don't you feel disgusted when you wipe your face with long peak essence? Asterisk 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 men. What do you feel when long peak essence is smeared on your girlfriend's faces? Vomit. I'm disgusted. I'll go back and return it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop it now. I've got a ing picture. I'm a guy. Why am I a little excited? You're sick upstairs. Go check it out. You're perverted. However, you can contact me. If you ask me, Su Changfeng is also a pervert. He gave the cosmetics such a disgusting name. To say that he doesn't have thoughts, I don't even believe it. Lewd man. Su Changfeng's eyes went black. How did it suddenly shift to his head? He also started to panic. It's over. It's over. No one will buy this cosmetic. Heaven and earth. When he named the medicinal makeup, he didn't even think in this direction. At this time, Lu Hao's company came two people in uniform. Said Lu Hao has stolen water behavior. Let cooperate with the investigation. Lu Hao felt the sky and the earth, and he sat down on the ground with a plop. He couldn't live stream with goods. He just couldn't make money in the future. But with his savings, he could still live a good life. But when the official department found out about his illegal behavior, he was going to face fines and possibly jail time. He was completely finished. In the condensed snow company, Suning Xue was following the live broadcast throughout. She put down her cell phone. Su Changfeng had stolen her product, and even grabbed the first sale. And now that the live broadcast had flopped, she was naturally feeling fastidious. But there was still sadness on her face. She was still at a loss as to how to sell her own condensing snow cream. Xingchen carried a cup of water and placed it in front of Suning Xue and spoke. Still worried about sales channels? Isn't this right in front of you? Suning Xue looked at Xingchen in confusion, then instantly understood something and pointed at the cell phone. You mean this? Xingchen nodded. Right. Su Changfeng and Lu Hao gave inspiration. We also live streamed the bandwagon. Suning Xue's eyes lit up as she mused. The problem is which lead anchor to find. There's also a large amount of labor fees. Xingchen smiled and pointed at Suning Xue. Anchor, this is not readily available. Me? Suning Xue pointed at herself in shock. She had never thought of throwing her weight around. She spread her hands. I don't know how to do it at all. Xingchen laughed. Although I don't understand it either. But I'm thinking from the viewer's point of view. With a beautiful woman of your caliber broadcasting live, I'll definitely watch it. That's your traffic code. Okay. Suning Xue thought for a moment and agreed. The key was that she was now desperate. The offline channels were facing blockades from the Su and Lu families. She could only take the online route. Do it when you say do it. Suning Xue called her assistant and immediately made a series of preparations. Live broadcast equipment and account. The company already has. The cow boss before desperate. Also conducted a live broadcast to sell goods, but unfortunately no one to see. Suning Xue went online, and more than 100 people flooded in at the first time. But these were all tasks that the company and Lin Yaqi had given to their own company's employees. Although there are not many potential customers, but it should be able to increase the traffic support of the platform some more. Gradually, some people brushed in, and then they were left by Suning Xue's face value and talk. And the audience in the live broadcast room gradually gathered more and more. At the end of the first day of the live broadcast, more than 1,000 new fans, but also sold a few boxes of condensed snow cream. A few boxes of nature is pathetic, but Suning Xue has seen the hope. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning, which shows that the live selling this road is feasible. She is energized. I believe that with the accumulation of time, it will get better and better. The next 2 days, the live broadcasting business is really towards this pleasant momentum. More and more fans. Sold condensed snow cream also increased to dozens of boxes, hundreds of boxes. Suning Xue, as a live streaming novice, was able to achieve such results which were already very good. The main thing is that she has the traffic code, so it's not hard to get a small fire. Of course, If you want a big fire, you have to rely on capital to push it. Bang! Inside the office, Su Changfeng angrily slammed his cell phone on the table. If this development continues, I'm going to be overtaken. Changfeng Essence was completely cool. He was going to re-register the name of the medicinal makeup and relaunch it, but Su Ningxue had already found a way to sell it. If he let condensing snow cream go ahead first, his Su Changfeng's product would be reduced to running with the pack. Although it was difficult to bring goods live, it was relatively easy for a beauty of Su Ningxue's level. She is now very conservative live broadcast. Just rely on a face and a mouth to attract people. If you let go a little, using their own body, I'm afraid that can quickly fire up. More than Lu Hao was not difficult. Su Changfeng felt terrible just thinking about that scene. I will absolutely not allow this to happen. Su Changfeng drank lowly. His eyes were bad. Su Ningxue, in terms of other things I can't spell you, but playing with plots and tricks, I'll leave you behind by 8 streets. You wait, I'll never let you get by. This time, I'm going to completely crush you, so that you won't have a chance to turn around in Cloud City, and you'll still be criticized by everyone. At the condensing snow company, Su Ningxue ended her live broadcast, feeling her mouth dry and her shoulders and waist sore. She stretched her waist and said lazily, so tired. I can finally take a break. Xingchen looked at the outlined exaggerated curves, silently gulped a mouthful of saliva, and went forward to stretch out his paw. Where are you tired? I'll give you a pinch. You think beautifully. Su Ningxue immediately put down her raised hands, a wary look on her face. However, her gaze towards Xingchen was tinged with emotion. In the past few days Xingchen had been accompanying her live broadcast, acting as a drag in the message area, selling her efforts to drive the rhythm. Xingchen actually wanted to make a phone call to let Xie Tianhu mobilize his men into the live broadcast to buy, but thought about it and gave up. That would be meaningless to Su Ningxue's long-term career development. If simply to coax Su Ningxue to be happy, he himself can brush as many orders as he wants. After all, there is plenty of money in the card, but the significance of live streaming with goods is still to open up sales channels. Su Ningxue cleaned up a bit and headed outside. Today he was going to pick up his mom from the hospital. You can take a break. I'll go pick it up myself, Su Ningxue said to Xingchen, who walked out together. Xingchen smoothly took the car keys over, and rightfully said, what's this nonsense? Can I not go pick up my mother-in-law from the hospital? Instead, you should be resting. I'll go pick it up myself. But you're not willing. The two of them drove and headed to Su's private hospital. This was Xingchen's second visit after his treatment of Chen Mei. In the middle, Su Ningxue did come to the hospital whenever she had time to take care of her, but she did not say anything about herself and Xingchen. Su Ningxue's heart was tense. Would her mom support her decision? Chapter 33 Mother's discharge from the hospital. Su Ningxue and Xingchen arrived at the hospital and entered the ward. Chen Mei was sitting on the bed, completely unable to look like a patient. After Xingchen had zapped the needle, she had been cured, and the days of recuperation behind her allowed her to fully recover. Chen Mei was still seeing Xingchen for the first time after she was awake. She thought it was a friend or subordinate that her daughter had called in to help, and nodded kindly. The things have all been organized. Let the young man help carry them and then you can leave, Chen Mei said. Su Ningxue felt that it was time to come clean with her mom. She carefully asked, Mom, how are you feeling right now? I feel fine. Chen Mei laughed. Su Ningxue was still uneasy. She looked at Xingchen. Can my mom be stimulated? Xingchen, I'm that stimulation chant? Chen Mei felt that Xingchen and her daughter were not in an ordinary relationship, and could not help but ask, this young man is? Su Ningxue took a deep breath and spoke. Mom, his name is Xingchen. I have something to report to you. Chen Mei instantly became nervous. Su Ningxue proceeded to recount the entire process of the cure, the blackmail of the divine doctor, Xingchen's rescue, her compliance with the oath, and so on. After hearing this, Chen Mei tightly grasped Su Ningxue's hand and painfully said, Daughter, it's all because Mom dragged you down. Mom is sorry for you. Xingchen was very speechless. Auntie, are you polite? It's not like I'm a fire pit. I'll take the things out first. Xingchen lifted his things and walked out of the hospital room. He knew that his future mother-in-law would definitely want to discuss himself, and took the initiative to give her space. How is this young man? Chen Mei immediately asked. Su Ningxue thought about it. In fact, at the beginning, her heart was full of worry. After all, her first impression of Xingchen was that he was a rogue, but in the past few days of getting along, Xingchen had been helping her, which made her very solid. Su Ningxue said, although the understanding is not comprehensive, but so far, it's quite good. That's good. Chen Mei breathed a sigh of relief, then gritted her teeth and said, you continue to understand. If you find out that his character is not good, the favor that Mom owes, Mom will return it herself. Let's not talk about this. Let's go. Su Ningxue picked up a small personalized bag on the bed and held Chen Mei's arm to walk out. The two just walked out of the hospital building, but were stopped. Su Changfeng heard that Su Ningxue had come to pick up Chen Mei from the hospital, and rushed over specifically to pick a fight, unkindly saying, "Su Ningxue, have you settled the bill yet, and you want to be discharged directly?" Chen Mei's face immediately revealed a look of anger and suffocation. Not to mention Su Changfeng's mom, even her mother's family, her relatives who were not even on the 8th pole had come for free treatment and wool gathering, while she herself, as the Su family's daughter-in-law, had to pay the bill instead. Is she even worse than her eldest daughter-in-law's distant relatives? Is there such a bully? Chen Mei was aggrieved in her heart. She blamed Su Yingjie for being unproductive and letting them, mother and daughter, suffer such unfair treatment. Mom, don't be angry. Su Ningxue was worried about Chen Mei's body, coldly looking at Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng, you've had enough. If you get angry at my mom, I'm not done with you. Su Changfeng spread his hands with a careless face and said, "You're really not making sense. Hospitalization and payment is the natural thing to do. How did it become my fault? For Su Ningxue, this money can be paid, but mom's heart will definitely not be comfortable. What's going on?" At this time, Xingchen put his luggage into the car and walked back, asking Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue huffed, "The hospital's resources. Su Changfeng's family has been using it for free. Our family has only used it this one time, and we still have to pay the fee to leave." Xingchen looked at Su Changfeng and said in a faint voice, "Su Changfeng, are you sure you're looking for pain because of this amount of money?" Su Changfeng was now instinctively afraid when he saw Xingchen. After all, Xingchen was the one who had put down several security guards with ease, and Lu Hao had also been beaten by Xingchen. He colored and said, "Paying for treatment, heaven and earth, how am I looking for pain?" Xingchen's eyes grew cold. "If I want to leave, what do? You call security. This is the Su family's family affair. Whether the security will intervene is one thing. Even if it does, do you think you can block me? If you call the police, I raise both hands in favor. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to organize the accounts, both sides to make up the hanging accounts piece by piece." Hearing Xingchen's words, Su Changfeng's face was ugly. He really couldn't make things difficult for Chen Mei. Chen Mei had only spent a few dollars, but the relatives of his mom's family had gripped more than hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Xingchen, you wait. You won't be able to fool around right away. Su Changfeng could only say one last harsh word. Xingchen ignored it and turned to Su Ningxue and Chen Mei. "Ningxue, auntie, let's go." Chen Mei felt that for the first time. She did not hold her tongue. If Su Yingjie was here, nothing could be done. The gaze she looked at Xingchen brought with it recognition. The fact that she could raise her eyebrows was one thing. The key was still worrying about Su Ningxue being bullied in the future. She was fed up with Su Yingjie's harboring, and wanted Su Ningxue to find a man who could protect her. Chen Mei looked at Xingchen. There is a little mother-in-law to see the meaning of son-in-law. Xingchen drove the car and returned to the neighborhood. When passing in front of the villa, Chen Mei hurriedly said, "Xingchen, over. Mom, this is no longer our home." Su Ningxue opened her mouth. "What's going on?" Chen Mei was astonished. "How can you live in a hospital and your home is still gone?" Su Ningxue had a bitter smile and helplessness on her face. "Big uncle made up a crime of me swallowing the company's assets, kicked me out of Su clan, and took away the house, the car, and everything. Too bullying." Chen Mei was very angry, then asked in surprise, "Then why are we still here?" Su Ningxue said, "One of Xingchen's friends has a house in the neighborhood that is vacant, so he can borrow it temporarily." Chen Mei looked at Xingchen's gaze, couldn't help but soften a few points again. So it turned out that so many things had happened during this period of time, thanks to Xingchen acting as a backup by his daughter's side. When the car drove into the 9th villa, Chen Mei was very surprised, not expecting Xingchen's friend to be quite rich, living in the king of the neighborhood. Xingchen's parents knew that Chen Mei was being discharged from the hospital today, and had been busy all day, preparing meals, tidying up the room, and waiting with apprehension in their hearts. At this time, when they saw the car drive into the yard, they hurriedly welcomed them out. The two men were very formal when they saw Chen Mei. Chen Mei is very temperament, at a glance is the kind of rich wife. They, on the other hand, looked like honest and ordinary people. Chen Mei also saw Xingchen's origin at a glance through his parents. Chen Mei was instantly disappointed in her heart, but then she was relieved. Xingchen dared to go against Su Changfeng and new rich friends, so he should not be bad. Origin is not important. One's own ability is fine. Facing Xingchen's parents hands up, Chen Mei politely said, "It's really troublesome for me and my daughter to borrow to your house." "No trouble, no trouble." Xingchen's mom hurriedly waved her hands. The corner of Xingchen's mouth revealed a smile. Mother-in-law was still good. Unlike someone thinking of the devil. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz drove in. Chapter 34. Like my old man. This Mercedes was Su Yingjie's. Su Yingjie got out of the car without a bit of self-consciousness of being in someone else's house, and swept the surroundings with no one in sight. He looked at Chen Mei and spoke. Wife, I was going to pick you up, but I was delayed by something temporary. I'm relieved that you've regained your health. Chen Mei laughed coldly and did not respond. She knew Su Yingjie too well. Since she was sick, Su Yingjie had never taken care of her for a day or even visited. Su Yingjie waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and enter the home. Look at this big house. It's bigger than the original home. Saying this, he walked straight towards the villa, not even looking at Xingchen as well as Xingchen's parents in the eyes. Chen Mei even felt embarrassed for Su Yingjie and reminded, this is someone Xingchen's place. Don't act like the master. His place? Su Yingjie looked back with a disdainful face. This is the house my daughter bought. Ning Shui you've finally gotten the hang of it and know to hack money from the company. That's the right thing to do. Although you left from the company, you landed a big house. Su Ningsu was furious. It was unthinkable that her own father had always thought this way. Chen Mei understands Su Ningshui. She knows that Su Ningshui absolutely will not do false accounts, and when suing how those people are not long-brained. Black down this building king villa money. Suing how blind cannot find out? Su's is not a big group. A year's profit can also buy such 2 villas. Su Ningshui frowned. Dad, I didn't take a penny from the company. This house is Xingchen's. He bought it for a friend. Alright, tell too many lies to believe even yourself. Is it fun to lie to yourself? Su Yingjie couldn't listen to a single word, and stubbornly believed that this house was Su Ningshui's. He walked straight into the villa with the demeanor of a master. In his opinion, being able to let Xingchen's family stay here was his way of opening up. Su Ningshui apologized and looked at Xingchen. I'm sorry, my dad Xingchen smiled faintly and said it was fine, although he did not like Su Yingjie, but for the sake of Su Ningshui and his mother-in-law, he also had to get by with Su Yingjie. Chen Mei also apologized to Xingchen's parents. Xingchen's parents were honest. Naturally they would not blame. Nervously waving their hands. It's okay, it's okay. Xingchen opened his mouth. Auntie, my parents have finished the meal. Let's go eat. On a round dining table, Su Yingjie sat on the main seat. Chen Mei was a patient. She wanted to go and help being pressed into a chair. Xingchen and Su Ningshui helped serve the food. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan knew that the other party was a large family, so they bit the bullet and bought expensive ingredients. This table of dishes was very sumptuous, and in order for Chen Mei to nourish her body, there was also a special turtle stew. Su Yingjie ate a piece of fish and frowned. The perch is steamed old. Next time I'll steam it for a little less. Ma Chunlan hurriedly said. Bang! Chen Mei kicked Su Yingjie, reminding him that this was in someone else's house and Ma Chunlan was not a nanny. Su Yingjie frowned with an irritated face. Words aren't even allowed. A happy scene was made less harmonious because Su Yingjie was holding a stance. Su Yingjie suddenly used his chopsticks to point at the turtle in the soup pot. Xingchen, look at this turtle. Does it look like a relative of your family? With these words, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan's faces were instantly embarrassed, while Chen Mei and Su Ningshui's faces changed. Blatantly calling someone's family relative a turtle. This was too humiliating. Su Ningshui could not help but look apologetically at Xingchen. Xingchen, however, did not get angry and still had a smile on his face. Instead, he came over to scrutinize this turtle. Look, am I right? Isn't it quite like a relative of your family? Su Yingjie was very satisfied with Xingchen's cooperation and continued. You don't say. I took a closer look. It really looks like it. Xingchen mused. Ha ha ha. Su Yingjie laughed, and he slapped his thighs with joy. It turned out that Xingchen also knew that he came from a bad background, and his relatives were all dirtbags. Xingchen stared at the turtle and suddenly said, why does it look so much like my old man? Put. Su Ningshui and Chen Mei didn't hold back and directly sprayed with laughter. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan tried their best to hold back, but being brought up by Su Ningshui, they couldn't hold back and laughed. This reversal came too unexpectedly. Bang! Su Yingjie's face was ugly as he slapped the table. He thought Xingchen was cooperating with him. Who knew it was a counterattack? He lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Damn! This meal could not be eaten. He had no face to continue staying. Su Yingjie kicked away the chair and walked out. Mr. Su, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan hurriedly retained. Su Yingjie turned back and pointed at Su Ningshui. Drinking. Su Ningshui, look at what kind of man you found. You will regret it sooner or later. After saying this, he huffed and puffed and walked out of the villa. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan wanted to go and stay, but were pulled back by Su Ningshui. Chen Mei smiled at Xingchen and said, Xingchen, you're not to blame for this. Let's continue eating. As soon as Su Yingjie left, the next thing that followed was its joy. However, just halfway through the meal, the assistant called and said in a panic, Boss, come back to the company quickly. There is a customer who used the gel snow cream and appeared disfigured, and ran to the company to jump off the building. What? Suningshue sat up in shock. The sales of condensing snow cream had just taken off, and at this time such a thing actually appeared. If not handled well, it would definitely be a fatal blow. Xingchen had also heard the contents of the call and followed Suningshue outside. The two drove away. Xingchen comforted. Don't worry, Ningxuefrost is absolutely fine. It should be the rival's smear. Suningshue rubbed her forehead. Of course I have confidence in the product, but the outside world only believes in public opinion. If public opinion starts attacking us, even if we are justified, there is nothing we can say. Xingchen also knew the horror of public opinion. So before public opinion festered, it was important to press on quickly or have it reversed. While waiting for an opening at the traffic light, he took out his cell phone and asked Xietianhu to rush over. When Xingchen and Suningshue arrived at the company, they found that there were already a lot of people watching outside the company. From afar, a woman could be seen standing on the roof of the building, yelling. Xingchen and Suningshue. There was no way to drive the car in, and could only stop the car and run into the company. The crowd of onlookers were all of a sudden talking. This is the company's boss. How beautiful. Is that the point? She's in big trouble now. Whether the woman upstairs jumps down or not, the company is doomed. Yes, when it comes to this kind of problem, it's hard to solve. Otherwise some big companies wouldn't keep PR teams. This woman boss is also strange and pitiful. The company just opened a few days ago. This is going to be yellow. It also has to lose money. Xingchen and Suningshue entered the company, and dozens of company employees stood downstairs. There were also reporters carrying cameras. They were not far from the company, and the road was clear, but still not as fast as the reporters. This is too abnormal. At a glance, it was obvious that there was premeditation. Chapter 35 Jumping off the building to make trouble. At this moment, seeing Suningshue rush over, the company employees all hurriedly asked, "Boss, what should we do about this?" "I'll go talk to her," Suningshue said, about to run towards the upper floors. Xingchen reached out and pulled Suningshue to a stop, saying, "I'll go." After saying this, he took a step and ran towards the stairs. In just a few seconds, the people below saw Xingchen's figure at the top of the building, and could not help but be stunned. How was he so fast? Flying up there? On the roof of the building, there was a security guard and an old employee persuading the woman to leave from the edge of the building first. It was too dangerous. "Have a talk," the woman yelled. "You black-hearted companies, you produce toxic cosmetics. I'm disfigured. I'm going to put you out of business," the old employee pleaded. "If you have any demands, you can talk to us. Our boss has already arrived." The woman glanced downstairs, greed flashing in her eyes. She was going to ruthlessly extort a fortune from here, and by doing so, she could get rich. Xingchen shook his head. It was useless to follow the woman's rhythm. Not only would he be extorted, but in the end, the company's reputation would not be saved. He crossed over the security guards and old employees and walked towards the front. The woman immediately screamed, "Don't you come any closer." The security guard hurriedly shouted, "Don't you go and irritate her." Xingchen's feet suddenly tripped over a brick, and his entire body stumbled out towards the front, unable to stop at all. "Don't you want to approach me in this way?" the woman hurriedly shouted. But before she finished her words, she was stunned. Xingchen's hand pushed on her, directly pushing her down. "Nima?" This wasn't trying to deliberately approach. It was really breaking. The woman's eyes instantly widened. "Old lady didn't want to jump pushed down by you. If you don't have the ability, don't come up and trip over a brick. No diamond drill. You do not take porcelain work." The security guards and old employees were also stunned. They thought that Xingchen could play some role. Who knew that he directly pushed the person down? "This is finished." The people downstairs also saw it, and many subconsciously closed their eyes. This accomplished guy. Things are going in the worst direction. This time the company is completely cool. There's also a lawsuit for human life. The female boss is finished. She has to go to jail. But at this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't be anxious. People didn't fall." Those who closed their eyes hurriedly opened their eyes to look, only to see that the woman had been grabbed by Xingchen's ankles and wrists, and her entire body was hanging outside the building. These people hurriedly started shouting, "Quickly pull her up." The woman hanging outside the building, her head facing downwards, was so scared that her soul almost flew out, hissing, "You must hold on to me." The life and death scene just now was so frightening that the woman was scared to pee at some point, and the liquid flowed down her face and finally ran down her hair. But she couldn't care less about that anymore. "Didn't you want to jump? Why are you letting me hold on to you now?" Xingchen opened her mouth, with a miserable face. "This company is my heart and soul. By you, the company is going to be yellow, and I don't want to live. I'll jump with you." Don't. You can't jump." The woman began to persuade Xingchen. Think about it, jump and fall face to face. Blood pricked hula. Old miserable. You are not afraid. I'm afraid of what? Xingchen said. I'd better jump. I just this one product. The result is also allergic. I am no way to point to it to make money. Might as well die. You go first. I'll immediately follow and jump. Saying that, Xingchen's hand loosened. The woman's body instantly fell down a few centimeters, once again screaming loudly in fear. Don't The woman shouted. There's nothing wrong with your product. You're obviously allergic to the product you used. How can it be okay? Let's just jump off the building together. Saying this, Xingchen really had the intention of letting go. The woman was terrified and said urgently, Don't. Condensed snow cream is good cosmetics. Yes, it's me blackmailing. Xingchen said in a cold voice, speak clearly. Since the woman had already opened her mouth, and life and death were still in Xingchen's hands, she continued to speak out. I received money from a person who asked me to come and blackmail by discrediting condensing snow cream. The people downstairs cursed when they heard the truth. I told you that condensing snow cream has no quality problems. This hateful woman, she's really a snake. For the sake of a little money. Have you ever thought about the death or life of other people's companies? This kind of person is really hateful. Xingchen lifted one hand and pulled the woman up. The people downstairs were completely relieved. This was originally an incomparably tricky issue. Looking back now, the woman would not dare to jump off the building, but she definitely lionized the company's reputation as much as it was damaged after extorting a sum. The company was definitely finished, but trying to solve it, there was no good way. However, it was easily solved by Xingchen. Su Ningxue held her head high, looking at the figure on the roof of the building. A smile slowly surfaced on her face. Unconsciously, Xingchen had become her strong backing. With Xingchen, she could feel at ease. On the roof of the building, Xingchen threw the woman on the ground. The woman was in a state of panic, her heart palpitating. She supported herself to stand up. Slap. Immediately after, the woman was slapped to the ground. Xingchen's eyes were ice cold. You don't care how much harm you bring to others for a little money. Don't think it's over like this. If you can get better, I'll damn well take your last name. At this time downstairs, the reporters and cameras quietly drilled out of the crowd and retreated grayly. They received money, came to record the woman making trouble, damaged the reputation of condensed snow cream, but filmed the woman to tell the truth. This also stay for what? They had just squeezed out of the crowd, but 4 big men appeared in front of them. The 4 big men, without saying a word, set them up and threw them into a commercial vehicle. The female reporter fell to the floor. What do you want? You guys are illegal. She raised her head and saw a figure sitting on the end of a large horse. This person exuded a reckless aura. Tiger, Master Tiger. The female reporter recognized Xia Tianhu and her voice trembled. Say it, who did you receive money from? Xia Tianhu opened his mouth indifferently. The female reporter just wanted to answer. A big man on the side of the car reminded in a cold voice. Lie to Master Tiger. Think of the consequences in advance. The female reporter shivered, no longer daring to hide anything, and hurriedly said, It's Su Changfeng from Su. He asked me to come, but Master Tiger, I'm just reporting the facts of what happened. I didn't think to make it up. Xia Tianhu sneered, but you know full well that the so-called facts are false. You're being an accomplice, or a promoter of public opinion next. You're even more detestable. Still want to pick yourself clean? The female reporter once again shivered. Xia Tianhu's might was too strong. She was scared. Chapter 36, Nishue Frost is on fire. Xia Tianhu spoke in a cold voice. The images you captured today, broadcast them out truthfully and write a report on the causes and consequences. Starting from the Su family, how Miss Su was ostracized in the Su family, how Su Changfeng framed her. All of these are written out. There's another article. The Changfeng essence was stolen from the condensing snow cream formula, but the theft was incomplete, and the condensing snow cream is much more effective. And promote this report vigorously. I want this news to be on Cloud City's hot search. The content of the report was naturally what Xingchen told Xia Tianhu. He had the bright idea that he couldn't simply solve the jumping crisis, and thought to take advantage of this opportunity to make a wave of promotion for condensing snow cream. Xia Tianhu stared at the female reporter and said in a cold voice, If you do it well, count your atonement. If you don't do it well, he. A cold laugh scared the female reporter. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. She hurriedly assured, Yes. I will definitely do what Master Tiger says. Master Tiger's request. I'll do it with all my might. Make this news on Cloud City's hot search. I'll definitely do it. Xia Tianhu waved his hand. The female reporter and the cameraman were like amnesties and hurriedly got out of the car. The duo ran like crazy to their car. They had to rush back to do something. On the same day, this report was pushed to the headlines of Cloud City. And with the essence of Long Peak live broadcast a few days ago making a bit of waves, it led to this report receiving quite a bit of attention. In the evening, Su Ningxue went on a live stream to bring in the goods. What made her very surprised was that the number of people watching the live broadcast was actually 10 times more than usual. Wow! So this is the goddess of Cloud City, really prettier than expected. Such a beautiful woman was actually treated so unfairly. How could the Su family endure this? The Su family favors sons over daughters. Goddess Su was kicked out of the family and had to have her formula stolen to start her own business. It's simply too much of a bully. Long Peak Essence, although the name is disgusting, but the effect is really good. I want to use but the heart is still diaphragmatic. I didn't realize that Long Peak Essence was a stolen formula, but now there is a better product. So what are you waiting for? I buy. Anchor, hurry up with the link. For a while, the comments section was much more lively than usual, and many people felt sympathy for Su Ningxue and fought on her behalf. The audience was also full of anticipation for the effects of the condensing snow cream. The condensing snow cream was looted. I'll buy 3 bottles. No, 5 bottles. I want 10 bottles. Even though I'm a man and don't have a girlfriend yet, I'm just supporting Goddess Su. I'll buy it for my grandmother. In just a minute, 1,000 orders were snapped up. This was unimaginable before. Su Ningxue asked how much inventory was left and continued on the link. In another 2 minutes, all the inventory produced over so many days was sold out. Su Ningxue had to thank everyone for their support, and guaranteed to increase production so that everyone could buy the condensing snow cream. The next day, outside the company, there were actually a lot of fervent fans coming. The company's employees persuaded them bitterly. We really don't have that much product. We've already stepped up production. Can you guys wait a bit? Some people could not help but throw down their money and run. Some people even threw down their money and hugged away a dog in front of the company. In short, Ningxue Fang was on fire. Incidentally, the Su family was attacked and boycotted. Bang! Snap! In the Su family, Su Hongchang violently smashed a tea bowl on the ground and shattered it. Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng hurriedly stood up and waited for the reprimand. Didn't you say that you bought out the medicinal formula? It turns out that you stole it from Su Ningxue, and you even took the opportunity to smuggle the $3 million. You are really something. Su Hongchang reached out and pointed at Su Changfeng. You've ruined the reputation of Su's company. Dad, calm down. Su Yinghao opened his mouth. Su Ningxue holds such a formula in her hands, but has never taken it out, clearly harboring selfishness. As the old saying goes, a woman is too big to stay in the middle. Although Changfeng's methods are a bit underhanded, he is still trying to keep the formula in the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Hongchang's face really changed, and he snorted coldly. Su Ningxue, she hides so deeply. What does she want to do? She has long been thinking of setting up her own family, right? Su Changfeng saw that the conflict had been shifted, and hurriedly said, Grandpa, Su Ningxue, she is too bad, pretending to be pitiful on the internet, smearing the Su family. She clearly treats the Su family that gave birth to her and raised her as an enemy. I admit that I didn't do well this time and let you down. I will definitely try my best next time. Su Hongchang eased up a bit and suppressed his anger, but with determination in his eyes, he spoke. Su Ningxue's company, we must not let her do it, or else your face, the Su family's face, and my old face, will all be disgraced, and we'll become a joke in Yuncheng together. Yes. Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng hurriedly agreed. This was exactly what they had in mind and hurriedly said, we will definitely not let her make the company up. In the Lu family, the staff of the mall's merchants department brought condensing snow cream to the door, saying that they had discovered a business opportunity and wanted to take the initiative to invite condensing snow cream into the mall, and also brought samples from the online shopping and highly recommended it to Zhou Meicheng. Young lady, condensing snow cream is really effective. With whitening, concealer, and repair functions, it can replace many kinds of cosmetics. Zhou Meicheng's face became more and more ugly. Did the staff not know about her beef with Su Ningxue and Xingchen? Wasn't this a door-to-door slap in her face? Zhou Meicheng grabbed up the condensing snow cream and smashed it fiercely on the ground, pointing at the staff member and drinking. You go! I'm telling you, condensed snow cream will never enter the Lu family's mall. The staff member knew that the horse's ass had been patted on the horse's leg and hurriedly fled out of the Lu family. Zhou Meicheng was so angry that she almost jumped up. Su Ningxue starting a business. I can't imagine that she really let her do it. Doesn't that mean that Xingchen has a chance to turn over a new leaf? No, I must not see that scene. She turned to Lu Jiajun and pouted. Hubby, we have to think of a way. We can't let Xingchen and Su Ningxue be that comfortable. Lu Jiajun's face became even more ugly. He hated Xingchen even more than Zhou Meicheng. He wanted to stomp Xingchen into the dirt, but Xingchen was showing signs of standing up. Of course he wouldn't allow it. Hmph, he snorted coldly. With the Lu family and the Su family pressing down on them, How can Su Ningxue and Yi Xingchen be so easy when they want to climb up? Just wait and see. Oh, right. I have good news to tell you. A smile appeared on Lu Jejun's face as he asked mysteriously, have you heard of the Yinglong Temple? Zhou Meicheng shook her head. No, Lu Jejun said. You always know about Yun Cheng's Tiger Xie, right? Scorn surfaced in Zhou Meicheng's eyes as she spoke. Of course I've heard of Tiger Xie. He is the underground overlord of Cloud City. If Cloud City is chaotic or not, Master Tiger has the final say. You don't know, do you? Tiger Xie is so bullish. He's only a hall master of the Yinglong Temple. Lu Jejun showed off. Yinglong Hall is the underground overlord of a province. Chapter 37. What's at stake in the Yinglong Palace? Zhou Meicheng was in shock. A figure as powerful as Tiger Xie was only a minor player in the Yinglong Palace? She didn't dare to imagine what kind of behemoth the Yinglong Hall was. It suddenly occurred to her that following Lu Jejun was really insightful. Someone like Yi Xingchen would never want to touch such information in his life. Zhou Meicheng was puzzled. Hubby, what is the good news you are referring to? You haven't said it yet. Lu Jejun proudly said, my uncle is from the Yinglong Palace. He will be coming to Cloud City in the next few days to take the place of Metabolic Tiger. Our Lu family in Cloud City is going to rise up in the water soon. At that time, there will be my uncle in the ground and the Lu family on the ground. We will have the final say in Cloud City. Great! Zhou Meicheng's eyes glowed, but a sudden wave of nervousness rose in her heart. She was happy that the Lu family had become stronger, but she was also afraid of being abandoned, so she took the initiative to please Lu Jejun. A moment later, she held on to Lu Jejun, slowly squatted down. 2 days later, there was a large business gathering in Cloud City. Families like the Su family and the Lu family naturally attended, and the Ningxue company, too, was qualified. In the past, when Su Ningxue was the president of Su company, she didn't like to participate in this kind of gathering, but this time, she had to participate. Now that she had started her own business independently, she had to brush up her presence within the business circle, and she was also counting on the party to expand the sales channels of the condensing snow cream. Relying on the webcast alone, it wouldn't work. She knew very well that the fire of condensing snow cream in the past 2 days was just a wave of heat that would be gone in the past, and there was a lot of irrational consumption in it, so if you want to develop in the long run, you still need to go through the regular channels. In fact, today, the heat has dropped significantly. Nowadays, people, in the hands of a cell phone can look around the world. There are too many things that can attract the eye, and very few people can continue to be enthusiastic. They are all 3-minute heat. Yi Xingchen accompanied Su Ningxue, and went forward to attend the dinner. Yi Xingchen drove the car. His eyes glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. Su Ningxue, who wore a gown, the beauty shook his eyes, so that he couldn't help but want to look. Su Ningxue noticed Yi Xingchen's eyes. She could even hear Yi Xingchen's thumping heartbeat. Her face could not help but blush. When he came out from his home, Yi Xingchen saw Su Ningxue, who opened the door for the first time. He was dumbfounded and his breathing became unsteady. That silly look let Su Ningxue feel both funny and proud. She actually did not notice that she had changed her opinion of Yi Xingchen. Initially, when she knew Yi Xingchen, he was overwhelmed by her beauty and she would think that he was a rogue. But now, he didn't resist. The two of them parked in the parking lot of the 5-star hotel in Cloud City and entered the hotel lobby. A party of such a level, Yi Xingchen naturally did not have the opportunity to come into contact with it before. But now that his own heart had become strong, he could take it in stride. The banquet hall where the party was held was very spacious, and the decoration was even more opulent, which was filled with drinks and food, and quite a number of scantily clad people were walking and talking in it. Ning Shui, a happy voice rang out, only to see Lin Yaqi dressed in a dark green gown, walking over quickly. Lin Yaqi's gown did not touch the ground, revealing delicate high heels and a sliver of calf, elegant yet a little youthful. This was the first time Yi Xingchen had seen her not wearing gradient stockings, and she was not ugly in the gown. In the entire banquet hall, it was only Su Ningxue who could hold her down a notch. Lin Yaqi's gown was a little more daring than Su Ningxue's, revealing a little bit of her career line. Yi Xingchen hastily moved his eyes away. Lin Yaqi sized up Yi Xingchen. It was also the first time she had seen Yi Xingchen in formal wear. There was hidden surprise flashing in her eyes. She skimmed her lips and said, "It's true that a horse relies on a saddle. Surname Ji puts on formal wear, but also human-like." Ha! Yi Xingchen reported a cold smile. Not to get into it with her. Lin Yaqi is Su Ningxue's friend, or very righteous. Lin's company employees were forced by her to watch Su Ningxue's carry live, and she herself did not buy less. When Yi Xingchen was annoyed with Lin Yaqi, he would think about Li Danny, and his thoughts were instantly clear. Lin Yaqi was simply a little cutie. Lin Yaqi held Su Ningxue's hand. "Congratulations, Ningxu cream has finally had its day." Su Ningxue smiled lightly. "Thanks to Yi Xingchen, From acquiring the company to the formula to the live broadcast, without his help, it wouldn't have been possible. Lin Yaqi was also incomparable in admitting this, but said with a stiff upper lip, "It's his honor to be able to help you out." In the banquet hall, Zhou Meicheng was carrying Lu Jejun's arm, and she was quietly surveying everything around her while putting on a commonplace look that was very pretentious. Lu Jejun was searching for Su Ningsu and Yi Xingchen, and his face sank after a moment. "They're really here." The two of them walked towards Su Ningxue's side, looking at Su Ningxue's pretty figure, beautiful and noble. Lu Jejun's eyes appeared in amazement. At the same time, his jealousy towards Yi Xingchen was even heavier. A beggar like Yi Xingchen, on what grounds did he gain Su Ningxue's favor? Zhou Meicheng's good mood is also gone. She put on an expensive dress, dazzling jewelry, thought she was pretty enough, but compared with Su Ningxue, was instantly compared. Zhou Meicheng looked at Yi Xingchen and said disdainfully, "Yi Xingchen, you actually have the face to come to this kind of occasion. Don't you know that dog meat can't be served on the mat?" Su Ningxue's pretty face sank as she coldly said, "Zhou Meicheng, are you talking about yourself?" Zhou Meicheng was instinctively weak, but then she thought, she is the future daughter-in-law of the Lu family, while Su Ningxue has already been kicked out of the Su family, and is only running a small company, so what ability does she have to compete with herself? She said in a cold voice, "Su Ningxue, don't think that you don't know your last name because injection cream has gotten a little bit better. You are still far away from success. You are in existence at the bottom of the pile in this banquet hall. What qualifications do you have to yell at me?" Saying this, she looked at Yi Xingchen. "Yi Xingchen, you've never seen this kind of scene before, right? There's no need to act as if nothing has happened. I can see through your nervousness at a glance." Yi Xingchen smiled coldly, not bothering to argue with Zhou Meicheng at all. It was indeed his first time being exposed to this kind of occasion, but as long as he wanted to, the underground overlords of a province would have to prostrate themselves before him. As long as he was willing to utilize his medical skills, he could easily gather a large amount of wealth in a short period of time. He had a condescending mentality, so how could he be inferior because of a party? At this time, the organizer of the party stood out to speak, and after making a speech, he finally concluded, "Come on, let's all raise our glasses together and work hard for the commercial prosperity of Cloud City." Everyone picked up red wine or champagne and took a symbolic sip. The organizer smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone, feel free to move around." Zhou Meicheng once again began to play the devil. She pointed at Yi Xingchen and mocked, "Yi Xingchen, you are really a turd. You have to pinch the column of the tall glass to drink champagne. If you touch the body of the glass, your hand will change the temperature of the champagne and it will affect the taste. You don't even understand this." Chapter 38, The Rules of Drinking. Zhou Meicheng's voice was not small, and many people around her heard it. Many women's gazes looked over and landed on Yi Xingchen. Zhou Meicheng's mocking point was childish, but had to be admittedly effective. Yi Xingchen would be humiliated if he didn't handle it well. After all, inside the entire banquet hall, there were quite a few self-righteous and pretentious people, and this kind of people liked to attach themselves to the public. Impatience flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes. This woman Zhou Meicheng, she was the one who had wronged herself, but she also pretended to be like a victim. I don't know where the hatred was born. She was really a psychopath. Just now do not and her general understanding, but also endless. Lu Jejun snorted loudly, "Turtle, wow, wow." Yi Xingchen smoothly took the red wine cup in Su Ningxue's hand, and at the same time, splashed the champagne and red wine in the cup on Zhou Meicheng's and Lu Jejun's faces respectively, and impatiently said, "Stuff to drink into my mouth. Whether or not the shadow affects the taste is none of your business. Stupid then it. A hand touching the cup still affects the temperature. Putting shackles on yourself. There are so many pussy things." Yi Xingchen's tone was full of disdain. This showed that he didn't take Zhou Meicheng's mockery to heart at all, and only felt it was silly. Drinking something to make so many broken rules, but some people still thought they were quite high-end. Left-handed fork, right-handed knife. I-ing left-handed knife. How? I don't use a knife. Directly fork, pick up and bite to eat, cannot? Yi Xingchen, such a way to deal with is undoubtedly the best. Entangled in the so-called rules will fall into the inferior. In the end, the rules are still set for ordinary people. Ordinary people will be ridiculed if they don't follow the rules, and big people will be considered to have a personality. But the problem was that other people didn't consider Yi Xingchen to be a bullish character, so they took Yi Xingchen as annoyed. "Yi Xingchen, you dare to splash me. You're rude." Zhou Meicheng screamed and scrambled to wipe the liquor from her body. As for Lu Jejun, his face and body were covered in red wine. He was even more wretched than Zhou Meicheng. His face was gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that Yi Xingchen would dare to make a move on such an occasion. If he didn't allow Yi Xingchen to pay the price, he would lose a lot of face today. "Security," Lu Jejun droned. A moment later, the head of security ran over with two security guards and politely said, "Young Master Lu, Lu Jejun's face was ugly as he droned. Look at what kind of person was let in. I'm asking you to kick him out now. The security chief quickly smiled. The other party has an invitation. We also looked at the invitation to let them in. But don't worry, Xiao Lu. I'll do something right away. He then looked at Xingchen and spoke coldly and hard. Sorry, you broke the rules of the reception. Please leave. Su Ningxue blocked in front of Xingchen and frowned as she spoke. Aren't you going to inquire about the causes and consequences? It was clearly the other party who provoked first. The security chief had seen Su Ningxue's invitation. It was just an inconspicuous small company, and said in a businesslike manner, Miss, please don't obstruct our normal work. Lin Yaqi was furious and also stepped in to stop it. The Lin family's eldest miss, and Lu Jejun's status was similar, but Lu Jejun was the heir. His status was heavier, and Xingchen did make a move. If the head of security offended Lu Jejun by sitting back and doing nothing, and went to expel Xingchen, it could still be said that it was a matter of public interest, and it only counted as not giving face to Lin Yaqi. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, it's just wrong for this person to make a move at the reception. It's our job to expel him, the security chief said. At this time, he also saw that Xingchen was just a little white boy who followed a beautiful woman to mix in, so he spoke even less politely to Xingchen. Speaking with oppression, please go out. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to take coercive measures. Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng gloatingly watched as Xingchen was driven out from the reception, more relieved than slapping the past two slaps. Right at this moment, the entrance to the banquet hall suddenly stirred, and a man who was 1 meter 9 tall, with broad shoulders and a square face and thick eyebrows walked in. Everyone automatically made a path because this person was the Cloud City underground overlord, Xia Tianhu. Xia Tianhu's exaggerated figure, coupled with a reckless aura, brought a heavy sense of oppression that made people not dare to look directly at him. As Xia Tianhu walked over, the security captain, Lu Jiajun, Zhou Meicheng and the others breathed in feeling the pressure. Previously, they had heard that Xia Tianhu was terrifying, but when they actually faced it, they realized that it was even more terrifying. I just heard you say that you want to kick someone out. Because of what? Xia Tianhu looked at the security captain and asked. The security team leader hurriedly answered. He pointed at Xingchen. This person poured wine on young Lu and Miss Zhou. Because of what? Xia Tianhu asked again. The security captain didn't know, but there was a person next to him who had the intention of flattering Xia Tianhu and hurriedly answered on his behalf. Xia Tianhu understood the cause and effect, looked at Zhou Meicheng and asked, Ms. Zhou, is it okay for champagne me to blow on the bottle? Zhou Meicheng busily said, yes, of course. Xia Tianhu froze. Won't this affect the taste? Won't it make you feel rustic? Zhou Meicheng felt her heart thumping. With your status as Master Tiger, how do you want to drink it? Who dares to say anything? Xia Tianhu's voice cooled a few points. That means, people with status can do whatever they want. Rules are for weak chickens, or weak chickens are used to cocoon themselves, right? Zhou Meicheng's mind was no longer spinning, and she was busy returning. Yes. This conversation slapped the faces of many people around. Xia Tianhu looked at the security chief and frowned as he spoke. Still not rolling. Yes. The security team leader led his men to leave in a hurry. Such a farce was so easily resolved because of Xia Tianhu's appearance. Lu Jejun's face was ugly. He was splashed for nothing, but for him to get angry with Xia Tianhu, he didn't dare. He could only curse in his heart. Xia Tianhu, you wait. When my uncle comes, you won't be able to fool around. Tiger Xia nodded at Xingchen and Su Ningxue. This was because Xingchen had reminded him that he could not reveal his identity. Otherwise this way of greeting him would be a great disrespect. Meeting was to bow respectfully. Su Ningxue was stunned, not understanding why Xia Tianhu was expressing goodwill. In the distance, the others were also surprised. Why is Xia Tianhu helping that young man? A very small voice beside him said, Are you sure he's helping the young man and not Su Ningxue? Are you saying that? Xia Tianhu has his eyes on Su Ningxue? Cloud City goddess Su Ningxue. What a stunning appearance today. What's so rare about Xia Tianhu taking a fancy to it? Makes sense. I believe it. Right at this moment, a change of heart occurred. Tiger Xie. So arrogant. So domineering. A voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the entrance of the banquet hall. The crowd instantly turned around and looked in surprise. Who was it that actually dared to call out the name Tiger Xie directly? And his words were laced with teasing and mockery? He didn't want to live? Chapter 39, The Struggle in the Yinglong Hall. Xingchen naturally looked over. He was also curious. Was there anyone else in Cloud City who dared to provoke Tiger Xie? Only to see a few people walk up to the entrance of the banquet hall. The middle one was in his 40s, around 1 meter 85, with a lean figure, like a dormant leopard, giving off a feeling of strength and extreme agility. Xingchen's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing that it was unusual. Tiger Xie also turned around and saw the visitor. His eyes narrowed as he spoke in a cold voice. Hua Tianhao? Lu Jejun couldn't afford to be excited. It's uncle. Uncle came early? He pulled Zhou Meiqing and hurriedly ran over, shouting, Uncle! But Hua Tianhao simply ignored it. At this juncture, the important thing was to engage with Tiger Xie. How could he be in the mood to see his nephew? Lu Jejun wasn't embarrassed and walked behind Hua Tianhao. Among those people behind Hua Tianhao, there was his father. Tiger Xie spoke in a cold voice. Hua Tianhao, what are you doing in my territory? Shouldn't you give me a greeting in advance? Your turf? Hua Tianhao said proudly. Not anytime soon. I'm here to replace you. He actually directly showed his cards. Upon hearing this, Tiger Xie's pupils shrank, his body instantly releasing coldness. Hua Tianhao was the Vice Temple Master's man, and he had long heard that the Vice Temple Master was not stopping and wanted to expand his power, and had actually hit his head with the idea. This news, too, caused an uproar in the banquet hall. They had heard unimaginable news. This new man had come to take the metabolic tiger, and he still seemed to be a member of the Lu family. It was really unexpected that the Lu family actually had such connections. If this person really succeeded, the Lu family would rise in Yun City, and becoming the richest would be just around the corner. Replacing me depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Tiger Xie's voice was ice cold. At this time, two lean Hans had come to his side, nicknamed Black Panther and Panther, two experts under his hand, his left arm and right arm. Since I came to Cloud City, I naturally didn't rely on my mouth. Hua Tianhao spoke confidently. The reason why he showed up at the party was to use this opportunity to declare that Cloud City, in the future, the underground of Cloud City would be his Hua Tianhao's world. How dare you talk to Master Tiger like that? Looking for death. Black Panther let out a low shout and moved steeply. His body shape was like electricity. His strike carried the wind, and his open 5 claws contained great power, as if a large tree could be torn off its bark. Most of the people around were seeing an expert strike for the first time, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lu Jejun also instantly worried for his uncle. Hua Tianhao, however, looked relaxed. He took half a step across, he dodged the harsh claws, and just when the Black Panther wanted to change his stance, he kicked out. The Black Panther had no time to dodge, and was kicked in the ribs. His body flew out backwards. Xia Tianhu snorted coldly. His body rushed forward, reaching out to hold the Black Panther up, and then he rubbed his shoulders and kicked Hua Tianhao with a powerful kick. Hua Tianhao temporarily avoided the front line, letting Xia Tianhu kick in the air. Then Xia Tianhu's long leg smashed horizontally, and Hua Tianhao's arm collided solidly. The two were in close combat. Both punches and kicks had strong winds whistling, containing terrifying power. Moments later, the two of them threw a punch at each other, and with a muffled sound, the thick carpet underneath the two of them was torn apart, and Xia Tiger was shaken out. Tiger Xia's footsteps were heavy. He wanted to stop, but he simply couldn't. He couldn't help but feel a sinking in his heart. He couldn't imagine that Hua Tianhao was so strong. Today, all the dignified people in Cloud City were present. If he was defeated, he would be disgraced. His majesty would be swept away in the future. This was the result Hua Tianhao wanted. Just as Tiger Xia had just withdrawn 2 steps, a hand suddenly came up on his back, and Tiger Xia felt that all the impact on his body instantly disappeared. He turned back in shock. Who was the one who helped him defuse it? The tremendous force just now. It was a wall that would have been collapsed. This person was actually able to easily defuse it. The person who appeared behind him was wearing a mask. This mask was a decorative item for the banquet hall. Xia Tianhu immediately thought of Xingchen on it. Master Tiger, there's no need for you to personally take action. I'll do it. Xingchen changed his voice and said. He disguised himself as one of Xia Tianhu's men, something that doesn't even dare to show its face. You deserve it too. Hua Tianhao let out a low shout. His feet took 3 steps in a row, and he blasted over with a punch. The masked man met it with a light punch. Xia Tianhu was shocked in his heart. He knew that Hua Tianhao was strong. Would Xingchen be too big for his britches? Although he is a dragon king, but after all, he is young. His strength doesn't have to be that strong. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 2 fists blasted against each other. Xingchen didn't move at all, while Hua Tianhao rubbed back 2 steps. Hua Tianhao waved his sleeve and put his hands behind his back as he spoke. Xia Tianhu, I came here today just to say hello, and now my purpose has been achieved. You wait for my follow-up action. Go! Hua Tianhao threw off his trench coat and walked out in large strides. Lu Jejun's dad followed behind, and when he saw Hua Tianhao walking faster and faster after walking out of the banquet hall, he jogged up to keep up. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to knock Xia Tianhao down today? Are you just going to let it go? Lu Jejun's dad asked suspiciously. Put. Hua Tianhao suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Father Lu was shocked. Hua Tianhao wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart palpitating. If he hadn't braced himself just now, he would have knelt on the spot. and never had the face to dominate Cloud City again. He frowned. The intelligence is wrong. I can't imagine that besides Black Panther and Panther, there is also an expert hidden under Xietian who's men. Even I got caught under carelessness. Father Lu was anxious. What then? He was still waiting for his brother-in-law to become the Cloud City Hall Master, and the Lu family would follow suit. Hua Tianhao said in a cold voice, "There's no rush. The Vice Hall Master's determination to take down Cloud City is set. He will send experts to assist me, and sooner or later, Tiger Xie's position will be replaced by me." That's good. That's good. Father Lu breathed a sigh of relief and said with concern, "Brother-in-law, are you alright? Let's go. Brother-in-law will send you home." Xingchen ran to the toilet, threw the mask away, put his jacket on and walked back. He didn't want people to know the relationship with Xietianhu, although Xietianhu was powerful, but after all, he was mixing with the underground, and a lot of people were prejudiced. Lin Yaqi said, "Surname Yi, you don't have the eyes to see. You didn't see the expert battle just now. It was more exciting than the movie." Xingchen bristled. "I'm not interested in fighting and killing." Lin Yaqi's eyes were contemptuous. "Are you a man? You didn't dare to look just now and deliberately hit out, did you? I despise you." After the party was over, everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. After Xingchen sent Su Ningxue home, he said he would go out for a walk. After he walked to the road, he got into a Range Rover. Tiger Xie immediately got up. "In order not to reveal your identity, forgive my subordinate for not getting out of the car to greet you. Dragon King, thank you for your hand just now." Xingchen pressed his hand, signaling him to sit down and take it easy. After Xingchen sat down, he said, "Tell me about Hua Tianhao." Chapter 40, The Danger of Nishue Company. Xingchen could guess that Hua Tianhao was someone from Yinglong Palace, but someone who belonged to the same power. Wanting to come over and grab a position just to come and grab it, wasn't that a joke? Doesn't Yinglong Temple have any rules? There must be a story in it. Tiger Xie opened his mouth and said, "Hua Tianhao is Vice Palace Master Situyan's person. The Vice Palace Master is very ambitious. In Yinglong Palace, anyone with a clear eye can see that he's stupid, but I never thought that he would move so boldly and openly send someone to seize the Cloud City territory." Although Tiger Xie was just 2 short sentences, Xingchen heard a story of a Vice Hall Master who was unwilling to accept the status quo and seize power with the Hall Master. Xingchen muttered to himself, "When something like this occurs, it looks like there is a management problem. If Yinglong Hall is like this, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon King Hall's problems are not small." He muttered, "It's strange that the one at the top is being a shirker and there aren't any problems down below. Old thing, passing the seat to me. It turns out that he is dumping a mess on me so that he can go and get away with it himself." Hearing this, Tiger Xie couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, but pretended not to have heard anything. Old thing naturally meant Old Dragon King. It was possible to tell from this title alone that Xingchen and the Old Dragon King were extremely close. His awe and confidence in Xingchen increased a few more points. Xingchen lay back and leaned on the back of the chair, saying in a faint voice, "This is not something for you Xietianhu alone, it is also my part. Let the people behind Hua Tianhao let their horses come over. Rectify the Dragon King Hall. Start with this Vice Hall Master." Tiger Xie's heart was startled. Xingchen's eyes showed infinite confidence, not putting the Vice Hall Master in his eyes at all. Moreover, today, Xingchen's strike did make him feel unfathomable. He did not see Xingchen's depth at all. "Dragon King, my subordinate, Xia Tianhu, is willing to follow around and serve as a dog and horse." Xia Tianhu suddenly knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists and bellowed out. Xingchen glanced at Xia Tianhu. Although this person had a rough appearance, he had a delicate mind and knew how to seize opportunities. He had the wrists and the heart. It was just that he lacked the strength and the opportunity. But the strength could be improved and the opportunity himself could be given to him. As long as there was loyalty, he could be cultivated. Xingchen smiled and spoke in a faint voice. "First, I'll book you a seat as the Vice Temple Master of Yinglong Temple. Whether or not you can still move up in the future depends on you." Xia Tianhu was thrilled to hear this and drank loudly. "Many thanks to the Dragon King for cultivating me. My subordinate swears to follow the Dragon King to the death." With his liver and brain, Xingchen pushed open the car door and walked out, fatally leaving behind a sentence. "Follow me. As long as you are loyal, it will only allow you to soar. It won't allow you to sacrifice your liver and brain." With his hands behind his back, he walked in the direction of his home. The next day, at Ningxue Company, Su Ningxue fell into silence after answering a phone call, obviously encountering a problem. Xingchen asked, "What's wrong?" Su Ningxue frowned and said, "The raw materials for producing condensing snow cream are stuck in the logistics company." Xingchen raised his eyebrows, then casually said, "It's okay, maybe which procedure is not qualified. Wait and then it will be released." "I hope so." Although Su Ningxue said this, she was still worried. I'm afraid that someone is making things difficult from this, deliberately making things difficult. Xingchen walked out and made a call to Tiger Xia. 10 minutes later, the driver called Su Ningshui and said happily, Mr. Su, don't worry, the logistics company has released the goods. Su Ningshui breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like it was really a matter of formalities. I was the one who was oversensitive. At the Su family, Su Changfeng also got the feedback from the logistics company. He was still clutching his cell phone in his hand. His face was ugly. Dad. Xia Tianhu personally called the logistics company. His words were very sharp, and he almost scared the logistics manager into peeing. From now on, the logistics company doesn't even dare to half-ass Su Ningshui's goods. Su Yinghao frowned. Xia Tianhu actually helped her so much. Trouble. Su Changfeng cursed loudly. Su Ningshui, this shameless woman, really sold out her color. She really disgraced the face of the Su family. Her company will be escorted by Xia Tianhu in the future. And then with the quality of the medicinal makeup, it will definitely prosper. What should we do? Su Yinghao eyes emerged scorn. Su Ningshui has the ability to have a product. If there is someone to support, will really be out of control? I believe that in a short time, Su's company will have to be compared to. He then looked puzzled and narrowed his eyes. In the past, no one dared to mess with Xia Tianhu, but now Cloud City is not Xia Tianhu's sole dominance. Su Chongfeng's eyes lit up as he was reminded. Dad, are you talking about that Hua Tianhao from yesterday's party? They were able to see that Hua Tianhao was extremely capable and had someone behind him who was imperative to Yun Chang. Su Yinghao knocked on the table and said, Hua Tianhao has a high possibility of fetching metabolic sky tiger. Contacting him in advance is also to pave the way for the future. At that moment, father and son quietly went to the Lu family to meet Hua Tianhao. Hua Tianhao attached great importance to Su Yinghao's father and son's intention after learning about their visit. After all, he wanted to duel Xia Tianhu and needed the support of the local forces as well. Hua Tianhao revealed a little, saying that he was backed by the vice temple master of Yinglong Temple, someone whose power was stronger than the temple masters nowadays. Hearing this, Su Yinghao's father and son felt even more confident, vowing to hug Hua Tianhao's thigh in advance. Hua Tianhao also agreed to the father and son's claim in one breath, and said in an overbearing manner, no problem, your business is my business. After today, Ning Shui Company will become a ruin. Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng returned satisfied. As evening came, under the cover of the night, two cars traveled out from the Lu family, which were filled with a single hitman, and its destination was the Condensing Snow Company. At this time, the workers were already off duty, and there were still two doormen left in the company, as well as two workers on duty. Hua Tianhao's henchman leader, who was arranging the task at the last intersection, droned, mask the license plate, mask your face, rush into the company and smash it to pieces. Withdraw within 5 minutes. Do you hear me? Hear that? The crowd of hitmen bellowed. The car traveled through the intersection, and in front of them was the Condensed Snow Company. But suddenly, two SUVs drove head-on and almost collided with them. Crunch, crunch, the driver hastily braked, resounding with an ear-splitting sound of brakes. These people in the car were all thugs, a bunch of short-tempered people. At this time, they were stopped alive. One by one, they were furious, and cursed loudly. Damn, can you drive? See if I go down and not break his legs. Get off, get him. But the two SUVs on the opposite side of the road also had their doors slammed open and came down a big man, rushing over aggressively. Hua Tianhao's men's faces changed. Not good. It's Xia Tianhu's men. Kill. The two parties immediately mixed and fought. Chapter 41, Su Ningshui in danger. At this time, Xingchen stayed with Xia Tianhu. Since he had decided to reorganize the Ying Dragon Palace, he naturally needed to know more about it. After receiving a call, Xia Tianhu reported, Dragon King, since the party, I have sent people to keep an eye on Hua Tianhao, and just a short while ago, his men made a move, and the target turned out to be Miss Su's company. Xingchen instantly frowned and subconsciously said, what is he doing against Ning Shui's company? Unclear. Xia Tianhu shook his head and guessed, yesterday's party, I helped the Dragon King. The others thought the wrong way and thought I was helping Miss Su. Could it be because of this? He thought for half a day before coming up with this reason. He took the initiative to say it, but also wanted to prove in front of Xingchen that he had no ghosts in his heart. When others created rumors that he, Xia Tianhu, was interested in Su Ningshui, Xia Tianhu was also panicked in his heart, fearing that Xingchen would blame him. Xingchen frowned. It's also possible that Lu Jiejun and Zhou Meicheng are fanning the flames. I have a grudge against these two. The two hated me, and now that I finally came to rely on them, I naturally want to take advantage of them. Let's ignore the reason now. First ensure the safety of Ningsu Company. Xia Tianhu busily said, don't worry Dragon King, Black Panther has already brought people to stop these people. Guarantee that they won't hurt a single brick of Miss Su's company. Well, that's good. Yi Xingchen at this time but stood up. Even though the Ning Shui company was safe, he still had uneasiness in his heart and spoke, "Give me a car. I want to go back." He drove a car and greeted Su Ningsu towards the road she was traveling home. Su Ning Shui drove her car home, and when she passed through a less crowded road, the car behind her suddenly accelerated and crashed with a bang. She was rear-ended. In the car behind, on the driver and the passenger side, were two flower-armed men. The driver narrowed his eyes and spoke, "When Su Ningxue gets out of the car, you quickly grab her and stuff her into the car. When we get to a place where no one is around, this kind of delicate little beauty will still be able to say whatever she asks." The man on the passenger side hemmed and hawed. "Today's mission is not difficult. The other party is still a Yun Chang goddess. Maybe we can even get a kiss. Ha ha ha." This was surprisingly not an ordinary tailgate. Two men that were here for the formula. This was also one of the requirements of Su's father and son. Su Ningxue was tailgate and naturally got out of the car to check the situation. With nervousness in her heart, she walked towards the rear of the car. Looking at that delicate figure, the two flower-armed men in the car behind her, their eyes went straight. The man on the co-pilot had already put his hand on the door switch, just waiting for Su Ningxue to come over. He would rush down and grab Su Ningxue up. The whole process would take less than 3 seconds. Action! The man stepped down with one foot. Right at this moment, piercing lights shot in, and a voice loudly droned, "Ningsu, get in the car." Su Ningsu was startled. She heard it was Yi Xingchen's voice, and without asking 3 questions, she proceeded to sit back in the car and lock the door. The flower-armed man had already pushed open the car door, but Su Ningxue had already fled back, and another person had arrived, so he lost his chance. Damn, looks like it won't work today. Withdraw. The flower-armed man got into the car and the car quickly turned around and left. Yi Xingchen stopped the car. His face was gloomy. If he came a moment later, Su Ningxue was afraid that she would have been captured. A delicate beauty. It was impossible to say what kind of danger she would face. Su Ningxue also understood at this time. This was not a simple tailgate. The other party was rushing towards her. Who was the other party and why did they want to arrest me? If Yi Xingchen doesn't come, they will hurt me, right? Su Ningxue was scared out of a cold sweat, and under the tension, she jumped into Yi Xingchen's arms at once. Yi Xingchen was bumped into a full embrace, especially feeling his chest being pushed against it, making his heart flutter. Su Ningxue's body kept trembling, obviously extremely frightened. Yi Xingchen lightly patted Su Ningxue's back to soothe. "Don't be afraid, I'm not here." His gaze towards the fleeing car was a cold one. "Hmph, Tianhao, you are so eager to die. I will fulfill you." After a while, Su Ningxue only settled down. She realized that she was actually in Yi Xingchen's arms, and hurriedly got up, a pretty face red with shame. Yi Xingchen was frustrated and really wanted to hold her for a while longer. He opened his mouth to avoid Su Ningxue's embarrassment and said, "Let's go home. You're in front, I'll follow you behind." After each of them got on the car, Yi Xingchen called Xie Tianhu and said, "Notify the Yinglong Hall master and ask him to come and meet me as soon as possible." He originally wanted to slowly resolve the Yinglong Hall's matter, but since Hua Tianhao had made a fool of himself and touched his reverse scales, let Hua Tianhao die quickly. Xia Tianhua on the other end of the phone shivered. The Dragon King has been trying to hide his identity. This is his intention to stop pretending and just show his cards. He got excited. 10 minutes later, Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue returned home. The two of them walked into the villa together. Ma Chunlan and Chen Mei were sitting on the sofa. Looking up, Chen Mei laughed. "In-laws, look at them. Groom and daughter. What a match." When she was in the hospital, Yi Xingchen's performance had already impressed her. Yi Xingchen was a man who could protect Su Ningxue. Then someone went to Su Ningxue's company to jump off the building. This huge crisis was also lifted by Yi Xingchen. Chen Mei was very satisfied with Yi Xingchen, and had already taken him as the perfect candidate for her son-in-law. Ma Chunlan's face turned into a smile. He never thought that Yi Xingchen could marry such an outstanding girl as Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue's beauty, ability, and career, in Ma Chunlan's opinion, was the level of a fairy. Chen Mei voiced out, "Don't be in a hurry, you two. My in-laws and I are discussing your engagement." "What? Engagement?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue were both stunned. This kind of thing, Ma Chunlan naturally did not have the courage to mention it. Chen Mei felt that it was really awkward to live in Yi Xingchen's home without a name like this, and only then did she take the initiative to bring it up. Chen Mei looked at Yi Xingchen and asked, "Xingchen, do you have any opinions?" Yi Xingchen smiled. "That naturally has no opinion." Chen Mei then looked at Su Ningxue. "What about you?" Su Ningxue's face appeared shy. In fact, she already had no aversion to Yi Xingchen, and subconsciously developed a good feeling, but still thought of cultivating her feelings, and then the water would come to her. Unexpectedly her own mother first proposed to get engaged, although she felt anxious, but if she refused, She was worried that Xingchen would think too much. I don't have an opinion either. Su Ningxue said shyly. You guys decide. Good. Then I'll make the decision for you guys. Chen Mei slammed the table. The day after tomorrow. It's a good day to get engaged the day after tomorrow. Xingchen and Su Ningxue were dumbfounded. So urgent. This was too caught off guard. Chen Mei waved her hand. Engagement isn't marriage. It's okay to be in a hurry. Ma Chunlan couldn't wait for this day to come quickly, and said from the side, what the in-laws said makes sense. Having tomorrow to prepare for one day is also enough. It's just buying some things and inviting guests. Alright. Xingchen and Su Ningxue had to compromise. Chapter 42, Engagement crashes into marriage. At the Lu family, Hua Tianhao and Lu Jiajun's dad, Lu Xiaodong, were walking in the courtyard. Hua Tianhao had already learned that the smashing of the Ningxu company had been stopped and the formula hadn't been gotten, and his face was ugly. Lu Xiaodong sighed. Yunchang is Xietian whose territory after all. He has been operating here for many years and has his hand in everything. It's not difficult to hide things from his ears. Hua Tianhao snorted coldly. I wanted to slowly fight with him, but I actually don't have the advantage, so I won't fight with him in a small way. I'll directly showdown with him, and a hand will set the stage. Just how to find a showdown opportunity, he mused. At the gazebo in front, Zhou Meiqing looked at Lu Jiajun and tenderly spoke. Jiajun, let's have a wedding this year, okay? I want to be your bride. It wasn't the first time she had brought up marriage, and if she didn't have a wedding, she always had no bottom in her heart, always worried that she would be kicked away. And it was true that Lu Jiajun hadn't thought about living with Zhou Meiqing for the rest of his life, before he had come together with Zhou Meiqing because he wanted to get back at Xingchen. Now that his uncle had come, the Lu family was going to be the richest in Cloud City, and Zhou Meiqing was even more unworthy of his status. He had hesitation. Marriage Lu Jiajun snorted. I have to ask my parents, and grandpa, I have to set the auspicious date, and I have to prepare a lot of things. It's quite troublesome. Zhou Meiqing was disappointed in her heart, but she didn't dare to push too hard. Marriage? Right at this moment, Hua Tianhao passed by the gazebo, heard this word, and was struck by an idea. Lu Jiajun's wedding. A big scene. Wasn't this a chance for a showdown? The vice hall master would send his experts over, or even come personally, and taking down Xietian who would be a breeze. All that was needed now was a big scene to announce it. The Lu family had a reputation in Yun City, and the wedding held by the first-line grandson's marriage was a big spectacle. You guys want to get married, right? Hua Tianhao looked at Lu Jiajun and Zhou Meiqing and opened his mouth. Zhou Meiqing was startled and waved her hands. No, I'm just talking off the top of my head. How can we get married and compare it to Uncle's big event? She knew Hua Tianhao's power of speech in the Lu family, so she spoke carefully for fear of offending. No, I want you to get married. Hua Tianhao spoke, and it has to be a big event, a sensation in the city. I want all the dignified people in Yun City to come to your wedding. Ha! Zhou Meiqing, Lu Jiajun, including Lu Xiaodong, were all stunned. Hua Tianhao exclaimed, I'm going to take advantage of this big scene to take over Metallic Tiger in one fell swoop and proclaim Cloud City. After Lu Xiaodong heard this, he realized what Hua Tianhao meant. Good, then listen to your brother-in-law. Lu Xiaodong laughed. Hua Tianhao clapped. Tomorrow. Forget it, tomorrow is a bit too urgent. The day after tomorrow then. The day after tomorrow you hold the wedding. Lu Xiaodong laughed and didn't feel too rushed. Things like his brother-in-law taking control of Cloud City and the Lu family making a name for themselves with it. Naturally the sooner it came the better. The only one who wasn't happy about it was Lu Jiajun, whose wedding. No one even considered his opinion. Zhou Meiqing was overjoyed in her heart. She had always wanted to have a wedding but couldn't do it, and she didn't expect Hua Tianhao to come with an assist and suddenly realize it. Her wish was to get married this year, but she didn't realize that once her uncle opened his mouth, the day after tomorrow would be the wedding, and he would immediately become the Lu family's youngest grandmother. When there was a wedding tie, her position was solidified, and with a name, she will also have a place in the upper circles of Cloud City. The night passed quickly. The next morning Xingchen and Su Ningxue left the house. There were a lot of things to be busy with today. They had to invite guests and also go shopping for some engagement items. In order to show their importance, their first stop was at the Su family to invite Su Hongchang. After seeing Su Hongchang was eating breakfast. Su Ningxue went up, refilled Su Hongchang's cup with black tea, and spoke respectfully, Grandpa, I'm getting engaged tomorrow, please attend. After saying this, her eyes held anticipation. Although her grandfather had rarely shown her a smile since she was a child, but after all, he was her own grandfather, and she very much hoped that she would have his presence and blessing for such a major life event as her engagement. Su Hongchang carelessly took a bite of Xiaolong Bao, faintly spoke, engaged, with whom? Su Ningxue froze. Xingchen had accompanied along. Grandpa was knowingly asking a question. She pointed at Xingchen and spoke. It's him, his name is Xingchen. Oh, Su Hongchang glanced at Xingchen, revealing a dazed expression. That's the one you misappropriated the company's assets, bought a house and put it under your name? Su Ningxue immediately said, Grandpa, I didn't do it. You must have checked the accounts and surely know that I am innocent. Su Hongchang snorted coldly, his face sinking slightly. What's the deal with that medicinal formula? You have been pinching it in your hands but not taking it out for the company to use. You have been thinking of setting up your own business, right? Su Ningxue felt very aggrieved in her heart. The medicinal makeup formula was her heart and soul for several years, and she had been sidelined in the company. Of course she would be a little hesitant, but she hadn't been thinking of hiding it all the time. She opened her mouth and said, before I was kicked out of the company, I had already started to acquire the cosmetic company. The price has all been negotiated. If I am given a few more days, the medicinal makeup project will be launched. Upon hearing this, Su Hongchan's expression slightly loosened. Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng, who were on the side, had a pang of regret in their hearts. Had they known this, they would have stayed with Su Ningxue for a few more days. When the time came to use the medicinal makeup to make money, then kick Su Ningxue out. Su Yinghao hurriedly interjected. Su Ningxue, you don't want to lie here. Things have already passed. You can make up whatever you want now. Who knows the truth anyway? Why have I never heard you report on this project? Su Changfeng also said. Also, you set up a ring to compete with Su's company and smeared Su's company. This is a fact, right? The Su family gave birth to you and raised you. Are you still a human being? Su Ningxue had never seen such a brazen person before, and angrily said, Su Changfeng, it was you who stole my formula in the first place. How can you still be justified? I was kicked out of the company by you guys. If I don't rely on the formula in my hand to eat, am I going to starve to death? You actually sent someone to my company to jump. Enough! Su Hongchang threw down the half-bitten bun in annoyance. Talking about these annoying things while eating breakfast doesn't let people be solemn. Su Ningxue no longer argued with Su Changfeng. Facing Su Hongchang again opened his mouth, begging, Grandpa, I'm engaged to be married. You go to participate, okay? No go. Su Hongchang directly refused, reaching out and pointing at Xingchen, disdainfully saying, you marry such a person with no background and no prospects. Are you worthy of my attendance? Saying that, he picked up an invitation from the side and threw it over. You are really courageous. Getting engaged on the same day as the Lu family holding a wedding, and still not being eclipsed by the comparison? You also don't know to avoid a little. Really the light of the firefly dares to compete with the sun and the moon. Chapter 43, The Eternal Heart. Lu family wedding? Upon hearing this, Xingchen and Su Ningxue were both stunned. Lu Jejun and Zhou Meichang were having a wedding tomorrow? So sudden? And so coincidentally, the dates clashed together, which was not expected. However, there was no need for them to change the date of the engagement any further. Su Hongchang said, tomorrow is the Lu family's wedding. The Lu family is a comparable family to the Su family and a business partner. Holding a wedding. Can I not attend? You say, is it important for you to get engaged? Or is it important to attend the Lu family's wedding? Xingchen rightfully said, of course it's the engagement of my own granddaughter that's important. Isn't this nonsense to ask? What kind of engagement can be as important as one's own family's wedding? How can you have the face to ask such words? Su Hongchang already had a big opinion of Xingchen. At this time being contradicted, he was even more annoyed, reaching out and pointing to the door. Drinking, I said your engagement is not important. Give me a go. Get the hell out. Not only are you guys engaged, but I won't attend the wedding either. Go! Su Ningxue's eyes reddened. She was very aggrieved and embarrassed, immediately engaged, but couldn't get a bit of blessing from the elders. Xingchen pulled Su Ningxue's arm and spoke. Ningxue, go. Don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. He looked back at Su Hongchang and said in a cold voice, remember, you're the one who looked down on this granddaughter. So when Ningxue puts you out of reach in the future, don't come to climb high. Put. Su Changfeng directly laughed and sputtered. Laughed out loud. Surnamed Yi, you're crazy. Talking big words here. You guys still make the Su family unattainable? Not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Su Hongchang's old face was black with anger. Drinking. Hurry up and get out of here. You guys are the emperors. I won't be unattainable to you. Xingchen and Su Ningxue. The two of them walked out from the Su family. Su Ningxue stood outside the Su family's gates for a while before she slowed down. She exhaled a breath, and greeted the sunrise with a sprightly smile. Forget it, don't be sad. It's not like it's the first day I realized that I have no status in this family. Xingchen said in his heart, I will definitely not let you suffer in the future. He opened the car door. Get in. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Wuyue Mall. Since it was an engagement, jewelry was naturally indispensable. Xingchen and Su Ningxue walked into a jewelry store of a famous brand. A store clerk greeted them. the two of you. Halfway through her words, she suddenly ran towards behind Yi Xingchen and Su Ningshui. Her excited voice rang out, Lu Xiao, you're here, quickly inside please. Changing customers in the middle of the day, favoring one over the other. This was extremely impolite behavior on her part, and the customers who came in after her were no one else. It was none other than Lu Jiajun and Zhou Meiqing. Lu Jiajun glanced ahead and snorted. Why, Yi Xingchen, did you come to buy jewelry too? The sales clerks don't even treat you well. He. The sales clerk with Meng Lina on her badge did not show embarrassment, and after experiencing Lu Jiajun's hostility towards Yi Xingchen, she even deliberately glanced at Yi Xingchen, and then offered her attentiveness to Lu Jiajun. What do you need? Young Lu, there are quite a lot of new styles in the store. Lu Jiajun spoke. I'm getting married tomorrow. I want a wedding ring and necklace. Congratulations young Lu. Meng Lina said congratulations, then revealed an incomparably envious expression to Zhou Meichang. This young lady is so beautiful, so temperamental. She's really a good match for young Lu. After Zhou Meichang became the Lu family's prospective young granny, her mentality changed. She held her head high and proudly, looking at Su Ningshui with a look of contempt. Another clerk in the store walked towards Yi Xingchen and Su Ningshui. According to the store rules, the clerk was rotating. The one who came in first should be Meng Lina's customer, and Lu Jiajun, who clearly had more purchasing power, should be hers, but she didn't say anything either. Both of you, what kind of jewelry would you like to choose? Is there any special significance? The sales clerk named Wang Yuan asked with a smile. Yi Xingchen said, for engagement, do you two need to customize it? But customization needs to wait. It's going to be used tomorrow. Wang Yuan reached out and pointed to the container. The two of you, please follow me. Lu Jiajun and Zhou Meiching's gazes also looked over. Lu Jiajun was surprised. They're getting engaged tomorrow? And on the same day as our wedding? Zhou Meiching smiled proudly. That's just right. The family attaches great importance to our wedding. The city is sensational. Tomorrow, I'm going to dwarf Su Ningsu. Lu Jiajun smiled disdainfully. That's natural. A tiny Yi Xingchen. How can he compare to me? A few moments later, Zhou Meiching's eyes were attracted by a necklace. Exclaiming out, wow, this one is so beautiful. Meng Lina hurriedly introduced it. Ms. Zhou, you have such a good eye. This necklace is called Eternal Heart, representing eternal and unchanging love. It's most suitable for engagement and marriage. The Eternal Heart was actually sent over from the provincial capital only yesterday, and was originally intended for exhibition. This Eternal Heart was very exquisite in both design and workmanship, obviously coming from everyone. Its materials were even more needless to say. The natural diamonds alone were inlaid with an unknown number of diamonds, especially the sapphire at the core, which was very precious and rare at a glance. Zhou Meiqing asked, how much is this necklace? When she asked, she was very confident. After all, as the Lu family's youngest grandmother, she didn't think there was anything she couldn't afford. $8,800,000. Meng Lina spoke. 8. Zhou Meichang was choked for a moment. She finally realized why this necklace was sent for exhibition. Damn how rich one had to be to buy it. Although the Lu family was rich, they definitely wouldn't spend $8,800,000 on a necklace, much less for her as a young granny. I suddenly feel that the sapphire doesn't match my skin color. It's still more suitable for diamonds. Zhou Meiching's words changed. She was very sensible. If she pestered Lu Jiajun to buy an $8 million necklace, then her brain was kicked by a donkey. Meng Lina hurriedly concurred. I also feel that diamonds are more compatible with Ms. Zhou's skin. Take a look at this necklace. The price is $388,800. In the end, Zhou Meiqing bought the necklace and ring, totaling $600,000. Lu Jiajun very dashingly clipped out his bank card. Swipe. Meng Lina's face was about to stiffen with laughter. Today's commission would be a large few $1,000s. Fortunately she had snatched the customer. Zhou Meiqing finished her shopping and didn't leave, but walked specifically to Yi Xingchen and Su Ningshui, wanting to see what they were buying. Su Ningshui, however, kept looking towards the cheap area. Yi Xingchen laughed bitterly. Ningshui, there's really no need to be like this. I have money. Su Ningshui said without lifting her head. You can't just spend the money in your card. It's not like you don't know. Zhou Meiqing snorted out a laugh from the side. Yo, you're getting engaged. You're still stingy when buying a piece of jewelry. Shame on you. A great lady of the Su family, reduced to not even being able to buy a necklace of a few tens of thousands of dollars. Really pathetic. Su Ningshui ignored Zhou Meiqing's mockery and said to Yi Xingchen, it's a time when money is tight. Don't buy expensive ones. Yi Xingchen smiled. Good, then don't buy it. Chapter 44 Prelude to Engagement. Put. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Zhou Meiqing and Meng Lina directly burst out laughing. Meng Lina looked at Yi Xingchen with a gaze full of contempt. This person can really use the slope to get off the donkey. When your girlfriend said that you don't have to buy an expensive one, she meant that you can buy a cheap one. You're good, you directly don't buy it. This level of beauty actually married you, really fell into the fire pit. That saying is really accurate. Goddesses are married to hangers-on. She instantly didn't envy Su Ningxue. What's the use of looking pretty, marrying a poorer person, not as good as her own life? Zhou Meicheng waved her hand in boredom. Hubby, let's go. It's pointless. Someone who can't even afford jewelry doesn't deserve my attention. With a smile on her face, Meng Linus and Lu Jiejun and Zhou Meicheng out of the store. As for Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue, they also left empty-handed. Wang Yuan was immensely disappointed in her heart, but she still maintained her smile and sent Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue out. Meng Lina gave Wang Yuan a condescending look, stepped on her high heels and twisted her waist to walk back. A few minutes later, Yi Xingchen but walked back. Meng Lina was thinking about how to treat herself after taking a few $1,000s in commission. When she saw Yi Xingchen walk in, she frowned. What are you doing here? Yi Xingchen didn't even look at her, pointing to Wang Yuan who had received him earlier, and said to her, bring me the eternal heart. What? Wang Yuan thought she had heard wrong. Yi Xingchen spoke again. Wrap the eternal heart for me. Be quick. Saying this, he handed over the card. He and Su Ningxue said to go buy a bottle of water, so they couldn't be delayed for too long. Wang Yuan was even more confused. She had initially thought that Yi Xingchen wanted to view the eternal heart, while Yi Xingchen said he wanted to buy it. In her heart, she naturally didn't believe a million times, but out of politeness and professionalism, she still took the card over. She thought to herself, when the swipe was unsuccessful, she could naturally refuse it. There was no need to lose face with the customer now. Meng Lina, however, as if she had heard a big joke, loudly mocked, a necklace worth $8 million. Lu Xiao can't even afford it. You can afford it? You can afford it? If you can afford it, why don't you still pretend in front of your enemies and be taunted? Yi Xingchen's face appeared impatient. This woman was really sick. A customer of his who came in to buy something was actually regarded as an enemy by her? Is this not sick? Regardless of whether the customer can afford to buy or not. You, a salesperson, can you afford to buy? What qualifications and position do you have to mock? Shut your mouth. Yi Xingchen coldly shouted, thinking that this female was just a silly person. Shay, still telling me to shut up. Later it will show that the balance is insufficient. Let's see who is humiliated. The balance in your card wouldn't only be a few $dozen, right? Meng Lina was still taunting. First, Mr. Wang Yuan had walked back by now, shivering as she sent the card back. Meng Lina laughed, showing your face so quickly. Is it a shame? Wang Yuan took out a pen and put a receipt on the card. Shivering, sir, please sign. Meng Lina stared in shock. What do you mean? Sign what? Wang Yuan had already been frozen with shock. She just went to give it a try, but as soon as she tried, she swiped successfully. $8,800,000. Meng Lina jumped up in 2 steps and exclaimed, what's the situation? The swipe was successful? He really bought it? Meng Lina could not believe the result at all. The entire brand store was shocked. 8,800,000 necklace the eternal heart was really just sent for exhibition. The head store didn't even expect it to be sold. After all, the provincial city couldn't even sell it. It would be strange if Yuncheng could sell it. A shopkeeper, looking at Yi Xingchen's gaze has completely changed. This is not a beggar, but a hidden big brother. He just said with his girlfriend that he won't buy it. Not stingy, but he wants to give his girlfriend a surprise. My God, 8,800,000 surprise gift. That beauty is so happy. The store manager ran over in a panic and respectfully said, sir, leave your address. I'll arrange for the security guard to send the necklace to your home. With a necklace of such high value, it was naturally impossible to just carry it around. To put it bluntly, this kind of necklace is not bought to be used for usual wear, but also to be worn on key occasions. And if there are not a dozen or so bodyguards at home, the necklace can only be placed in the bank's safe. No need. Yi Xingchen, however, lightly refused. With his strength, no one could snatch something from his hands. At this time, Meng Lina snapped out of her shock and exclaimed, this is my client. Lu Jiejun's order is only Wang Yuan's. The store manager was still courteous to Yi Xingchen. When she encountered such a big customer, she naturally had to hug her thighs tightly. She sent the Supreme membership card, and respectfully said, sir, what other requests do you have? I will do my best to fulfill them. Several sales clerks threw winks at Yi Xingchen. At this time, if Yi Xingchen said buy a necklace and give it to a beautiful woman, that was not a request, but a benefit. Several sales clerks wanted to pounce on Yi Xingchen, a person who could buy an $8 million necklace could not imagine how luxurious. To follow such a rich young man and send himself a several $100,000 of jewelry. Wasn't that a sprinkle? Yi Xingchen reached out and pointed at Meng Lina. and said in a cold voice, "Let her roll, okay?" The store manager froze, then said, "Yes, of course." With that, she immediately walked over to Meng Lina and said sternly, "Meng Lina, you are too snobbish and have damaged the brand's image. You are fired." Meng Lina was dumbfounded. Xingchen was no longer lazy to pay attention to the follow-up. He took the jewelry box. The eternal heart necklace was carefully placed inside for fear of a little bump. Such a big jewelry box, how can I hide it? Ning Shui can see it at a glance alright. Xingchen, however, frowned. Then, he removed the necklace and casually balled it into his pocket, so that it was just right. Everyone in the store was stunned. That was a necklace worth $8,800,000, rare sapphires, and it was just placed so casually? It seemed that $8,800,000 was only expensive to them, while in this customer's eyes, I'm afraid it was the same as spending $88. The shopkeepers realized that they had met a real tycoon, the trenchant kind. Xingchen patted his pockets and walked out of the brand store. On the other side of the mall, Ma Chunlan also came to buy clothes. She was usually very simple, but when it came to her son's engagement event, she decided to be generous for once. At the same time, it was also to give Su Ningxue a long face and not let Su Ningxue's mother's family laugh. Although the last time Xingchen and Zhou Meiqing got engaged, Ma Chunlan also bit the bullet and bought new clothes, but she couldn't wear them anymore. It was unlucky. She came out shopping this time and was accompanied by Chen Mei. Ma Chunlan saw a purple cheongsam and felt very satisfied. She reached over. At the same time, the other hand also grabbed the cheongsam. Both of them looked at each other and froze at the same time. The one who grabbed the cheongsam on the other side was Zhou Meiqing's mom, Zhou Paopi. Chapter 45, The engagement begins. Ma Chunlan and Mother Zhou shopping for clothes. To be able to go to the same store at the same time and still pick the same dress, it really was bad karma. Meiqing mom, Ma Chunlan subconsciously shouted, "Hmph, it's you." Zhou Paopi, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Ma Chunlan, you've grown up. You're also able to come to such a high-class store to buy clothes." Ma Chunlan has always been 3 times shorter than Zhou's mother, and immediately put down her hand. "You can look at this dress, I'll look at the others. He, forgive you for not daring to grab it with me." Mother Zhou sneered. "What's wrong with the in-laws?" Chen Mei walked over. She looked at Ma Chunlan and then at Mother Zhou. Although this was the first time they had met, but she quickly understood over the identity of Zhou Pickpocket. Xingchen and Zhou Meiqing's matter. Chen Mei was aware of it and also knew that Zhou Meiqing was going to marry into the Lu family. Ma Chunlan spoke. "It's nothing. In-laws, let's look at the others." "Alright." Chen Mei wasn't a shrewish character either and answered. Zhou Paopi gave a disdainful cry. "Two poor people." Chen Mei was already ready to leave. When she stopped, she held Ma Chunlan's arm and stared at Zhou Guppy. "Mrs. Zhou, right? I heard that your daughter will be marrying into the Lu family soon. I'm curious to know how your relationship with your in-laws is. Will your in-laws accompany you out shopping? And will they get along with you like good friends?" Mother Zhou's heart snapped. She couldn't help but think of her in-laws' condescending face, not to mention accompanying her shopping, not even giving her a smile. She said stiffly, "Of course, my in-laws and I are like sisters. She originally had to accompany me out shopping, but I left her behind." Unwilling to stay on this topic, she turned to Ma Chunlan and said contemptuously, "The clothes here are so expensive. Can you afford them?" Saying that, she glanced at the price tag and couldn't help but freeze. 26,000? His mother a cheongsam. Selling so expensive? Mother Zhou's face couldn't help but be hot. She had just taunted Ma Chunlan for not being able to afford it. In fact, she couldn't afford it either. She likes to play cards, but her card skills are poor, and she has never saved any money. Today, she took $20,000 from Zhou Meiqing to buy clothes. She had thought that 20,000 was enough to buy clothes. At this time, the waiter has come over to her. What to do? Mother Zhou looked at the cheongsam and skimmed her lips. "This color, it doesn't look good either." The waiter laughed on the side and said, "Ma'am, the color and style of this cheongsam is very suitable. It fits your temperament." Mother Zhou disliked, "Which eye of yours sees that it fits my temperament? This cheongsam is so dirt." "Oh, I don't know who can't afford it. Can't afford it also don't denigrate such a good dress." Chen Mei mocked a sound, reached out and took the cheongsam over, compared it on Ma Chunlan's body for a while, then said to the waiter, "Check out." Ma Chunlan hurriedly spoke. "In-laws." Chen Mei said, "In-laws, I'll give you this dress." In fact, she didn't have much money in her hand, but gritted her teeth and bought it. Do not fight for buns to fight for breath. After checking out, Chen Mei carried the shopping bag and left on Ma Chunlan's arm, leaving Mother Zhou with a green and red face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hmph, wait for me. When tomorrow passes, my status will be different." And at this moment, 2 inconspicuous sedans and commercial vehicles stealthily entered the Lu family. In front of the Lu family villa, Hua Tianhao and Lu Xiaodong had been waiting for a long time. And there was also an old man in a silver tang suit. His name was Liu Xiaobo, Liu Jiajun's grandfather, the head of the Liu family. To be able to make the three of them wait like this, one could imagine that the other party's origin must not be small. Liu Xiaobo and Liu Xiaodong even had sweaty palms because that upcoming figure was from the Yinglong Palace. After a while, the sedan and business car stopped in front of the three people. First of all, the business car opened, clattered down 6 men in black. They moved harshly and neatly, without a word, stood on both sides of the sedan, face cold. Then the sedan driver and deputy driver opened. Came down 2 men in black. The man who came down from the passenger side respectfully opened the door of the back seat. A few moments later, the car stretched down a foot, down a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was about 1.83 meters tall, with sharp eyes and thin lips, not angry, giving off an extremely dangerous vibe. Huo Tianhao immediately stepped forward and bowed excitedly. Vice Hall Master, Liu Xiaobo and Liu Xiaodong shivered and also bowed in a hurry. Greetings to the Vice Hall Master. This middle-aged man was none other than the Yinglong Temple's deputy temple master, Situ Yan. Situ Yan was a great man with his hand in the provincial city, and when he arrived in Cloud City, he was naturally a strong dragon descending, and families like the Liu family naturally prostrated themselves. Huo Tianhao was thrilled. He wasn't sure before that the Vice Hall Master would be able to come in person. Now that the Vice Hall Master was personally present, it was stable. Even if Xie Tianhu had a heavenly skill, he couldn't escape from the Vice Hall Master. He said in a deep voice, Vice Hall Master, it's all been arranged. In order to create a grand event, I've asked my nephew to get married early. Tomorrow, all the dignitaries in Cloud City will gather over. On Xie Tianhu's side, the Liu family has also solemnly sent invitations. He will definitely come. If he doesn't come, others will think he's afraid of me. Situ Yan nodded indifferently. Taking down Cloud City was his first step in capturing Yinglong Hall, so extra importance was attached to it. Liu Xiaodong hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master, a place to stay has been arranged for you, please. After settling the Vice Hall Master and the others, Liu Xiaodong realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Brother-in-law, the Vice Hall Master is so powerful, so terrifying, Liu Xiaodong said in hindsight. He counted himself as having seen many great men, but none of them were as terrifying as Situ Yan. Huo Tianhao proudly said, can't imagine it until you see it with your own eyes. For your information, the Vice Hall Master is the #1 expert of Yinglong Hall. With the Vice Hall Master personally arriving, I'm looking forward to tomorrow even more. Liu Xiaodong also looked forward to it. Both of them were confident that taking down Cloud City was only waiting for tomorrow. A busy day passed, and the next day would be even busier. The next day, in front of the Jiahao Hotel, there were rows of luxury cars, and the glamorous crowd kept entering. Mr. and Mrs. Liu Xiaodong welcomed the guests in front of the door, exchanging pleasantries with each and every dignitary. After letting this wave of guests in, Liu Xiaodong's face was proud. This is my Liu family, talking and laughing. No white men in the world. After today, the Liu family's status will be 1 level higher. Su Hongchang, Mr. and Mrs. Su Yinghao, and Su Changfeng all came to the wedding. Liu Xiaodong laughed. Su family master, brother Su, I heard that your family's Su Ningxue is engaged today. You did not attend but came to participate in my son's wedding. It really makes me grateful. Su Yinghao picked up. Don't mention Su Ningxue, she has brought shame to the Su family. Please come inside. Liu Xiaodong extended his hand. The hotel across the street all the way from Jiahao, on the other hand, was cold and quiet. Against the lively setting of the Jiahao Hotel, it appeared even more desolate. Inside a private room, Yi Xingchen's family, as well as Su Ningxue's family, sat here. Su Yingjie looked at the lively scene across the street through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his face becoming increasingly ugly. Chapter 46 Waiting for Xie Tianhu. Look at other people's side. Guests in groups. Then look here. Cold and quiet. Not a single guest. Su Yingjie stomped his feet in anger. Shame on you. What a shame. His gaze at Yi Xingchen's family was full of dislike. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chulan were both honest people and had always felt inferior to the Su family, so they didn't retort. They just felt embarrassed. Chen Mei hit Su Yingjie's arm and said in dissatisfaction, What are you complaining about Yi Xingchen for? He didn't invite guests, but he wasn't taking into account your thoughts, worrying that you dislike this and that. He didn't invite guests, but he didn't take into account your thoughts, worrying that you dislike this and that. Your own father even ran across the street to attend the wedding. Chen Mei still felt aggrieved by Su Haichang's behavior. His own granddaughter's engagement was not attended, but ran to attend a stranger's wedding. Is there such a thing as being a grandfather? Su Yingjie's own inability to get his old man's attention, a burst of upset and anger in his heart, violently slapped the table and stood up. I'm also leaving. I'm going to the opposite side to attend the wedding. When Chen Mei heard this, she was furious and drank. You stop right there. Your daughter is engaged and you run off to attend someone else's wedding. How can you do something like this? You are not allowed to go. Hmph. It feels pointless for me to stay here. I can't afford to lose this person. Su Ningjie snorted coldly, pulled open the door of the private room and walked out. Su Ningxue instantly cried in anger. She was engaged. The event of a lifetime. Her grandfather not coming to attend was already enough to make her sad, and now her own father was gone. Ma Chunlan hurriedly apologized. In-laws, I'm sorry, letting you and Ningxue suffer. Chenmei was all pissed off with tears in her eyes, sighing, in-laws, you guys are too kind. It's me who should apologize. Yi Xingchen also had anger in his heart. Su Hongchang and Su Yingjie had gone too far. He spoke to the waiter. Remove the extra chairs. Remember, there are only these 5 chairs at this table. No matter who comes later, no matter what their status is, they can't add one. Okay. Although the waiter agreed in this way, his heart had already despised even the heavens. The waiter thought to himself, your father-in-law has left, who else can come? And no matter what status, what kind of big-tailed wolf is he pretending to be? Chen Mei, Su Ningxue, including Yi Xingchen's parents, did not take Yi Xingchen's words seriously, only thought he was speaking in anger. On the other hand, Su Yingjie arrived at the Lu family's wedding, only to see that the banquet hall of the 5-star hotel was full of guests, and a gorgeous and incomparable wedding stage was built in front. High-end atmosphere. At a glance, it was the strength of a large family. In contrast to the cold engagement banquet, Su Yingjie felt even more angry. Why is it that other people's daughters are able to marry big young men, while his own daughter, who is even more beautiful, is married to a poor boy? He found a place to sit down. At this time in the preparation area, Zhou Meiqing was wearing a floor-dragging white wedding dress, which outlined the curves of her body in an S shape. She wore a $380,000 necklace around her neck and a crystal crown on her head. Never feeling as beautiful as she did today, she was in an excited mood. This is the life that I, Zhou Meiqing, should have. Kicking out Yi Xingchen was really the wisest choice. Lu Jiajun stood on the side. He was wearing a white tuxedo, like a Prince Charming. He pointed at the hotel on the opposite side and laughed lightly. Now, Yi Xingchen is engaged on the opposite side and is being compared to us. Ha ha ha. Inside a private room on the other side, Situ Yan was seated, while 8 other men in black, as well as Hua Tianhao, stood respectfully. Hua Tianhao stood in front of Situ Yan with his hands hanging down, and opened his mouth. Vice Hall Master, everything is ready, just waiting for Xie Tianhu to come. Good. Situ Yan nodded indifferently. In the banquet hall, the host went up to the stage, holding a microphone, and spoke in a loud voice. The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding has officially begun. And at this exact moment, a Lu family henchman walked into the private room, excitedly reporting, Xie Tianhu's car is here. It will come in 2 minutes. Great. Hua Tianhao rubbed his fists. As long as Xie Tianhu walked in, the vice temple master would send his men to take him down in one fell swoop, and then announce in front of everyone that Hua Tianhao had taken Xie Tianhu. He was excited just thinking about it. He, Hua Tianhao, was about to become the hall master of Cloud City. But then, another Lu family henchman ran in and reported, Xie Tianhu's car didn't turn in, but went to the opposite side of the Cloud Peak Hotel. What? Hua Tianhao frowned. What did he go to Yunfeng Hotel for? Did he run to the wrong place? It doesn't matter. He'll come back when he realizes he went to the wrong place. Immediately after, another Lu family henchman ran over to report, a shocked look on his face as he said, there are big shots on the street. 4 Mercedes driving the road. A Rolls-Royce in the center, followed by another 4 Mercedes. Such a row was unheard of and unseen in Cloud City. The richest man in Cloud City wouldn't dare to be so high profile. This luxurious convoy entered the Cloud Peak Hotel. The Lu family's men continued to report. Hua Tianhao frowned. What kind of person was it? What was he doing at the Cloud Peak Hotel? Xie Tianhu also went to Yunfeng Hotel. Could there be any connection? And in the banquet hall, there were quite a few people who noticed the extremely rowdy convoy. The next moment, when they saw the scene in front of the Cloud Peak Hotel, they were even more shocked, only to see the convoy parked in a straight line. The Rolls-Royce was located at the exact entrance of the hotel. The 8 Mercedes in front and behind opened all their doors at the same time, and 32 black-clothed men came down neatly. Then these black-clothed men ran towards the hotel and lined up in 2 rows on the steps, respectfully asking the people on the Rolls-Royce to get off. An old man in Tang's suit came down from the car, followed by a wonderful young girl. An old man and a young woman entered the hotel under the protection of a human wall of black-clothed dudes. Finally, at the entrance of the hotel, 4 black-clothed big men were left on guard. My God, just what kind of people are these? What a big row. What kind of big shot is this? Cloud City doesn't have anyone like this, right? The guests were talking so much that no one was paying attention to the wedding stage anymore. Soon, a message came into the banquet hall. explaining the identity of the old man. That old man was clearly the hall master of the Yinglong Hall. My god, the underground overlord of a province's land. Hiss. In the banquet hall, the sound of sucking in cool air rang out. The Yinglong Hall hallmaster actually came to Yun City? This is a great opportunity to get acquainted. The opportunity will not be lost again. Such a big shot is driving to Cloud City. If we don't care, will we be considered negligent? That won't do. In case the hall master gets angry, I'm afraid we'll suffer. The guests suddenly began to leave their seats as they left the hotel and ran towards the opposite side of the Cloud Peak Hotel. The entire banquet hall was in chaos. On the wedding stage, the host gave an impassioned speech. Zhou Meicheng and Lu Jiajun were enveloped in happiness, and then they both froze when they saw the guests scrambling to run out. Inside the private room, Situ Yan and Huo Tianhao were caught off guard. He, the vice palace master, had come quietly, others didn't even know he was present, and the guests all ran away with a huff. Chapter 47, The Temple Master is here. How could this happen? Huo Tianhao was annoyed. They had already made a plan, but things didn't play out according to his script. The palace master actually came in person and went to the opposite hotel. Why? Situ Yan's face was icy cold, a dangerous aura brewing in his eyes as he said fiercely. This old thing, he must have found out about my traces and came all the way here to spoil my good deed. The guests who ran into the Cloud Peak Hotel wanted to go and get close to the Yinglong Hall temple master, but a black-clothed man outside the private room was guarding it. Not to mention the private room, they couldn't even get close to the corridor. These people had no choice but to crowd the hall. Why did the Yinglong Hall master come to Cloud City and even enter the Cloud Peak Hotel? They wanted to figure this out. They soon inquired and found out that at the hotel today, there was a person named Yi Xingchen who was engaged to Su Ningxue of the Su family. After Xie Tianhu came to the Cloud Peak Hotel, he even went to make a toast. So the guests were sensationalized. The Yinglong Hall master was here to attend the engagement banquet. Facing the waiter who greeted them with a confused face, they shouted, "We're here for the engagement banquet. Arrange a place for us." Hooting and hollering, the halls and private rooms of the Yunfeng Hotel were filled to the brim. Su Hongchang, Su Yinghao's father and son, and Su Yingjie were dumbfounded. What? The Lord of Yinglong Hall had come to attend Yi Xingchen's engagement banquet? How was this possible? They subconsciously didn't believe it, but the facts were in front of them. They were speechless in their hearts. They should have been at Yi Xingchen's engagement banquet, but they had to be redundant. If they had known, they would have come to attend. The guests wanted to find the Yinglong Hall master to get close to them, couldn't do it, so they could only go to Yi Xingchen's private room to congratulate him. And one by one, they went in with a smile on their face, politely saying, "Congratulations." Some of the people who were self-possessed of their status also wanted to find a seat in the private room, but Yi Xingchen had no intention of adding a seat. Su Ningxue, Chen Mei, Yi Jiandong, Ma Chunlan, including the waiters, looked at Yi Xingchen with astonishment. What Yi Xingchen had said actually really came true. There were really a lot of people who came to congratulate him and wanted to add seats here. At this time, Su Hongchang walked in with big strides, smilingly saying, "Ningxue, good granddaughter, Grandpa has come to attend your engagement banquet." There was a traffic jam all the way here, resulting in a late arrival. "You guys haven't started eating yet, so it seems I came just in time." With this attitude from Su Hongchang, Su Ningxue only felt irony. Yesterday, when she went to invite her grandfather, he was too ashamed to attend and made a snide remark. Moreover, today with her own eyes, she watched him walk into the opposite hotel. Su Hongchang saw the atmosphere was silent. Slightly embarrassed, he looked at the waiter and frowned. "So no eyes? Move the chairs." The waiter looked at Yi Xingchen, who just lowered his head and drank tea without any indication. The waiter also looked at the crystal lamp overhead, ignoring Su Hongchang's request. Su Hongchang could only stand resentfully. Su Yingjie also pushed the door and walked in. His mouth said, "I went out to buy a pack of cigarettes." "Ha, where is my seat? Waiter, how did you remove my chair?" Su Yingjie said with dissatisfaction. The waiter kept looking up at the chandelier and didn't seem to hear. Chen Mei was very angry and coldly grunted, "Why did you remove your seat? Don't you have any pussy in your own heart?" Su Yingjie and Su Hongchang's request to be seated went unheeded, and now they didn't dare to lash out at Yi Xingchen, so they could only leave in embarrassment. The door to the private room closed again. However, Su Ningxue and the others had already seen the guests outside with a lot of noise, each very surprised. Not understanding why these guests came, Su Ningxue looked at Yi Xingchen and asked suspiciously, "What's going on here?" Chen Mei and the others also looked at Yi Xingchen curiously. Yi Xingchen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not sure. Maybe some big shots happened to come in for dinner and these people misunderstood something." Chen Mei listened to the explanation and was slightly disappointed in her heart. She thought her son-in-law was a big shot. Although she was satisfied with Yi Xingchen, She would be even happier if Xingchen had an amazing status. Su Ningxue basically believed the explanation, but there was still a little doubt. How did Xingchen know in advance that the big shot would come for dinner? Xingchen said to the waiter, "Go out and say that you won't charge a penny for the portion, but let them pay for the meal themselves. Don't end up counting on me." "Yes," the waiter respectfully answered and went out. Xingchen suddenly organized his clothes and mindset and stood up. He faced Su Ningxue and spoke solemnly. "Ningxue, thanks for choosing me and getting engaged to me. In the future, I will definitely do my best to protect you, not letting you suffer half a bit of aggravation, and escorting your career. The engagement party is too hasty. You believe me, when we get married, I will definitely give you a sensational and unforgettable wedding for life." Su Ningxue was facing this kind of life event, and her heart was also surging. Chen Mei and Ma Chunlan both looked at Xingchen, thinking that for such an occasion, the silly boy didn't even buy engagement jewelry? Thought he would know, had I known to appease a little. Su Ningxue heart also some loss, because she is clear, Xingchen is not buy any jewelry. With less engagement items, it always felt a bit lacking. At this time, Xingchen took out the necklace. The necklace had a complex and beautiful shape. It was encrusted with diamonds, and the sapphire at the core was glittering with light. Even those who did not know about luxury jewelry could see that it was very expensive. Su Ningxue covered her mouth in surprise. Xingchen actually bought this necklace? Creating a surprise for her. Xingchen had swiped money from his friend's card after all. However, Su Ningxue thought to herself that she would use the company's profits to pay back the necklace money in the future. Xingchen walked over, lifted Su Ningxue's hair and put the necklace on her swan-like elegant neck. Su Ningxue's eyes were filled with excitement and happiness. She thought that marrying Xingchen would be a hopeless move, but she did not expect that Xingchen would not only give her safety, but also give her surprise and romance. It was a wonderful coincidence that it was the best arrangement in this life. This was probably fate, the kind where the moon old man seriously pulls the strings. Xingchen's parents, as well as Chen Mei, looked at this scene, their eyes incomparably pleased. Bang! The door of the private room was pushed open, and Zhou Meiqing and Lu Jiejun appeared outside the door. The people at their wedding had all run away. How else were they going to hold the wedding? They could only come to the Cloud Peak Hotel to see what was going on with great suspicion. They had heard that the big shots were here to attend Xingchen and Su Ningxue's engagement banquet, and they didn't believe it even when they were beaten to death. Therefore, they had to come to poke holes in it. But when they opened the door, they happened to see the scene of Xingchen putting a necklace on Su Ningxue. Eternal heart? The two exclaimed in shock. Xingchen actually bought away this necklace? Buying away $8,800,000 of necklaces. And there were big shots attending the engagement banquet. Could it be that Xingchen was a hidden big shot? A hint of awe surfaced in Lu Jiejun's eyes, and Zhou Meiqing's eyes trembled chaotically. Xingchen is actually a hidden big brother. Did he lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame? Missed it? 2 hours later, the guests dispersed, and Su Ningxue and her family returned home. Xingchen did not leave. He was led by Xie Tianhu, and went forward to the private room where the Lord of Yinglong Hall was located. Chapter 48. Xingchen meets the palace master. Xie Tianhu was in an apprehensive mood, not knowing what kind of scene would be like when the two big men met for the first time. The two came to the door of the box. A big man in black reached out, pointing at Xingchen. "I want to search my body." Xingchen's face chilled as he looked over with a stern look. Get lost. He, the Dragon King of the General Hall, came to see his subordinate hall master, and he actually had to be searched? This was bull *********. Moreover, the Yinglong Hall master was supposed to meet him, and only condescended to do so himself in order to not draw attention to himself. The black-clothed big man was rebuked and instantly blackened his face, a vicious color flashing across his face. He didn't understand Xingchen's identity and only thought that he was someone from Cloud City, so he mentally looked down on him, thinking that a small person would actually dare to chide himself like this. Exempt! A voice rang out from within the private room. Only then did the black-clothed big man let go. Dismissing? Xingchen sneered in his heart. If the Yinglong Hall master valued it, he would have explained in advance and there would never be a body search. He walked in after Xie Tianhu pushed open the door of the private room. The first thing he saw was a seated old man in a black tang suit. He was around 60 or 70 years old. His hair was white and undyed, but hale and hearty. He sat in a big horse and sat with his two hands resting on a dragon-shaped walking stick. This dragon on the walking stick had wings on its body. For Yinglong, beside the old man, there sat an extremely beautiful melon-faced girl, aged in her 20s, with a ponytail, looking very fresh and capable. At this moment, she was curiously sizing up Xingchen. Behind the two, standing with his hands down, was a middle-aged man who did not look askance. The middle-aged man's eyes only had the old man in the tang suit, no one else. Previously, Xia Tianhu had already carefully introduced that this was Temple Master Tang Wenxuan, as well as his granddaughter Tang Yusen. Tang Wenxuan's son was not competitive, and Suing Jie was the same goods, causing Tang Wenxuan to have the risk of having no one to succeed him, which was also the fundamental reason why the Hall Master's power was weakening, and the Vice Hall Master was restless. Tang Wenxuan chose to nurture his granddaughter across generations, always bringing her around to teach. Yi Xingchen walked in, and Tang Wenxuan had no intention of getting up to greet her at all. He rubbed his palm over his walking stick and narrowed his eyes. The tiger said that the Dragon King's trigger finger is in your hands? How did you get it? Yi Xingchen frowned. I don't like your attitude. Although he hadn't met any big shots, he was so strong and powerful inside that he could ignore any status, and the old man had always instilled this kind of thought in him. He smoothly pulled a chair and sat down, eye to eye with Tang Wenxuan, tit for tat. In the entire room, the atmosphere changed. Xia Tianhu couldn't help but tense up his entire body. The scene of the two big brothers meeting didn't seem friendly. Yi Xingchen also did not expect that the Yinglong Hall Master would be so arrogant to meet the Dragon King trigger finger holder and not even walk a bit on the scene. It seemed that the Hall Master had investigated his past and was looking down on himself. His original plan was to think of relying on the Dragon Palace Hall Master to directly destroy Hua Tianhao and help the Hall Master to solve the Deputy Hall Master. But now, he changed his mind. With this attitude of the Hall Master, I'm afraid it's hard to follow orders. Besides, the Hall Master looked down on himself, so who was he to help him? It would be better to take his time to reorganize Yinglong Hall and clean up the Vice Hall Master. Thinking like this, Yi Xingchen was no longer in the mood for conversation, stood up, and finally said, I asked you to come over, just for you to meet me. Listen carefully, don't reveal my identity outside. With that, he turned around and left. The Hall Master's face sank slightly. He had not come hundreds of miles to come. He couldn't just leave because of the young man's flippant words. This young man's resume was clear to him. There was nothing overly impressive about it. He spoke. You still haven't said the origin of the Dragon King's trigger finger. Where did you get it from? Have you seen the old Dragon Lord? Yi Xingchen ignored it. The Hall Master's eyes narrowed as he reached out and signaled the middle-aged man behind him. With a few leaps, the middle-aged man blocked in front of Yi Xingchen and spoke in a faint voice. Young man, answer the Temple Lord's question honestly. I don't want you to suffer. Yi Xingchen's footsteps did not stop. The middle-aged man's face changed as he probed out his palm and pushed it towards Yi Xingchen's shoulder. Yi Xingchen probed forward with one hand, and the two palms seemed to be slow, but were actually swiftly pitted against each other. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard as the two men's bodies shook and then separated. The middle-aged man's eyes changed and became serious, attacking towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen saw the moves. In a few breaths of time, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Then after another pair of punches, each separated, the two actually fought a battle of equal and equal. The middle-aged man's eyes were incomparably surprised. He had underestimated the young man's strength, and could not imagine that he was actually an expert of the same level as himself. Even the Palace Master and his granddaughter were very surprised. The Palace Master was impressed with Yi Xingchen and spoke. If you can solve Situyen, I will recognize you. What? Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen laughed disdainfully. You recognize me? Do I need your approval? Get it straight. I am the Dragon King. You are just the subordinate Yinglong Hall Master. It is this Dragon King who recognizes you. It is your turn to recognize me? You haven't put yourself in the right position. Wenxuan. Hmph. Tang Wenxuan snorted coldly. Yi Xingchen actually called him Wenxuan. This was simply too unbridled. He droned lowly. At a young age you know how high the sky is and how deep the sea is. You actually put yourself in the position of a Dragon King. Do you think you can rule the Dragon King Hall with such strength? Dreaming. Is that position that good? Yi Xingchen said indifferently. That's my problem, so I won't let you worry about it. He finally glanced at Tang Wenxuan. It's your responsibility that Situyen was able to get up and cause chaos in Yinglong Hall. You caused the trouble and actually want to borrow me to deal with it. You're overthinking it. I'll also tell you, in the fight between you and Situyen, if I don't see your ability, I'll even jack you along with me, and Yinglong Palace will change the Palace Master. After saying that, Yi Xingchen walked out of the private room, and Tang Wenxuan didn't make a sound to stop him, as he took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his chest. Tang Wenxuan but suddenly laughed. Look at his performance. There is a real possibility that he is the successor that the old Dragon Lord is looking for, not being intimidated by my aura, and threatening to jerk me around. Domineering enough. We'll see how he behaves later on. Situyen has grown to become a trouble in my heart, difficult to get rid of. And the new Dragon Lord has to gain the embrace of the Yinglong Palace first. I can work with him instead. It turned out that part of his previous attitude and anger was actually a disguise to test Yi Xingchen. After living for 60 to 70 years, the city and mind were not that simple. Tang Wenxuan looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. Ah Zhong, analyze his strength. The middle-aged man obviously attached great importance to it, and after pondering, he returned, "It should be about the same as me. This age can have this strength. Even in bigger places it's also very rare, but to be in charge of the Dragon King Hall, it's obviously not enough." Chapter 49, so it's a fox and a tiger. Halfway through his sentence, the middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed. Tang Wenxuan and his granddaughter busily asked, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man pointed at the two in shock, unable to speak for a moment. "What's wrong?" Tang Wenxuan and Tang Yusen were puzzled and touched themselves in confusion. Then the next moment, shocked, they discovered the abnormality. The topmost button of Tang Wenxuan's tang suit was undone, while the hairpin on top of Tang Yusen's head was missing. In other words, when Xingchen was fighting the middle-aged man, he had silently undone the button by Tang Wenxuan's neck, and also touched away the hair card on Tang Yusen's head, and the middle-aged man he fought with actually didn't realize it, and neither did the hall master or his granddaughter. What did this mean? Xingchen wanted the two Tang Wenxuan's lives, and now the two were lying on the ground. The middle-aged man didn't even realize that Xingchen had made a move. Was this still called similar strength? He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The middle-aged man felt his face burning hot as he lowered his head and said, "I'm far inferior to him. There is no way for me to analyze his strength." All indications were that Xingchen was completely capable of defeating him in one move, yet he accompanied him for a dozen moves and got a draw, which could only mean that Xingchen was playing with him. At this moment, the middle-aged man couldn't wait to pick out a crack in the ground with his toes and drill into it. Tang Wenxuan and his granddaughter were shocked. Tang Zhong was not an ordinary expert. His strength was ranked in the top few in Yinglong Hall, but he actually didn't even see Xingchen's depth? How could this be? Tang Wenxuan frowned. He knew Xingchen's resume like the back of his hand, and the only thing he didn't have detailed information on was the 2 years Xingchen spent in prison. But how could he grow so much in just 2 years? It was impossible even if they practiced from a young age. They didn't know what kind of heavenly talent Xingchen was. Otherwise, it was impossible for a person like Old Dragon Lord to have to accept a disciple. That person. Xingchen's figure floated before her granddaughter's eyes, and Xia Tianhu realized this, and even more so, he secretly swore that he would definitely hug Xingchen's thigh tightly. This was a great opportunity for him to soar, and he would regret it for the rest of his life if he missed it. Xingchen came out of the hotel and went back home, while at the opposite hotel, Situyan's face was ugly. The plan had gone down the drain. He spoke to Hua Tianhao. "The old thing is onto me. It seems that I can't make a move. I still have to watch your fight with Xia Tianhu. I'll give you expert support." "Yes, I will definitely take control of Cloud City as early as possible." Hua Tianhao bowed. After that, Yinglong Hall's hallmaster and vice hallmaster, one after another, left Cloud City with their people. At the Su family, Zhou Meicheng and Lu Jejun had been anxious in their hearts. Could Xingchen be a big brother? The fact that Xingchen could actually afford nearly $10 million of jewelry, and that he could get the Yinglong Hall hallmaster to come to the engagement banquet, made them so scared that they didn't even dare to get angry when Xingchen ruined their wedding. When Hua Tianhao came back, Lu Jejun immediately rushed over to inquire. "Uncle, you're from Yinglong Hall. Do you know what exactly is the relationship between Xingchen and Yinglong Hall? And why did the hall master come to his engagement banquet?" "What nonsense!" Hua Tianhao, who was being distracted by the fact that his plan wasn't implemented, disdainfully said. "What does this matter have to do with Xingchen? He has a F***king relationship with the hall master." Lu Jejun was confused. Then why did Temple Master attend his engagement banquet? Hua Tianhao said impatiently. "It was just a coincidence that it was at a hotel. The hall master came over because he smelled a crisis and came to fight the vice hall master. So of course he went to the opposite hotel. It's all because of your and those guests' wild guesses that you linked the hall master and Xingchen's engagement banquet together and made a mess." "What?" Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng plucked up their tones and exclaimed in shock. The truth of the matter was actually like this? Xingchen was actually a fox and a tiger? For nothing, they were kept on their toes. Lu Jejun gritted his teeth. "Xingchen, this damned thing, letting him shine once for nothing." Zhou Meicheng voiced out in confusion. "What's with the eternal heart then?" Lu Jejun froze. "Yes, what happened to the necklace worth over $8 million? Zhou Meicheng then thought of the answer and spoke. "I know, Xingchen must have bought an imitation. We've been tricked. A lot of things are thousands of dollars for the real thing, but $8.08 on spelling CC are all free shipping. The eternal heart is $8,800,000 for the real one, but the imitation could probably be bought for $808. That must be it." Lu Jejun echoed. In the Su family, father and son Su Yinghao and Su Chunfeng were also apprehensive. If Xingchen was really that big of a man, Su Ningshue's rise would be unstoppable, and they wouldn't even know how to die if they obstructed it again. Moreover, Su Ningxue had Xingchen's help, and must have seized Su's company, in exchange for their father and son being thrown out. Su Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing around his home non-stop. A poor boy. How did he suddenly become a hidden big brother? How did this happen? With a nervous mood, Su Chongfeng called Lu Jiajun and inquired. Jun Xiao, your uncle is from the Yinglong Palace. Can you inquire? What is Yi Xingchen's relationship with the Yinglong Palace? Bah! Lu Jiajun said fiercely. We've all been tricked. My uncle said that Yi Xingchen has no relationship with Yinglong Palace whatsoever. It's just that the palace master happened to go to the hotel where he got engaged today, and it's everyone who got the wrong idea. Damn! My wedding was ruined just like that. Great! Su Chongfeng exclaimed, then hurriedly said, don't misunderstand, Jun Xiao. I'm not saying it's good that your wedding was ruined. I'm saying it's great that Yi Xingchen isn't a big shot. Lu Jiajun said, I understand. Damn! This Yi Xingchen, I will definitely screw him. Su Chongfeng hung up the phone and he told Su Hao the good news. So that's how it is. Su Hao was overjoyed. Then he said, go see your grandfather. In Su Hongchang's room, Su Hongchang was pondering how to draw closer to Su Ningxue's kinship, and then with Yi Xingchen's relationship, he could make Su's business bigger and stronger. When he saw Su Hao's father and son, he opened his mouth and said, you two came just in time. Quickly go and invite Su Ningxue back to the company. Pay attention to taking care of her emotions. No need, Dad. Su Hao said, Dad, are you thinking you can borrow Yi Xingchen's connections? I've already figured out that Yi Xingchen has no half-assed relationship with Yinglong Temple. The reason why the palace master appeared at the engagement banquet today was that he just happened to go to that hotel for dinner. It's that bastard Yi Xingchen. He's pulling a big flag and tricking us all. Are you sure? Su Haichang exclaimed rhetorically. I asked the Lu family for information. Dad, think about it. Can Hua Tianhao still be unclear? Su Hao said. Su Hongchang's face changed non-stop, and after a moment, he slapped his hand on the armrest of the sofa and drank. Asshole. This Yi Xingchen, he fudges and is of the worst character, Su Chongfeng said from the side. Also, Grandpa personally went to his engagement banquet, but he didn't even give a seat, making Grandpa lose face. To fudge and even dare to be so arrogant. I see that he doesn't even have Grandpa in his eyes. When Su Hongchang thought of this, his teeth itched with anger and he drank. Su Ningxue, this unfilial daughter. What a thing to find. Truly a shame for the Su family. Let's go. Go find Su Ningxue. Let's see how I'll clean them up. Su Hongchang angrily got up. Chapter 50, Conspiracy to Capture Su Ningxue. The Su family's car, parked outside Villa 9 on top of Hentang. Inside the car, Su Hongchang, Su Hao, and Su Chongfeng were furious when they saw Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue living in such a nice villa. Su Hao pointed at the villa and said in a cold voice, Su Ningxue has repeatedly said she is innocent, but this villa, can she explain it clearly? The three of them walked into the villa. Inside the villa, Yi Xingchen's family and Su Ningxue's family were all there. When Su Yingjie saw Su Hongchang personally come, he couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart, thinking that Yi Xingchen's identity still made his old man afraid of them, and this must have come to bring them closer. Dad, big brother, inside please. Su Yingjie smilingly invited Su Haichang into the villa. Su Haichang sat down on the sofa, looked at Su Ningxue and opened his mouth. Su Ningxue, you go back to work tomorrow. Give you a vice president position. Su Yingjie smiled with a happy face. He really guessed right. Old Dad still took into account Yi Xingchen's identity and took the initiative to ease the situation. In fact, not to mention the old man is their own, since the banquet back in the heart of apprehension, the face of Yi Xingchen family do not dare to set face. Just now, he even smiled at Yi Xingchen. Su Hongchang continued, but to write off your company, the medicinal makeup business is merged into Su's company, so that you can be the vice president, specifically responsible for the medicinal makeup piece. Su Hao chimed in. Yes, they are all Su family members. How can we separate the companies? Outsiders still think that the Su family is not in harmony. Ningxue, you are in charge of the piece of medicinal makeup. The performance made is all yours. And the medicinal makeup development also needs to borrow the resources of Su's company. Su Ningxue had long since seen the tactics of her eldest uncle and cousin. And after the expulsion of the company, the theft of the formula, the live broadcast, and the jumping off the building, she had grown up quite a bit. She could see at a glance the cattiness of her grandfather and eldest uncle, although they let you be in charge of the medicinal makeup business by yourself. But the appointment and dismissal of the position is just a matter of their words. When Su's company grasps and stabilizes the medicinal makeup, they can kick themselves away, and at that time, they will have nothing again. Thus, Su Ningxue spoke. Grandpa, my condensing snow cream is doing well. I like to start my own business, so I won't return to the family company. Su Hongchang's face sank, and he coldly shouted. You say you won't go back and you won't go back. Do you think I'm discussing with you? Are you still a member of the Su family? When Su Yingjie saw his old man getting angry, his heart suddenly snapped, The one thing he was most afraid of since he was a child was his old man. He opened his mouth to remind Ning Shui, pay attention to how you speak to your grandfather. Then, he carefully reminded, Dad, have you forgotten that Yi Xingchen knows the Yinglong Palace Hall Master? It was fine for Su Yingjie not to mention this, but Su Haichang became even more angry when he heard it and directly stood up. Drinking. You still have the face to say that he knows the Fart Temple Master. The other Yinglong Hall Master is just to the restaurant to eat, and he has no relationship with half a penny. But the result is that he pulled on the tiger skin. Fox and tiger. This truth, Yi Xingchen explained at the dinner table. Chen Mei and the girls knew, but Su Yingjie did not. What? Su Yingjie was stunned and asked back sharply. Really? Su Yinghao snorted. What? Second brother, you still think you picked up a dragon's son-in-law? Don't dream about it. I've even asked the Lu family to confirm it. Su Yingjie's face turned green and white, and in the next moment, he roared. Yi Xingchen, you faking beggar, do you really think you can hide this from me for the rest of your life? He was about to explode with anger, thinking about being cautious of the Yi family for the past 2 hours, and thinking about compensating Yi Xingchen with a smile. He wanted to storm out. He droned. Su Ningsu, this is your chance to return to the Su company. Why don't you still agree to your grandfather's request and then separate from this faking villain? Su Ningxue, however, was resolute. I will not agree to either of these two conditions. I won't give up the company I founded. And even more so, I won't give up Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen and I are already engaged and already have a name. Su Hongchang put on his family head's majesty and coldly shouted. Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the Su family? Su Ningxue's face changed. Although she was not treated well since childhood and was still a girl, she still had feelings for the family. Yi Xingchen spoke indifferently. What's the difference between Ningsu now and being expelled? Feel free to expel her from the Su family. After the expulsion, there can be no reason to covet Ning Shue's medicinal makeup anymore. Su Hongchang scolded sternly. You faker, where is the place for you to speak? However, when Yi Xingchen said this, Su Hongchang really didn't dare to expel Su Ningxue from the family. Expulsion meant it was okay. There was no position or excuse to take someone else's medicinal makeup again. The atmosphere within the villa was suddenly silent. Su Yingjie was the first to break the atmosphere. He exasperatedly drank. I don't stay with a false turd. Su Ningxue, Chen Mei, you two listen up. Are you going to choose me or him? If you don't give me a clear answer, I will leave this home now. After hearing this, Chen Mei walked towards Su Yingjie. Su Yingjie looked at Yi Xingchen smugly, thinking that no matter what, I'm also Chen Mei's husband and Su Ningxue's father. You damn Yi Xingchen has only known them for a few days. You count as nothing. Chen Mei spoke. Su Yingjie, it's not the first day you've been out on the waves. Let's go. Drive carefully. Su Yingjie's face froze as he angrily shouted. Fine, fine. You guys don't think I'm joking. I don't share the same fate as Yi Xingchen. There's him but not me in the family. There's me but not him. After saying that, Su Yingjie huffed and puffed out of the villa. Then, Su Haichang and Su Yinghao, Su Changfeng also left. They returned without any success. After sitting in the car, Su Yinghao asked, Dad, Su Ningxue doesn't listen to you at all. What should we do? Su Hongchang said in a cold voice, go and seek help from the Lu family. Say that you're willing to support Hua Tianhao financially, so that he can destroy Su Ningxue's company at all costs. As long as Su Ningxue's company can't be run, she'll take the initiative to return to the Su family. At that moment, the three of them came to the Lu family. After meeting Hua Tianhao, they talked about this matter. Hua Tianhao also wanted to force Xie Tianhu to fight, and was thinking about which point to break through when the Su family brought him inspiration. He thought to himself, rumor has it that Xie Tianhu is interested in Su Ningxue. Why not fight Xie Tianhu through Su Ningxue's company? This would also get the Su family's financial support, killing two birds with one stone. He immediately agreed. Su family head, don't worry, I will definitely bring down Su Ningxue's company as soon as possible. Then, he gave orders in front of the Su family, sending out experts to raise Su Ningxue's company to the ground. Seeing Hua Tianhao's vigor, Su Hongchang and the others were very satisfied and happily returned to the Su family. Hua Tianhao's men went to Ningsu's company in a furious manner. The intention was to force Xie Tianhu to retaliate after smashing the company, but he didn't expect that Xie Tianhu had always sent people to keep an eye on Ningxue company, and called for support immediately after he found out about the action. A large number of Xie Tianhu's men arrived in time, and there was a second big battle with Hua Tianhao's men. After a melee, Hua Tianhao's men came back to report, saying that they returned again without any success. Lu Xiaodong was surprised. Xie Tianhu actually sends his men to keep an eye on Su Ningxue's company at all times, guarding it with all his might. It seems like he truly cares about Su Ningxue. Hua Tianhao narrowed his eyes. It's only good that he cares. Now that the rumors are confirmed, Su Ningxue will become Xie Tianhu's weakness. Su Ningxue will become my breakthrough in dealing with Xie Tianhu. The Vice Hall Master's experts supporting me will be arriving soon. I'm wondering if I can capture Su Ningxue and force a group battle to catch Xie Tianhu off guard, thus completely destroying him. This will also allow the Vice Hall Master to see my efficiency and ability. Good. We support. Lu Xiaodong and Lu Xiaobo immediately spoke. Only if Hua Tianhao quickly took control of Cloud City, the Lu family would be able to use the momentum to rise, and they had long been waiting for it. Hua Tianhao heatedly laughed. Su Ningxue, that's the #1 beauty in Cloud City. I don't know who's going to be cheaper after I capture her. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51 The Story of the Dressing Room. Hua Tianhao was Lu Xiaodong's brother-in-law, so of course it wasn't good for him to say he wanted a kiss in front of his brother-in-law. Besides, his career is the most important thing in his eyes, not good for beauty. Lu Xiaodong was even more afraid to say that he was cheap, otherwise Hua Tianhao could skin him. Lu Jiejun would like to say leave Su Ningxue to him. He has long coveted Su Ningxue for a long time, but he just got married, and in front of his own father and uncle, he did not have the face to say it. At this time, next to Elder Lu, Lu Xiaobo coughed and opened his mouth. The fortune teller said that my 66th year is a hurdle, and that I need to flush in order to get through it peacefully. Su Ningxue captured, then send it to my room. When these words left his mouth, Hua Tianhao, Lu Xiaodong, and Lu Jiejun were all stunned. Lu Xiaodong and Lu Jiejun both felt embarrassed, thinking that although you don't have an old partner anymore, is it appropriate to say it in front of us? You still want to eat young grass when you're so old. Are you ashamed? Ha ha ha. Good. Hua Tianhao was stunned but laughed out loud afterward, sticking out his thumb at Lu Xiaobo. You're old at heart, Master Lu. I'm impressed. Since that's the case, I'll capture Su Ningxue for the old master as a gift to congratulate the old master on his 66th birthday. In front of Lu Xiaobo's eyes, the figure of Su Ningxue immediately surfaced. His mood couldn't help but be restless. In fact, at his age, his desire was as vigorous as a 20-year-old boy. It was just that his body didn't allow it anymore. Ordinary old man, his money and body both do not allow. Hua Tianhao thought that if Xie Tianhu learned that his favorite woman was spoiled by an old man, he would definitely be more angry and lose his mind, right? That would make it easier to catch Xie Tianhu's cracks. In the evening, the experts supported by the Vice Hall Master arrived. Two middle-aged men nicknamed Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf. Either one of the two could easily defeat Hua Tianhao. Being the kind of martial artists who had no management skills and were one-dimensional, Hua Tianhao was overjoyed. With the help of the two experts, he believed that dealing with Xie Tianhu would be a piece of cake. He let the two experts hide in the Lu family, just waiting for Xie Tianhu to jump into the trap himself. The following day, Lin Yaqi asked Su Ningxue to go shopping, and Yi Xingchen accompanied her. When they met, Lin Yaqi said with a lost look on her face, "When you guys got engaged, at first, only relatives were invited, so I was in no position to attend. But then I heard that there were a lot of unrelated guests who went. I should have known that I would have gone." Su Ningxue laughed. "It's just an engagement. Isn't there a wedding? The wedding will definitely invite you to attend." "Of course then. I want to be a bridesmaid," Lin Yaqi said fiercely to Yi Xingchen. "Surname Yi, I can't imagine that I really let you eat swan meat. Be nice to Ningxue, you know?" Yi Xingchen didn't dwell on Lin Yaqi's sarcastic comment about him being a toad, and hastily denied it. "Don't accuse me falsely. I haven't eaten it yet." Su Ningxue's pretty face reddened and glared at Yi Xingchen. "Yaqi didn't mean that at all. What are you babbling about?" Lin Yaqi coldly hummed. "That's right, you still want to take Ningxue down so early. You're thinking beautifully." Next, Yi Xingchen accompanied two extremely beautiful women shopping, and it attracted too much attention. Su Ningxu and Lin Yaqi, both were the kind of goddess-level beauties. The two walking together doubled the attraction. The men in the mall, after marveling at the perfect women, would eventually take a look at Yi Xingchen, wanting to see what kind of man was so virtuous that he actually had this blessing. It was the first time that Yi Xingchen was looked at by so many envious and jealous gazes that he felt uncomfortable. Before, these people were simply jealous of my good looks, Yi Xingchen said. Su Ningxue blankly glanced at Yi Xingchen speechlessly. Lin Yaqi, on the other hand, was directly contemptuous. "Vomit, growing like an eggplant, and still has the face to say you're handsome." After a while, the two women entered a clothing specialty store. They went to pick out clothes, so Yi Xingchen sat on the side and waited. The shopkeepers surreptitiously sized up Yi Xingchen, whispering in private, guessing which family's great young man or which internet nouveau riche this was. "Yi Xingchen, let's go try on the clothes." "Wait a bit, ha." Su Ningxue held up a dress and said to Yi Xingchen. Hearing the word fitting room, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but have many images in his mind, as well as the famous fitting room incident. He stood up and leaned towards the fitting room. Later on, when Su Ningxue came out, he was going to help evaluate if it looked good or not. The fitting room of the clothing store was large, designed with 3 compartments, each of which was very spacious. Yi Xingchen thought about the scene after Su Ningxue walked out. he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. To be able to accompany a goddess to buy clothes, and also help to comment on it, it was really an extremely happy thing. But all of a sudden, his complexion moved and he looked towards the fitting room next door to Su Ningshui, from which he heard an abnormal ringing. Although it was very slight, it could not be hidden from his ears, because this store brand high-end customers are still very few. Since they entered the store has been 10 minutes. Xingchen did not see this fitting room. Someone came and also did not see someone out at this time, but someone is inside. It is very strange. He took 2 steps closer and listened intently. It was not the kind of sound that could come out of a fitting room event. Xingchen glanced at the fitting room pattern. It was without a roof, and thought, could it be that someone wants to peek? Good guy. I haven't even had a chance to look. You want to peek at my fiancée? Xingchen of course could not endure. He immediately walked towards the fitting room. The unlocked fitting room could not stop him at all. Reached out and gently shook the door, then shook off the lock and pushed the door in. The whole process was smooth and flowing. Inside the fitting room, a man in cleaning clothes, at this time, had already stepped on the sofa with 1 foot, and was about to do the action of standing upright, his hand holding a folded white towel. Xingchen instantly changed his face. This was not even trying to peek, but trying to rob someone. The cleaning clothes man was also creeped out. He accepted the task of capturing Su Ningshui, but time was tight, so he began to think about where to start. Su Ningshui's activity locations were nothing more than her home, on the road, her company, and today, Su Ningshui came out to go shopping. From the time Su Ningshui entered this mall, he began to lay out. He inquired that Su Ningshui must come to this brand store every time, so he hid in the fitting room in advance and waited for Su Ningshui to try the clothes. He intended to make Su Ningshui dizzy, transferred to the cleaning car behind the fitting room, and then sent out of the shopping mall. The whole process will only take a minute or two. God does not know. But when he was about to get it, he didn't expect to suddenly come in. Xingchen did not wait for the cleaning clothes man to react. He rushed up with a flash. One hand to control him, the other hand grabbed the man's wrist and put a white towel over his mouth. The man was too late to make a sound, and in just a few seconds, he passed out. Xingchen's face became even more ugly when he saw this scene. If he hadn't followed him here today, Su Ningshui would have been captured and wouldn't have been able to know about it. And what Su Ningshui, a delicate beauty, would face if she was taken away, he couldn't even think about it. These bastards. Xingchen's eyes revealed killing intent. I wonder if there are others. Xingchen frowned. He pressed his ear against the wall and listened. There was only the sound of a single breath in the next fitting room. There should be no enemies. However, he was still uneasy and decided to take a look. He stepped on the sofa with both feet, so his height exceeded the fitting room, and probed towards the next door to see. Su Ningshui gathered her long hair with one hand and happened to raise her head, and then, the 4 eyes faced each other. Chapter 52 Old Cow Wants to Eat Young Grass. Xingchen was dumbfounded, and Su Ningshui also froze. Su Ningshui froze for 1/10 of a second, then blocked her hands on her body, suppressing her voice with urgency and annoyance. Xingchen, you go down. Xingchen was embarrassed. How could he have thought that it would be so coincidental that he happened to be caught in the act? Now the yellow mud fell into his pants. It was either or not. He made a call to Xie Tianhu and asked him to come and take the person away. Then he walked out and unlocked the door of the fitting room with his hand. For experts who were able to skillfully use their power chi, this means of unlocking the door through a layer of wooden planks was still quite easy. Soon, Su Ningshui also walked out wearing her original clothes. Her pretty face was red, pointing at Xingchen, hating him and saying, You say let me say what's good about you. What kind of behavior is this? It's very lewd, you know? The first time we met, you were aiming at people's bottom, and then when I came into contact with you, I found you to be quite upright. I thought that aiming at people's slits was a misunderstanding of you, but I didn't expect that you would actually do such a thing today. I'm really convinced of you, old six. Xingchen couldn't argue. Let Su Ningshui look at the person in the fitting room. He was worried that it would leave a shadow on Su Ningshui, and in the future, she might not dare to go out and do anything with fear, so can only silently bear the bitter fruit. He smiled bitterly and explained, I'm worried that there is a camera. Help you take a look. Su Ningshui didn't have the good sense to say, your 2 eyes are the cameras. Lin Yaqi pulled open the door of the fitting room at this time and walked out, so Su Ningshui stopped talking. Lin Yaqi was puzzled. What are you two talking about? Ningsu, why haven't you changed your clothes? And why is your face so red? When you saw me come out, why did you two look so nervous? Is there something you're afraid of me knowing? She pointed at Su Ningshui and Xingchen, and then pointed at the fitting room, and suddenly reached out to cover her mouth in surprise. You two shouldn't be. My God, are you guys playing so exciting? What are you thinking nonsense? Su Ningshui also understood what Lin Yaqi said. She stopped Lin Yaqi from continuing to think nonsense. Said, I just tried the clothes out. Xingchen, he's a straight man, actually said that I don't look good in it, and got angry before blushing. Is that so? Lin Yaqi's sixth sense felt it wasn't that simple, but Su Ningxue had already pushed her away. Xingchen glanced at the fitting room behind him. There was still a bitter smile on his face, but the coldness under his eyes was already like 1,000 years of ice. This time, no matter who the person behind the manipulation was, it had to be resolved. Under Xingchen's urging, Su Ningxue and Lin Yaqi ended this shopping as soon as possible, and after he sent Su Ningxue back home, he walked out of the entrance of the villa and boarded a commercial vehicle. Inside the business car sat Xie Tianhu, as well as the man in cleaning clothes who had been cleaned up badly on the floor. Because of the presence of outsiders, Xie Tianhu just threw over 2 respectful looks. Xingchen sat down in his seat. Xie Tianhu opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, this person's mouth has been pried open. You can ask whatever you want. In fact, he had already asked for all the information he wanted to know, but it was better to let Xingchen ask in person, so as not to fall under the suspicion of deceiving the top. The janitorial clothing man's gaze towards Xingchen was tinged with shock. Xie Tianhu actually called this person sir? This person was by no means as simple as Su Ningxue's follower. Of course, during the fitting room, he had already recognized Xingchen's terror, and thought, I'm afraid that Hua Tianhao and Lu's family had underestimated this young man, and I'm afraid that he would have to be planted at this point. Xingchen narrowed his eyes and asked, who sent you to catch Su Ningxue? The cleaning suit man answered honestly, it was Hua Tianhao. He negotiated this decision with the Lu family. This answer was as expected. Xingchen asked again, what is the reason for arresting Su Ningxue? The man in the cleaning suit replied back, Xie Tianhu did his best to protect Miss Su's company. Hua Tianhao thought that Xie Tianhu cared a lot about Miss Su, so he wanted to capture Miss Su, forcing Xie Tianhu to go to his rescue, and then take advantage of the opportunity to take him down. Xie Tianhu's heart trembled in fear that Xingchen would blame him. He cursed in his heart, Hua Tianhao, I don't blame you if you like to think nonsense, but don't drag me down. Xingchen continued to ask, after taking Su Ningxue away, did Hua Tianhao and the Lu family say what to do about it? The cleaning clothes man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a little afraid to say, sneaking a glance at Xingchen's expression before carefully saying, immediately as the Lu family's head Lu Xiaobo's 66th birthday banquet, the fortune teller said that his 66th year is a hurdle, and he needs to wash away the happiness. So Lu Xiaobo proposed that after capturing Ms. Su, she should be sent to his room. Boom! Xingchen's emotions directly exploded. His anger could not be contained. These bastards, they really didn't intend to let go of Su Ningxue, this delicate beauty, and it was actually Lu Xiaobo, that old shameless one, that old thing. He dared to covet Su Ningxue? On Xingchen's body, an aura was released, oppressing the cleaning suit man who could hardly breathe. His eyes were filled with horror. Even Xie Tianhu looked at the enraged Xingchen. He was also frightened. He was also considered a number one. He did not expect Xingchen to be able to bring him such oppression. Xie Tianhu thought to himself, the Dragon King is really a strong person that even the personal expert of the palace master can't detect the details. It's good to know the depths of the Dragon King. Bang! Xingchen reached out his foot and kicked the cleaning suit man unconscious. Then, he squeezed out a sentence. Oh, the fortune teller is really accurate. Lu Xiaobo really has a hurdle at the age of 66, and that's me. This hurdle of mine is the kind that he can't step over. Prepare. Give Lu Xiaobo a birthday celebration. Let him have a 66th that he will never forget. Yes. Xie Tianhu droned in a deep voice. At Lu's house, Hua Tianhao hadn't been able to contact the dispatched henchmen, and for a while, he didn't know if the henchmen were considering a plan, or if something had gone wrong. This asshole, playing with the shutdown. Hua Tianhao cursed out in a low voice. When you come back, let's see if I don't clean you up. However, he also knew in his heart that when arresting someone, in order not to be disturbed, it was necessary to turn off the phone. Lu Xiaobo could not help but be very disappointed when he learned that Su Ningxue was not captured. Seeing that it was his 66th birthday banquet, he did not know if it was too late to capture Su Ningxue. He firmly believes that the more beautiful and temperament and status of the girl, the better the effect of the wedding. Su Ningxue was the most compatible in every aspect, but unfortunately, it was not necessarily useful. He could only send out his men and have them pick up the female college students he had originally identified as a backup. Waiting for the night, it would be best if Su Ningxue could be captured. If not, he could only use this college girl to wash away the joy. Lu family from this morning will be decorated. Make a joyful courtyard feast. A few chefs in the non-stop busy work. At noon, the birthday banquet officially began. Lu Xiaobo on his 66th birthday banquet is very important. The banquet at noon at the end of the field. There is an afternoon field, but also lasted until the evening. Chapter 53, Delivering 66 Wreaths of Flowers. The birthday banquet had already proceeded to 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Xiaobo glanced at the vintage pocket watch and smiled faintly. There are still 3 hours to go. An old man will have successfully passed 66. It's just a pity that Su Ningxue hasn't been captured yet, but it's no big deal. It's good to successfully get through it. When we cross this hurdle, there's another straight path behind us. When Hua Tianhao becomes the Cloud City Hall Master, the Lu family can capitalize on the momentum to go to the next level. As for going to the wedding, he wasn't in too much of a hurry. If it was a beauty of Su Ningxue's level, he might not be able to wait, but he had slept with quite a few of that schoolgirl level in the room. It was still early. Even if he entered the room at 11:55, he was confident that it would end within the day. So there's no rush. There's no rush. Lu Xiaodong raised his wine glass and stood up. He shouted, "All of you together. I wish my father blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." The other guests also raised their wine glasses and stood up, congratulating. May Lu's birthday boy shine with the sun and the moon, and never grow old in spring and fall. Good good good. Lu Xiaobo was very happy. Zhou Meiqing stood beside Lu Jiejun at the main table, elegantly raising her red wine glass. Her face was wearing a smile as she looked at the upper-class people all around her, and thought to herself that this is the Lu family. This is the life she wanted. Bang! Bam! Just when the Lu family was happy and rejoicing, the gate of the Lu family's mansion was violently pushed open. That which appeared outside the gate was Xie Tianhu. Xie Tianhu was dressed in a black trench coat, tall and big, with 50 to 60 people behind him and on both sides. The guests inside the Lu family courtyard were immediately startled, and for a while, 7 voices rang out. What is Xie Tianhu doing here? And with so many men, it looks like the visitor is not good. If placed in the past, Lu Xiaobo and Lu Xiaodong would be very nervous, but now with Hua Tianhao backing them up, they weren't afraid at all. Today's Lu family is not something that Xie Tianhao can step on whenever he wants to. This is instead a dragon's den. Lu Xiaodong drank. Xie Tianhu, what are you doing here? Xie Tianhu shouted. Elder Lu is highly respected. His 66th birthday, how could I not show it? I'm here to send a gift. Gift giving? Lu Xiaobo and Lu Xiaodong didn't believe it. Xie Tianhu's was not the attitude of sending a gift, but they were emboldened. Lu Xiaobo spoke. I'd like to see what kind of gift you're giving me. Xie Tianhu waved his hand. The men behind him came up. The men were holding 2 large towering things, but they were covered with red cloth, so they couldn't tell what they were. Lu's family as well as the guests were puzzled, thinking could it be that Xie Tianhu was really here to deliver a gift? This gift is so grand. What exactly is the gift underneath this red cloth? Xie Tianhu waved his big hand. Give Elder Lu a look over. 33 of his men placed the items in front of them, lined up in 2 rows, then reached out and pinched a corner of the red cloth. Brush brush brush. The red cloth was ripped off at the same time, revealing a single wreath underneath. 66 wreaths lined up in 2 rows. Very spectacular. For a while, the wreaths in the Lu family's colorful dress formed a great visual conflict. Xie Tianhu clasped his fists and arched his hands as he shouted, Elder Lu's 66th birthday banquet, sending 66 wreaths, wishing that Elder Lu won't see the sun tomorrow. Lu Xiaobo's face was instantly as black as the bottom of a pot. He was afraid of death, and had always been afraid of not being able to move past this hurdle, which was why he had rushed the wedding, which was why he had organized a big birthday banquet. However, Xie Tianhu actually sent a wreath at the birthday banquet. Isn't this cursing him? Of course he couldn't endure it and angrily shouted, Xie Tianhu. Lu Xiaodong and other Lu family members were also furious. Xie Tianhu was clearly here to pick a fight and cause trouble for the birthday banquet. Xie Tianhu continued, look at how happy Elder Lu is. Don't worry, I'm not done with my gifts yet. Next, I'll give Elder Lu a song. Saying that, he violently lifted his trench coat and took out a swana from his arms. A song of Li Shuemei hanging piety, for Elder Lu. I wish Elder Lu a good journey. After Xie Tianhu shouted, he then took the swana's whistle in his mouth and started blowing. Doo-doo. The high-pitched and loud swana sound instantly rang out. The familiar melody, instantly creating an atmosphere of mourning, a tune that many people had heard as children, being evoked in their bones. The guests looked at the dishes in front of them, and felt that the cause of their eating mat had changed. Xingchen was clear that the reason why Xie Tianhu engaged in all of this, with the wreaths and swana, was because he wanted to perform in front of himself and wanted to take the heat out of himself. What he didn't expect was that Xie Tianhu actually had the skills to play the swana. A mournful tune was blown sometimes high and sometimes low, rendering one's excitement and mourning to the fullest. He didn't know that Xie Tianhu's family was in the white affair class when he was a child, and he followed his father's performances since he was young, and at one time he was still a child star in this line, which was the selling point of the class. Blowing swana this thing, Xie Tianhu has child skills. Xie Tianhu was still blowing there. Lu Xiaobo was shivering with anger. stretching out his finger and pointing ahead. Xia Tianhu, you, hello, for the sake of a woman, how dare you be so angry with me? You ruined my 66th birthday banquet. Quickly clean him up for me. Lu Xiaobo stomped his feet and shouted angrily. Huo Tianhao walked out. He sneered. Xia Tianhu, I really didn't expect that you're still a lover, to actually stage this in order to take it out on a woman. But with me here, is the Lu family a place for you to spread your wildness? For Xia Tianhu's arrival, he was not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, he was very happy. He had sent someone to capture Su Ningshui in order to provoke Xia Tianhu, thus drawing Xia Tianhu into a trap, and as a result, Su Ningshui was not captured. But he did not expect that the ultimate goal had been achieved. Xia Tianhu, you're throwing yourself into a trap today. Since you're here, don't leave, Huo Tianhao shouted. Surround me. For a while, the Lu family's courtyard rang with the sound of an athletic and ferocious figure running. Bang bang, the Lu family's gate was first slammed shut, with several experts blocking it. The remaining dozens of good men moved quickly, hooting and hollering, surrounding the people Xia Tianhu had brought with him. A reversal occurred. Xia Tianhu had originally gone to the Lu family to cause trouble, but he didn't expect to become a turtle in a jar. Huo Tianhao looked at the situation, very pleased with himself, and shouted, Xia Tianhu, the wedding day allowed you to escape. Today is the day of your death. Lu Xiaobo's old face was vicious. Xia Tianhu, this is the price you pay for ruining my birthday banquet. He comforted himself in his heart. As long as he settled Xia Tianhu before 12, he was still considered to have stepped over the hurdle. First, he made sure that the Lu family was further along. Then he went to the punch bowl, and after the big denizenship, the small denizenship, Xia Tianhu's men immediately tightened their hearts. However, Xia Tianhu still did not change his face. Huo Tianhao laughed faintly. Xia Tianhu, you think I don't have the strength to clean you up, right? Ha ha ha, you thought wrong. With that, he clapped his hands and two middle-aged men came behind him without a word. It was none other than Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf. Chapter 54 Yi Xingchen Strikes. The Iron Wolf and the Grey Wolf, raising their hands and feet with a feeling of power, were experts at first glance. Unbelievable. The Vice Hall Master's experts to support me have already arrived. Huo Tianhao had a smug look on his face as he waved his hand and ordered, you guys go. Let Xia Tianhu see your strength. Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf instantly moved. The two of them were like reined-in wild horses, their figures rushing towards the front. Xia Tianhu's men instantly moved forward to intercept them. Bang bang bang, a face-to-face, only to hear the sound of blows kept ringing. Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf like no one else's territory. Xia Tianhu's men fell down one by one. Black Panther's face changed. He rushed up with an arrow step, but he was still knocked back several meters by a punch. In the blink of an eye, Iron Wolf arrived in front of Xia Tianhu. He let out a sardonic smile and slammed his fist into Xia Tianhu's chest. Xia Tianhu shouted, sank his waist and stood on his horse, meeting it with a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound. The fists of the two men collided solidly together. Xia Tianhu abruptly felt a sharp pain in his fist, followed by an irresistible force, causing him to dabble back 3 steps. Iron Wolf didn't continue his attack. He chose to stop and proudly put his hands behind his back. The Grey Wolf also stopped. At this moment, there were more than 20 figures lying around them. With just the two of them alone, they had easily torn apart Xia Tianhu's camp. Ha ha ha. Huo Tianhao was very proud. Xia Tianhu, did you see this? This is the expert supported by the Vice Hall Master. What are you comparing with me? Lu Xiaodong and Lu Xiaobo, Lu Jiajun, felt steady. Xia Tianhu had been completely taken down. Lu Xiaobo angrily shouted, Xia Tianhu, you came to my birthday banquet to cause trouble. Aren't you sending reeds and suona? You continue to be arrogant. Those things, they were all prepared for your send-off. Huo Tianhao stepped forward, stared at Xia Tianhu and drank. After tonight, you, Xia Tianhu, become a thing of the past, and in the future, Cloud City is my world. Lu Xiaodong and other Lu family members were in an excited mood. The Lu family's rise to power had become unstoppable. These guests attending the birthday banquet understood that Xia Tianhu was going to be finished. They had actually witnessed the change of the underground hegemony of Cloud City. Huo Tianhao steeply narrowed his eyes and ordered, Iron Wolf, go waste Xia Tianhu. Iron Wolf stamped his foot on the ground, his entire body like a car that suddenly catapulted to a start, leaping out violently as he probed his claws towards Xia Tianhu. Xia Tianhu knew that he couldn't catch it hard. He smashed a swinging fist at Iron Wolf's arm. Iron Wolf's arm was lightly lifted to dodge it, and then he violently explored downward. His 5 fingers were like iron claws, grabbing at Xia Tianhu's wrist. If this is a solid grasp, instantly will be able to penetrate the flesh. Broken bones. Xia Tianhu's hand is considered a waste. Xia Tianhu had to retreat to avoid it. However, this retreat allowed Iron Wolf to completely gain the upper hand. His iron claws violently clenched his fists. His cannon fist blasted towards Xie Tianhu's chest, shouting, "Fall down!" Bang! When Iron Wolf's fist stuck to Xie Tianhu's shirt, a foot steeply appeared and kicked Iron Wolf in the small of his back, sending him flying back. Iron Wolf retreated in a sorry state, stabilizing himself in a one-knee kneeling position 5 meters away as he raised his eyes to look ahead, only to see that beside Xie Tianhao, there was the figure of an additional person, who wore a mask on his face. Huo Tianhao's gaze condensed. He hadn't forgotten that at the Cloud City party, this masked expert had unlocked Xie Tianhu's siege, and even beat him to the point of spitting blood. "Iron Wolf, are you alright?" Huo Tianhao asked. "It's fine." Iron Wolf rubbed his stomach, slowly stood up straight and spoke. "I was careless just now." Huo Tianhao let out a sigh of relief and looked at the masked man and drank. "No matter how strong you are, with Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf here today, you have to die. I'd like to see what you actually look like. You don't even dare to show your true colors." Immediately, he waved behind him. "Waste him." Iron Wolf patted the dirt on his belly. His eyes turned ruthless. Step by step, he walked towards the masked man. His mouth faintly said, "I had heard that Xie Tianhu had a character like you under his command. He actually hid and sneaked up on me. Let me try it out. How many kilograms do you have?" Saying that, his feet stepped on the ground again. The whole person was actually like a leaping lion and tiger, pouncing towards Yi Xingchen, both claws probing forward like iron hooks, to scratch out 2 bloody holes in Yi Xingchen's body. Xie Tianhu and the others felt the difficulty of this strike and felt that they could not defuse it. Bang! Yi Xingchen smashed away Iron Wolf's claws with a single punch, cracking this ferocious strike. That wasn't all. Immediately after that, he kicked out, once again hitting the Iron Wolf squarely in the abdomen. The Iron Wolf was sent flying. Plop! Iron Wolf threw himself to the ground 5 meters away. The pain of his intestines churning together in his lower abdomen caused him to grimace. The masked man is actually this strong? Grey Wolf's face changed, and he also took a step forward, rushing towards Yi Xingchen. Iron Wolf slapped the ground, and his entire body stood up once again, joining the siege. The two men's moves were severe and they were coordinated with each other, and for a while, their fists and kicks kept greeting Yi Xingchen, dazzling people. However, Yi Xingchen was always able to remain undefeated. Huo Tianhao's face changed. What exactly is this masked man? How could Xie Tianhu have such a strong expert beside him? Could it be that the temple master supported him early in the morning? No wonder that old thing, the hall master, didn't make the rest of his moves. In the next moment, he also lunged towards Yi Xingchen and joined the siege. Huo Tianhao understood in his heart that if he couldn't take down the masked man today, he was afraid that he would have to be planted. Black Panther nervously said, "Master Tiger, should we go up and help?" Xie Tianhu said unhurriedly, "Just watch." He had absolute confidence in the Dragon King. He had seen Yi Xingchen and Tang Zhong fight with his own eyes. Tang Zhong's strength was ranked in the entire Yinglong Palace, and as a result, he hadn't even been able to test Yi Xingchen's depths, so the mere Iron Wolf, Grey Wolf, and Huo Tianhao counted for nothing. Sure enough, only a low voice was heard, "Get lost." Immediately, 3 muffled sounds of bang 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 were heard, and Iron Wolf, Grey Wolf, and Huo Tianhao all flew backwards. Yi Xingchen had defeated the 3 with 1, and was completely victorious. Xie Tianhu suddenly moved. His figure rushed up and struck out viciously, breaking the arms and legs of Huo Tianhao, Iron Wolf, and Grey Wolf. The entire situation instantly flipped. Xie Tianhu shouted, "Surround the Lu family. Anyone who dares to resist will be punched to death." Black Panther and the other henchmen were energized and immediately took action. The Lu family's guests were the first to hold their heads and crouch down, afraid of being implicated. Huo Tianhao's men also chose to crouch down after a moment of hesitation. After all, the higher-ups had already planted their heads. What was the use of them holding on? 2 of them tried to resist, and then were put down by random punches. The others squatted faster than one another. After just a few tens of seconds, the only Lu family members still standing in the entire courtyard were the dumbfounded Lu Xiaodong, Lu Jiajun, Zhou Meicheng and a few others. "Ah!" Zhou Meicheng exclaimed in shock and also crouched down in a hurry. Lu Xiaodong and Lu Jiajun's faces were shocked and bitter. How did this suddenly happen? Chapter 55, Punishing the Lu Family. Xie Tianhu ordered people to bring down the guests and some insignificant people, and in the courtyard, only Huo Tianhao, Lu Xiaobo, Lu Xiaodong, Lu Jiajun, Iron Wolf, and Grey Wolf remained. Xie Tianhu was beside Yi Xingchen and asked in a low voice, "Sir, what to do with these people?" Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "Just follow your rules." Xie Tianhu was flabbergasted in his heart, not realizing that Yi Xingchen was not soft at all. Although Yi Xingchen was strong and high in status in his mind, he must have experienced fewer things and thought that he would be indecisive when it came to disposal. Yi Xingchen thought, 2 years ago, I was indeed a person who didn't even dare to kill or sleep with a chicken. But 2 years later, although the chicken still didn't dare to sleep, the killing heart was there. From the thoughts instilled by the old master, he had learned the dark side and cruelty of this world. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Hua Tianhao, as the one person of Ying Long Hall, he already knew what would happen to him, and he ignored the pain in his limbs as he looked up at the sky with a bitter face. There was no pretense in becoming a king or a bandit. However, Lu's family members loudly begged for mercy and tried to morally kidnap him. Xia Tianhu. No, Master Tiger, the Lu family knows it's wrong. The Lu family shouldn't have helped Hua Tianhao. We'll withdraw today. We support you, please spare us. Master Tiger, you can't destroy the Lu family just because they helped Hua Tianhao. You have to give us a chance to correct ourselves. You can't bully people like this. Shut up. The masked Yi Xingchen just couldn't listen any longer and spoke in a cold voice. If Su Ningshui was captured by you guys and she begged for mercy, would you guys let her go? If Xie Tianhu is defeated today and falls into your hands, and he begs for mercy, will you spare him? And you have the face to talk about bullying. If you guys didn't repeatedly go against Su Ningshui, would you have ended up in today's situation? Laying hands on a weak woman. You guys really have the face. The Lu family is self-inflicted. The Lu family was dumbfounded by their dislike. If they said that Su Ningshui was really captured, no matter how much they cried out, they wouldn't let it go. If Xie Tianhua lost, they would also step on Xie Tianhua as a victor. Hua Tianhao disdainfully opened his mouth. Stop whining. Save yourself some dignity before you go on your way. The 3 Lu family members were scared to death. Were they really going to die? Lu Xiaobo's face was miserable. It turns out that there really is a hurdle for me at the age of 66. He pointed at Xie Tianhu and the masked Yi Xingchen. You guys are that hurdle. Yi Xingchen's eyes were full of disgust, and he said in a cold voice, Old thing, you're the damnedest of all. 1 foot in the coffin. You don't think about doing something good. You actually want to eat young grass with an old cow. It's considered good that the heavens haven't struck you with a thunderbolt. Yes, I'm your problem. To be precise, this hurdle is you yourself. If it wasn't for your own many unrighteous deeds and arrogance, no one would have come to deal with you. Xia Tianhu made a wink, and Black Panther dragged Hua Tianhao and Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf down first. Hua Tianhao's trio was indeed tough, not saying a single word to beg for mercy. As for how they would be disposed of, everyone understood, and the Lu family trio couldn't help but show horror in their eyes. Xia Tianhu looked at Lu Xiaobo's trio, then pointed at the koi pond in the courtyard. Lu Xiaobo and Lu Xiaodong's faces changed wildly, and Lu Jiejun even struggled loudly crying out, No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Yi Xingchen reached out and nudged Lu Jiejun, letting the people leave Lu Jiejun behind first. After Lu Jiejun got free, he rolled and crawled to Yi Xingchen's feet, loudly saying, You let go, I beg you, you let me go. Yi Xingchen spoke faintly, Did you let Yi Xingchen and his family go? What? Lu Jiejun froze. He did not expect the masked expert to suddenly mention Yi Xingchen. The entire incident today, he thought that it was led by Xie Tianhu, and did not have the slightest relationship with Yi Xingchen. At most, it was due to Yi Xingchen's fiancée. But Lu Jiejun thought that Yi Xingchen was just a green turtle who had been greenmailed by Xie Tianhu. You probably don't know who I am yet, right? Yi Xingchen suddenly lifted his mask up and let Lu Jiejun take a look. Lu Jiejun was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You. How could he not think that the person under this mask was actually Yi Xingchen? This can't be possible. How is this possible? Lu Jiejun's face was unbelievable. How could you possibly have such strength? You even defeated my uncle and the experts from the Ying Long Hall? How could this happen? Yi Xingchen said in a cold voice, Lu Jiejun, you've bullied people too much. You hooked up with my fiancé and made a mistake first. So what's wrong with me punching you? You actually used your connections to send me to jail. And that's not all. You bullied my parents, made them pay huge compensation, and robbed my family's old house, making them homeless. But even after that, you made them lose their jobs and have to work as cleaners at their age. You're too bullying. You're pushing our family to death. I said I would leave you with nothing. Now I did. No, it can't be. I must be dreaming. Lu Jiejun shook his head like he was possessed. How do you possess such strength? I don't believe it. It's impossible for you to climb on top of me. Impossible to climb on top of you? Do you think I destroyed the Lu family by borrowing Xie Tianhu's power? Yi Xingchen said in a cold voice, To tell you the truth, Xie Tianhu is my man. Lu Jiejun's eyes widened. No, it's impossible. This is never possible. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, Not willing to believe it, are you? I can also tell you a secret. The Yinglong Palace Hall Master didn't happen to come to the hotel for dinner. It was me who called him here, and I'm his superior. The uncle that you think is marvelous is actually just a minor character under my hand. The incredulity in Lu Jiejun's eyes intensified. Yi Xingchen continued. It's hard to understand, right? Curious as to why I suddenly gained such strength and status? But I don't want to tell you. Go to hell with your doubts. At this moment, only two plop-plop sounds could be heard. It was Lu Xiaobo and Lu Xiaodong who had fallen into the water. Lu Jiejun had a jolt and immediately started kowtowing. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Yi Xingchen beckoned. The leopard ran from a distance and dragged Lu Jiejun away. As Lu Jiejun struggled violently, he dragged out a water stain behind him. With a plop, Lu Jiejun was also knocked out before being thrown into the koi pond. Yi Xingchen had a cold face. If I had known this, why did I bother? Afterward, Xia Tianhu stayed behind to do the aftermath, while Yi Xingchen returned home. The next day, a piece of news detonated Yun City, the Lu family's old man's 66th birthday banquet. As a result, 3 generations of Lu Xiaobo, Lu Xiaodong, and Lu Jiejun drunkenly lost their footing and fell into the koi pond, drowning all of them. A happy event turns into a sad one. Chapter 56, The Temple Master's Reaction. The people who didn't know the reason for this were just treating this piece of news as a news item, a topic of conversation. As for the guests who attended the birthday banquet, as well as the rest of the Lu family, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, but they were able to guess what exactly had happened. But none of them dared to speak out, and they had no proof. In fact, there was no need to say it explicitly. It was clear in the hearts of the discerning that it must be the Lu family that participated in the competition for the Hall Master of Yinglong Hall, and with Hua Tianhao's failure, the Lu family naturally became a funeral pyre. But this was a secret that could not be told. Zhou Meiqing returned to her mother's house in a state of dismay. The Lu family had gone up in smoke overnight, and he, the Lu family's youngest grandmother, had only just been a young woman for 2 days when she was knocked down from the clouds all of a sudden, and she didn't get a penny of her inheritance. She suddenly had an idea that if she had known it was like this, she might as well have married Yi Xingchen. In the Su family, Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao and Su Changfeng were shivering. They didn't expect Hua Tianhao to be destroyed when he said he would be, and the Lu family was also implicated. Xia Tianhu was really ruthless. They then realized the terror of a force like Yinglong Palace. It was really full of killing. They were glad that Xia Tianhu didn't know about their secret dealings with Hua Tianhao, and didn't know that the several times of vandalizing the Ningxia company were all instigated by them. Yinglong Temple. After Vice Temple Master Situ Yan got the news from Yin Chang, his face steeply sank as he lowly shouted, Hua Tianhao, this trash actually failed. It also made me hitch 2 experts. In fact, he was also clear in his heart that the fight between Hua Tianhao and Xia Tianhu was, in the end, a fight between him and Temple Master Tang Wenxuan, and it must have been Tang Wenxuan who supported a stronger expert to exterminate Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf. Tang Wenxuan, this old coffin flesher. You wait, this is just my first move. There will be other moves to follow. Sooner or later, the Yinglong Temple Hallmaster will be mine. Situ Yan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Tang Yusin ran into an ancient study with a joyful face and said in surprise, Grandpa, news came from Cloud City. Xia Tianhu he won. Hua Tianhao has been disposed of. Situ Yan secretly sent Iron Wolf and Grey Wolf. It was that person who saved the day and helped Xia Tianhu through the crisis. Tang Wenxuan cupped the brush in his right hand and wrote the last stroke calmly. Looking at the 4 words Dufu can move on the paper with satisfaction. Tang Yusin was surprised. Grandpa, aren't you happy? Tang Wenxuan put down his brush as he laughed. Silly girl. Xia Tianhu won and crushed Situ Yan's first move. Of course I'm happy, but isn't it expected that Yun Chang has that person? Tang Yusin froze. Yes, after seeing that person's strength in Cloud City, she should have guessed this ending. No wonder Grandpa hadn't moved since his return, not giving Xia Tianhu a single person to back him up. A moment later, Tang Yusin carefully asked, Grandpa, are we just going to do nothing? This is a suspicion of utilizing him. He is at least holding the Dragon King ring, and he also has great strength. What if he wants to reopen old scores in the future? You forget that in Cloud City, he said explicitly that the Yinglong Temple has today's situation. You are at fault. If you do not see your ability to remove me, is it? Tang Wenxuan let out a faint smile, not meaning to be angry, and spoke, the future new Dragon Lord. Of course I'm going to hold it up. I've already laid it out in advance. Tang Yusin froze, puzzled. What have you done, Grandpa? Tang Wenxuan said, I've asked Yinglong Investment Company to go and open a branch in Cloud City, focusing on Su Ningxue and helping her grow bigger and stronger. He smiled, his eyes revealing the usual light of an old fox. The new Dragon Lord is playing hide and seek, unable to help his wife in the open. So let's give her a push in the open. This is called throwing our weight around. Tang Yusin looked at her grandfather adoringly, thinking that Ginger was still old and hot. Yinglong Temple was the underground overlord of a province, with countless clubs, bars, discos, and also controlled steel, sand and other industries. but it was by no means that simple. Xinglong Palace in the Open Xinglong Investment Company is also a giant in the investment world, invested in many listed companies. Xinglong Investment Company's presence in Cloud City would undoubtedly usher in the pursuit of large and small families and companies in Cloud City. Whoever could borrow the wind from Xinglong Investment Company would be able to rise up. While Yun City was digesting the news of the Lu family's destruction, Xingchen woke up early as usual, facing the early morning sunlight and running in the small area. Facing him, he saw a beautiful figure, tight t-shirt, jean shorts, holding a Pomeranian in her hand. This 25 or 26-year-old young woman. He is not a stranger. This is the third time to meet. The first time they met, Lu Jejun and Zhou Meicheng came to the neighborhood and wanted to buy a villa. Lu Jejun threatened to want to eat, and Xingchen gave him his wish. As a result, the young woman was disgusted and ran away with her dog. The second time they met, Xingchen wanted to feed Su Changfeng. The young woman saw from afar and was so scared that she ran away directly. In the first two meetings, Xingchen had left a deep impression on the young woman. So today, after seeing Xingchen, the young woman turned her head and walked back. However, due to walking too quickly, she stepped on a stone under her foot, and with an unsteady figure, she twisted her foot and crouched down with an ah-ah sound. Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless, seeing herself, as far as this, but people twisting their feet is always due to themselves. Xingchen can't just ignore it. He walked over. Pomeranian, woof woof woof. Master, the pervert is coming over. Quickly hold me and run. Xingchen opened his mouth and asked, are you alright? It's fine. The young woman shook her head, but her eyes were red from the pain. Xingchen took a look at the situation and spoke. If you trust me, I can help you treat it. The young woman hurriedly shook her head, thinking, I don't believe you. Xingchen smiled bitterly. In your case, if you don't handle it properly, you might have to limp for a few days, but if I give you 2 needles, you'll be fine in no time. You believe me, I am a doctor. Are you serious? The young woman was half convinced, but she had just found a new job and must not be delayed by a broken foot, so her heart was moved. Xingchen touched out a trembling silver needle and said, look, if it's not a doctor, who can carry a silver needle with them? The young woman believed a few points. She slowly stretched out her broken foot. Trouble you. Xingchen squatted down. This young woman seemed to like wearing shorts, presenting the advantages of her legs perfectly. Su Ningxue's legs were long and straight, without the slightest flaw, while the young woman was succulent and white, shaking people's eyes. Xingchen went down with 2 needles. The young woman immediately felt no pain, and the redness and swelling on her ankle dissipated. She was pleasantly surprised. That's good? So magical. The two stood up. After a short period of embarrassment, the young woman took the lead to break the silence. Panicked, you also came out to walk the dog? Xingchen froze. What does it mean? I don't have a dog leash in my hand either. He laughed bitterly. Beauty, I'm not single. After the young woman froze, she let out a put laugh. Xingchen also had no intention of accosting the young woman, waved his hand and continued running. When he returned home, he found Su Ningxue eating breakfast while still organizing information in a very urgent manner. Chapter 57 Opportunities for Investment. Xingchen washed his face, then walked over to the dining table and sat down, asking, Ningxue, what are you looking at? Don't work while eating. It's easy to get indigestion. Su Ningxue raised her head and said, the company's development has encountered a big opportunity. I want to try to see if I can grasp it. What's wrong? What opportunity? Xingchen asked. Su Ningxue said, Xinglong Investment Company is coming to open a branch in Yunchang to support local enterprises to grow bigger and stronger. After being invested, not only will they be able to obtain financial support, but they will also be able to pull on the banner of Xinglong Palace, so taking off can be said to be inevitable. Xinglong Temple's investment company? Xingchen was stunned. Su Ningxue kept flipping through the information and said on her lips, all the enterprises in Cloud City are staring at this opportunity, facing a lot of competition, and Ningxue Company is too inconspicuous. Xingchen squinted his eyes and thought, thinking about what he could do to help Su Ningxue take the investment. Ding dong. At this time, Xingchen's cell phone received a text message. He opened it and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number, only to see that it read, hello Mr. Yi, I'm Tang Yusin. The general manager of Xinglong Investment Company's Yunchang branch is one of our own, so if you have anything to do, please feel free to order. Xingchen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and in his heart, he said, it seems that the investment company coming to Yunchang is not a coincidence. Is this a reward for me taking down Hua Tianhao? Or is it just a goodwill thrown out by Tang Wenxuan? But no matter what, this is a favor he received. He wanted to help Su Ningxue's company, but Su Ningxue was not willing to spend money of unknown origin from his card, and now there is a formal way of investment company, which is the most appropriate. However, It was obvious that Su Ningxue did not have a few confidence. After all, Ningxue Company had just been established. Xingchen smiled and comforted. Don't worry. I've heard that investment companies look at the potential of the business. Condensing snow cream has an excellent product. It will definitely work. Su Ningxue smiled. She had this hope in her heart, but still had no bottom line as to whether or not it would ultimately succeed. Su Ningxue prepared the materials for the morning. Then in the afternoon, she and Xingchen went to the investment meeting of Yinglong Investment Company. Worthy of the efficiency of the Yinglong Palace, the day before there was no word out. In the next day the office building and staff will be complete. Xingchen parked his car in front of the office building. The parking lot has been parked all kinds of luxury cars. Maybach, Bentley, Mercedes-Benz S-Class. At a glance is the boss's seat. After walking 2 steps, he bumped into Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao. Su Changfeng. The Su family 3 did not have a good face, but let them go to scold Su Ningxue. Now also dare not. They mistakenly thought that Su Ningxue had hooked up with Xie Tianhu somehow. The 3 of them didn't say anything either and turned their heads to leave. Su Ningxue opened her mouth. The words she was about to shout out were choked back. She didn't understand why her grandfather had developed a hatred for her. Su Yinghao worriedly said, Yinglong Investment Company has just entered Cloud City. It is impossible to operate in a big way. It should first invest in a small number of companies to test the waters. Su Ningxue won't manage to get the investment with the help of Xie Tianhu's connections, right? Hearing this, Su Changfeng was nervous in his heart. He didn't want to be compared to nothing by Su Ningxue. Su Hongchang spoke. Yinglong Temple is a behemoth. Xie Tianhu and the investment company are 2 systems. Although Xie Tianhu is the head of the hall, he shouldn't be able to say anything. Moreover, I heard that the investment company is completely on the right path, drawing a line with Yinglong Temple's gray industry without any involvement. Su Yinghao let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If we let Su Ningxue get the investment again, we would really be compared to her. Hmph. Su Hongchang snorted coldly. In the past, how could they have imagined that Su Ningxue would bring so much pressure to the Su clan? Su Changfeng said from the side, as long as Su Ningxue doesn't rely on Xie Tianhu, it's a dream for the small ragtag company to want to compete with the Su clan company. Saying that, he looked back at Xingchen and said disdainfully, you guys look at that Xingchen, his head is green, the whole green turtle, and what not, or does he dare to be angry? A little while later, Xingchen and Su Ningxue met the people from Lin's company. That middle-aged man Xingchen recognized was Lin Yaqi's father, Uncle Lin. Su Ningxue shouted. A smile appeared on Lin's father's face. Su Ningxue and his daughter had always been very close. He smiled and said, Ningxue, you're here for the bidding. Uncle hopes you succeed. Then, Lin father's eyes saw Xingchen. Instantly black face. Hmph. He would never forget that when his daughter called her father. Xingchen agreed at the same time. We'll never forget. Lin Yaqi had long since gone back and explained that Xingchen was Su Ningxue's fiancée and had borrowed it as a shield, and calling dad was just a bet. But even so, Lin's father hadn't completely dispelled his anger. If he didn't have Lin Yaqi's explanation, and saw Xingchen and Su Ningxue together today, and mistakenly thought that Xingchen had his feet in 2 boats, I'm afraid he would have to make a move. Ningxue, uncle went in first. Lin father said to Su Ningxue, his eyes full of disgust towards Xingchen. Xingchen felt wronged. Su Ningxue said breathlessly, Uncle Lin is very good-tempered. How did you offend him and make him so hostile to you? Xingchen of course couldn't say the real reason, casually said, probably angry that I messed up the blind date he arranged for Lin Yaqi. Su Ningxue did not ask more questions and walked into the investment venue with Xingchen. Su Ningxue had been nervous. See the venue and the crowd. Even more nervous. No less than 200 or 300 people present. Nearly 100 companies, many of which are doing a great deal of work. Ningxue company thrown in there. Really too small. Su Ningxue gave a bitter smile. I have even less confidence. Xingchen let out a comforting cry. Don't worry, it will be a success. Go, find a place to sit. After the 2 of them found a place to sit down in the back row, Xingchen spoke. Ningxue, you sit down first. I'm going to take a look around. After walking out of the investment venue, Xingchen directly went upstairs to the floor of the executives. Where is the general manager's office? Should I make a call to Tang Yusin and let the general manager come to pick me up? Xingchen looked left and right and could never find it. Bang! Oops! Without paying attention to look at the road, Xingchen collided with a soft bouncing body. Sorry, Xingchen hurriedly apologized. But when he saw the person he bumped into, he was stunned. This person stepped on high heels about 1.7 meters or so, wearing a professional outfit with a white shirt on top and a tight one-step skirt underneath, wrapping her body in a very seductive way. Xingchen was worried that the buttons on her chest were falling apart. A young woman walking her dog? Xingchen was surprised and asked, why are you here? The young woman was also very surprised to see Xingchen and spoke. I should be the one to ask you this. I'm the general manager's secretary. Of course I'm here. Instead it's you. What are you doing here? Chapter 58 Material Smash Face. Xingchen thought that it was a coincidence that he could meet the young woman, and the young woman was still related to the person he was looking for, which was even more coincidental. He said, I'm just here to look for your general manager, but I can't feel the door. Please help me, guide me. The young woman raised her eyes and asked, do you have an appointment? No. The young woman's face appeared apologetic. Sorry, I can't take you there without an appointment. This morning, there were too many people who wanted to go through the back door. She now realized that Xingchen had snuck into the office building and was also here to use the back door to get an investment. She kindly reminded, get your company's materials ready. The investment department will carefully review them. It's useless to look for the general manager. Xingchen laughed. You help me to inform. Tell the general manager that I am surnamed Yi. He will agree to see me. This, well, the young woman's face appeared difficult. This kind of saying was also a trick that many people were used to, but Xingchen was not a stranger after all. She still decided to help Xingchen with this favor. The young woman walked in front. Her waist tightened and her back arched up in an arc, walking with a mesmerizing view. Xingchen hurriedly collected his gaze and took a quick step to walk side by side with the young woman. Looking at the first glance is instinct. Not looking at the second glance is cultivation. For Xingchen's behavior, the young woman's heart was warm. Walking in front of a man showing off her figure also made her feel embarrassed. A few moments later, the young woman arrived outside the door of the general manager's office. She sighed darkly and walked in to inform against the risk of being reprimanded by the general manager. Surname Yi, the middle-aged general manager, after hearing the young woman's secretary's words, but immediately stood up. He took the initiative to walk towards the office door. The general manager opened the door and immediately greeted Xingchen with a smile after seeing him. Mr. Yi, quick, inside please. He turned his head to the young woman's secretary. You go ahead and get busy. The young woman couldn't help but be very surprised and looked at Xingchen in dismay. Not expecting that Xingchen actually really knew the general manager and was able to make the general manager pay so much attention to him. One must know that anyone who could be the general manager of Long Investments branch was not an ordinary person. Thank you. Xingchen thanked the young woman. The young woman returned the smile, then twisted her waist and went out. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you. The general manager invited Xingchen to sit down on the sofa and said enthusiastically. Tang Yusen of course could not reveal Xingchen's true identity, but told the general manager that this Mr. Yi was her friend, an important friend, a friend that the young lady emphasized. The general manager naturally did not dare to neglect. He did not even dare to sit down, accompanying from the side. Xingchen also didn't want to linger here for much longer, and opened his mouth. Su Ningshui of the Ningshui company, please focus on taking care of her. Okay, no problem, the general manager said smilingly. Good, then it will be a trouble. Xingchen got up. Oh, right. Before Xingchen walked out of the office, he turned back and said, Su's company also focus on taking care of, must not give it an investment. Xingchen returned to the investment venue, and after sitting next to Su Ningshui actually subconsciously grabbed his hand out of nervousness. Although the two had been engaged, but due to the short time they had known each other, they had not yet reached the intimate stage. Xingchen felt the soft and smooth touch coming from his small hand and could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. It was truly a happy thing to be able to give help to one's own woman. The door of the review office was open, and those outside could see the situation inside. Several staff members were sitting behind a long table, with a serious face and a businesslike attitude. Many people who went in with confidence quickly came out with their heads hanging down, obviously not only failing, but also receiving a blow. Su Ningshui saw that powerful companies are this end. She is even less confident, and even worried that people will not tear the material and then smash her face. After all, this kind of big companies are all very arrogant. Soon it was Su's company's turn. Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao, Su Changfeng stood up. They were still very confident. After all, Su's company could be ranked in Yunchang, and the item they prepared is Changfeng essence. Anyway, is this formula? Although the effect is not as good as condensed snow cream, but the effect in the same kind of medicine and makeup is still very top. If you get the investment, immediately can put condensed snow cream step down. When the condensing snow cream disappeared, the formula in the hands of Su Ningshui is a piece of scrap paper. They can get over at a very low cost. Then they can make condensing snow cream into a very profitable project. The plan was as good as it was meant to be. After the grandparents and grandchildren sat down, they began to introduce Changfeng essence extremely well and took out the trial set. Su's company a male censor, after looking at the material, suddenly tore the material to shreds and slammed it hard on Su Changfeng's face. Su Changfeng was confused. After saying it properly, why did the other party suddenly flip out? And the people who had come in before hadn't received this treatment. It was too insulting. Su Ningxue, who had been paying attention to the office, was also confused. Su Ningxue shivered and her body shrunk back. Really smashed his face? Whoa, I'm not going. Go, don't worry about it. Xingchen pushed her up and encouraged with great certainty. You believe in me. It's definitely possible. Su Ningxue had come to this point. It was impossible to say that she really didn't go. She hardened her heart and walked into the office. After she handed the materials up, her two hands hung in front of her body, ready to block if others smashed her. Several staff members began to look over the materials. Eventually, the male censor picked up the material. Su Ningxue immediately stared, her hands ready at all times. The male censor smiled and said, Miss Su, we are really very optimistic about Ningxue Frost. If it's possible, we can sign a preliminary cooperation agreement now, and we'll discuss specific cooperation matters later. Su Ningxue was stunned. This was a success? It seemed like she was the first one to get the investment today. She is also clear. Yinglong Investment Company just came to Yunchang. Will first test the water. It is impossible to invest in a large way. Their own company is very likely to be the first batch of the only pie in the sky? No, it's impossible. There was no such thing as luck without a cause in this world. Was it really the good effect of nurturing snow cream that had impressed the reviewers? There was no doubt that condensing snow cream was effective, but after all, it didn't have the fame to make the reviewers full of praise and make the serious reviewers smile. It was unlikely that an industry bigwig like Yinglong Investment Company would go backward to lick a small, unheard of company. There must be other reasons. Su Ningxue's mind turned sharply and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be Xingchen? Xingchen had been very confident since the morning. When he saw the staff's harsh attitude, he didn't lose this confidence, and seemed to anticipate success. Looking back at this attitude of his, it was very abnormal. Su Ningxue heart thumped. Could it really be Xingchen? He helped himself from it? Chapter 59, The Credit is Snatched. Su Ningxue walked out with the stamped investment agreement. Her entire body was blinded. The people in the venue, who had seen Su Ningxue's different treatment and what else she had signed, couldn't help but look their envious gazes over. Su Hongchang came over and asked, What are you holding in your hand? The investment agreement. What? Really got it? Su Hongchang as well as Su Yinghao were shocked. Su Changfeng in the back touched his face, feeling very aggrieved in his heart. Obviously, they were both similar products, and Su's scale was even bigger. Why did Su Ningxue smoothly get the cooperation, while he was smashed in the face? Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao glanced at each other and thought, could it be because of Xie Tianhu? No, according to reason Xie Tianhu cannot say anything. The two men's mood was difficult to calm down for a while. Su Ningxue walked to Xingchen's side. Because of her happiness, her pretty face was flushed, the most beautiful blush in the world. She looked at Xingchen and asked, Is it because of you? Ha ha ha. Xingchen laughed, just happened to know someone. At these words, Su Ningxue's beautiful eyes trembled, and there was a sweetness of being protected in her heart. On the other hand, Su Hongchang and the others were thumping in their hearts, not expecting that the beggar in their eyes actually knew someone from Yinglong Investment Company, and also helped Su Ningxue to successfully get the investment. Those who could have the power to decide such things must still not be small people. Ningxu, you wait for me for a while, I'm going to the restroom, Xingchen said. Just now, he was busy looking for the general manager, and when he came back, he accompanied Su Ningxu, and hadn't had time to go to the convenience. Su Ningxue looked at Xingchen's back. She couldn't help but feel very warm in her heart. Xingchen had always given her something to rely on, and had given her a lot of help. Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao, Su Changfeng, surrounded Su Ningxue's side. Granddaughter, niece, the two calls of address, called Su Ningxue's goosebumps out. Su Hongchang said with a kind face, Good granddaughter, why don't you merge the Ningxu company into the Su company, and you'll be the independent head of the pharmaceutical business. Grandpa is fully committed to helping you. This way the condensed snow cream business, as well as the Su clan company, can both grow bigger and stronger, and you want the Su clan to have unlimited scenery, don't you? Su Yinghao laughed from the side. Yes, you are a part of the Su family. What will others think if you go out on your own? And your Ningxu company is too thin. It needs the shelter of the Su family. Their idea was good. After the Ningxu company was merged into the Su clan, the object of Yinglong company's investment would be the Su clan, and the Su clan would thus climb onto this big ship. However, Su Ningxue was very conscious. When she was kicked out from Su's company, Grandpa didn't consider that she was a part of the Su family. How close Grandpa and eldest uncle were now. How desperate they would be in the future. She murmured, Grandpa, eldest uncle, let me think about it and give you an answer after some time. As we all know, Saying to consider and think about it means not to consider it, and giving a reply after some time means not to reply. Su Hongchang and Su Yinghao's faces sank slightly. This was a refusal? But the current Su Ningxue was not what she used to be. First she had a relationship with Xie Tianhu, and now Yi Xingchen knew someone from Yinglong Investment Company. They did not dare to overly force the issue. At this time, a youth in a suit walked past the venue. With a sweep of his gaze, he was instantly attracted by Su Ningxue's figure. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times, but then he exclaimed in shock, "Su Ningxue?" The youth walked over with large strides. Su Ningxue was also stunned when she saw the youth. Huang Mingzhi? The two were college classmates, and it was unexpected that they would meet here. Huang Mingzhi's eyes stared straight at Su Ningxue, not expecting that after not seeing her for 2 years. Su Ningxue was actually even more beautiful than in her college days. The schoolgirl from the university days had lost her youthfulness, and now there was more of a touch of the urban goddess's brightness. However, Su Ningxue has a bad impression of Huang Mingzhi, and the two are not familiar, just a faint smile, and want to find an excuse to leave. Su Hongchang looked at Huang Mingzhi with a work license hanging on his chest and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, do you work here?" Huang Mingzhi nodded. "Yes." Then emphatically, "I'm the manager of Yinglong's investment department." Manager? Su Hongchang was surprised at hearing this and sighed. To hold such an important position at such a young age. "You are young and promising. This is the Yinglong Investment Company. It's not just a matter of having an education and ability. The young man must still have an extraordinary background, right?" Huang Mingzhi did not know Su Hongchang's identity. If under normal circumstances, he would have been impatient. "Damn you, an old man blindly inquiring what?" But now Su Ningxue is beside him. He needs Su Hongchang as a comic relief, guiding him to show all his identity. He humbly said, "I don't have much of a background either. My grandfather is merely the protector of the Yinglong Palace." Protector law? Su Hongchang's pupils quaked. In Yinglong Palace, the protector was a great person second only to the palace master and vice palace master. This youth in front of him, his status was remarkable. Su Yinghao suddenly clapped his palms and shouted, "I know!" Su Hongchang shivered in fear and looked angrily at his son. "What the hell are you screaming for? You almost scared my old man out of a heart attack." Su Yinghao looked at Huang Mingzhi and said, "Young Master Huang, did you recognize Su Ningxue? So you deliberately helped her take the investment?" Huang Mingzhi froze. He had just recognized Su Ningxue only. He didn't even know that Su Ningxue had come to invest in the venue. He couldn't help but look at the agreement in Su Ningxue's hand, and was surprised in his heart that Su Ningxue was the lucky one. He didn't even know that he had already identified the investment direction. Su Hongchang was awakened and felt that his son's speculation was reasonable. After all, Huang Mingzhi was the manager of the investment department. Wasn't he in charge of this business? He immediately looked at Huang Mingzhi, waiting for an answer. Su Ningxue coldly said, "Uncle, don't guess. It's Yi Xingchen who knows someone." Cough. Ha ha ha. Huang Mingzhi suddenly laughed. "Since I've been found out, I won't pretend anymore. That's right. It was me who secretly informed the censors and gave the investment to Su Ningxue. I knew it was like this." Su Yinghao stomped his feet. The Su family members all breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't Yi Xingchen who knew the people from the investment company. Su Ningxue's face was dark. Yi Xingchen clearly said, "Su Ningxu, you won't really believe it." Su Changfeng interrupted Su Ningxue and said disdainfully, "You don't think about it. He's a beggar. What kind of ability does he have to know the people from Yinglong Investment Company?" Think about his reaction just now. Was his answer ambiguous? Why did he go to the restroom with a weak heart after saying that? Su Ningxue wasn't sure anymore. It wasn't that he didn't believe Yi Xingchen, but he was very clear about Yi Xingchen's details, and it was indeed difficult for Yi Xingchen to recognize someone from Yinglong Investment Company. Huang Mingzhi probably realized that there was already a person who wanted to take the credit before himself. However, he had the certainty to snatch it because he was the manager of the investment department, which made more sense. He was pleased in his heart. Hey, no one knows that Su Ningxue got the investment by virtue of her own luck and strength. Chapter 60 Threatening Parents. Huang Mingzhi looked at Su Yinghao in surprise. "I just heard Su Ningxue call you her eldest uncle?" Su Yinghao nodded his head. "That's right, Huang Xiao. I'm Su Ningxue's own elder uncle." Su Hongchang hurriedly extended his hand to Huang Mingzhi. "I'm Su Ningxue's grandfather, my own grandfather." Huang Mingzhi shook Su Hongchang's hand together and said smilingly, "Disrespectful, good grandfather." Su family members looked at Huang Mingzhi. Their hearts were on fire. The grandson of Yinglong Temple's protector, or the manager of the investment company, obviously interested in Su Ningxue. If they send Su Ningxue over, the investment company that is not the same as their own family opened, what are you waiting for? Be sure to sell Su Ningxue. To summarize out Su Hongchang was busy taking out his cell phone. Come, Huang Xiao, leave a phone number. Make time for me to invite you to my home for dinner." You and Su Ningsu are classmates. This is one of our own. Good good good. This was just what Huang Mingzhi wanted, and hurriedly interacted with Su Hongchang. Huang Mingzhi thought to himself, with the Su family as an assist, he could take down Su Ningxue more smoothly. Xingchen went to the toilet and came back, but found that the atmosphere was a bit not quite right. There was also an additional youth. The Su family looked as if they had seen their long-lost grandson, Ningxue. Xingchen walked over to Su Ningxue's side. Huang Mingzhi instantly narrowed his eyes, revealing hostility towards Xingchen, the woman he had set his eyes on. To think that she actually had a master? Seeing the change in Huang Mingzhi's expression, Su Hongchang immediately said, Xingchen, listen carefully, I won't let you have any close contact with Su Ningxue. Moreover, I didn't agree with Su Ningxue and you being together before, and I will even less agree in the future. So just die. Su Changfeng snorted, a poor man with no skills whatsoever, still wanting to snatch away Su Ningxue's credit for getting the investment. The truth we all know. Xingchen, on the other hand, was confused. What did this say? What truth? Still not willing to admit it. Su Changfeng snorted. Not only the Su family, even many people in the distance were looking at Xingchen with contempt. Su Ningxue was also a little uncomfortable in her heart, but even more so, she was unwilling for others to accuse Xingchen. She couldn't possibly deny Xingchen's previous help just because of one of his mistakes. She pulled Xingchen's arm. Let's go. What just happened? Xingchen asked suspiciously. Su Changfeng said the truth. What truth? Su Ningxue didn't want to embarrass Xingchen and didn't say it. Nothing. And after Huang Mingzhi got rid of the Su family's enthusiasm, he walked back to his office and ordered his men, go and ask around. I want all the information about Su Ningxu. Su Ningxu's information wasn't difficult to obtain, and after just half an hour, his men came back to report. Su Ningxue was not well received in the Su family, was kicked out of the company, started her own business the hard way, found a fiancé who was no good, and now relying on Xie Tianhu. The company had a little bit of an upturn. After listening to the report, Huang Mingzhi muttered to himself, Su Ningxue, it's really unexpected. You used to be so pure, so clean. In the university period, even my pursuit of refused, but after seeing the cruelty of the society, also began to cling to the powerful and wealthy. Oh, this is good. Since you can rely on Xie Tianhu, you can also rely on me. My grandfather is the Dragon Palace protector. My status is higher than Xie Tianhu. Xie Tianhu, he doesn't dare to compete with me. Encountering you again, I definitely won't let go again. His eyes narrowed, a cold aura flickering in them. The woman that I, Huang Mingzhi, have my eyes on is not allowed to have other men around her, and it won't do if they don't have intimate behavior for a while. It's imperative that this man get lost. Follow me. Huang Mingzhi called on two of his men and walked out of the office building. Soon, a car drove out. Their destination, the above the Hentaying neighborhood. On the way, the henchman kept introducing. The villa in the neighborhood seems to have been secretly bought by Su Ningxue by hacking Su's company's money, and registered under the name of the soft-boiled man Xingchen. Su Ningxue was also driven out of the family company because of this. Now Xingchen's family and Su Ningxue's family live here. Huang Mingzhi couldn't help but see Xingchen's appearance in front of his eyes, and smiled contemptuously. A guy who relies on a woman for a soft meal, and shamelessly steals the credit for getting the investment. Garbage. The car had just entered the neighborhood. The henchman looked at the photo in his hand and pointed to a middle-aged couple in front. Huang Xiao, that's Xingchen's parents. Stop the car. The car stopped in front of Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan. Huang Mingzhi got out of the car, followed by two vicious bodyguards. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan wanted to go around, but Huang Mingzhi coldly spoke. I'm looking for yours. He looked at Yi Xingchen's parents, who were obviously honest and ordinary people, and became even more disdainful in his heart. Looking for us? Yi Jiandong was surprised. They didn't know Huang Mingzhi, and this person's clothes and temperament were superior at first glance, and he drove a luxury car. They wouldn't recognize it even more. Huang Mingzhi directly said in a cold voice, do you want Yi Xingchen to live or let him die? Upon hearing this, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan's faces changed sharply as they said in shock, what happened to my son? Huang Mingzhi said disdainfully, nothing now, but if you don't listen to me, I'll make him vaporize. Yi Jiandong hurriedly said, this young man, where did my son offend you? I'll make amends to you on his behalf. Huang Mingzhi directly singled out, let me tell you, Su Ningxue is the woman I have my eye on. Yi Xingchen is not worthy of it at all, and he's not worthy of touching it either. All along, no one has ever dared to snatch something from me, and what I have my eyes on has never failed me. Take your sons and get the hell away from Su Ningxue, or I'll wipe Yi Xingchen from this world. Don't be disbelieving, you two old things. Have you heard of the Yinglong Temple? It doesn't matter if you haven't. I can tell you, Xie Tianhu is great in Cloud City, right? He is just a small role in Yinglong Temple. Yinglong Temple is the underground hegemony of the entire province, and my grandfather is the no. 3-person in Yinglong Temple. Xia Tianhu was a lapdog in front of me. Therefore, for me to pinch Yi Xingchen to death is as easy as pinching an ant. Alright, that's all. If you guys don't want Yi Xingchen to die, take him away. Also, don't let Su Ningxue know about this meeting, do you hear me? After saying that, Huang Mingzhi got into his car and left, leaving behind an honest middle-aged couple whose faces were pale and dumbfounded. Ma Chunlan nervously asked his father, what to do? Yi Jiandong sighed, what else can we do? I am incapable. I have no way to protect my son. I have to be threatened. But for the sake of my son's safety, let's be ruthless and break them up. The identity described by Huang Mingzhi really made them fear from the bottom of their hearts. Getting them ordinary people killed was effortless. Ma Chunlan was very reluctant. Ningxue that child. How good ah. Alas. Chapter 61 Moving out of the villa. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan returned home. When Ma Chunlan put the vegetable basket on the kitchen counter, she didn't put it steadily, and it fell to the ground with a bark. Ma Chunlan's hands were busy picking up the scattered tomatoes and potatoes. Chen Mei asked with concern, in-laws, why are you distracted? And you don't look well. Are you not feeling well? No, nothing. Ma Chunlan forced a smile. After a while, Ma Chunlan and Yi Jiandong sat in the living room. The two looked at each other, both wanting the other to open their mouths. And in the end, it was Ma Chunlan who spoke up. That, in-laws ah. After the Lu family's accident, Xingchen bought our family's old house back. After all, after living in it for half a lifetime with feelings, we want to go back to clean up and stay for a while. She still could not say the words to break up Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue, and instead moved out first, thinking to separate Yi Xingchen and Su Ningxue first. Chen Mei, however, could not help but think more. In-laws, is it that we are not happy living together? This house is your friends. It's me who will move out. In-laws, don't think too much. Ma Chunlan hurriedly waved her hand. You mustn't misunderstand. In-laws, you're very good to us. You've never looked down on me for my low birth. You get along like sisters. Xingchen is father and I really miss our old neighbor. And in the future when Xingchen gets married, it's going to be a treat. We can't break the connection. Chen Mei was relieved to hear that Ma Chunlan had a point. Just like that, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan returned to the original neighborhood. This house was originally hacked away by Lu Jejun, and after the Lu family's accident, Yi Xingchen naturally took it back and told his parents that he bought it back. The parents didn't complain about Yi Xingchen spending the money in the card that time. They did have feelings for the house. The two had just arrived downstairs when they saw two old neighbors. Chunlan, why are you guys back? This big bag, is this to move back in? A middle-aged woman said curiously. Ma Chunlan looked over. This was Song Qin, the old neighbor with the best relationship, and responded with a smile. Yes, the house is back. Moving back in. Another slightly fat middle-aged woman immediately bristled and said, how did I hear that your family Yi Xingchen was lucky, climbed up to a big family, and also lived in someone else's big villa? What's going on? Blew it? This obese middle-aged woman called Wang Shui belongs to the kind of person who hates people and laughs at them. The family has a son, not as good as the university Yi Xingchen went to, so that she didn't sleep for 2 nights, and then Yi Xingchen graduated from the university very smoothly to talk about marriage, but also make her very jealous. When Yi Xingchen went to jail because of Zhou Meichang, Wang Shui was comfortable, but when she heard that Yi Xingchen climbed up the ladder after his release from prison and his whole family lived in a big villa, she didn't sleep well for 3 days again. Hearing Wang Shui's blunt words, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan were embarrassed for a while. Song Qin busy rounded off the scene said, those big families, and we are not all the way, blowing up or good. Move back to live the days we should live in the common people. Chunlan, you move back, we can be together again, usually by food and chat. Yeah, I've been missing you guys too. Ma Chunlan smiled and said, let's go and put our things down first, we'll talk later. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan went upstairs. Wang Shui started chewing on her tongue. Lazy toad wants to eat swan meat. How can it be that easy? Yi Xingchen came out after 2 years. He didn't want to keep his feet on the ground, but wanted to reach the sky in one step. Now it's good. He was stumped and his parents were driven back. Song Qin intercepted. Don't say that. They are all good sisters. It's weirdly hard to say these things. In the past, Chunlan and the 3 of us were often together, and the 3 children also went to and from school together, and the relationship was quite good. Wang Shui had a son, while Song Qin had a daughter, respectively 1 year older and 1 year younger than Yi Xingchen. The 3 children did grow up together. Song Qin sighed, from childhood. The 3 children are Yi Xingchen's most promising. Who would have thought? Wang Shui snorted. What's the use of looking at childhood? Now my son is the most promising and has made it to supervisor at Lin's company. Song Qin looked at Wang Shui. Speaking of which, I still have to ask you for help. Wen has never had a stable job. Can you have Xiao Jian find Wen a job at Lin's company? Wang Chui smiled smugly. Xiao Jian is the supervisor. Arranging a job is just a matter of words. Wen's mom, you said that the two children grew up together. Why not just let them get married? Song Qin smiled and said, it's not up to us, it's still up to the children. If we let them enter a company, there might be more opportunities. In the end, Song Qin also played a careful eye. Song Qin's daughter Li Siwen is very beautiful, is a famous little beauty. Wang Chui has always wanted to get into a daughter-in-law. This is not the first time she raised it, but Song Qin every time to snort. The truth is that Wang Jian is too ugly, and also so old, 23 long with 38 seam. Song Qin is afraid that if she and her daughter and Wang Jian go out on the street together, people will mistake them for two couples with their daughters. And Xingchen accompanied Su Ningxue after leaving from the investment venue and returned to the company. 2 hours later, he received a call from his parents, saying that they let him go back to the old house today, and they had all moved back. Xingchen was very surprised, but Ma Chunlan didn't say why on the phone, so he immediately took a car back with his doubts. Mom and Dad, why did you guys run back without a word? Not a single reminder in advance? Is it bad to live in the villa? Xingchen asked in puzzlement after he entered the house familiarly. Ma Chunlan sighed, it's good, but it's not a life that belongs to us. Yi Jiandong said from the side, yes, let's live an ordinary life. You find a job, and your mom and I both go to work. It's actually quite good. Ma Chunlan looked lost. Ningxue is such a beautiful girl with such a good background. I woke up several times at night and felt like I was dreaming. Son, Ningxue, that's a fairy in the sky. We can't reach it. Xingchen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What's wrong with Mom and Dad today? It seems that they suddenly don't want him and Su Ningxue to be together. Previously there was no such awe. There was also Su Ningxue's place. He also felt that there was something wrong. Su Ningxue came back from the investment venue somewhat abnormal. Did something happen in this that he didn't know about? Xingchen was puzzled, but couldn't think of a reason. Mom and Dad, did you guys hear any gossip? Or did someone say something unpleasant to you? Was it Su Yingjie? Xingchen asked with a frown. Xingchen's questioning couldn't help but make Yi Jiandong think of the terrifying identity of that great young man. He was worried that one day Xingchen would be killed by the great young man, and said in a deep voice, don't be imagining things. No one said anything. Your mom and I just suddenly figured out that we can't dream anymore. We don't deserve the Su family. Xingchen was helpless, and sighed after a moment. Okay, since Mom and Dad you guys are not confident, I won't hide it and show my cards. I didn't say it before because I was afraid of scaring you guys. Chapter 62 Neighbor Girl Goes Astray. Xingchen solemnly explained his opportunities over the past 2 years. Mom and Dad, I actually met a nobleman in prison and worshipped him as my master. The money in that card was given to me by my master. I can freely dispose of it, and there is a big power waiting for me to receive it. This power is the Yinglong Temple. I'm afraid you guys don't know what the Yinglong Temple is, but it's scary as all. In the future, you won't have to feel inferior when facing anyone, and you won't have to worry about not being worthy of the Su family. Hearing Xingchen's words, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. A son worshipping a teacher in prison? Possessing a large amount of money? Or the leader of the Yinglong Temple? After a moment, Ma Chunlan looked at Yi Jiandong. His father, isn't your realtor a goddess? Why don't you call to give Xingchen a look? Yi Jiandong looked at Xingchen and became stern. Xingchen, these 2 years, do you know what I'm most afraid of? I'm afraid that you'll learn bad things inside. I don't blame you for going in, but I'm afraid that you've gone astray ever since. You used to be very honest. Why are you so full of? People aren't afraid of being incompetent, but they are afraid of not being down to earth. You know, Xingchen saw that his father was really angry, and his mom was also scared, and wanted to ask the godmother to come out. He thought that it was really wise to choose to hide it before. Unable to say the truth, he could only choose to surrender for the time being. Alright, Dad, don't be angry. I definitely won't learn bad things. Mom, you also don't invite Aunt and Uncle too. Seeing that Mom and Dad still had no intention of stopping, he could only find a reason to escape. Mom and Dad, just moved back. I'm going out to say hello to the old neighbors. After saying that, he ran out of the house. At home, Yi Jiandong sighed. Xingchen is unable to let go of Su Ningxue. Not to mention Xingchen, I can't even let go. Ma Chunlan wiped her tears. Ningxue is such a good child. She looks like a fairy. Her temper is good. She is kind, and she has never looked down on the two of us. I dreamed of having her as a daughter-in-law, but I just missed it. Yi Xingchen went downstairs. In the middle of the meeting, a few old neighbors, all uncle-grandfather greetings. Soon, he came face to face with Song Qin and Wang Chui. Aunt Xin, Aunt Wang. Yi Xingchen hurriedly greeted. Xingchen, ah, you're back too. How nice. Aunt Sheen hasn't seen you for 2 years. Song Qin smiled and said, not 2 years? Wang Chui, whichever pot is not open. If you can see him you have to go in as well. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched. Aunt Wang was still so chatty. Wang Chui then curiously said, Yi Xingchen, I've always had a doubt that I can't find anyone to answer. Today I see you, I want to ask, is the food in jail good? I Nima. Yi Xingchen instantly clammed up. Aunt Wang's ability to not chat has grown. 2 years have not seen. Still so annoying. Wang Chui said, in the past, the song always sang, there is not a drop of oil in the dish, holding the nest in the hand. Is it not so? Yi Xingchen said with a smile on his face, no oil, that's quite good. Auntie Wang, you may be able to lose weight if you go there. Hmph. Wang Chui's face darkened, and she said with dissatisfaction, learn to be rude. Yi Xingchen looked at Song Qin and said cordially, Aunt Sheen, haven't seen you for 2 years, you haven't changed at all. No, you're younger than before. Song Qin smiled. You brat, you've learned to be poor. Yi Xingchen intended to tell Wang Chui, it's not that I'm impolite, but my politeness is divided between people. He waved his hand. Aunt Sheen, Aunt Wang, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Looking at Yi Xingchen's back, Song Qin spoke, after that incident, not only is this child not negative, he seems to be more confident than before. Wang Chui's fat face shook with anger, and she said in a bad mood, what confidence? He's clearly learned the hard way, and is broken to himself. His life is over. He is being ruthlessly compared to my family Xiaojian. Yi Xingchen walked out, and after seeing Wang Chui and Song Qin, he naturally thought of Wang Jian and Li Siwen. Wang Jian, for people to do things deeply his mother's true heritage, has been in Yi Xingchen not deal with, and Li Siwen is much more adorable. Kindergarten together over the house. Elementary school period Xingchen brother called non-stop, and then went to high school. Because of the difference of one level, gradually only contact less. Until the university, they can only meet during the summer and winter vacations. Yi Xingchen is thinking about how to let parents dispel the inferiority complex in his heart. His cell phone rang. It was Xie Tianhu who called. After the call was answered, but Xie Tianhu squirmed and stammered. Mr. Yi, I. Yi Xingchen frowned. Why are you like a little daughter-in-law? Just say what's up. Xie Tianhu said. Mr. Yi, it's better for you to come to the Jiahao Hotel. I'll treat you to dinner and say it when we meet. Okay. Yi Xingchen agreed after thinking about it. On the other side, Xie Tianhu was in an apprehensive mood. He wanted to ask the Dragon King how he could raise his strength a bit. Through fighting with Hua Tianhao, Iron Wolf, and Grey Wolf, he found that he was too weak. If he himself didn't have strong strength, even if he became a minister from the dragon, he could hardly be of great use and wouldn't go far at all. Yi Xingchen took a taxi to Jiahao Hotel. The cab had just stopped. He saw a figure outside the window, but he was stunned. People really do not read did not go back to the old house, the old neighbor and invisible, just went back, then met Li Siwen. 2 years have not seen. Li Siwen grew open a lot. Pavilion, height must be 1.7 meters, long hair flowing, wearing a refreshing t-shirt and light white jeans, revealing a small waist, very youthful and energetic look. Yi Xingchen pushed open the car door and got out, calling out, Li Siwen. However, Li Siwen seemed distracted and did not hear it, being embraced by a rather dusty woman on her shoulders as she entered the hotel. Yi Xingchen frowned. With Li Siwen's family background, she wouldn't go in and out of a 5-star hotel, and that woman just now didn't look like a good person. This girl shouldn't have gone astray, right? As a neighboring big brother, Yi Xingchen naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to figure it out before he could rest assured. It was only good if it ended up being a misunderstanding on his part. Yi Xingchen followed behind the two and arrived on the 16th floor. Watching the two enter a room, Yi Xingchen felt more and more abnormal. Inside the room, Li Siwen sat on the sofa, nervously gripping her two hands together. The woman handed over a cup of water. Don't be nervous, drink a cup of water. Li Siwen nervously took it with both hands, took a small sip and whispered, thank you Sister Hong. Sister Hong is a person who has been there. A glance can see that Li Siwen is doing a fierce struggle of ideas. She was afraid that the door kicked out of the wrong. So like a big sister in general sitting next to Li Siwen, began to persuade. You borrowed $500,000 of loan sharks. You say you a little girl, just graduated from college. Where to get so much money to go? Your family also can't get so much money. Your parents know about it. Just to borrow will also help you pay back. But, how can you face your parents? So it's best to find a way to solve the problem by yourself. And it has to be solved as soon as possible. It can't be delayed. Chapter 63 Comfortable and Profitable. Sister Hong first reasoned and moved. Then frightened. Think about what kind of people those who lend money are. If you can't pay it back, do you know the consequences? Not only will they deal with you, they will also harass your parents. Li Siwen hurriedly looked up. I absolutely cannot let them hurt my parents. Sister Hong nodded. That's right. That's why you have to listen to Sister Hong and serve this boss Neo well. Toss him whatever he wants for these 2 hours, and $500,000 will be in your hands. Think about it. You're just giving your body to your boyfriend, meeting a scummy guy, being played with your feelings, not to mention, you won't get anything in the end. Lee Si-won heart bitter. She has encountered a scum man. The body is not given, but was cheated feelings, but also for this debt of $500,000. Sister Hong continued. In fact, this kind of rich middle-aged uncle is nothing bad. The overbearing president that you girls like is actually in the same category as them. The handsome-looking one is called a domineering president, and the one with a big belly like this is called an entrepreneur. Sister, you really don't need to be nervous. You still don't know that Sister Hong has the same experience as you, right? Sister Hong began to impress Lee Si-won with her own true story. She fell into reminiscence and said, when I was young, my family's situation was much harder and more difficult than yours. At that time, my family was poor, and in order to pay for my younger brother's schooling, I sold my first time to a coal boss. When handing over $100,000 to my brother, I cried all night. Had I known that there was still money and such comfort, why did we have to be poor for so many years? Lee Si-won. She didn't expect Sister Hong to have a more miserable past than her, giving herself for her family. When she heard that Sister Hong cried all night, her heart ached and she almost turned against her to comfort her. But Sister Hong's words behind her took a steep and sharp turn, almost throwing Lee Si-won into a ditch. Sister Hong had a look on her face that mocked the world. From that time, I knew where my strengths lay. I traded my body for money to make a good life for myself. Screw propriety and righteousness. This society laughs at poverty anyway. Sister, think about what Sister Hong said. You sit here first. I'll go pick up Boss Neo. After Sister Hong went out, Lee Si-won was still sitting nervously. Sister Hong's enlightenment didn't distort her values. She had been educated since she was a child to be clean. She wouldn't go begging for a living with her body. But now she was really out of options and desperate. She, because of her boyfriend on the back of loan sharks, see a little bit of interest rolling. She really cannot hold out. She did not want her parents to know about this. Let her parents think she is a bad girl, but also forced her parents to sell the house. Sister Hong went out, immediately changed from a big sister from the heart, to a man guarding the door coldly commanded, "Give me a good look." Then, she walked into the next room. Inside the room, there sat a middle-aged man with a big belly, who was checking the array of tools in his bag, small whips, red candles and whatnot. "I-oh, Boss Neo." Sister Hong immediately let out a delicate laugh and exaggeratedly twisted her body to walk over. Boss Neo glanced at Sister Hong. He didn't like the style right now. He liked the green one, and spoke, "Did you bring the person?" Sister Hong was lost in her heart. She also wanted to earn $500,000 at a time, but unfortunately only the first time in her life could be worth this price. She smiled and said, "Boss Neo, the person has been brought and is waiting for you next door. Boss Neo, take care of my business more in the future. You don't know, I have also done a lot of celebrity business. For example, there is a man named Li Feng." She was obviously putting gold on her face. She had been in Yunchang. Those big stars wouldn't easily come to such a small city. Boss Neo lifted her bag and walked toward the next room. Sister Hong sneered, "Little girl, wanting to take away $500,000 at a time. Dream on. You are unaware of the evils of society." The money promised to Lee Si-won. She would only give half of it, using the rest to continue controlling Lee Si-won, dragging her down completely. She could see that Lee Si-won was not the kind of person who could twist her view of shame with a few words. Boss Neo walked into the next room and his eyes lit up when he saw Lee Si-won. This girl looked more spiritual than in the photo. "Little baby." Lee Si-won stood up steeply. The heavenly battle in her heart was completely figured out at this moment when she saw Boss Neo. She not doing it. Boss Neo frowned. "Where are you going?" Lee Si-won firmly said, "I've decided. I don't use this way to exchange money." Hey, it's come to this. Can you still leave?" Boss Neo stretched out his hands to stop Lee Si-won, and grabbed her arms. "You let go of me." Lee Si-won struggled hard. However, she suddenly felt unable to use her strength, and her eyes gradually became lax. Boss Neo hemmed and hawed. "Do you think Sister Hong isn't prepared?" Lee Si-won's face changed. There was something wrong with the water? "You let go of me." Her ensuing struggles became futile, unable to exert much strength at all. Her eyes revealed a terrified expression, experiencing the screaming. Boom! Right at this moment, the hotel room door was kicked open. Xingchen came to stop it immediately after confirming that it was a deal. "Who are you?" Boss Neo pointed at Xingchen and shouted angrily. "Dead fat pig, get lost." Xingchen kicked Boss Neo 3 meters away and then whirled around to catch Lee Si-won's body. Lee Si-won's eyes were in a trance. Brother Xingchen? She hadn't seen Xingchen for more than 2 years, and had never thought that he would appear at this moment and save her. But then, she fell into unconsciousness. "Who's making trouble?" Sister Hong rushed over with her henchman, and as she watched Lee Si-won fall into a man's arms while the gold master, Boss Nyo, was knocked to the ground, she shouted angrily, "Clean him up for me." The henchman rushed up viciously, but then was kicked over by Yi Xingchen. Sister Hong pointed at Yi Xingchen and drank. "Who are you? Don't think you want to be a hero just because you have a bit of skill. The water in our world is deep enough to drown you." Snap! Yi Xingchen slapped Sister Hong over and coldly drank. "Luring an ignorant girl, you still have a face." At this time, Xia Tianhu ran over with 4 of his men, hooting and hollering. Yi Xingchen had informed him just now before he made his move. "You control the scene and interrogate," Yi Xingchen said, then helped Lee Si-won into an unoccupied room. Placing Lee Si-won on the sofa, Yi Xingchen gave him 2 needles. Lee Si-won would be fine after resting for half an hour. A few minutes later, Xia Tianhu knocked on the door and walked in, reporting, "Mr. Yi, it's all been asked clearly. This girl borrowed $200,000 of loan sharks. The interest rolled up to $500,000, and was introduced to Sister Hong in desperation. She wanted to sell herself to make money." Yi Xingchen nodded. In fact, most of the information could be guessed, but when he heard that Lee Si-won had actually borrowed loan sharks, he could not help but frown. What did Lee Si-won need so much money for? Xia Tianhu glanced at Lee Si-won, who was in a coma, and spoke. "Dragon King, I feel that there are some things that need to be explained and clarified with you." Chapter 64, Deceived. Xia Tianhu was worried that Yi Xingchen would be angry with himself without knowing the cause, so he took the initiative to open his mouth to explain. "That chicken head woman just now, and the money lending company, have nothing to do with me. Although we, Yinglong Temple, are an underground force, but what we operate is all gray business, and they are all legal and legitimate industries. Of course, we can't rule out some people who secretly run illegal businesses, but in Cloud City, no one in my hall does it." Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and spoke. "What you mean is that although Yinglong Hall and even the Dragon King General Hall are the underground overlords, it doesn't mean that all the people from the underground forces are under the control of the Dragon King's Hall. There are still a lot of small punks who are independent. Our Dragon King Palace is a fierce tiger, but there are still some underground rats that exist, right?" "Yes." Xia Tianhu stuck out his thumb. "Your description is too graphic." Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Having a new perception of the corresponding Dragon Palace and even the Dragon King General Palace, he said, "This is the best. These 2 harmful forces in front of us, let them disappear." "Yes." Xia Tianhu nodded his head and led the order. "I'll call the police and have all the evidence ready to hand over. Guarantee that this money lending company and also Sister Hong will be terminated." Yi Xingchen left with Lee Si-won. Xia Tianhu walked towards the next room with a furious look on his face. "These bastards. I'm going to beat them up first to take out my anger. It was so hard to invite Mr. Yi here to ask about raising his strength, but he ended up messing me up." In the cab, Lee Si-won quickly woke up and sat up with a jolt. When she saw Yi Xingchen, she was surprised. "Brother Xingchen, it's really you. I thought it was an illusion." Yi Xingchen saw her waking up, so he withdrew his shoulders and sat farther away. Lee Si-won still remembered that Yi Xingchen had kicked Boss Nyo, and immediately asked worriedly, "Brother Xingchen, those aren't ordinary people. Will I get you into trouble?" Yi Xingchen laughed. "It's fine. I called the police. I'm considered to be acting heroically. Those bad guys have been terminated now, I'm afraid." "That's good." Lee Si-won was relieved to know that she didn't involve Yi Xingchen. She then secretly glanced at Yi Xingchen, and said with shame on her face, "Brother Xingchen, you won't misunderstand me. I'm really not a bad girl. I borrowed a loan shark. The horrible interest is almost pressurizing me, and I don't want my parents to know. So I can only." Yi Xingchen frowned and asked, "You're a fresh graduate. How did you borrow from loan sharks, and also borrowed so much at once?" When Lee Si-won heard this question, she was aggrieved and angry, trembling with anger. "When I was in college, I made a boyfriend, and after I graduated, he said that he needed money to start a business, and he needed a startup capital, and his project will be realized next month. So he offered to use my identity to borrow loan sharks, although I resisted the loan sharks, but thought he could pay it back next month. So I agreed, but who knows that after borrowing the money, he disappeared." Yi Xingchen shook his head, not knowing what to say. Society is simple. It's the people who are complicated. But this scum is really detestable. He cheated his way to $200,000 and almost ruined Lee Si-won's life. After getting off the bus, Yi Xingchen received a phone call, and after listening to the call, he said to Lee Si-won, "My friend told me that the police have already put those people under control. The money you owe should take a turn for the better." Lee Si-won breathed a sigh of relief and clenched her fists. "As long as there is no donkey interest and I have the ability to pay it back on my own, I will definitely work hard to earn money to pay it back. Brother Xingchen, thank you for today." Yi Xingchen waved his hand. Lee Si-won then begged, "Brother Xingchen, This matter you must not tell my parents, when I beg you, okay? Don't worry, I won't say anything. Yi Xingchen nodded, but reminded, but when you encounter things in the future, don't take it on yourself, or think of ways with your parents. Your parents have experienced more than you and have more ideas than you. Also don't feel like bringing trouble to your parents, then you lose you. Those troubles are nothing to them. Aha. Li Siwen's eyes reddened and she whispered. She hadn't even thought about it before. How devastated her parents would be if they knew that she went to sell her body. They would definitely rather go sell their house. The two of them walked into the neighborhood, but downstairs, they saw Yi Jiandong, Ma Chunlan, Song Qin, Wang Shui, and Wang Jian who were chatting idly. When these people saw Yi Xingchen and Li Siwen come back together, they couldn't help but change their faces in unison, each with different thoughts. Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan were willing. Su Ningxue was not worthy. They were very hopeful that Yi Xingchen could get together with Li Siwen. After all, Li Siwen was the one they watched grow up. Song Qin, on the other hand, is torn in his heart. On the one hand, he loves Yi Xingchen, and it is not Yi Xingchen's fault that he has been in prison. But she is worried that Yi Xingchen will not have the ability to make money from now on, and her daughter will follow and suffer. Wang Shui and Wang Jian had nothing to say and immediately sank their faces. Wang Shui muttered in her heart, the two of them stuck together so quickly? Yi Xingchen was embarrassed by the gazes of the crowd and spoke. I came back from outside and happened to meet Li Siwen, so I came in together. Cough cough. Wang Shui suddenly coughed. She wanted to snatch the attention away from Yi Xingchen. She smiled and said, Xiao Jian, your Aunt Qin entrusted you to arrange a job for 1-1, so hurry up and get this done. In the past, she wanted to use this matter to force Song Qin to agree to marry her daughter, but today she took the initiative. When Song Qin heard this, she immediately said, Xiao Jian, you have to do Aunt Qin this favor. You're a big supervisor now, so arranging a position shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Siwen was in need of a stable job to earn money at the moment. She also spoke up, Brother Jian, can I go work with you? Wang Jian felt his waist straighten up, put his hands into his pants pockets, and smiled. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Great, thank you, Xiao Jian, Song Qin said happily. Li Siwen also thanked her, feeling hopeful that she would be able to pay back the money. After Ma Chunlan hesitated, she also looked at Wang Jian and spoke, Xiao Jian, can you arrange Xingchen in by the way? Wang Jian glanced at Yi Xingchen and frowned. He just came out from the inside. His experience is not very honorable. It's hard. Yi Xingchen spoke. Mom, I don't need a job. He thought to himself that this was not nonsense. His task was to fix the internal relations of the Dragon King Palace and then inherit, which had the heart to find a job to work. How can you do without a job? Ma Chunlan thought that Yi Xingchen was grinding his face and looked at Wang Jian and begged, Xiao Jian you try, just as Aunt Lan begged you to help. This, well, Wang Jian answered with his mouth, but in his mind, he thought that he would get Li Siwen into the company and then block Yi Xingchen from the door so that he could separate Yi Xingchen and Li Siwen. Yi Xingchen and Li Siwen had no way to get in touch, while he himself was near the water. How about this? Tomorrow 1-1 and Yi Xingchen will go to the company with me. Chapter 65 Finding a Job. Early the next morning, Yi Xingchen was rushed downstairs by his own mother, showing the importance of finding a job. After Yi Xingchen went downstairs, within a few minutes, Li Siwen also came down. Brother Xingchen, you're so early. Li Siwen thought she was early enough and couldn't help but be surprised to see Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen pointed upstairs with a bitter smile. My mom forced me to come down. So did my mom. Li Siwen smiled equally bitterly. At this time, Li Siwen's cell phone rang, and after she answered it, she immediately tensed up and couldn't help but stand upright. Police uncle, the voice on the phone said, the money lending company is operating illegally. It has been terminated by us. You are Li Siwen, right? Don't look for this kind of unqualified company to borrow money in the future. This time the nest was terminated. You are lucky. The interest does not have to be paid back, but the principal that was put out is to be recovered. The $200,000 you borrowed is limited to be paid back within 1 year. Yes. Li Siwen was overjoyed and excited after hearing this. Uncle police officer, I will definitely pay back the principal. After hanging up the phone, Li Siwen was thrilled with tears. The whole person looked much more relaxed. As long as there was no donkey punch interest, she could slowly pay back the $200,000. Brother Xingchen, thank you. You saved me from the fire pit. Li Siwen looked at Yi Xingchen and said. Yi Xingchen smiled. You've called me brother. Can I not save you? Alright, don't say this matter again in the future. 200,000 if you can't pay it back tell me. I'll help you. 200,000 I shouldn't have a problem with. Li Siwen's eyes were firm. She didn't want to trouble Yi Xingchen. After all, Yi Xingchen had only just come out. It would be good to be able to support herself, but this made her need this job even more. DDT. Wang Jian drove over in a new Toyota Camry and pressed the horn twice. Yi Xingchen pulled open the passenger side and sat in, and Li Siwen sat in the back. Wang Jian released the brakes to start, leaned one arm on the armrest box, and said to Yi Xingchen, this car of mine is not bad, right, newly bought, really good. Yi Xingchen said from the bottom of his heart. It was not easy for people like them who had just graduated 2 or 3 years ago to buy a car at this price, but it would be good if Wang Jian didn't have a show-off attitude. Wang Jian glanced at Yi Xingchen and shook his head. You want to buy a car on your own? It's hard in this life. He then drove the car while giving Li Siwen tips on interviews, showing his experience in the workplace. When the car turned into an office building, Yi Xingchen was stunned. Lin's company? Yeah, Lin's company. Wang Jian laughed. Even though Lin's is very important in Cloud City, is there a need for you to be so surprised? Yi Xingchen laughed bitterly. He had never inquired about this job because he wasn't interested in it. So it turned out that the place where Wang Jian worked was Lin's company? If he applied for the job, wouldn't he be working for Lin Yaqi? I'd rather forget about this job, Yi Xingchen said. Wang Jian snorted. Yi Xingchen really was not confident in himself. Hearing that it was Lin's company, he started to back out. Li Siwen clenched her small fists and cheered. Brother Xingchen, believe in yourself. We can definitely do it. Yi Xingchen shouted in his heart. I don't want to be able to. I don't want to work here. I don't want Lin Yaqi to shout at me. After Wang Jian parked his car, he brought Li Siwen and Yi Xingchen into the office building. Supervisor Wang, a new employee, greeted Wang Jian, and Wang Jian nodded lightly, feeling doubly honored. Taking the elevator to the second floor, Wang Jian said, this is the personnel department. You guys go through the job application process normally like everyone else. But don't worry, I will go to greet. Outside the office, there were already a dozen or so people sitting there, again all here for the interview. These dozen people were both male and female, holding resumes in their hands, their legs shaking with nervousness. A dozen people only ended up hiring 3, so it could be seen how fierce the competition was. Yi Xingchen, you go ahead and line up. I'll say a few words to Wang Jian said to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen walked over and sat on the waiting chair. Next to him was a male youth, dressed very formally with a straight back. The male youth looked at Yi Xingchen. Here to apply for a job? Yi Xingchen nodded. Yes, the male youth asked. Which school did you graduate from? And what previous work experience do you have? Yi Xingchen was speechless. The interview hadn't even started yet, but this person asked first, and said in a faint voice, you don't have to treat me as a competitor. I don't want to take this job. The male youth saw Yi Xingchen's absent-minded attitude, but the corner of his mouth, his heart despised. When I was young, I was just like him. The more I valued things, the less I valued them on my lips. In fact, I panicked in my heart, but I'm already past that age. It's really childish. Yi Xingchen could guess what the youth was thinking through his expression, but smiled faintly and did not care. He glanced at the youth's resume. The column of work experience was written all over the place. He couldn't help but be surprised. Write so much? Yeah, how can I live without rolling up other people? The male youth directly and bluntly spoke the language of workplace wolves. At this time, a female clerk wearing a work uniform walked out and said to the crowd of interviewers, everyone hand your resumes to me, and you will be called in for interviews in order in a moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly handed in their carefully prepared resumes. The female clerk walked to Yi Xingchen's side, and Yi Xingchen also handed over his resume. The resume was still the same one that was used to find a job when he had just graduated. Li Siwen's nervous little fists clenched tightly. Wang Jian patted her shoulder. Don't worry. You don't have to worry with Brother Jian opening the back door for you, Li Siwen said. Brother Jian, don't just help me, also help Brother Xingchen. We all grew up together. Wang Jian was upset in his heart. Li Siwen was still thinking about Yi Xingchen by this time. He sneered in his heart. I will help. Help brush him off. One by one, people went in for interviews, then came out and waited for news. After the interviews they would uniformly give a reply. Yi Xingchen and Li Siwen also went in successively to go through the process. After all the people were interviewed, the crowd waited nervously for the results. Wang Jian walked into the office responsible for the interview. Yo, Supervisor Wang? The people in charge of the interview were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The one with the highest position was the deputy supervisor level, so they all greeted Wang Jian when they saw him. Supervisor Wang, you have something, right? The interviewing deputy supervisor smiled. He had experienced this kind of greeting during interviews too many times. There's a small matter that needs your help. Wang Jian stepped forward, turned over Li Siwen's resume and said with a smile, this is my girlfriend, take care of her. Can you? Supervisor Wang. The trio looked at Wang Jian, revealing a surprised expression. Chapter 66. Want to kill Yi Xingchen, Li Siwen. They had just met, but they were impressed. That kind of looks and body are first class. while Wang Jian looks like a roasted burrito. Actually able to have this level of girlfriend? The two belong to the combination of beauty and beast. Since it's Supervisor Wang's girlfriend, it's no problem. The interviewing assistant supervisor put Lee Si-won's resume aside. Then, the three interviewers continued to deliberate on the next person. The female employee took Yi Xingchen's resume and said, "This person is in good condition, graduated from a good school, has a good image, and I'm impressed by that confidence in him. I think he can be qualified for the company." The other two agreed. The confidence in Yi Xingchen seemed to emanate from his bones. It was not something that some applicants put on. Wang Jian frowned. He didn't expect Yi Xingchen to be able to pass the interview. He had thought that Yi Xingchen would be brushed off without the need for his own hand. He opened his mouth. "I know this person." He faked it. There is an important piece of information left out of his resume. He was in jail for 2 years and only just got out. And he's always had a bad reputation in the neighborhood. Neighbors lose things all the time. The three interviewers revealed surprised expressions, not realizing that Yi Xingchen had actually been in jail. But judging from this matter alone, fudging couldn't be talked about. No one specifically wrote this kind of experience on their resume. Moreover, they looked at Yi Xingchen's appearance unlike someone who could commit petty theft. But that didn't matter. There was no need to go deeper. The interviewing assistant supervisor understood in a second and said with a smile, "So it's someone that Supervisor Wang hates, so just brush it off." Saying this, he threw Yi Xingchen's resume into the trash. This was equal to directly sentencing the interviewer to death. Wang Jian had a smile on his lips and walked out of the office with satisfaction. Lee Si-won immediately walked up and nervously asked, "Brother Jian, how was it?" When you have no problem, the nail in the coffin. But Yi Xingchen is. Wang Jian showed a difficult face and looked at Yi Xingchen. "Your resume is too simple. Graduated for 2 years with no work experience at all. And the interviewer said that you're too confident and too arrogant. I said a lot of good things but it's useless. You'll be disappointed. I'm afraid." "Ha!" Lee Si-won exclaimed in shock and hurriedly said, "Brother Jian, can you go and say it again?" Yi Xingchen waved his hand. When you shouldn't bother Wang Jian." He glanced at Wang Jian. He could see through Wang Jian's bit of philandering at a glance. Wang Jian definitely didn't help but also pulled back. But that's better. Didn't pass just what he wanted. "I'm afraid I'm going to let my parents down." A few moments later, the female staff walked out. All the interviewees were suddenly nervous. The female clerk opened her mouth and said, "Now I announce the people who passed the interview. Those who heard the name can officially work tomorrow. Today first arrange the position. Familiarize with the work. Zhang San, Lee Si-won, Yi Xingchen." What? Wang Jian and Yi Xingchen were both surprised, thinking they had heard wrong. Lee Si-won looked at Wang Jian in shock. "Didn't Brother Xingchen pass this? Why were you scared just now?" "Brother Jian?" Wang Jian was puzzled and exclaimed, "How could that be?" Then, he knew that he had blurted out. Facing Lee Si-won and Yi Xingchen's eyes, he quickly changed his words. "This is great. An unexpected pleasure." However, he had 10,000 question marks in his heart. He clearly saw Yi Xingchen's resume thrown into the trash. How come it was still on the hiring list? This is not scientific. Lee Si-won was so happy that she herself passed the interview, and Yi Xingchen also passed. "Congratulations, Brother Xingchen." Yi Xingchen smiled bitterly. "What's wrong? How did you pass the job application? You've made this young lady suffer at your hands a few times, and I was worried that there was no way to cure you. But you actually applied for a job at Lin's company. Isn't this a self-inflicted trap?" She happened to see Yi Xingchen in the office building today, and thought she had misread her eyes. It was only after confirming that she realized it really was. She went to have her assistant investigate and learned that Yi Xingchen was here to apply for a job, although she had doubts in her mind. But of course she wouldn't let go of this opportunity. So she informed the HR department to give Yi Xingchen a pass, but not to reveal the truth outside. Next, the personnel department assigned positions to the new recruits. Lee Si-won went to the administration department, while Yi Xingchen went to the business department. Wang Jian was a supervisor in the business department, and Yi Xingchen was placed under him. Before Lee Si-won reported to the administration department, she said to Yi Xingchen, "Brother Xingchen, this arrangement from the company is too good. You're under Brother Jian. He'll take care of you." Yi Xingchen nodded. Work well. He was different from Lee Si-won. He didn't belong here, and this would be Lee Si-won's life. Wang Jian, on the other hand, glanced at Yi Xingchen, thinking, "Yi Xingchen, I don't know what kind of luck you've had. You actually passed the application, but you don't want to work at Lin's. Let's see how I'll purposely make things difficult to drive you out." In the elevator, Wang Jian said to Yi Xingchen, "In the company, I won't say out your relationship with me, so that others don't gossip about you, but I will secretly take care of you." Yi Xingchen smiled. Good. After exiting the elevator, Wang Jian brought Yi Xingchen to the office that said Business Group 3. The space inside wasn't small. and it was separated out into individual workstations. Wang Jian clapped his hands and said, "All stop for a moment. Here comes a new colleague." When the eyes of the 6 staff members looked over, Wang Jian pointed at Yi Xingchen and introduced, "His name is Yi Xingchen. Just joined. Zhang Lin, you take him first. He's in a group with you." As soon as the jobbers heard this introduction, it was clear that Yi Xingchen was not a related person, otherwise the introduction would not have been so simple, and he was also assigned to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was a single mom who had just returned to work after giving birth, and her working hours were not even guaranteed, so no one was willing to run the business with her in a group. And when Zhang Lin heard the supervisor's request, she couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. She was too busy with her own things. How could she have time to bring in new people? But having experienced how hard it is to be a newcomer, her face didn't show any dissatisfaction. Nodding her head, she said, "Okay, alright, work. Little Lu, you come over here." Wang Jian finally ordered a person and walked into the cubicle office. Xiao Lu belonged to the kind of person who tended to be a good friend and would come to things, and was Wang Jian's lapdog. "Supervisor, what are you looking for me for?" After Lu Ziyan came into Wang Jian's office, he had a smile on his face and fished out a jade creek from his pocket to light it for Wang Jian. Wang Jian took a drag and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. "Think of a way to fix the new guy Yi Xingchen. If you can get rid of him, I'll credit you." Lu Ziyan immediately understands everything. He likes bullying people the most, that makes him happy. Immediately said, "Alright, you can rest assured." His eyes looked outside through the blinds. His eyes landed on Yi Xingchen's shadowed figure, and a flash of pleasure appeared in his eyes, because he had gotten caught in the rain himself. He knocked off other people's umbrellas, letting others taste the taste of being caught in the rain as well. Chapter 67, Meeting Lin Yaqi. Lu Ziyan walked out and spoke loudly. "Yi Xingchen just joined the company. Shouldn't we treat him to celebrate? I propose that we go rub a meal together after work. How about it?" "Good. Support. I also support it." Co-workers contacting their feelings. New co-workers, do you agree? The others naturally followed suit. Of course they would be happy to have a free meal. Lu Ziyan walked to Yi Xingchen's side. "New colleague, this is the rule. If you can't spare this amount of money, you'll be chilling everyone's heart." "Okay." Yi Xingchen glanced at Lu Ziyan. Seeing that he had already set the atmosphere to this point, he agreed. A smugness surfaced in Lu Ziyan's eyes, and he went off to discuss what to eat with his other co-workers. Zhang Lin whispered, "Xiao Yi, why did you agree to this? You just joined the workforce. You haven't even started earning money yet, so you're spending money out of your pocket. There are no such rules in the workplace." Yi Xingchen said in a faint voice. "Lu Ziyan has already incited the others. If I refuse, I will offend everyone." Zhang Lin sighed. "That's right, you can think of this. So it seems that you're not someone who gets hot-headed when others arch. It's all because Xiao Lu is such a bad person." Inside the cubicle office, Wang Jian took in the situation outside and thought to himself that it was still Lu Ziyan who had a lot of ghostly ideas to make Yi Xingchen bleed right away. He pretended to have something to do and walked out. Lu Ziyan immediately said, "Supervisor Wang, Yi Xingchen's treat after work. Why don't you go together?" "This is fine." Wang Jian thought about it and agreed, putting on an appearance that it had nothing to do with him. For the rest of the day, Yi Xingchen was familiarizing himself with the work. Finally, he was able to understand Lin's company and knew what items Lin's mainly dealt with. Lin's company was the leading leader of the clothing industry in Cloud City. Men's clothing, women's clothing, children's clothing, all were involved. At noon, Yi Xingchen took the time to give his mom a phone call, saying that he had joined the company to invite his colleagues to a dinner party. Dinner will not go home to eat. Ma Chunlan was very happy, repeatedly instructed to make good relations with colleagues, but also asked if there was enough money. Finally survived until the afternoon off. Lu Ziyan was afraid that Yi Xingchen ran away, and has been staring at Yi Xingchen. He greeted his co-workers, and those who didn't know thought it was his treat. Zhang Lin was in a hurry to go home to breastfeed and didn't attend her co-workers' banquet, but Wang Jian called on Li Siwen. "Brother Star, Brother Jian." Li Siwen shouted when she saw the two. The others realized that Yi Xingchen was actually brought in by Wang Jian, but they didn't find a single clue. Wang Jian smiled and said, "Introduce, this is Li Siwen, my childhood friend's neighbor's sister." The co-workers greeted at once, praising Li Siwen from the bottom of their hearts for being so pretty. Let's go eat," Lu Ziyan shouted, and a moment later brought the crowd to the front of a seafood restaurant. Li Siwen spoke, "Seafood restaurant? It's better not to be here. Let's go to the big stall across the street, okay?" With 8 people eating seafood, a large few $1,000s would not come down. Li Siwen was worried about Yi Xingchen's wallet. Wang Jian thought to himself, what's the point of going to a big stall and spending a few hundred? It doesn't hurt. But on his mouth he said, "Yeah, this place is too expensive for Yi Xingchen, right?" Lu Ziyan immediately sang a double entendre. "There's no problem, Just pay attention when we order, and make sure we don't let our new colleague break the bank. Saying this, he had already pulled two of his colleagues and took the lead. Xingchen could see through Lu Ziyan and Wang Jian acting at a glance. Like Lu Ziyan, this kind of lapdog, everything will follow the meaning of the leader. Absolutely will not oppose. When opposed, it can only mean that. That is the real meaning of the leader. Wang Jian, so it is you who want to slaughter me. Xingchen secretly shook his head. We are at least neighbors for a while, but you actually repeatedly target me. But eating a meal of seafood is just a meal. He doesn't care. A few people eat openly, can eat a few money. If you can shake the numbers in my card, then count yourself as a bully. After the crowd entered the seafood city, they sat at the long tables in the hall. Have a lobster. No, one is not enough. 2 lobsters. Lu Ziyan picked up the menu to order food, but did not pay attention, and did not ask Xingchen's opinion. What is expensive? What? In the end, it was Li Siwen who couldn't stand to watch, and went up and grabbed the menu. But Lu Ziyan ordered seafood, has no less than $3,000 or $4,000. Then Li Siwen ordered stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried mung bean sprouts, stir-fried celery, stir-fried clams, a few large amount of cheap dishes. Li Siwen leaned towards Xingchen and asked in a low voice, Brother Xingchen, do you have enough money on you? Not enough, I'll transfer it to you. Xingchen returned a smile. Enough. You eat well. Li Siwen huffed. Your co-workers are also. This is not bullying. Not yet paid. A month's salary went in. Turn back and let Brother Jian give that Lu Ziyan small shoes. Wang Jian looked at Li Siwen and Xingchen are very close. His face is not good. He felt more quickly to drive Xingchen out of the company. Lu Ziyan's eyes moved and he quickly raised his glass and shouted, Xingchen, don't just whisper. Come and drink. Everyone welcomed the new colleague. A female gold collar passed by the hall and glanced towards Xingchen's table, and after being slightly stunned, she walked into a private room. There are company employees eating outside. I heard a few words. It seems like it's a treat for the new co-workers. It's obviously a rip-off of the newcomers, the female gold collar casually said while shaking her head. This newcomer is also a rash, treating others when they flirt with them, and this kind of place also dares to come, not afraid to eat themselves into poverty. The few other women at the table smiled faintly, not caring. One of them, however, stopped eating crab legs. Lin Yaqi's slender eyebrows raised. The newcomer who had been inducted. Was it Xingchen? There were only 3 people who had been inducted today. The probability was high. She wiped her hands and stood up. Manager Lin, where are you going? The female gold collar looked up and asked. Lin Yaqi smiled. Going to the restroom. At the long table in the hall, Lu Ziyan greeted this and that. Being the most active one, he spoke. Let's order a few more seafood dishes. Li Siwen knew that this occasion was not suitable for her to speak, but she could not watch Xingchen get slaughtered and stopped. There are already enough dishes. Lu Ziyan laughed. It's not easy for everyone to come out. Be happy, don't eat unhappily. He pointed at Xingchen. Xingchen, you say point or not? Is it because you're heartbroken about the money? Shouting. His movements froze, then he stood up. The others followed Lu Ziyan's gaze and also stood up. Li Siwen didn't know why. She only felt that the girl was so beautiful and graceful, not even worse than a star. But seeing useless doesn't have to be like this, right? With doubts, she also followed and stood up. Wang Jian, Lu Ziyan and the others immediately quieted down and became cautious. Lin Yaqi was the daughter of Lin's company, the daughter of their boss, belonging to the top white rich beauty in Yun City. Chapter 68. Lin Yaqi pays the bill. Hello Miss Lin. Hello, Missy. Hello Manager Lin. For a while, Wang Jian and the others bowed and greeted, shouting whatever status they had. Xingchen was speechless. How did he meet Lin Yaqi so quickly? He buried his face in his plate, trying to hide his face with eating. Looks like you're all Lin's employees. Lin Yaqi reached out and pointed at Xingchen, her pretty face cold. What's wrong with him? Didn't he ever eat in his last life? Eat, just know how to eat. Wang Jian hurriedly touched Xingchen with his foot and whispered anxiously, get up quickly, this is the company's Missy. Xingchen had no choice but to stand up, chopsticks still cupped in his hand. Lin Yaqi said unforgivingly, when you see your boss, everyone else knows how to greet. You won't? You won't even bend over in the face of a leader. Are your bones so hard? Wang Jian hurriedly said, don't be angry, Missy, this is a new employee who doesn't know the rules. He glared at Xingchen. Don't hurry up. The others also glared at Xingchen. One hated to eat Xingchen, fearing that Xingchen would implicate them. Lin Yaqi stood playfully, with a commanding attitude, but her eyes flashed with cunning. In her heart, she was all happy. Wow, cool, this young lady has finally turned over. Xingchen could only bow. His mouth said, good day miss. Miss reigns supreme in the world. Long live. Lin Yaqi frowned. What a mess to say. Xingchen rushed Lin Yaqi's eyes to signal. You're almost done. Quickly go away. You still dare to glare at Missy. Lu Ziyan hurriedly showed himself, pointing at Xingchen, angrily saying, a newcomer like you who doesn't know the rules and etiquette doesn't deserve to stay in the company. Enough! Lin Yaqi suddenly snorted coldly, interrupting Lu Ziyan. She stared at Lu Ziyan and said coldly, this young lady wants to teach him a lesson, won't she say it herself? Why do I need you to meddle in my business? Lin Yaqi saw Lu Ziyan pointing at Xingchen and chiding. Her heart was suddenly very upset. Xingchen she could say, but others were not allowed. How to say that Xingchen was also the fiancé of her best friend? Lu Ziyan patted the horse's ass on the horse's leg and snapped his neck. Wang Jian hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Missy, our business group 3 colleagues are gathering for dinner. Do you want to sit down and have a drink? No, there are people I don't like at this table. Lin Yaqi waved her hand, but before she left, she said, this table is on the 106 private rooms account. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and walked away proudly. In her heart, she coldly snorted, Xingchen, you spent money on treating the guests, but in the end, it was still not for Ning Shui to pay for it, and Ning Shui was not rich now. Once Lin Yaqi left, the crowd was relieved. One by one, they sat down. Holy, I didn't expect to meet the Lin family's daughter. It's the first time I've seen Ms. Lin so close, she's so beautiful. Wang Jian glared at Xingchen and reprimanded, seeing the boss's daughter, you don't know how to get up. Greetings up and still holding a stance. You're too unruly. Who do you think you are? Xingchen was having a hard time speaking. Of course he is not that childish, but the key that person is Lin Yaqi. At this time, a colleague spoke up, interrupting Wang Jian's rhythm of reprimanding Xingchen. Missy actually invited us to dinner. Why? Yeah, why we actually have this honor. I can go out and brag. Lu Ziyan spoke up. I think it's for Supervisor Wang's face. The first reaction of the other co-workers was to think that it was impossible. Although Wang Jian was a supervisor, he was only the lowest level of management, and was nothing in Missy's eyes. However, they really couldn't find any other reason and could only agree with this. They couldn't help but be impressed with Wang Jian. It seemed that Wang Jian's energy was greater than expected. Wang Jian was also stunned, not realizing that he had such a big weight in Missy's heart. For a while, he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. It just made Xingchen follow the light. Originally wanted to slaughter him, but as a result, Missy helped pay the bill on her own face. Lu Ziyan suddenly whispered and masturbated. Missy is so white, her body is so good if I can hold it in my arms that's not cool to fly. Bang! Xingchen suddenly face chilled, raised a foot and kicked Lu Ziyan out. This villain playing smart and helping Wang Jian to disgust himself. For the time being, he could not see eye to eye with him, but to be so intent on Ning Shui's bosom friend, he could not ignore. Although Lin Yaqi was on top of himself, deep down there was no malice, and he was really good to Ning Shui. Lu Ziyan fell miserably on the ground. He climbed up and pointed at Xingchen and roared, how dare you hit me? What did you just say? Xingchen's voice was ice cold. Lu Ziyan pointed at Xingchen. Fine. You want to use this to pinch me, right? Fine. This time I'll bear it. We'll see. The rest of the co-workers hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Lu Ziyan huffed and drank down a glass of wine. I'm just looking at Supervisor Wang's face. After a meal, the crowd left the table and went back to their own homes. The meal cost more than $7,000, but it was all hung on Lin Yaqi's account. Xingchen, Li Siwen and Wang Jian called for a chauffeur to return to the neighborhood. Xingchen arrived home at 8 o'clock in the evening. Ma Chunlan busy asked, work is smooth? How about getting along with your co-workers? Xingchen smiled and said, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. My life and work can be very good in the future. It seems like the work is good, and getting along with co-workers is good. Ma Chunlan comprehended the wrong thing and happily said, now Mom is relieved. Don't change your clothes first. Ma Chunlan then said, follow me and your father out for a trip. Xingchen was puzzled. It's so late. Where to go? At this time, Yi Jiandong had already walked out of the room with a box of tea and 2 bottles of wine. Going to the Wang family, Wang Jian introduced you to a job. You mustn't go to thank Originally, Ma Chunlan had gone out and bought a good gift after hearing Xingchen's call, just waiting for Xingchen to come back and then go to the door to thank him. Xingchen was speechless. Wang Jian had pulled his leg and still had to go and thank him. However, he had already been pushed out of the house again by Ma Chunlan. At Wang's house, Yi Jiandong and Ma Chunlan said a lot of words of thanks. After all, for ordinary parents, the child can solve the problem of work is considered a big deal. Ma Chunlan praised Wang Jian. Xiao Jian has made a name for himself. He has become a big supervisor, and he can also bring his hair into the company. It's really marvelous. Xingchen left after they thanked him. Wang Chui brought the door to her room and turned back to hit Wang Jian. Frowning, you child, how did you really get Xingchen in? If you get him into Lin's company, what advantage do you still have? And what superiority do I, your mom, have in the future? Also, how are you going to be alone with Lee Si-won in the future to increase your feelings? How did your father and I give birth to such a truthful son as you? Chapter 69, A Difficult Task. Wang Jian said breathlessly, Mom, do you think I'm willing to do this? I specifically instructed the interviewer that Yi Xingchen was squatting. I even saw his resume being thrown into the trash with my own eyes. But then, Yi Xingchen still passed. Wang Chui was surprised. How could that be? Wang Jian said. I went back and asked. And the interview assistant supervisor said that the resume that passed the interview accidentally fell into the trash can. And when he went to pick it up, he even took out a piece of Yi Xingchen's. Wang Chui was in pain. What the is this luck? Wang Jian looked through the window at the silhouette of Yi Xingchen's family of 3 downstairs, and said in a cold voice, Mom, don't worry. I've already figured out how to make things difficult for Yi Xingchen. I'll make it impossible for him to work in the company. Early the next morning, Yi Xingchen sent WeChat to Lee Si-won and Wang Jian, saying that he rode a shared electric bike to and from work, and then left first. Since Wang Jian had one thing on his face and another behind his back, why would he bother to put a hot face on a cold ass? Riding on Wang Jian's car every day also made Wang Jian's mother and son think that they were being taken advantage of as if they were taking advantage of. Lee Si-won saw Yi Xingchen's WeChat, also noticed that everyday ride is not good, but today's time is already a little too late. She did not prepare in advance. Wang Jian saw Yi Xingchen's WeChat and couldn't help but sneer. Count on him to be sensible. He still knows to take the initiative to ride an electric bike. Can I still be a driver for him every day? It's better this way. I can be alone with one. After a while, he drove downstairs and Lee Si-won got in the car. Wang Jian was just about to enhance his relationship with Lee Si-won, when Lee Si-won probed forward and said, Brother Jian, I'm riding an electric bike to work starting tomorrow, so I won't bother you. Wang Jian immediately said, we are in the same company. Anyway, I also need to drive every day. How can I call it trouble? You can just follow me to and from work every day. Lee Si-won shook her head. That's true, but it's not good to take advantage of you every day. It's also convenient if you have your own business on your way to and from work. I'll just ride my electric bike to work. Wang Jian persuaded Lee Si-won a few times, but failed to persuade her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Yi Xingchen, it's all because of you. Yi Xingchen rode the electric bike and felt much freer. Although Wang Jian also had to drive to work every day, and pulling an extra person was a matter of smooth sailing, but it was always taking advantage of others. Wang Jian wanted to pursue Lee Si-won and couldn't wait for this, but what right did he have? Therefore, it is better to go by oneself painfully. Yi Xingchen arrived at the company, walked into the office, found that Jiang Lin was already busy. Surprised, hello Sister Jiang, you're so early? Jiang Lin smiled. I have to breastfeed at noon and in the afternoon. The time is not fixed. After feeding the child in the morning it's fine, so I came a little early. Oh right, where did you treat yourself yesterday? Not far from that seafood city. Jiang Lin was surprised and said with some anger, go there? How much would that cost? Did that Lu Zian kid deliberately rip you off? Yi Xingchen laughed. I met Lin Xianjin at the seafood city. She was rich and generous, and with a big hand, she bought the bill. Jiang Lin was stunned. Lin Xianjin actually gave to buy the single. Such a small probability can be bumped into by Yi Xingchen. Had to sigh a sentence. Your kid is so lucky. A while later, others came to work one after another. The other co-workers thought that Lin Xianjin paid the bill and Yi Xingchen didn't spend any money, so none of them claimed Yi Xingchen's favor. After Lu Zian came to the company, he even gave Yi Xingchen a cold look. Yi Xingchen kicked him last night. This revenge he always remembered. Lu Zian snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xingchen, you don't know, do you? Your hairdresser supervisor Wang is going to kick you out. I'll see how many days you can work. After Wang Jian arrived at the company, he placed a folder on Yi Xingchen's desk and said, these are your 2 assessment tasks. Complete it. If you can't finish it and pass the assessment, you are greatly likely to be fired and I can't help you. After saying that, he turned around and walked away in an unsympathetic manner. Bring it to me for a look. Jiang Lin, as the senior who brought Yi Xingchen, naturally came over, and in her heart, she was still surprised. Is the company so strict with newcomers now? She opened the folder and took a look. She was not calm at once. Frowning, you're a newcomer who just joined the company. How come you've also been independently arranged for a task? And it's still a task with such a great difficulty. Don't say it's you. It's all the business 3 groups combined can't finish it. She also understood in her heart that Wang Jian was deliberately trying to drive Yi Xingchen away. Jiang Lin was on the verge of tears. She had just come back from maternity leave, and had not been able to make a few dollars, and even the child's milk powder money was almost not enough. Being asked to bring a newcomer even if I did not expect to be targeted by the supervisor of the newcomer. This time there is no way to live. Yi Xingchen looked at the two tasks. The first task is to recover $500,000 owed to Danheng Engineering Company. The second task is to get Xian Yuan Manufacturing Company's workwear business cooperation. It's just a cutie. Could also tell that this was not a task that should be assigned to a newcomer. Yi Xingchen glanced at Wang Jian's office and thought, Wang Jian's mind to drive me away is so blatantly obvious, directly without hiding it. Jiang Lin added in a whisper, these two projects, both of which were messed up by Wang Jian, are now all thrown to you. The first project, Wang Jian in order to get a commission. Do not even consider the other side of the word of mouth to take over, resulting in has not been able to return the money. The second project, Xian Yuan Manufacturing Company has been and Lin's cooperation, which is to pick up a commission for nothing. But a few days ago, Wang Jian went to talk about the cooperation. In the elevator encountered a girl dressed in a cool. The eyes to see it is not enough, but also took out his cell phone to film it. And the result is that the person is a Xian Yuan's $1,000. To the boss. Angry. And this project was directly screwed up. After saying that, she reminded, what I said, the entire third group knows, but you can't spread it out. Yi Xingchen nodded. He didn't realize that Wang Jian not only wanted to drive himself away, but also wanted him to take the blame for him before he left off. Jiang Lin whispered, how did you offend Wang Jian and let him screw you like this? Listen to my sister. You resign yourself, he wants to fix you. You can't possibly do it. These are two impossible tasks. Joking aside, an engineering company with an extremely poor reputation, letting Yi Xingchen go to collect the debt. Isn't this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? There was also the business of Regulus Manufacturing Company. Even people's $1,000 were offended. The boss was furious, and still wanted orders? Yi Xingchen did not think it was difficult, smiled faintly and said, how do you know it won't be finished if you don't try? Don't worry Sister Jiang, I definitely won't drag you down. I will definitely let you get the commission for both projects. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly, my silly brother, where did you get the confidence? When I first stepped into society, I was also like you, thinking that it was easy to make money, but then, reality slapped me around and I couldn't find anything. Let's go, Sister Jiang, let's go do the task that the supervisor explained. Yi Xingchen stood up, but before that, he had to clarify some things beforehand. Chapter 70 Add some milk. At this time, just as Wang Jian walked out of the office, Yi Xingchen spoke, Supervisor Wang, I'm going to do the task now, but you have to write an agreement that the commission for the two projects must be credited to Sister Zhang's head. Yi Xingchen did not want to complete the task back. Wang Jian both cleared himself and also took the commission for nothing. It must be said clearly in advance. Wang Jian froze for a moment, then said, good, all credited to Jiang Lin's head. I'll write the agreement for you now. In his heart, he mocked Yi Xingchen for being a rash young man who really thought he was omnipotent. These two tasks, he didn't expect Yi Xingchen to complete them at all. He just wanted to dump the black pot. When he fired Yi Xingchen and reported to the manager, he said that the newcomer didn't know the rules and messed up the two things. After Yi Xingchen took the signed agreement from Wang Jian, he and Jiang Lin walked out of the office. But Jiang Lin didn't expect to get a commission. She lamented in her mind, another day of working for nothing. Snort! Wang Jian looked at Yi Xingchen's back and snorted. Previously, Yi Xingchen was quite smart. Why is he getting more and more whimsical now? Everyone else in the office thought that Wang Jian was not a thing, the person he brought in. Instead of helping, he framed, really on the surface of a set behind the back of a set of villain. But they wouldn't say it. A person like Wang Jian was suitable for the workplace. Instead, they despised Yi Xingchen, a newcomer, but weighing his own ability, but also a sense of justice, wanting to pick up single mothers. Can you take care of yourself? After going out, Yi Xingchen decided to go and ask for the money owed first. He took a car and came to Danheng Engineering Company. What for? The security guard at the door droned very nonchalantly. We are from Lin's company, looking for your general manager. Yi Xingchen opened his mouth. The security guard waved his hand impatiently and did not stop to not let in. Yi Xingchen and Jiang Lin walked in. The few employees inside bared their chests and looked at them like vicious wolves, especially those men staring at Jiang Lin's chest. Their eyes seemed to carry hooks. Jiang Lin was instantly frightened. Yi Xingchen glanced at Jiang Lin and advised, Sister Jiang, you'd better go wait for me outside. I'll just go in by myself. Jiang Lin gritted her teeth and gathered her courage. In broad daylight, they still dare to eat us. Don't be afraid. You're the newcomer I brought in. I'd better accompany you in. Yi Xingchen instead hoped that Jiang Lin would go out and wait. It would be easier to act with only himself instead. The two entered the general manager's office, and inside the office, 4 men were playing cards, with 3 others watching beside them. Hearing the commotion, a few people's eyes looked over, frowning as they asked, who are you people? Who are you looking for? Jiang Lin gathered her courage and said, we are from the business department of Lin's company. looking for Mr. Ma, wanting to get back the payment from the last business. Upon hearing this, the bald man with a cigarette raised his head, looked at Yi Xingchen and Jiang Lin with interest, and snorted. Wang Jian almost knelt down and called his grandfather a few times, but he couldn't take the money away, and he sent the two of you. Are you stupid or just flabbergasted? And you dare to come over here? Jiang Lin immediately shivered. This general manager didn't look like he ran a company, but like a bandit leader. Let's just leave. Jiang Lin immediately beat a retreat, pulling on Yi Xingchen's corner and weakly said. A few men in the room, contemptuous eyes on Yi Xingchen and Jiang Lin's body. They suddenly realized that Jiang Lin was quite charming, especially with her chest bulging, as if she wanted to break free of her clothes and breathe the outside air. Wait a minute. The general manager suddenly changed his words. It's not impossible for you guys to take the money away. Jiang Lin's face instantly lit up with joy, begging, are you serious, General Manager Ma? Just have mercy on us part-timers and let us take the money away. Otherwise we won't be able to keep our jobs. Yi Xingchen sighed in his heart. Sister Jiang still dealt with this kind of people and fought less. In front of these people, showing weakness is useless. Instead of getting sympathy, it will make them intensify. Mr. Ma nodded. Yes, I see that it's not easy for you either. You still have to come out to run the business when you're breastfeeding. This way, if you do me a small favor, I'll let you take the money. Hearing Mr. Ma's words, Yi Xingchen's eyes instantly narrowed. He knew that Mr. Ma must not have anything good to say next, and must not be holding back any good ideas in his heart. And Jiang Lin also had this feeling vaguely, worrying that Mr. Ma would put forward some excessive conditions. General Manager Ma suddenly pointed to the coffee on the side and rubbed his chin. The coffee is a bit bitter. It would be nice if I could add some milk. Hearing General Manager Ma's words, a few of his men froze slightly, then let out a laugh. Yi Xingchen's eyes suddenly went cold, while Jiang Lin's face changed. Neither of them had expected that this General Manager Ma would actually be so cheap. General Manager Ma stared at Jiang Lin and said with a smirk, hurry up and make a decision. This is your chance to get the money. This, after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lin actually clenched her teeth. Do you mean what you say, Mr. Ma? Ha ha. Once Mr. Ma heard that there was a trick, this silly woman was actually really willing to do it. Smiling, you just have to do what I say. Of course I'll keep my word. Sister Jiang. Yi Xingchen spoke out to stop it. He knew very well that Mr. Ma would never take the money, and by meeting one of his conditions, he would only give an inch and make even more excessive demands. And in the end, the person was humiliated, and not necessarily take the money. No, it's not necessarily, it's definitely can't take it away. Jiang Lin looked at Yi Xingchen and said, what can be done? This is the only chance to take away the money. One has to try. You believe me. Sis is also a traditional person. I just knew that my ex-husband cheated on me during pregnancy before I got divorced. Even when faced with so much pressure, I didn't want to compromise. If it's just so that I can get the money, it's nothing. Saying that, she didn't care about Yi Xingchen stopping her. She went up and brought up the coffee, then went to the single room next door. Yoo-hoo! The few men in the office immediately rose up. Zizi. 2 minutes later, Jiang Lin came out with the coffee in her hand, her face turning red due to her shyness. It seemed that she said she didn't mind on her lips, but she still felt very humiliated in her heart. Yi Xingchen's face was ugly as he grabbed Jiang Lin's wrist and said in a deep voice, Sister Jiang, don't listen to him, he won't pay. Jiang Lin pulled away Yi Xingchen's hand. We've already made it this far, we have to try, right? Then, with a red face, she put the coffee in front of Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma picked up the coffee and intentionally sniffed it greedily first. What a rich fragrance. Then, he took a sip and tasted the flavor twice with a satisfied face. Jiang Lin's face turned even redder, and her heart became even more humiliated as she opened her mouth. Mr. Ma, can you give us the money now? Mr. Ma smacked his lips, suddenly said, the mouth is still bitter. I want to drink some milk directly, but I won't trouble you to squeeze it outwards. I'll go up to my mouth and suck it myself, and after I finish it, you take the money away. Chapter 71 Teach a rough lesson. Jiang Lin was instantly filled with annoyance. This was something she would not agree to no matter what, and angrily said, didn't you just say that your word was good? A big old man, going back on your word? Mr. Ma said in a deadpan voice, yes, I said that as long as you do what I said, I'll give you the money, but just now was only the first condition. I haven't mentioned the conditions behind it. The other men followed and laughed. This actually fought with them. Too innocent. You are shameless. Jiang Lin was infuriated and her face turned red, pointing at Mr. Ma, you're shameless, you rogue. Mr. Ma's face steeply sank as he slammed the table with a bang and drank. What did you say? At the same time, several of his men immediately stood up together. A huge sense of oppression struck. Frightened, Jiang Lin withdrew 2 steps backward. Xingchen pushed Jiang Lin towards the outside and said on his lips, "Sister Jiang, you go out first and wait for me for a while." "Want to go?" The men in the office, however, did not want to let Xingchen and the others go like this and immediately chased after them. Bang! Xingchen kicked out, sending the man who rushed at the front flying out, knocking over the people behind him. Jiang Lin, who had been scared pale, could not help but be very surprised to see this scene, not realizing that the power of a kick was that great. Xingchen pushed Jiang Lin out of the office and drank. "Sister Jiang, listen to me and run out of the company. Don't do anything, just wait peacefully." Then, he closed the office door. Jiang Lin was worried about Xingchen's safety, but after a second thought, she decided to do as Xingchen said. She ran out of the company and waited outside anxiously in her heart. Inside the office, Mr. Ma, as well as 6 of his men, gathered towards Xingchen. "Kid, you're damn terrific. Dare to stay behind alone to break the back, kicking me just now. I have to smash your legs. Beat him up for me." Several men, together, lunged towards Xingchen. Ordinary people seeing this scene must have been scared silly and had no power to fight. Bang bang bang. Xingchen made 3 strikes, but knocked down all the men who rushed up. The only remaining Chief Ma and one of his men retreated towards the back, looking at Xingchen with fear, not expecting Xingchen to be so capable of fighting. Xingchen took a step up, kicked the last henchman over, then got up another kick and knocked down General Manager Ma, looking at them condescendingly. "How nice to obediently pay the money. You have to be a rascal. You have to force me to make a move." Mr. Ma covered his stomach, looked up and roared, "Who the hell are you? Kid, don't think that just because you can fight I can't rule you. Wait for me to call someone. I'll kill you as a wage earner in minutes." Xingchen coldly said, "No need for you to get me. Things have developed to this point. Do you think I'll let you go just by getting the money today? No, it won't." Xingchen's eyes were icy cold. "If that happens, who is going to get back the humiliation my colleague received?" Saying that, Xingchen dialed Xietianhu's phone, and after the call was answered, he merely said a few words. "Danheng Engineering Company, come as soon as possible." Mr. Ma felt that Xingchen's confidence was a bit abnormal, and brought some scorn in his eyes as he frowned and asked, "Who did you call?" Xingchen sat down on the side and said in a cold voice, "Don't you guys think it's fun to bully people? Fine, I'll let you guys have a taste of being bullied as well." Mr. Ma's heart thumped, but then thinking of Xingchen's identity, he put his heart down and drank. "You're a part-time worker. Less bluffing here. I don't believe you know any big shots." After a short 10 minutes, the 2 Land Rovers drove into the courtyard of the engineering company. The security guard who had a very bad attitude before wanted to stop them, but a fierce head was revealed on the Land Rover and drank a get out of the way, immediately scaring the security guard who didn't dare to speak. Just as the Land Rover stopped, Xietianhu brought 5 of his men and entered the general manager's office. "I'd like to see who you can call." General Manager Ma had relieved the pain in his stomach by now, but he was still crouching on the ground due to the threat of Xingchen's force, and he turned back in disbelief. After seeing the visitor, the expression on his face instantly froze. He kneeled down with a plop and said with a trembling voice, "Tiger, Master Tiger?" How could he not expect that a businessman could call Xietianhu ah? Xietianhu looked towards Xingchen sitting on the sofa and spoke, "Mr. Yi, I'm here." General Ma's heart thumped. Xietianhu actually called the salesman Mr. Moreover, when the salesman called before, he was very nonchalant, not in a requesting tone, but like an order. Mr. Ma immediately turned pale. He moved his knees and rushed towards Xingchen. His voice trembled. "I knew that you knew Mr. Tiger. My hands were holding up the money. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll take the money immediately." "Arrogant? I don't eat this." Xingchen snorted coldly, then looked at Xietianhu. "This Mr. Ma owes us $500,000 and won't pay. He's also making things difficult for me and my colleague, making very shameless demands. You bully him too." "Okay," Xietianhu answered, then looked at the scale of the engineering company, estimated a price in his mind, and spoke, "Mr. Ma, you lend me 2 million to spend." General Manager Ma's heart trembled, and immediately said with an alas, "Master Tiger, taking out 2 million, I have to smash the pot. I have to go drink the northwest wind. You just spare me." Xietianhu said borrowing, in fact, is to take. Looking for Xietianhu return money, that is not looking for death. It is the same as an ordinary businessman looking for him to return money. Black Panther steep face, drinking, "Shut up, Master Tiger has spoken. There is still your bargaining?" Mr. Ma shivered in fear. Xingchen said coldly from the side, "You at least have an engineering company. You can't afford it. You haven't thought about how 2 ordinary office workers can afford it? What? It's only hard when you put it on yourself, is it?" Mr. Ma quickly begged, "I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Xie Tianhu opened his mouth. Do you lend me $2 million? Or let me treat you as an enemy? You choose. Mr. Ma knew it was useless to beg for forgiveness. How would he dare to become Xie Tianhu's enemy? He only had to say, okay, I'll put together 2 million for Master Tiger. Xingchen stood up. Now first go and take out the $500,000 owed to me. Mr. Ma didn't dare to have a moment's slowness, ran into the cubicle office, opened the safe and took out the 500,000. It didn't take 10 seconds before and after. After Xingchen took the money, his anger did not dissipate, but became even more angry. Mr. Ma either did not have the money, or he was relying on not wanting to give it, which was even more detestable. However, he originally did not intend to easily let go of Mr. Ma. Let Xie Tianhu to find Mr. Ma to ask for 2 million, is to cure Mr. Ma relying on $500,000 not to give, now has not avenged Mr. Ma bullying Jiang Lin's revenge. Xingchen opened his mouth. You like to drink milk, right? Good. I'll satisfy you. Let you drink enough today to last a lifetime. Saying that, he swept his gaze towards General Manager Ma's 6 henchmen. You few, milk your General Manager. Chapter 72, Too disgusting. These 6 henchmen, they weren't good either, and they were just as detestable as when they humiliated Jiang Lin before. It would be too cheap for these 6 men if they just cleaned up Mr. Ma. When the 6 henchmen heard Xingchen's words, they were confused and raised their heads in shock. Milking? Milking whose? Where do we have milk? Xingchen said in a cold voice. Which one of you doesn't have billions on you? After the 6 henchmen understood for a second, they were all confused. Mr. Ma also understood for a second. He hadn't gotten to the point of drinking it yet, and almost vomited directly. Mr. Yi, Master Yi, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, just spare me. Vomit. General Manager Ma seemed to have seen an incomparably horrifying scene, crying and begging for mercy. It was even harder to accept than the painful loss of $2 million just now. It was not Xingchen's fault for not sparing him. Just based on Chief Ma's face as they bullied ordinary people, it was not too much to do anything to them. One could not look at him being submissive in front of Xie Tianhu and feel compassion. Tiger, you keep an eye on getting them to execute. Xingchen finished speaking and walked out with the money. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Xie Tianhu watched Xingchen go out, a bitter smile on his face. The scene that happened next was too disgusting. He ordered, Black Panther, you keep an eye on it. Ha, oh, Black Panther answered, then said to the henchman beside him, you keep an eye on it. Xie Tianhu looked at Xingchen's back, and thought to himself that he would not easily forgive the bad guys. This was a quality that a Dragon King must have. That is, the truth that mercy does not govern. If the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall was a womanizer, it was not a good thing, but rather a disaster. Moreover, the Dragon King's way of punishing others was new and innovative, and would surely make Chief Ma remember it for the rest of his life. A few of Chief Ma's men had to be left in the shadows as well. Afterwards, the relationship between these few would definitely fall apart, and Chief Ma wouldn't want to see even a single glance of these few henchmen again. Xie Tianhu couldn't help but sigh. The Dragon King really deserves to be a cultured person. The ideas in his head are just so many, so much better than these big old men like them who only know how to move their hands. Xingchen walked out and saw Jiang Lin waiting anxiously by the roadside. Jiang Lin anxiously kept stamping her feet. Her eyes kept looking towards the engineering company. After seeing Xingchen, Jiang Lin immediately ran over. Are you alright? The 2 Land Rovers that went in just now, were they the people that Mr. Ma called? I was worried about your safety and wanted to call the police, but thinking that you asked me to wait in peace, I didn't do it. Thank goodness you came out in one piece. Xingchen followed Jiang Lin's words. The 2 Land Rovers were indeed called by Mr. Ma, but Mr. Ma's boss was reasonable, and instead of blaming him, he gave us the money. What? Really? Jiang Lin hurriedly looked at the bag in Xingchen's hand, peeled it open to take a look, and immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, You really got the money? How is this possible? Xingchen beat someone up. Others didn't blame him and gave him money? Jiang Lin felt that her head was a little short, but the fact was right in front of her eyes. There was no way for her to disbelieve it, and it took her a while to digest the result. She sighed in surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Ma's boss to be deeply righteous, but you played a key role in making it work today. How were you able to knock out all 7 of Mr. Ma's men and force them to call for backup? Xingchen casually said, I'm a person who has been physically fit since I was a child, and I've also learned martial arts. Jiang Lin was half convinced. For the first time, she realized that Xingchen didn't seem to be an ordinary little brother, and had secrets of his own. At least being able to knock over 7 men with his own strength was not something an ordinary person could do. Jiang Lin let out a sigh of relief. God bless. Completed a mission, so that you can go back and have an explanation, and Wang Jian has no reason to fire you. Xingchen, however, laughed, don't be in a hurry to go back. The second mission, also completed together. Jiang Lin was stunned. The first mission could be completed. Firstly, because you have boxing and kicking skills. Secondly, you met a deeply righteous boss. There is a large component of luck in it. You can't think that the other missions can be accomplished as well. The second mission isn't that simple. Wang Jian has angered the company's boss and the boss's daughter, and won't give the order to Lin's company again. We can only humiliate ourselves if we go. Xingchen laughed. Still the same sentence. If it works or not, how can we know if we don't go and try? At this point, he didn't know how he could take the order, but he would just see what happened when he arrived at the place. When he became energized, he became confident in everything he did. Jiang Lin couldn't argue with Xingchen, and still followed to Xianyuan Manufacturing Company. Xianyuan Manufacturing Company had more than a dozen management staff, hundreds of white-collar workers, and hundreds of blue-collar workers, and every year, their work clothes were ordered from Lin's company. So if they didn't redeem themselves, Lin's company would be equal to losing a stable customer. Xingchen feels speechless. Wang Jian really sin. From the immediate two things can be seen. His business ability in general. I do not know how to climb to the supervisor position up. Xingchen and Jiang Lin, the two found the chairman's office, and then knocked twice, pushed the door and walked in. Inside the office, a middle-aged man and a girl around 20 years old were chatting. The one who attracted the most eyeballs was naturally the girl. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her skin was very white. Her feet were wearing sneakers, high white socks, and then a JK outfit. But the top is a little short. Plus she is thin, but the place that should be big is not small. Hold up the hemline, revealing a small waist. Surplus is not enough to hold. It seems that this is the boss's daughter. Dressed indeed cool. The boss and his daughter's eyes looked over, somewhat puzzled. They thought that the person who knocked on the door and came in was someone from within the company. Without waiting to ask questions, Jiang Lin hurriedly bowed. Hello Boss Li, we are businessmen from Lin's company. Boss Li's face sunk slightly as he frowned. What else are you guys doing here? Don't you mind being annoying? Jiang Lin hurriedly said. Don't be angry, Boss Li, I'll apologize for Supervisor Wang first. For many years, your company has been handing over the workwear to Lin for completion, and the cooperation has been very pleasant. So please, Boss Li, for the sake of the previous face, give us another chance. Boss Li snorted impatiently. You also know that the cooperation was very pleasant in the past. So what happened to that ugly fat man last time? Sent to disgust me? Actually taking pictures of my precious daughter. Although Lin's is the leader of the clothing industry in Cloud City, it's not irreplaceable. Yes. Jiang Lin obediently admitted her mistake. Li Chenjin pointed at the door. Get out. If you dare to come again, I'll call Lin's and have Lin's fire you. Jiang Lin's face changed. Boss Li rubbed his temples and said impatiently. Get out. His anger was not fake. He only had this one daughter. Like a baby bump. Wang Jian actually played a hooligan. Not breaking Wang Jian's legs on the spot was considered atmospheric. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly. In fact, she had guessed that this was the result. She bowed. Sorry for the disturbance. Saying this, she was about to pull Xingchen to walk out. Xingchen suddenly looked puzzled. Method, this is not coming. Chapter 73 Treating Boss Li. Boss Li, do you have difficulty falling asleep? Extremely poor quality of sleep, dizziness during the day, lack of energy, and general weakness? Xingchen suddenly spoke. Boss Li glanced over in surprise. How do you know? Xianjin disdainfully said. Dad, you don't look good and you're rubbing your temples. I can tell these symptoms of yours. These businessmen of theirs detect words and colors and are the best at being smart. It's so annoying. Boss Li nodded his head. His eyes surfaced with disgust. He hated it when people moved their brains about his health, and said in a cold voice, Young man, hurry up and leave, don't provoke me. Xingchen, however, did not move and spoke. What if I say I can cure it? Get out. Boss Li gave a stern, low bark. He had been plagued by insomnia for many years. He had seen many doctors and found famous Chinese medicine practitioners to adjust his conditioning, but none of them helped. How could he possibly give himself to a person with a hairless mouth for treatment? Jiang Lin pulled Xingchen in thought. Old brother, don't struggle. Let's go out. A businessman to treat people. This is not a joke. Xingchen said indifferently. Boss Li, you give me a chance. I will give you a massage. You see if there is any relief. If there is not, you call the security guards to throw me out. You have no loss anyway. If there is relief, isn't this a happy ending for all? Li Chenjin coldly grunted. You're so annoying. Xingchen looked at Boss Li. What do you think, Boss Li? It's just a massage. A matter of 3 to 5 seconds. You have nothing to lose. Boss Li didn't believe Xingchen's bull **** at all, but he was really tormented by insomnia and couldn't stand it anymore. Incomparably tormented. Those who did not suffer from insomnia would not understand the horror of insomnia. Alright, you give it a try. Boss Lee loosened up. Dad. Lee Qianjin expressed her dissatisfaction. How could a business powerhouse like Dad be so easily fooled? Boss Lee waved his hand. Let him try. Like he said, I don't have anything to lose anyway. Xingchen walked over, and without any preparatory movements, stood behind Boss Lee, and pressed both hands twice on a few acupoints on his head before closing his hands. That's it? Qianjin chided. Did you feel that you couldn't act and gave up on your own accord? Xingchen looked at Boss Lee with a bashful face. Phew. Boss Lee opened his eyes and heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Xingchen casually pressed 2 times. He was as good as having slept for half an hour in a beautiful way. He was now refreshed and hadn't been this comfortable for a long time. Boss Lee turned around openly. He looked at Xingchen with glowing eyes. Little divine doctor. What's your name? My surname is Yi. Boss Lee said excitedly. Divine Dr. Yi, please help me with my diagnosis. Li Qianjin and Jiang Lin were stunned in unison. They thought to themselves, could Xingchen really be able to do it? Xingchen's arm shook, and in the next moment, 3 silver needles appeared between his fingers. If before, Boss Lee would have killed himself and not allowed Xingchen to stab him, but after feeling Xingchen's magical massage, there was no mental resistance. Instead, he was very much looking forward to it. It wasn't the first time he let someone massage him, but those so-called famous doctors didn't have much effect. But once Xingchen did it, the effect amazed him. Xingchen applied needles on Boss Lee's head. 3 silver needles buzzed lightly on the scalp. After just a few dozen seconds, Xingchen put away the silver needles, but Boss Lee felt like he had regained his life. Boss Lee couldn't wait to run around the office and sing a song to express his feelings. The blue sky flies old flute. I'm in the northeast looking out over the capital. Divine Dr. Yi. Convinced. Completely convinced. Boss Lee folded his hands in gratitude. Xingchen spoke. The effects of simple acupuncture cannot last long. I'll prescribe you a few pairs of medicines. After you take them, you'll be able to relieve your insomnia. But you have to pay attention to yourself in the future. Change your habits, exercise more, and reduce worry. Well. Many thanks to Divine Dr. Yi. Boss Lee was thrilled. Li Qianjin curiously sized up Xingchen and was surprised. You actually have such high medical skills. Are you really just an ordinary salesman? Jiang Lin felt at this moment that Xingchen might even be able to take down Li Qianjin if he hit the snake on the stick, and from then on, he would marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of his life. This was the benefit of being strong in oneself. With one's own abilities, opportunities would hit like rain. Xingchen glanced at Li Qianjin. Miss Li often has abdominal pain and loss of appetite, right? Boss Lee hurriedly said. Right. Divine Dr. Yi. You also give my daughter a look. Li Qianjin's body stood out. Her small waist was full. Others could only peek quietly, while Xingchen could observe openly and even get his hands on her. This was the benefit of being a doctor. However, Xingchen did not have the idea of taking advantage of the situation and said, Ms. Li, although it looks good to often reveal the small waist and belly button, it is easy for the abdomen to get cold. Some digestive diseases will appear, and it will also cause the phenomenon of uterine cold. Boss Lee was busy saying, Daughter, do you hear me? Dad's words are not listened to, but other people's divine doctor's words are still not listened to? Li Qianjin did not take it seriously. Men can want style but not temperature. We girls can want beauty but not health. Boss Lee smiled bitterly. His daughter was just so capricious. He could not persuade her at all. Xingchen lightly said, It's normal to have a love of beauty. But covering up such a good-looking place most of the time, and occasionally revealing it to show off the charm, wouldn't it be amazing? Things are more expensive than they are. I accept this argument of yours. Li Qianjin's eyes lit up. Boss Lee's gaze towards Xingchen brought with it praise. There was nothing he could do about this daughter, but Xingchen was actually able to persuade. If Xingchen was just an ordinary businessman, he definitely would not look the other way. But all signs showed that Xingchen was definitely not that simple. That kind of calmness and composure was definitely not something that a working man could have. Jiang Lin got excited. Look, this is the beginning of an admiring look. Older brother Xingchen really can. Xingchen, however, was only thinking about his own task and spoke. Boss Lee, that order? Just a small order. Naturally no problem. Boss Lee lightly waved his hand, not caring about that small matter at all as he spoke. Divine Dr. Yi, how about I hire you to be my family's personal physician? The price. Xingchen didn't wait for Boss Lee to finish. He waved his hand and refused. Forget about the private doctor. He didn't expect to make money from this, and if he really relied on his medical skills to make money, Boss Lee couldn't afford to hire one. Alright then. Boss Lee was disappointed and proceeded to ask his secretary to go prepare the order. However, he knew that Xingchen was at Lin's company, and in the future, when he encountered difficult cases, he would still go to Xingchen for treatment. Next, Xingchen and Jian Lin signed the order and walked out from Xianyuan Manufacturing Company. Chapter 74, back to the company to hit the face. Until she walked out of Xianyuan Company's office building, Jian Lin was still a bit unbelievable. This second mission was actually accomplished as well. Even the order that Wang Jian messed up could be saved? She looked at Xingchen and said in surprise, "You also know Chinese medicine? To be able to let the knowledgeable boss Li call you a divine doctor. Surely your medical skills are still extraordinary." Xingchen smiled modestly. "A little bit of knowledge." Jian Lin let out a laugh. "Are you taking me for a fool? If Boss Li wasn't truly convinced, how could he hire you as his personal doctor? How could he rest assured that his family's health would be in your hands? You are by no means as simple as a slight understanding. I realized that you are getting more and more mysterious." Jian Lin then wondered, "If your medical skills are so great, why did you come to work and suffer this? Suffering from the dictates of your stupid bosses, and having to face the collusion of your co-workers, not to mention anything else, just being Boss Li's personal doctor alone. You'll earn more in a year than working hard." Xingchen smiled perfunctorily. "Sister Jiang, don't guess blindly. I'm just an ordinary person who happened to cure Boss Li." Then, the two of them took a taxi and returned to Lin's company. Within the company, Wang Jian had been waiting for Xingchen's good news all morning. The good news he was looking forward to was naturally not that Xingchen would be able to complete the task, but that he would not be able to. "Hmph, Xingchen, it's only good if you get beaten up at the engineering company," Wang Jian said in a cold voice. The co-workers in the office were also curious about what happened to Xingchen. Among them, Lu Ziyan had a grudge against Xingchen, and even more so, he didn't want Xingchen to have a good time. At this time, Xingchen and Jian Lin returned to the office. Everyone's eyes, at once, looked at them. "Yo, our third group's ambitious colleague Yi has returned," Lu Ziyan immediately exclaimed in an exaggerated manner and asked wistfully, "Mighty Yi, how was your mission accomplished?" He walked over and sized up Xingchen. "Your whole body is surprisingly intact. Not a single bruise on your face. Did you not even dare to enter the door of the engineering company? Or did you go in and kneel down for others? Ha ha ha." Other co-workers looked at Xingchen with a gaze full of mockery and contempt. Xingchen's defeat was the biggest irony to the previous confidence. Someone looked at Jiang Lin and sighed. "Alas, Sister Jiang, you're so busy, but you still have to accompany this rash young man to work blindly." Lu Ziyan stared at Xingchen provocatively. "Kid, didn't you threaten to give Sister Jiang a commission? You're a man of your word, aren't you? Does your face hurt now?" Wang Jian heard the commotion outside and also walked out from the cubicle office. Lu Ziyan and the others were suddenly quiet. Wang Jian walked to Xingchen and sighed. "Back, Xingchen, I also want to keep you, but I really can't help you," Lu Ziyan hurriedly said. "Supervisor Wang, you don't need to blame yourself. It's all because this kid is incapable and still can't carry himself. It's good that such a person is gone. He doesn't deserve to stay in our third group." Facing the faces of the crowd, Xingchen faintly shouted, "Sister Jiang." Jian Lin took 2 steps forward, placed the black bag in her hand on the table, unzipped the top, and then placed a folder next to it. "This is the money owed by Danheng Engineering, and this is Xianyuan Manufacturing's workwear order. It's all done," Jian Lin said as she pointed to the black bag and folder. She had a feeling of raising her eyebrows even as she spoke. "What?" The people around them, in unison, were shocked and exclaimed incredulously. They looked at the 2 things in front of them in dismay. Within the black bag were red-colored banknotes, which couldn't be faked. Lu Ziyan hurriedly turned over the folder. The last page of the document was stamped with the Xianyuan Manufacturing Company's official seal, which couldn't be wrong either. Actually really finished? But, how is this possible? It was all of them who had been mobilized. It was impossible to complete these 2 tasks. But Xingchen, he actually completed it? They had just mocked Xingchen, which was equal to spitting phlegm in their own faces, and they themselves felt red in the face. Xingchen spoke in a faint voice. "Supervisor Wang, when will you call the commission to Sister Jiang's card?" Wang Jian's face changed, frowned and asked, "How did you accomplish this?" Xingchen had no intention of explaining. "How we accomplished the task, that's our problem." Wang Jian was surprised in his heart, but the completion of the mission would only benefit him without harm. If Xingchen couldn't finish it, even if he dumped the pot on Xingchen, but he couldn't dump it cleanly, and he himself would have to suffer a little bit. Now that the mission was completed, Xingchen was considered to have helped him make up for his mistakes, and it was considered to be a perfect way to get through the difficult times. It's just that Wang Jian's face was a bit untenable, and Xingchen was once again out of his control. The commission of these 2 tasks, he didn't want to give it to someone else, but it was clearly stated before, and a written agreement was signed. He couldn't even do it if he wanted to cut it off. Within 3 days, the commission will arrive. Wang Jian said coldly and turned to walk away. Jiang Lin immediately said. Yi Xingchen, completing the mission is all your merit. I can't take the commission. Yi Xingchen smiled. I put down my bold words before letting you take the commission. You don't want others to look at my jokes, do you? Jiang Lin thought for a moment. Then I'll take 20%, and you can share 20% with me. Yi Xingchen smiled. Sister Jiang, you're just in need of money. Take it all. When there is a project next time, I'll take the commission. Yi Xingchen didn't lack money at all, but this money for Jiang Lin would be a year's worth of milk powder and diaper money for her child. The other co-workers couldn't help but look at Jiang Lin with envy, envying her for picking up a large commission for nothing. If they had known this, it would have been better for them to bring in this newcomer. Thank you, old brother Star, Jiang Lin said gratefully. She was indeed short of money at the moment, and with this commission, it was a relief. Yi Xingchen smiled and said that he was not polite. Then his cell phone rang and he walked out of the office to answer it. Hello, Mom, is something wrong? Yi Xingchen asked. Ma Chunlan's voice rang in the cell phone. Xingchen, can you take a vacation? Go to a blind date at noon. A blind date? Yi Xingchen was stunned. If he hadn't recognized the voice and Ma had called his name, he would have thought it was a wrong number, breathlessly saying, Mom, you're confused. I'm engaged to Ning Shui. What kind of blind date? Ma Chunlan's voice was also bitter. Mom doesn't want it either. But your Aunt Wang. He suddenly ran to the house and said that she introduced you to someone and asked you to go on a blind date. I had never entrusted her before, but she's so enthusiastic to open up. What can we do? After Ma Chunlan was threatened by the youthful young man, out of consideration for Yi Xingchen's safety, although she thought that Yi Xingchen and Su Ning Shui couldn't make it, but thinking that there was hope for Yi Xingchen and Li Siwen, she never intended to open up a blind date for Yi Xingchen. It was entirely Wang Chui's initiative. Yi Xingchen frowned. Aunt Wang is idle. I'm not going. Chapter 75, forced to go on a blind date. Ma Chunlan persuaded. You know your Aunt Wang's character well. If you don't go, she will definitely say bad things about you everywhere, saying that she will arrange a blind date for you, and you won't even go to see her, treating her good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. You go and cope with it. Go through the motions. Just don't see each other. Is this necessary? Yi Xingchen was speechless. He really didn't want to do this kind of meaningless thing. Ma Chunlan said, Go, don't let Wang Chui pick the reason. I'll give her a word later. For the time being, she doesn't need to worry about opening up. I will send the blind date information to your cell phone. Okay. Yi Xingchen helplessly agreed. Hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, It's only noontime. It's not necessarily too late. I still have to go and take a vacation. Wang Jian must be gossiping again. He walked into Wang Jian's office and just said that he would take the afternoon off. Wang Jian said, Okay, you go. Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned. Why was Wang Jian so painfully quick? However, he then realized, it wasn't that Wang Jian had a guilty conscience, but Wang Chui must have informed Wang Jian in advance. Wang Chui had come up with a bad idea. Wang Jian couldn't affect the ING plan, could he? Yi Xingchen was speechless. This mother and father are really good. The son is targeting in the company, when the mother is tripping outside. Looking at Yi Xingchen's back, Wang Jian had a smile on his face. He had to say, his mom's move was pretty smart. Regardless of whether Yi Xingchen's blind date was a success or not, it could play a huge role. Wang Chui can tell Song Qin. Yi Xingchen went on a blind date. Never sincerely considered your family Li Siwen, at most as a spare tire. Imagine what Song Qin would think? Definitely to Yi Xingchen. Even Yi Xingchen family impression points greatly reduced. 20 minutes after leaving the company, Yi Xingchen arrived at the designated location, the Blue Bank Cafe. Red skirt, yellow hair. Yi Xingchen looked for someone in the cafe against the information sent on his cell phone. A few moments later, he saw the target person next to the window. The girl was swiping her cell phone with her head down. The so-called red skirt was not a dress, it was a tight short skirt, exposing her thighs, and her face was a bit heavy with makeup, so she looked a bit vulgar. Yi Xingchen walked next to the girl, his first time experiencing a blind date. Kinda embarrassing, spoke in a small voice. Hello, I was introduced by an acquaintance. The girl raised her head and looked at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen could basically determine her age now. Not too big, around 24 or 25 years old. The girl immediately frowned and muttered, Why are you still following me here? Then without any good humor, she said, I don't have time, go away. After saying that, she glanced at her cell phone again. The advertisement on shivering voice. Apple came out with a new model. Wait a minute. The girl changed her words again. You wait for me for half an hour. Tell you in advance. 5,000 ah. Yi Xingchen seemed to read something. The expression on his face was wonderful, and he said in a bitter voice, What did you say? I'm here for a blind date. The girl's face changed, and she panicked. Oh, so Auntie Wang asked you to come. I'm in the e-commerce business and thought you were looking for me to buy something. She looked Yi Xingchen up and down, especially glanced at Yi Xingchen's wrist, seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't even have a watch. The interest on her face was greatly reduced, and she opened her mouth in a raw manner. I'll talk about my requirements. 300,000 dowry, a house in the downtown area of the City of Clouds, and to have a car that is more than 300,000 yuan. If you can satisfy these conditions, you can continue to talk. If you can't satisfy them, don't delay my time. Yi Xingchen thought, it's better to pick it out like this. Save time. He coughed and laughed. Let's talk about $5,000 that electricity supplier. The girl's face changed. She understood that Yi Xingchen was not looking for an honest person. Her face showed the color of shame. Fiercely stood up, threw out her hair, stepped on her high heels and angrily walked away. Yi Xingchen was speechless. And Wang, you can be really good. Even if you want to harm me, you also use a bit of heart. What kind of people are introduced? However, and Wang introduced him to more than this one. There was also a blind date. This time, it was Yi Xingchen who sat down and waited. Just now, Wang Chui took the initiative to send a Weibo message, saying that the girl was stuck in a traffic jam and would be there in a while, and also asked Yi Xingchen about what he was wearing and so on. After a while, a person walked across to Yi Xingchen and wanted to sit down. Yi Xingchen slightly raised his head and looked at it, then said, "Sorry buddy, I'm waiting for someone here." "Who's your buddy? What kind of eyes are you looking at?" On the opposite side, an exasperated voice rang out. Yi Xingchen looked up in shock, and only then did he vaguely distinguish that it was a female. The long one was also too dark. No matter the looks, body or dress, it was very neutral, and it really wasn't a wonder that he could recognize the wrong one, truly finding this one as a wife. Other things I dare not say, but it definitely nourishes the kidneys. Yi Xingchen instantly black face. Heart and Wang Yu line. You deliberately disgust me, right? Let us just call this girl. The girl was in a very bad mood because of the misunderstanding of gender, and coldly grunted. Hmph, the growth is still okay, but the eyes are bad. She sat down. I directly say the conditions are, the bride price of $500,000. A house in the center of the City of Clouds cannot be less than 130 square feet. The car cannot be less than the BMW 5 Series. Personal deposits cannot be less than 1 million. Yi Xingchen face shocked. All do not know where the confidence of the person in front of him, more ruthless than the first. The girl frowned. What is this expression of yours? Can't reach it? Yi Xingchen said breathlessly. If you want to make a wish, you go to the temple. Come to what kiss ah. The girl's face changed. It's not my fault that I'm demanding. It's your fault that you're poor. I haven't said I want to spend 50,000 a month. Yi Xingchen felt even more outrageous. A third-tier city like Yunchang, you spend 50,000 a month. Do you live in an ICU? The girl instantly became angry, stood up and shouted, "You stinking beggar, what did you say? 50,000 a month scares you? No money, you come out to meet what?" Everyone in the cafe immediately looked over. The girl slapped the table. Stinking beggar, just like you. Is your monthly salary enough to buy me a dress? The people inside the cafe shook their heads, looking at the two in a joke-like manner. This girl is really funny. Maybe her own family conditions are good, plus blind narcissism, so she is extremely demanding. But doesn't she look in the mirror every day? The female is certainly odd, but the male isn't much better. There's nothing wrong with being called a hangdog. Well, yes. Yi Xingchen felt very embarrassed and turned around to leave. Honey, why are you here? A woman with a very prominent figure and look suddenly walked towards Yi Xingchen and said with a sad face, "You actually came out on a blind date behind my back?" The woman's sudden appearance immediately drew all the attention over. Those people in the cafe immediately put away their contempt for Yi Xingchen, thinking, could there be a reversal? Chapter 76. The past of the woman walking the dog. This woman who suddenly appeared was no other than the young woman walking her dog in the neighborhood, the secretary of the general manager of the investment company. Yi Xingchen was a little stunned, did not expect to meet here by chance, and look at this appearance. The young woman has the meaning to relieve herself. The young woman walked to Yi Xingchen's side and looked at his face. You said that you don't want to inherit your family's billions of dollars and want to live the life of an ordinary person. I thought that you were just talking off the top of your head, but I never imagined that you'd come for real. Saying that, she looked at the blind date girl. You said that his monthly salary is enough to buy you clothes. I want to ask, what kind of clothes can a piece be worth $1 million? The matchmaking girl was stunned, incredulously pointing at Yi Xingchen. Are you saying that he's a great young man experiencing life, but is actually very rich? The people watching in the cafe were also stunned. With the young woman's looks and figure, they instinctively thought that what was said was true, because to see whether a man had strength or not, it depended on what kind and level of the woman beside him. The young woman and Yi Xingchen also did not continue to stay here. After the young woman helped to relieve the situation, she pulled Yi Xingchen out. After arriving outside, The young woman hurriedly let go of Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen gratefully said, "Thank you, for helping me out." The young woman faintly gathered the hair around her ears and said, "It's also a coincidence. I was having a coffee break here and happened to see you." Yi Xingchen shrugged his shoulders breathlessly. "I was forced by my family to come out for a blind date." The young woman couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. Would someone who could know the general manager of an investment company need to come out for a blind date? However, the two did not have a deep friendship, so she did not ask in depth, nodded and said, "See you later." Yi Xingchen also wanted to turn around and leave. "My good sister." Just at this moment, a sudden shout rang out, only to see a young man walking over. He looked at the young woman and then at Yi Xingchen, smiling wistfully. "Sister, I can't believe you're looking for a new love again. Is this your brother-in-law?" The young woman's face changed, and she said angrily, "Wang Bin, don't talk nonsense. He's just someone I know. I've only met him a few times. He's not even a friend." Yi Xingchen sized up the youth, around 27 or 88 years old, more than 1 meter tall, very robust, and the young woman's state of being together did not look like jealousy. The youth called Wang Bin had a disbelieving face. "I've seen it since you two came out of the cafe. Would you be holding arms if you're not even acquaintances?" The young woman couldn't explain clearly with Wang Bin, so she simply didn't explain and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" Wang Bin pointed behind him. "Not only me, Mom and Dad came together." The young woman hurriedly looked over. Yi Xingchen also turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged couple walking towards them. From their appearance, it could be seen that they were ordinary people, and should also be from the countryside. The young woman hurriedly walked over to greet them. "Mom and Dad, why did you come all the way here without saying anything beforehand?" Yi Xingchen then realized that Wang Bin called sister, which meant real sister. The two were real siblings. The middle-aged woman did not appreciate the young woman's concern and opened her mouth. "Give your villa to your brother. Your brother wants to use it for his wedding." The young woman's face changed. "Mom and Dad, is this why you guys came all the way from your hometown? Wang Bin, are you finished? How many times have I told you? I only have this set of house. This is my foundation. It is impossible to give you." Wang Bin's face changed. He didn't expect his parents to personally come to ask for it, but his sister was still so firm. He glanced at Yi Xingchen and suddenly smiled and said, "Sister, you don't want your boyfriend to know about your past, right?" When the young woman heard this, her face changed wildly and she drank. "Wang Bin, shut up. I told you, he's just someone I've met a few times. He's not even a friend." Wang Bin hemmed and hawed. "Since he's not a boyfriend, why are you nervous? You don't want me to say it, can you transfer the villa to me?" "No way," the young woman shouted angrily. "Never." Wang Bin snorted coldly. "Then don't blame me, brother-in-law. You don't know, right? My sister used to work for someone as a mistress. Do you know about her villa? It was used by rich men to support her." "Wang Bin, you asshole." The middle of the young woman tried to stop Wang Bin from saying it, but she didn't succeed. When Wang Bin finished speaking, it was as if her cover was torn off all of a sudden. Her whole body was staggered there, feeling so humiliated. Although Yi Xingchen could not even be considered a friend, she still wanted to explain, afraid that Yi Xingchen would look down on her, afraid that others would look at her with colored glasses. She looked at Yi Xingchen, tears streaming down her face. "Listen to me, it's not like that. It's not like that. I thought I was truly in love with that man. I was deceived. I didn't know that person had a family." The middle-aged man's face was shamed and angry. He stepped up and shouted angrily, "You've disgraced the face of the Wang family." The young woman shook her head aggrievedly. "I've explained many times. I was cheated. I didn't know about being a mistress." "Shameless," the middle-aged man shouted angrily, then even slapped over. If this slap fell, the young woman's delicate face had to be broken in appearance. The middle-aged woman simply did not have the intention of stopping it, and instead of having the idea of stopping it, Wang Bin also had a gloating expression on his face. Snap! A crunching sound rang out. The middle-aged man's palm did not land on the young woman's face. His wrist was grabbed by Yi Xingchen. Although this matter had nothing to do with Yi Xingchen, the scene in front of him made him very angry. Another patriarchal and unreasonable family. How similar to what happened to Su Ningshui. "You, who are you?" The middle-aged man felt the unshakable strength coming from his wrist, and was terrified in his heart as he questioned. "I'm teaching my own daughter a lesson. Who are you to stop it?" "Hmph." Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. "What is your reason for lecturing? You tell me? I, an outsider, feel that she didn't lie. You, a father. What kind of character does your daughter have that you don't know? Whether she's really a mistress or she's really being cheated on. Can you not tell the difference? She was cheated of her feelings. You don't say you're looking for the liar to settle the score and give justice to your daughter, but you're taking it out on your own daughter. What kind of anger and what kind of bravado are you playing?" Yi Xingchen gazed at the middle-aged man and said in a cold, disdainful voice, "Or do you know that you don't have the ability to do anything, and can only be horizontal inside your home? You. The middle-aged man's face changed, but he could not argue. Yi Xingchen was not polite at all and drank. "You what you? I'm most annoyed with people like you who don't stand up for their daughters and take it out on them. Just based on the fact that you favor your son and don't treat your daughter as a human being, you can see that you don't know right from wrong and don't deserve respect." After saying that, he let go of the middle-aged man's wrist. The middle-aged man's face was green and red. Wang Bin shouted angrily, "It's against you, lecturing us." Chapter 77, Calling the Black Panther. Yi Xingchen glanced over to Wang Bin with even more disdain. "You still have the face to talk? You're tall. You want to get married. You need to earn money yourself. You want to rob your sister. Do you still want to have a face? Are you worthy of your gender and height? Take a step back. Even if your sister is really a mistress, you guys look down on her and don't spend a penny on her. That's still considered tough. But you guys came to hijack the villa she earned as a mistress. What are you guys? What's more, she didn't mean it. She was tricked. You as a brother. Your sister suffered such an offense you don't say you are heartbroken. You actually scolded her for being and after scolding her you still want to seize her house. Are you still a person? Woo. The young woman suddenly squatted on the ground and cried out. Yi Xingchen's words directly pierced the most fragile and aggrieved part of her heart, causing her to directly break her defenses. The young woman cried, not to mention how sad she was. This was the aggression she had accumulated for a long time. She was cheated emotionally. How much she wanted to have the comfort and reliance of loved ones, but all she got was taunts and insults. And after the insults, she had to take away the last bit of her foundation. After such a long time, there is finally someone who can say her grievances. Wang Bin was sprayed with blood, but he didn't have the slightest intention of waking up, angrily shouting, "Damn it, it's not your turn to say anything about our family's affairs." Yi Xingchen frowned. "Let me warn you, quickly disappear from my sight. Don't force me to do anything." Wang Bin gasped and laughed at that. "Make a move? You and I make a move? I'll beat you 3 by myself." Saying this, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed towards Yi Xingchen's collar. The young woman's face changed, and she hurriedly stood up from the ground to stop it. She was not familiar with Yi Xingchen and could not let Yi Xingchen get beaten because of her. The fact that Yi Xingchen was able to stand up for justice already made her very grateful. Bang! Yi Xingchen ignored Wang Bin's grasping palm and kicked out afterward, kicking Wang Bin out. Agu! Wang Bin's body was robust, but he was as weak as a chicken in front of Yi Xingchen. He covered his stomach and screamed miserably. The middle-aged woman suddenly jumped up like she was crazy. "You dare to hit my son?" She shouted violently and lunged towards Yi Xingchen. "If you have the ability, you come and hit me. The young woman's face changed. The scariest thing in this family was actually not Wang Bin, but her mom. Her mom was invincible when she spilled her guts. She hurriedly went to block it so that Yi Xingchen could leave, not wanting Yi Xingchen to get into trouble because of it. After all, when faced with a shrewish woman, you can't beat her, and you can't scold her, so it's the hardest thing to deal with. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. This was not difficult to defeat him. He gave Wang Bin a kick once again, causing Wang Bin to scream in pain. "Stand there. If you dare to come within a meter of me, I'll kick him back." Yi Xingchen reached out and lifted Wang Bin up, twisting his arm backward and shouting, "Make the crazy stop. Pain. Wang Bin screamed loudly and roared, "Stop. The middle-aged woman had wanted to headbutt Yi Xingchen, but now she threw herself at him and had to stop. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly and reached out to push Wang Bin out. Tears were coming out of Wang Bin's eyes from the pain in his arm, and the middle-aged woman rushed forward to show her concern. As soon as Wang Bin pushed the woman out of the way, he pointed at Yi Xingchen and roared, "Kid, you can fight right? Old man is not a vegetarian even after a few years in Cloud City. Do you know what my identity is? Have you heard of Black Panther? I'm Black Panther's henchman. My boss's boss is the Tiger Master, the underground bully in Cloud City. Play tough with me. I'll get you killed." Yi Xingchen could basically guess that Wang Bin was bragging. Xie Tianhu had explained the situation of Yinglong Hall. Like the Cloud City Hall, not just anyone was accepted. Wang Bin was most likely an ordinary punk. Yi Xingchen thought about it, but took out his cell phone and decided to ask Xie Tianhu to come over. This kind of thing didn't really need Xie Tianhu to come personally, but Yi Xingchen first wanted to help the young woman, and secondly, he also happened to be looking for Xie Tianhu for something. Wang Bin also called for someone. A few minutes later, 2 motorcycles blew up the street. 3 run-of-the-mill gangsters got off and drew out baseball bats, walking towards this side. "Brother Bing? What? Someone else dares to mess with our brothers?" the gangster in the middle said with a crab-like stride. Bullishly, Wang Bin stared at Yi Xingchen and arrogantly said, "Kid, weren't you quite hung up just now? Now continue to be horizontal." The young woman blocked in front of Yi Xingchen. Wang Bin, don't be like this, he really isn't my friend. None of that matters. Wang Bin's face was hideous as he angrily shouted. Just based on the fact that he just beat me up, I have to clean him up. I have to make him kneel down. It's fine if you don't want him to get beaten up. You transfer the villa to me. The young woman warned. He's someone you can't afford to mess with. If you beat him up, you don't want to feel better. The young woman did not mean to scare Wang Bin. Based on the mere fact that Xingchen knew the general manager of the investment company. With the general manager's segment, dealing with a few punks was as easy as crushing a few ants. But Wang Bin obviously didn't believe it and drank. I'll even try today. He and the 3 punks surrounded Xingchen. Brothers, give him a lesson. Let him know why flowers are so red. With that, the 4 Wang Bin, with teeth and claws, rushed towards Xingchen. Crunch, crunch, but they rushed halfway, when suddenly ear-piercing brakes sounded. 2 Range Rovers stopped on both sides of them. The 4 Wang Bin subconsciously stopped, and then saw the doors of the Land Rovers violently push open, and several big men came down. What's going on here? Wang Bin subconsciously tightened his heart. He could tell that these few big men were from an unusual background. With a bam sound, the baseball bat in the hand of one of the gangsters fell to the ground, and he looked at one of the men and stammered, Panther, Panther, brother Panther. Wang Bin was creeped out. Xingchen looked at Wang Bin, slightly mocking. What? Your own boss, Black Panther, but you don't recognize him? Wang Bin's face changed wildly. It was actually really Black Panther? His companions had already recognized Black Panther, and Black Panther's aura was so strong that it couldn't be wrong. He bragged about Black Panther, and he didn't expect Black Panther to actually come, and it was called by the other party. Xingchen continued his introduction, pointing at the one in the center. The one next to Black Panther is Hmph. Plop. Wang Bin's body went limp and he directly sat down on the ground. Black Panther shouted angrily, "You 4 little brats, you dare to take a shot at Mr. Yi, are you tired of living?" The 3 punks' bodies shivered and immediately knelt down in fear. Black Panther rushed at Xingchen and explained, "Mr. Yi, these are not my men." The 3 gangsters looked at Wang Bin angrily, and in their hearts, they cursed Wang Bin. What the hell have you offended? You actually called Hmph. Now you've caused a lot of trouble. Wang Bin was horrified, rushed to Xingchen, kneel down. Mouth shouted, "I did not know you were a big shot. I was wrong. I never dare again. Brother-in-law, I'm your great uncle." Seeing Xingchen ignoring him, Wang Bin begged the young woman for mercy again. "Sister, you give brother-in-law a word. Let him spare me." Chapter 78, Learning the Truth. The young woman was initially surprised that Xingchen was able to call Hmph, but then she figured out that it wasn't so bad to understand that Xingchen was able to know the general manager of the investment company and then Hmph. She was even more certain that Xingchen's identity was not ordinary. Xingchen looked at Wang Bin and said indifferently, "Still dare to hit the house? Do you know what will happen?" Wang Bin nodded his head like pounding garlic. "I don't dare. Never again." This was not perfunctory on his part, but fear from the bottom of his heart. Hmph had stepped in, if he still wanted the house, unless he wanted to die. Xingchen waved his hand disdainfully. "Get lost." Wang Bin as well as the 3 punks couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect that they would be let off so easily. If they were in their place, they would definitely be properly arrogant. They liked bullying people the most, that way they also appeared to be bullish. The next moment, they rolled and crawled away. The 3 gangsters also didn't dare to give the motorcycle a fire, pushed and ran away. Wang Bin pulled his parents and also quickly disappeared. The young woman looked at Xingchen and gratefully said, "Mr. Yi, thank you." Xingchen let out a faint smile. "You helped me out. I helped you once. It's even. You go first, we still have something to do. Goodbye, Mr. Yi." The young woman said her goodbyes and left. Xingchen turned to look at Hmph. Hmph opened his mouth as if he had something to say. Xingchen pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. On this piece of paper, the names of a dozen or so medicinal herbs were recorded, and the portion sizes were also written on it. "You go get these." Xingchen spoke. Hmph respectfully received it, glanced at it, and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yi, is anyone sick? I'll go prepare immediately." Xingchen shook his head. "For you, me?" Hmph couldn't help but stare. Xingchen nodded his head. "Your strength is too weak. Get you a medicinal bath to boost it." Hmph was stunned on the spot, and was instantly excited and moved. His hands trembled as he held the paper. How could he not know that his strength was too weak? Even if he became a slave of the dragon, he would not achieve much in the future out of his own limitations. That's why the last time he invited Xingchen for dinner, he was asking if there was a way to quickly increase his strength. But unfortunately, his plans were disrupted by what happened later. This time when he saw Xingchen, he wanted to bring it up again, but was stumped as to how to speak. Just then, Yi Xingchen took the initiative to say it. How could Xie Tianhu not be moved? It turned out that the Dragon King had been thinking for him all along. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Xie Tianhu said gratefully. The Black Panther and Leopard next to him couldn't help but envy. They had seen Yi Xingchen's strength with their own eyes, and the medicinal bath that he had taken out must have been remarkably effective. But it was a pity that they were not fortunate enough to enjoy it. Not to mention the fact that the recipe for the medicinal bath that Yi Xingchen gave to Xie Tianhu was a secret. Even if it was made public to them, I'm afraid that the medicinal herbs required would be expensive and not something they could afford. Yi Xingchen looked at Xie Tianhu and said, "Don't waste the rest of the medicinal bath you soaked in. Give it to Black Panther and Flower Leopard. It can also boost some strength." Black Panther and Flower Leopard's spirits shook with excitement at the words, and they hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Xingchen nodded. "Go get ready. Turn around and I'll make a video of a set of boxing techniques and transmit it to you. Not only can you use it when fighting, but it's also a huge help in improving your strength in normal times. Boxing after just soaking in the medicinal bath will speed up the absorption even more, and the effect will be remarkable." Xie Tianhu and Black Panther were thrilled and thanked again. Yi Xingchen was not simply using and instructing them, he also cared about their growth, giving birth to their loyalty. Then, they sent Yi Xingchen back to the neighborhood. When Yi Xingchen returned home, Ma Chunlan asked, "Son, how was the blind date?" Although she did not expect Yi Xingchen to succeed in the blind date, she was concerned about the process. Yi Xingchen sat down on the sofa and said breathlessly, "Not good. Aunt Wang is too pitiful." She didn't even consider that the match wasn't a match. It's simply a haphazard introduction. Ma Chunlan sighed. "Actually, I figured it out later. Wang Shui, she wasn't trying to help. She was trying to block our back roads, so that your Aunt Qin would become dissatisfied with our family, so that there would be no possibility for you and Siwan." Yi Xingchen didn't care about Wang Chui's purpose, but was confused by his own mother's thoughts and asked in confusion, "Mom, what are you talking about? Ning Shui and I are already engaged. What possibility is there for Siwan and I? Are you confused?" He felt that his mom's thoughts were really strange. Alas, Ma Chunlan sighed. She couldn't open her mouth several times before. Today she felt it was time to persuade. She sat down beside Yi Xingchen and said in a serious tone, "Xingchen, as long as mom is not stupid, she knows that Ning Shui's child is good. But your mom and dad are not capable. They can't give you any help. Ning Shui is the star in the sky, and we are the stones on the ground. We can't match. You listen to mom. Let's forget about Ning Shui and live an ordinary life." "Okay." Yi Xingchen instantly frowned. His own mom actually advised himself and Su Ning Shui to separate? He was now completely certain that someone had definitely said something. Otherwise mom wouldn't have somehow come up with this idea. When mom and dad suddenly moved out of the villa last time, he had this kind of conjecture, but did not look deeper. "Is it Su Yingjie? Did he gossip about you guys?" Yi Xingchen inquired again and said, "Mom, you don't need to care what he thinks. He can't change anything." Ma Chunlan shook her head. "It's not him. Xingchen, don't think too much. No one said anything. It's just that your father and I suddenly realized the gap and woke up." "No," Yi Xingchen firmly said. "Someone must have said something. Otherwise you wouldn't have suddenly persuaded me to break up with Ning Shui. Before Ning Shui and I got engaged, you must have gone through thinking and finally recognized the gap, and it won't change easily again later." "Mom, you tell me. Who said what to you guys? If you don't make it clear, I won't rest. You child." Ma Chunlan was helpless. Under Yi Xingchen's pressing, she finally spoke, her face grim. "Mom doesn't want to break you guys up either. It's all for your safety. Last time there was a rich big young man, suddenly blocked me and your father on the road. Said Ning Shui is the person he sees. If you do not separate from Ning Shui, then, will hurt you. You say I and your father can do? We are a small family. We can't compare with others." Yi Xingchen's face instantly chilled. He didn't expect someone to do this kind of thing behind his back, actually threatening his parents. Really damned. Ma Chunlan persuaded bitterly. "Xingchen, listen to mom. Separate from Ning Shui. That's not the world of our ordinary people." Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Mom, the person who threatened you, what does he look like?" Ma Chunlan hurriedly said worriedly, "Why are you asking this? You can't do anything stupid." Chapter 79, To Ask a Clear Question. Yi Xingchen let his expression relax in order to allay his mom's worries and said in a slower tone, "Don't worry mom. I won't be impulsive. I just want to know who is trying to break me and Ning Shui apart. You can't leave me in the dark, right?" Ma Chunlan thought about it and felt that Yi Xingchen would always have a lump in his heart if he didn't ask clearly, so he described the looks of the big young man. She also talked about the big young man's luxury car, his temperament and his bodyguards to prove that he was not from the same world as the ordinary people, trying to make Yi Xingchen realize the gap and not do anything stupid. Yi Xingchen ignored the big young man's platitudes, and after he heard that big young man's looks, he couldn't help but think of the youth he met at the investment meeting. At that time, at the investment meeting venue, when he came back from going to the restroom, that youth appeared out of nowhere and became the object of Su's family's pursuit. It should be that person. Xingchen narrowed his eyes. This asshole. He actually threatened my parents behind my back. Coldness surfaced in Xingchen's heart. Then he couldn't help but think. At the investment venue, after I came back from going to the restroom, the other people looked at me strangely. Was it also because of him? What did he say? I really didn't expect it. He's actually hitting on Ning Shue's idea. Hmph. He has to ask me if I agree or not. Xingchen stood up. Ma Chunlan tugged on Xingchen's hand. Nervous? What are you doing? You promised Mom that you can't go to that big young man. We really can't afford to mess with him. Xingchen was stunned. Mom, what are you dragging me for? I have to go to work. Ma Chunlan froze, half convinced. You know that someone is trying to break up you and Ning Shui. You're not angry? You said you're going to work. Don't lie to Mom. Xingchen smiled bitterly. I'm just angry, but I also have to go to work first. If I don't go again, my salary will be deducted. Ma Chunlan let go of Xingchen's hand. Then you go to work quickly. I'll talk to you about your marriage to Ning Shui after work. Xingchen's face went cold after he walked out of the house. He wanted to find Su Ningsu and ask her what exactly was going on with that youth, and what exactly happened at the investment meeting. What was the truth that Su Chanfeng had said? At this time in the Ningsu company, Su Ningsu received a call from Su Chanfeng. Su Chanfeng spoke much more politely than before. Cousin, a family banquet is being held today. You have to come and participate. Su Ning Shui was very clear in her heart. To be attentive to nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. The Su family suddenly hosted a family banquet for themselves to attend. It should be for the shared investment matter. In addition, in the past 2 days, he had received quite a few phone calls from Su Yinghao and Su Haichang, all of which were to put in a good word for Huang Mingzhi, and he was afraid that the family banquet would have Huang Mingzhi attending as well. Therefore, Xingchen directly refused. I'm really busy with work, so I won't go to the family banquet. Cousin, how can you not come? Grandpa specially invited you. Su Changfeng kept persuading, but Su Ningxue was all a sentence of too busy, giving her refusal. The phone suddenly changed hands on the other side. Su Hongchang's voice rang out. I've already called your father. He promised to come to the family banquet. Su Ningsu, if you still consider yourself a Su family member, come over. Hearing this, Su Ningxue's face changed, so she couldn't not go. Su Hongchang finally added, by the way, you can't bring Xingchen over. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Without any hesitation, Su Ningxue proceeded to call Xingchen. After the call was connected, she said, today is the Su family's family banquet. You and I will attend it together. Su Ningxue thought to herself, if the eldest uncle and the others really wanted to set themselves up with Huang Mingzhi, if they hid it from Xingchen, it was similar to going out to steal the sunshine. Of course they couldn't listen to Grandpa. On the other hand, Xingchen just wanted to call Su Ningxue when the phone call came. Once he heard that it was a family dinner, he said, okay, you come and pick me up. I happen to have some things I want to ask clearly. Not long after, Su Ningxue drove to pick up Xingchen. Xingchen pulled open the passenger door. After getting on the car, he found that Su Yingjie and Chen Mei were both sitting in the back row. He originally wanted to ask what happened at the investment venue, but there was no way to open his mouth. Su Yingjie in the back row, dissatisfied, opened his mouth. Ningxue, just now asked you why you turned to this street. You do not say. It turns out to be to pick him up? What are you doing bringing him to the family banquet? Aren't you giving your grandfather a hard time? Isn't it making me look for a scolding? Su Ningxue did not answer, thinking, who made you agree to attend the family banquet? If I wasn't afraid of you getting scolded at the family banquet, I wouldn't have agreed to attend. Chen Mei smiled and asked, Xingchen, are your parents used to living in the old house? When are they going to move back? These 2 days without your mom to chat with me. It's too boring. Xingchen turned around and said, they are all old neighbors. My parents are quite used to it. However, they will move back above the cloud top soon. That's good. Chen Mei laughed. Su Yingjie, who was next to him, gave Chen Mei a disgusted look. Really no taste, and an ordinary woman even became a good sister. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Su family. After entering the courtyard, from afar, they could see in the living room, Su Hongchang, Su Yinghao, Su Changfeng. The three of them accompanied Huang Mingzhi to talk. At a glance, one could discern the pleasing intentions of the three. That person is actually in? Xingchen instantly frowned. It seemed that the purpose of the family banquet was not pure, not only coveting the investment. He could see in a trance that the three Su Hongchang masters, plus the young man, one carrying a hoe on his shoulder, were preparing to poach him. Dare to dig my corner, the hoe will pout and break for you. Xingchen snorted coldly in his heart. When Su Ningxue saw that Huang Mingzhi was there, she also changed her face slightly, thinking that she had guessed correctly. Calling Yi Xingchen was really a wise choice. Otherwise she would have become a slag woman carrying her fiancé behind her back. Su Hongchang's 3 gazes looked out, and when it landed on Yi Xingchen, his face suddenly changed, and he drank. Aren't you not allowed to bring him? Su Yinghao reached out and pointed at Yi Xingchen, coldly saying, he is not welcome in the Su family, let him go. Su Ningxue reached out to hold Yi Xingchen's arm. Since we're not welcome, then let's go? Su Hongchang's face changed. The reason why he was able to invite Huang Mingzhi here. Huang Mingzhi was rushing at Su Ningxue, not at him as a bad old man. With Su Ningxue gone, this banquet would be broken up. He no longer said anything about driving Yi Xingchen away, and said in a cold voice, enter the table. Su Hongchang walked towards the table and naturally sat on the main seat. Then he enthusiastically arranged Huang Mingzhi in the main guest seat. Come, Ningsu, you sit here. Huang Xiao is your classmate. Catching up, Su Hongchang said as he pointed to the seat next to Huang Mingzhi. Yi Xingchen then realized the relationship between the youth and Ningxue. So they were classmates. He instantly understood a lot. It must be that the two had met by chance at the investment meeting, and the Su family then wanted to use this relationship to flatter this investment company. However, the Su family set up Su Ningsu and her classmate in front of themselves. They really didn't put themselves in their eyes. Chapter 80, Sitting with a Dog. In response to Su Hongchang's request, Su Ningxue naturally couldn't sit over there. She sat down at the farthest position. Su Hongchang coughed. Changfeng, you sit next to Huang Xiao. Pour wine for Huang Xiao. After Su Changfeng sat down, he snorted at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, there's no place prepared for you here. I'll get you a bowl. You go to the dog kennel. You're only worthy of sitting with my family's dog too. Ha ha ha. Huang Mingzhi laughed at that. Yi Xingchen was the Su family's granddaughter-in-law, and he was just an outsider. But the fact that he, the outsider, became the guest of honor and his granddaughter-in-law was not treated well made him feel superior. Su Yingjie's face was ugly, but he wasn't holding a grudge for Yi Xingchen. Rather he felt that Yi Xingchen had even disgraced him. He naturally had no intention of speaking for Yi Xingchen. Su Ningxue's face was chilled. Su Changfeng actually told Yi Xingchen to go to the dog kennel. This would undoubtedly make Yi Xingchen very embarrassed. Just as Su Ningxue was about to open her mouth to speak, Yi Xingchen pulled a chair and sat in the middle of Su Changfeng and Huang Mingzhi. Su Changfeng, Huang Mingzhi? Su Changfeng's words, you're also only worthy of sitting with dogs, were still ringing in his ears when Yi Xingchen squeezed in. I Nima. Su Changfeng and Huang Mingzhi's faces went black. Su Ningxue puffed and laughed. Yi Xingchen could always make others lift a stone to hit their own feet. Chen Mei whispered, why do I have deja vu with this scene? Right, it reminds me of like my old husband. Su Yingjie's face sank. Okay, eat. Don't let the mood be affected because of certain people. Su Hongchang waved his hand, then raised his wineglass, a smile surging on his face. Come, let's toast to Huang Xiao together. Huang Xiao, if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known that Ningxue had such a marvelous classmate like you. Ningxue, young Huang has come to Yun City. You must be more enthusiastic. Take young Huang on a tour. Enjoy the local customs of Yun City and savor the local snacks. Su Hongchang commanded. Su Ningxue spoke in a faint voice. I've been quite busy with work lately. I don't have time for a tour. It's better to let Su Changfeng lead Huang Mingzhi there. Su Yinghao frowned. Ningxue, you're being impolite. You don't think about it. You are busy at work because of what? If it wasn't for Huang Xiao helping you get the investment, would you have the chance to be busy? You can't eat water and forget to dig a well. He then turned his face and smiled. Huang Xiao, you all helped Su Ningxue get the investment. Help my Su family too? Huang Mingzhi smiled and opened his mouth. I and Ningxue are classmates. Help her because there is this relationship. And you, the relationship is not to that point. Oh. Su Yinghao, Su Hongchang, and Su Changfeng all understood in seconds. Huang Xiao was implying to them that they had to take down Su Ningxue before they could do so. Yi Xingchen listened from the side and frowned straight away. The investment of Ningxue Company was obviously the general manager who informed himself. How did it become this Huang Xiao's credit? He suddenly realized. All understood. It must be that this kid came out and grabbed the credit. No wonder at that time in the investment venue, other people look at themselves with that kind of eyes. It was because everyone else thought of himself as the one who grabbed the credit. Damn, this old six. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but curse. Being an old sixth when it came to his own head, Su Hongchang spoke in a deep voice. Su Ningxue and Yi Xingchen, the two of them won't make it. I'll make a statement today. As the Su family head, I don't agree. Su Yinghao also spoke. As Su Ningxue's eldest uncle, I also disagree. Su Yingjie sort of understood. Pops and Big Brother are trying to set up Su Ningxue and Huang Xiao. This is the first time that the two of them have done something to satisfy themselves, and immediately said, I don't agree either. Chen Mei reached out and pinched Suing Jie in the ribs, almost died of anger. This no talent. All day long net dry elbow to turn outward. Huang Mingzhi looked at Yi Xingchen with a smile in his eyes. His eyes were full of mockery as he spoke. I also think that with Ning Shue's looks and talents, she deserves a better person. Certain people don't deserve it. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes and said, you said it was you who helped Ning Shui get the investment. What evidence do you have? Huang Mingzhi chucked a small piece of crispy pork into his mouth and snorted. You don't deserve to talk to me. Su Changfeng said from the side. Huang Xiao is the manager of the investment department. He's the one responsible for the investment piece. He helped Su Ningxue get the investment. What evidence is needed? Su Yinghao snorted coldly. What? You still want to question this? Now that Huang Xiao is in front of him, do you still dare to say that you helped Su Ningxue get the investment? Su Hongchang looked disgusted. Why is your skin so thick? For a while, everyone's gazes stared aggressively at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was frankly unperturbed. It was me who helped Su Ningxue get the investment. I have acquaintances in the investment company. Snort. Su Hongchang and the others snorted in unison. What acquaintances do you have that can compare to Huang Xiao? I don't even believe you have acquaintances. You're a poor man. How could you possibly know someone from a provincial company? Huang Mingzhi looked at Yi Xingchen with condescending eyes and said faintly, tell me, who are your acquaintances in the investment company? Yi Xingchen coldly said, do you think you are great? I'll make one phone call and jerk you around, believe it or not? Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Su Hongchang's three masters, as well as Huang Mingzhi, all laughed out loud. Su Changfeng exclaimed, Huang Xiao is the manager of the investment department. His grandfather is the Yinglong temple protector. The third person in the hall. You said to jerk him off? Ha ha, you're so funny. The dislike in Su Hongchang's eyes became even more intense and he angrily shouted, Suing Jie, look, what kind of a thing did you find? Suing Jie's face was ugly as he pointed at Yi Xingchen. Shut up, don't you think I'm not humiliated enough? Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone. Huang Mingzhi stared at Yi Xingchen with a smirk. Yo, you're going to make a call. I'll just sit here and wait while you jerk off. Su Ningxue reached out and held down Yi Xingchen's hand, shaking her head slightly. Her eyes even brought some blame. Alright, don't make a scene. I've always known that you want to help me. Huang Mingzhi, he is the manager of the investment department, so don't fight with him on this matter. Don't worry, if he forces me to agree to anything because of this, I won't invest is all. Su Ningsu obviously didn't believe it either. Ningsu, you don't believe it either, right? I'll prove it to you. Yi Xingchen said, dialed the number and said, I want you to jack the manager of the investment department. Do it instantly. I'll stay with him now. I'll wait for the result. What? You said his identity is not trivial, cannot be through the phone, to deal with face to face, said to come over? Okay, I'll wait for you at Su's house. After speaking on the phone, Yi Xingchen put down his cell phone. The dining table was silent. Put. Su Changfeng suddenly burst out laughing. Yi Xingchen, you acted quite like it. Who did you call? When will he come? Don't make us wait until dark. Chapter 81, Breaking Down Huang Mingzhi. Su Yinghao looked at Yi Xingchen and shook his head, saying disdainfully, crazy. Su Hongchang was already disgusted with Yi Xingchen to the extreme, and said to Huang Mingzhi, Huang Xiao, let's eat. Ignore this little cutie. For Yi Xingchen to be able to fire Huang Mingzhi with a single phone call, even Chen Mei and Su Ningxue did not believe it. Su Ningxue suddenly spoke. I remembered that there is work that needs to be dealt with. Xingchen, let's go. Don't. Su Changfeng hurriedly got up and stopped Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue, Yi Xingchen wants to act like a pussy. You have to give him this opportunity. We're all waiting for the people he called to come and then jerk off Huang Xiao. Su Ningxue and Chen Mei couldn't help but worry for Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was afraid that he would be unable to get off the stage later and become very embarrassed. After 10 minutes, Su Changfeng urged up. Yi Xingchen, is the person you called still coming? I can't wait. Su Yinghao coldly drank and opened his mouth, saying big words like that. You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Stand up and apologize to Huang Xiao. Right at this moment, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan traveled into the Su family. Everyone couldn't help but stare. Then, two people came down from the car. One was a female secretary in professional attire, and the other was a middle-aged man in a suit. General manager? Huang Mingzhi couldn't help but stare. Su Hongchang and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was the general manager of Yinglong Investment Branch? In the next moment, they couldn't help but look at Yi Xingchen. Could it really be that Yi Xingchen had called him? Yi Xingchen actually knew the general manager of the investment branch? If this seemed to be the case, the investment in Ningxue Company was really Yi Xingchen's help in taking it down. Su Ningxue's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart could not help but feel guilty. She had misunderstood Yi Xingchen. Su Chongfeng's face changed as he spoke. Yi Xingchen, I can't imagine that you really know someone from the investment company. However, if you want to jack off on Huang Xiao, that's overthinking it. Do you know the true identity of Huang Xiao? On Huang Mingzhi's face, there was also a look of confidence. His grandfather was a guardian of the law, and the general manager who beat the dog, wanted to target him would also have to take into account this level of identity. District a branch of the general manager, cannot dare to fire him. Huang Mingzhi saw the general manager, did not get up, and faintly said, "General manager, what are you here for? It's really unexpected that you actually know such a low-level person." The general manager spoke. Huang Mingzhi, go back to the provincial city. The stage in Cloud City is too small for you to exert yourself. You should go to a bigger place. What did you say? Huang Mingzhi instantly narrowed his eyes. Although the general manager spoke politely, it was clear that he was driving him away. Su Hongchang and the others were even more shocked. The general manager actually really did what Xingchen said. Really want to jerk Huang Mingzhi around? The general manager once again said, I say you go back to the provincial city. Just don't take up a position in the Yuncheng branch. Huang Zhiming stood up angrily. You're not mistaken. My grandfather is the Yinglong temple protector. Are you crazy to drive me away? The general manager did not budge. As the general manager of the Yuncheng branch, I have the right to decide on the issue of transferring any personnel of the branch. In fact, after receiving Xingchen's call, he asked Missy for advice, and Missy replied that she would do exactly what Xingchen said. Only then did the general manager feel relieved to do as he was told without any worries. Although Huang Mingzhi's grandfather was a protector, but above himself was the hall master Of course, according to the hall master's meaning, Huang Mingzhi angrily said, You dare to fire me? Do you believe that I will make a phone call and jerk you? The general manager? The general manager smiled faintly. If you want to jerk me off, that would require an order from the hall master himself, so operate as you please. Young Huang, alright, I've already informed you. From this moment onwards, you are no longer a member of the branch. After saying that, the general manager turned around and walked towards the car. The Su family's people, all of their faces changed, their hearts wondering what kind of identity Xingchen had. Actually able to make the general manager disregard the protector's layer of relationship and fire Huang Mingzhi? The only ones who could not care about the protector were the hall master and vice hall master, right? Could it be that Xingchen knew one of the two? Last time, the hall master attended Xingchen's engagement banquet. Was it not a coincidence? Was it true? Did Xingchen really know the Yinglong hall master? Thinking like this, the Su family's gaze towards Xingchen changed. Xingchen became mysterious all of a sudden. The general manager turned around and walked towards the car. The secretary naturally had to accompany her to leave, but she thought of Xingchen's help in the afternoon, and nodded to Xingchen as she turned around. Mr. Yi, goodbye, goodbye. Xingchen nodded. Su Ningxue was surprised and asked, Who is she? A neighbor of the district. Xingchen replied. Chen Mei said at the side. Yes, I've seen her in the neighborhood. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class left the Su family. Huang Mingzhi's face was very ugly. After his face changed, he rushed at Xingchen and drank. What exactly is your identity? Could it be that you are a person of the hall master? Xingchen snorted coldly. Now you know what I said is not true? To actually snatch away the credit for getting the investment. Do you still have some face left? And the account of you threatening my parents. I will settle it with you as well. Huang Mingzhi's face turned blue, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Xingchen, confused for a moment as to what relationship Xingchen had with the temple master. Young Huang, take it easy. Su Changfeng had been wrinkling his brows in thought just now. At this moment, he suddenly said, I think, everyone has been fooled by Xingchen. He doesn't have any mysterious identity at all, but he's just using a blindfold. What do you mean? The others looked at Su Changfeng in puzzlement. Su Changfeng spoke eloquently, stating his own conjecture. In my opinion, Xingchen doesn't know the general manager at all. He only knows the general manager's secretary. He helped Su Ningxue get the investment through the general manager's secretary. After all, the first day the investment company came to Cloud City, it knew very little about the local businesses. The general manager's secretary's words still carry a lot of weight. The others recognized this in their hearts. But what about the firing of Huang Mingzhi? Su Changfeng continued. As for Huang Xiao here, Xingchen must have learned in advance, through his secretary, about the investment branch's posting problems, and the general manager had long ago made the decision to ostracize Huang Xiao, so he went along for the ride. Su Yinghao still had doubts in his heart, frowning, but, this is too coincidental. Why could Xingchen accurately grasp the timing of this? Make a phone call and the general manager came when he said he would. Su Changfeng said, Don't forget you guys, Xingchen has a precedent. He is the best at opportunism. The engagement banquet he learned that the big shots went to dinner, so he took advantage of it. And now that he knows the secretary, he knows the internal struggles of the investment company. and he took advantage of it again. As for why it's such a coincidence, there may be an element of his luck. You guys don't think about it. Xingchen, he's a poor person. What makes him know the hall master of Long Hall? Su Changfeng made a flurry of analysis. The others gradually believed it, one by one as if they were waking up from a dream. So it's like that. So it's like this. Almost got fooled. Chapter 82, Su Ningshue's compensation. The gaze that the Su family members looked at Xingchen was no longer scornful. Xingchen was merely recognizing a secretary. It was nothing. Xingchen could not help but admire Su Changfeng's brain circuits. On the road of hypnotizing himself, it was really skilled. Stupid than you. Xingchen looked at Su Changfeng and frowned. I really know the general manager. Ha! Su Changfeng looked disdainful and said proudly. I've already seen through all your tricks, so don't pretend. But even so, Huang Mingzhi was still very embarrassed. Everyone else knew that it was indeed him who had grabbed the credit, and that he had indeed been fired. He really didn't have the face to continue staying, and angrily said, a general manager is just a general manager. It can't suppress me, and you, Xingchen, we'll see. After saying this, he walked out with large strides. Su Hongchang's three masters hurriedly chased after him to send. Huang Xiao, you go slowly. Although Huang Mingzhi was not the manager of the investment department anymore, his grandfather was after all the protector, and it was highly likely that he would make a comeback. Next time, Huang Mingzhi might directly become the general manager. Xingchen and Su Ningshui, all of them, also took this opportunity to leave the table. Chen Mei spoke. Ningshui, Xingchen, you two go first. I'll take a walk with your father. She knew that a misunderstanding had arisen between the two, so she created an opportunity for them to quickly go and solve it. Su Yingjie, the uncomprehending one, dissatisfiedly said. They drove the car away. How can I go back? More than 10 kilometers. You said walk back. Are you crazy? But his act of stopping it was pulled back by Chen Mei. Su Yingjie looked at Xingchen's back and snorted coldly. Faking it. Chen Mei retorted. What's false about faking? Wasn't it Xingchen who helped to get the investment in Ningxue Company? Instead, it was that Huang Mingzhi who faked it. As for Xingchen utilizing the opportunity and borrowing someone else's momentum to be able to succeed both times, that also requires skill. Su Yingjie snorted coldly. Anyway, he just couldn't see Xingchen. He would rather have Huang Mingzhi, who had no character but a strong background, as his son-in-law. Su Ningshui drove for a while, then stopped next to the park and opened her mouth. Go down for a walk. Good. Xingchen naturally agreed. It was rare for him and Su Ningshui to have this kind of leisurely time to enhance their relationship. The two of them walked on the path in the park, feeling the breeze caressing them. Su Ningshui suddenly said, I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. On the matter of getting the investment, I thought you lied. It was really Huang Mingzhi's special identity that made me suspicious. But in the end, it's still because I don't trust you enough. Xingchen smiled. It's okay. In fact, you've done a good job. In your heart, although you're dissatisfied that I lied, but on the surface, you've still been defending me. The time we've known each other is still short. We're still getting to know each other. When we know enough, we'll trust enough. Thank you. Su Ningshui appreciated Xingchen's generosity, and pondered in her heart how to make up for her guilt towards Xingchen. Alright, can't go forward. Right at this moment, Xingchen suddenly twitched his ears and said, What's wrong? Su Ningshui looked puzzled. There is a lake in front. The scenery by the lake is only good. Xingchen's face was a little embarrassed. Let's not look at the lake today. Let's walk back. But the more this happened, the more curious Su Ningshui became. She listened carefully. There was a slight snapping sound coming from the front. It seems like someone is swatting mosquitoes. Su Ningshui condensed her eyes to look, only to see that in the grove, a picture was faintly presented before her eyes. Su Ningshui instantly had a jolt and hastily covered her eyes up, then turned around and ran towards the way she came. Xingchen laughed bitterly. Reminding you and still curious. Had to take a look. This situation made his heart surge as well. Next, both of them were a bit embarrassed. It was only when they walked all the way to the car that they felt better. Su Ningshui suddenly turned back and mustered up enough courage to say, This time it was me who misunderstood you. I made a mistake. I can let you have a kiss. She stretched out a finger like a green onion like jade. Just a little bit. Oh. Xingchen instantly froze. Did happiness come so suddenly? Although the two were engaged. But that belonged to getting on the bus first and then replenishing the ticket, and now it still belonged to the replenishment stage of cultivating feelings, and there hadn't been any intimacy moves yet. He couldn't help but look at Su Ningshui in front of him, under the streetlight. The dim streetlight seemed to have set a layer of gold on her marvelous body. The beauty was unbelievable. The warm lips were dainty, but he himself would be able to have a shallow taste in no time. Xingchen secretly swore that the fullness of that chest and the straight long legs were his next target. Su Ningshui noticed Xingchen's gaze. and thought that Xingchen wanted to choose one of the three, so she shyly lowered her head and said, I can give you 3 options: mouth, breasts, and legs. Choose one of them, but all of them can only be one time. Okay. Xingchen thought about it and slowly put his face up. Su Ningxue knew that Xingchen had chosen kissing, and shyly closed her eyes. An electrifying sensation. But then, Su Ningxue felt 2 more hands on her body. She made a gesture to push, but Xingchen had already jumped away. Su Ningxue angrily pointed at Xingchen. How can you be like this? Didn't I let you choose 1 out of 3? You actually want all of them. Xingchen hemmed and hawed from a few meters away. Children only make choices. Adults want them all. Su Ningxue was so angry that she stomped her feet, pointing at Xingchen, so angry that she didn't know what to say. You hateful old six. Xingchen hemmed and hawed, feeling as if he had taken advantage of something, but he did not know. If replaced by another thick-skinned person, just did not need to jump away. Directly tough, can be Su Ningxue walloped on the street lamppost. At night, Xingchen had a beautiful dream. The next day, he still went to work. Arriving at the office was still Jianglin, who arrived first and was already working. Good morning, Sister Jiang. Xingchen smiled and greeted. Morning, Jianglin responded, then frowned and hissed as if she was enduring some pain. Xingchen asked, Sister Jiang, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Jianglin smiled. Nothing. Xingchen continued. Where are you uncomfortable? I can help you with a diagnosis. No need. Jianglin shook her head. It was a little hard to open up with the opposite sex where she was uncomfortable. But then, she thought of Xingchen's medical skills and changed her words. I almost forgot. You are a little miracle doctor. I slept on my side yesterday and milked it. 2 small bumps appeared inside. It's quite painful. Is there any way to pass it open? As she said that, her face turned a little red. Xingchen cursed himself for being talkative. Milking this kind of thing was really not something he could handle. This was actually a small matter. Just find a professional to rub it open. But Jianglin didn't seem to have that time. If she continued to squeeze it, the inside would turn into pus and induce a high fever. After thinking for a while, Xingchen still said, there are 2 ways to open it up. One is to rub it with my hands, but I'm obviously not comfortable with that. But I can use acupuncture, and a single needle will ensure that it opens up. If you are willing, Sister Jiang, I can help you with a needle. Just through your clothes. Chapter 83. Li Siwon's boyfriend. Jianglin has been running both ways at home and company. There is no time to go to the hospital. As soon as she heard that it's possible to do it through her clothes, she said, then, I'll trouble you. Xingchen pinched out a silver needle, asked the location of the bruise, and then accurately placed the needle. The silver needle buzzed and trembled, and Jianglin could clearly feel the smooth flow. After personally experiencing Xingchen's medical skills, she exclaimed that it was miraculous. Jianglin glanced at Xingchen, who was close by. Suddenly feeling that this young man was very capable and secure, she ghostly opened her mouth. Brother Yi, do you mind having one more son without going through your own efforts? Xingchen was flabbergasted for a moment, then said, I still kinda mind the matter of having a child. I'd rather do it myself. Jianglin covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Xingchen heard footsteps approaching and withdrew the silver needle. Immediately afterward, Lu Ziyan walked into the office, looking suspiciously at the separated Xingchen and Jianglin. The two had just gotten very close, and Jianglin's face was red. Lu Ziyan's eyes flashed a nasty light. Jianglin was actually very attractive. Her body was very full, making the other people in the office didn't peek. Lu Ziyan couldn't help but look at Xingchen with jealousy, cursing in his heart, damn, this kid is blessed. After the start time came, a man in his 40s, who seemed to be extremely dignified, brought a young man and came to the business 3 group. After Lu Ziyan saw it, he ran into Wang Jian's office first and called Wang Jian out to greet him. Wang Jian trotted up and exaggerated. Manager Xiao, if you have something, just make a call and I'll go over. Why are you still making a personal trip? Jianglin introduced for Xingchen in a low voice. This is the purchasing department manager, and is also considered Wang Jian's honored person. Xingchen finally understood why Wang Jian was able to sit as a supervisor. So there was someone above him. The probability was that Manager Xiao wanted to cultivate a close friend of his in the business department. Manager Xiao pointed to the young man beside him and said, this is a supplier of auxiliary materials. You guys communicate and write a market report to me so that I can determine the number of purchases. Okay, Manager Xiao, you can rest assured. Wang Jian hurriedly agreed, then stretched out his hand to the young man. My name is Wang Jian. What's the brother's name? The young man shook Wang Jian's hand. Surname Sun Mingyu. Then, Manager Xiao turned to leave, and Wang Jian invited Sun Mingyu into the independent office. Xingchen, however, frowned and fell into thought. Sun Mingyu? This name is a bit familiar. From where did I hear it? Yes. Xingchen thought of it. That boyfriend of Li Siwen's who tricked her into taking out a loan is called this name. He later heard Li Siwen mention this person's name, but whether it was a rename or not, he couldn't be sure now, but the age was right. Xingchen picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Li Siwen. Do you still have a picture of your heartless boyfriend? Soon after, Li Siwen replied, how could I still have his picture? Brother Xingchen, why did you suddenly remember to ask this? Xingchen casually said, if I meet him on the street in the future, I can beat him up to take it out on you. Li Siwen sent over an emoji that moved her to tears. Brother Xingchen is so nice. Oh yeah, I seem to have a picture of him stored in my mailbox. Xingchen immediately said, send me the photo and I'll take a look. I'll also see what the scum looks like. A dozen seconds later, Li Siwen sent the photo. Xingchen took one look and confirmed that it was not a rename. It was the same person inside Wang Jian's office. What an enemy. Xingchen muttered to himself, then thought of more. I don't believe that someone with this kind of character would cooperate in a regular manner. Is there something fishy here? I'm going to find out. A few minutes later, Wang Jian sent Sun Mingyu out and spoke. Zhang Ziyan, you follow Mr. Sun back and bring back some information. Zhang Ziyan said bitterly, Supervisor Wang, I have important work at hand. Why don't I send someone else? This kind of errand task was purely a delay, and Zhang Ziyan was unwilling to go. When he said send someone else, his eyes looked at Xingchen if anything. Wang Jian spoke. Xingchen, you follow Mr. Sun back. Good. Xingchen did not refuse, but instead was very positive. Xingchen followed Sun Mingyu out. Sun Mingyu knew that Xingchen was just a small salesman, or the kind that did odd jobs. He was disdainful in his heart and did not have the intention to take care of him. Arriving at the parking lot, Sun Mingyu pulled open the door of a BMW 3 Series and said indifferently, get in. Xingchen sat in the back row. After a while suddenly asked, Mr. Sun, you look like you just graduated from college. Really young and talented. Sun Mingyu impatiently replied, well, just graduated a year ago. Xingchen laughed and asked, you must have fallen in love in college, right? Mentioning this, Sun Mingyu instead came to some interest, bragging, there are 3 universities in Yunchang, and I have girlfriends in each school at the same time. Xingchen's face couldn't help but chill. He didn't expect that Sun Mingyu not only cheated money, but also stepped on 3 boats. He narrowed his eyes and asked, does Mr. Sun have any impressive ones? Sun Mingyu disappointedly said, the most unfortunate one is the one from Yunchang University. A group of traditional thinking didn't take much advantage, but in the end, Sun Mingyu did not continue. Xingchen's eyes have been a piece of coldness. Sun Mingyu pit Li Siwen so miserable, actually a little bit of guilt, but as a capital to show off, simply not a little conscience and shame. 40 minutes later, the BMW came to the outskirts of the city of a textile factory. Sun Mingyu gave the information, let Xingchen own taxi back. Xingchen didn't say much and turned around to leave. However, after turning around, he arrived outside the courtyard wall of the factory's warehouse. The 2-meter-high courtyard wall, coupled with the half-meter-high electronic fence. Xingchen easily leapt over it. The people inside the factory were a virtual nullity to Xingchen. He easily avoided everyone's ears and eyes and entered the warehouse. Under normal circumstances, this kind of small textile factory was not qualified to supply cloth to Lin's company. It was highly likely that Sun Mingyu had a benefit transfer to manager Xiao. However, that was not the point. Xingchen wanted to see if the cloth supplied was qualified. After Xingchen entered the warehouse, he was then surprised by a warehouse full of fabrics, storing so many goods. How is it possible? Xingchen was puzzled. A small factory like this one can't afford to press on. Raw materials are a huge sum of money. He then went on to inspect the cloths and found that they were actually of top quality. However, it was clear that this level of cloth was not something that a small factory could produce. Strange. Xingchen was completely unable to get a clue for a while. Chapter 84 The Problem of Cloth. At this time, someone came in from outside the warehouse, and Xingchen dodged to hide. The ones who came in were Sun Mingyu and a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged woman frowned and said, I'm still distracted. There won't be any problems, right? Suddenly getting such a cheap batch of goods. I think there's something fishy in it. Sun Mingyu didn't care and said, the cloth doesn't smell any pungent odor, and we've taken it to the laboratory and the chemicals don't exceed the standard. So what's there to be afraid of? We must have gotten lucky and picked it up. Mom, don't hesitate. We'll make a lot of money if we make this deal. He was very proud. Although I gave manager Xiao $200,000, I managed to sell this batch of cloth to Lin's clothing at a high price. This batch of cloth is cheap. The profit in the middle is too high. The middle-aged man spoke up. Right, don't hesitate. Take a shot and turn the bike into a motorcycle. I don't want to go through the financial crisis of a while ago again. It's too hard to mortgage all that can be mortgaged. The three people walked out after turning around in the warehouse. Xingchen sort of heard it. Sun Mingyu's family is just a small textile factory. Suddenly found a batch of cheap cloth on the market and took it. By getting through to Manager Xiao, he sold it to Lin's company, earning a high price difference. For Manager Xiao, the quality of the cloth was over the top, and he could still get a fortune. So naturally he was happy. For this batch of cloth, Xingchen just looked at it. The quality was indeed superior. And Sun Mingyu also said that the chemical substance did not exceed the standard. However, this is strange. In this world, there is no flat-out picking up things. Others are not stupid. How can they sell quality cloth cheaply? Sun Mingyu's father and son must also have this doubt. They were just blinded by the profit. Xingchen was convinced that there must be a problem with the cloth. But where exactly is the problem? Xingchen frowned, and a moment later, he smelled a smell if nothing else, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chuan Jinhua? He moved closer to the cloth, sniffed it carefully, and after recognizing it, he was sure. No, it's Chuan Jinhua. Chuan Jinhua was a highly toxic herb. Xingchen followed his master for these 2 years and learned too many things. Although he was in prison, the old man was simply a free man. All kinds of medicinal herbs could be brought to Xingchen for identification and taught him pharmacology. And Xingchen is worthy of what the old man called a heavenly talent. Sponge-sucking water to absorb this knowledge. At the same time, the martial arts strength is also like a rocket to improve. After determining that there was the odor of Chuan Jinhua, Xingchen finally figured it out and muttered to himself. It should be because for some reason, this batch of cloth was contaminated by the Chuan Jinhua, and the toxicity of the Chuan Jinhua was so strongly adhered to it that it couldn't be removed. And this batch of cloth became a waste product. And the person who was responsible for handling this batch of cloth, who also wanted to make a fortune in black-heartedness, resold it and it fell into Sun Mingyu's hands. Doing chemical substance tests on the cloth. Of course, the tests couldn't come up with anything, but this batch of cloth was made into clothes, and after people wore it, they would definitely be poisoned. At that time it would be a crisis for Lin's company, facing huge compensation not to mention smashing the brand. I will never let this happen. Lin Yaqi, you have to owe me a big favor. Xingchen muttered to himself, then said in a cold voice, Sun Mingyu, you lost your conscience to victimize Li Siwen, letting a girl take on loan sharks. And you also have a bad heart, coming over to Lin's company to make black money. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Then, he slipped out of the warehouse and returned to the company. Xingchen walked into Wang Jian's office and put the information down for him. Wang Jian was fiddling with a shopping cart in his hand, and didn't mean to turn his back on Xingchen. Instead, he intentionally flaunted it in front of Xingchen. Xingchen, when you get to a certain position, you'll have unexpected money coming to you. I just don't know if you'll have a chance in this life. Xingchen could guess that this shopping cart should come from Sun Mingyu, and spoke. As a hairdresser, I would like to remind you that you should only earn what you should earn, and never touch what you shouldn't take. Hmph. Wang Jian's face sank. Are you teaching me how to do things? You are typically saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Get out of my office. Xingchen shook his head and returned to his workstation. Beside him, Jiang Lin clutched her cell phone in her hand, seemingly with something on her mind. Xingchen asked, Sister Jiang, what's wrong with you? Jiang Lin was awakened and busily said, Oh, I'm fine. A moment later, she stood up and walked towards the outside. Xingchen hadn't thought much about it, but Lu Zian muttered in a low voice, Hey, Jiang Lin must have been called by Manager Xiao again. In the past, I thought that Jiang Lin was a decent woman and would reject Manager Xiao every time, but now I've changed my mind. He glanced at Xingchen and muttered to himself in a cold voice, I think Jiang Lin is all pretense, and was taken down by Manager Xiao a long time ago. Xingchen wrinkled his eyebrows for a moment, but still got up and walked out. Jiang Lin entered Manager Xiao's office. Little Jiang, here you are. Have a seat. Manager Xiao raised his head and couldn't help but straighten his gaze at Jiang Lin. He even suspected that his surname wasn't Xiao but Chao, and he couldn't walk when he saw the young woman. Jiang Lin didn't sit down and said with a cold face, I came to tell you, Manager Xiao, you should stop sending messages to harass me in the future. Manager Xiao stood up. I am concerned about you. How can I call it harassment? You said that you are now alone with your child. How difficult it is. I want to help you. I'm thinking of finding an opportunity to promote you as an assistant supervisor. Wouldn't that be a higher income and more time? Of course Jiang Lin wanted to be promoted, but she was clear that if you get something, you have to pay for it, and returned, Thank you for your concern Manager Xiao. I can arrange my life well, so I don't need you to worry about it, said. Jiang Lin actually turned around and wanted to leave. Manager Xiao was anxious, rushed up and grabbed Jiang Lin's arm. What's your hurry? Jiang Lin was grabbed by the arm, hurriedly struggled. You let go of me. Manager Xiao felt the touch coming from his palm. The softness ignited his passion, and was actually impatient. Going to embrace Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin said sharply, if you keep doing this, I'll shout. You shout. Manager Xiao's mouth was very ugly. When someone else comes in, I'll say that you seduced me. Jiang Lin still pushed Manager Xiao away with force and snapped. You're shameless. Manager Xiao also went out on a limb today, directly picking it apart. Jiang Lin, why do you think it's necessary? You are now divorced. Physical problems always have to be solved. I can give you pleasure and still give you help. Why don't you just obey me? He stopped in front of the door. I'm warning you, if you still don't obey me today, I'll find a reason to fire you. You lose your job. I'll see what you use to support your children. Jiang Lin was instantly caught in a soft spot. Manager Xiao felt that there was a show, and was about to go and unlock the office door. Bang! Just then, Xingchen pushed the door in. Chapter 85 Lin Yaqi steps in again. Xingchen's sudden intrusion caused Manager Xiao to instantly panic. Shy and anxious, Jiang Lin hurriedly ran out through the doorway. Manager Xiao angrily looked at Xingchen and coldly shouted, Who are you? Have you no manners? Come into the leader's office. Don't you know to knock? Did you hear anything? Xingchen said indifferently. I heard you using your position to bully vulnerable employees. Manager Xiao's face turned cold. He didn't expect Xingchen to dare to say it in front of him, and warned in a cold voice, listen carefully. If you dare to pass out half a word, I'll make your job insecure. In fact, he had already made up his mind in his heart to find an opportunity to fire Xingchen. Xingchen responded in a cold voice. I'm also warning you, put away your Prime Minister Wei Wu legacy. If you dare to harass Jiang Lin again, I'll abolish you. Manager Xiao's face sank and he shouted angrily, against you, a small employee, actually lecturing me. Saying this, he actually slapped his hand towards Xingchen. From this, it could be seen that he hadn't done much in the company. Q. Xingchen was not a small employee who was allowed to be bullied, and kicked over. Bang! Manager Xiao was kicked 3 meters away and screamed loudly after knocking over a chair. The commotion here startled others. Outside the office, a dozen employees surrounded at once. Manager Xiao got up from the ground and drank. Everyone saw this lawless employee. He assaulted the leader. He wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it at all. As long as he wasn't caught in the act, he didn't have any problems. Several employees from the purchasing department, in order to perform in front of their manager, rushed over and surrounded Xingchen. Why did you hit our manager? On the outskirts of the crowd, Jiang Lin ran back again. Just now, she was too nervous and only wanted to escape. But after her mind settled down, she thought that Xingchen was still there, so she came to call Xingchen back. At this moment, seeing that things had gotten big, she was instantly scared. If Xingchen told the cause and effect of the incident, she would have no face to see others. Although she was the victim, she would be talked about, and there would even be villains who would make up some trumped-up stories. Why did you hit him? Xingchen spoke in a cold voice. Because Jiang Lin's heart was in her throat. There's not much of a reason. It's just that I don't like the look of him, and it just so happens that I have itchy feet as well. Xingchen said. The surrounding employees were stunned, not expecting Xingchen's reply to be so arrogant. Manager Xiao saw that Xingchen didn't dare to say anything in consideration of Jiang Lin's reputation. He became even more reckless and droned. Everyone heard that. Lin's has never had such an arrogant employee. Such a person cannot continue to stay there. Jiang Lin in the back wanted to open her mouth, wanted to come forward and tell the truth, but she didn't have enough courage. She was doing a mental struggle. Go, call security, beat this person out of me. Manager Xiao's wild voice rang out. Enough. A clear voice rang out, accompanied by the clatter of high heels. The voice came again. What's the decency of making a lot of noise? The crowd hurriedly turned around to see a haughty beauty, dressed in a small light green suit, stepping on her high heels as she walked over. Missy, Manager Lin. The crowd bowed in greeting while hastily making way for a passage. Lin Yaqi walked over and frowned. What's all the commotion about? This is a company. Think it's a food market? Manager Xiao hurriedly said. Missy, this employee is lawless. He beat me up for no reason. When I asked him why, he said his feet itched. Tell me, where is there such an employee? He is indeed arrogant. Lin Yaqi coldly snorted. This reminded her of the several times she had been defeated under Xingchen's hand. As soon as Manager Xiao heard that he had gotten the approval of the eldest lady, he immediately hit the snake. Don't worry, eldest lady. I'll deal with it immediately and have someone kick him out. Alright. Lin Yaqi waved her hand. I see that there's nothing wrong with you, so let's leave it at that. Disperse, all disperse. Manager Xiao was dumbfounded. Let it go? His own hallowed manager was beaten up just like this? Isn't this obviously pulling the plug? He hurriedly said. Missy, he must be punished. We can't just let it go. Good then. I'll punish him. Lin Yaqi looked at Yi Xingchen, milky and fierce, and drank clearly. You, follow me. Then, Lin Yaqi took Yi Xingchen away, leaving behind the crowd who were baffled. Yi Xingchen followed Lin Yaqi and entered a luxurious office on the top floor. After walking into the office, Yi Xingchen directly went around behind the desk, sat down on the boss chair, patted the handle and casually said, "A cup of coffee, with milk and less sugar." Lin Yaqi was furious, pinching her waist. "You are the boss or I am the boss. Get up." However, she still went to brew a cup of coffee and done in front of Yi Xingchen with anger. Yi Xingchen sipped his coffee while casually rummaging through the things on his desk. "Don't rummage around. Do you understand business secrets?" Lin Yaqi snorted coldly and said, "I wanted to ask you last time, how did you get to work at Lin's?" Yi Xingchen returned. "Ning Shui's side can't use me for the time being, and I didn't want my parents to think I was jobless, so I came out to work." Lin Yaqi hugged her arms and said with a smug expression, "According to your ability, do you think you can pass the job application? It was this young lady who greeted you, so it was you." Yi Xingchen let out a bitter smile, finally understanding. He finished his coffee and stood up. "I have something to find you recently. Keep your phone open, haha." Lin Yaqi raised her eyebrows. "You're looking for me? What's the matter?" "I'm warning you, between us, there can't be any secrets hidden from Ning Shui. What you think is beautiful. Line. You'll know when the time comes." Yi Xingchen waved his hand and walked out of the office. "Secretive," Lin Yaqi muttered in dissatisfaction. Yi Xingchen returned to the office. Jiang Lin immediately came up nervously and asked, "Yi Xingchen, are you alright?" Yi Xingchen smiled. "It's fine, Ms. Lin is very nice and didn't make things difficult for me." Jiang Lin lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I don't have the courage to stand up and tell the truth." Yi Xingchen said, "It's okay, I actually don't want you to say it. Even if you do, I will stop you." Jiang Lin was grateful, then worried. "It's Sis who has harmed you. Manager Xiao, that person is narrow-minded. He won't let you go." There was a cold flash in Yi Xingchen's eyes, and he faintly said, "Don't worry, surname Xiao won't be able to jump around for much longer." Jiang Lin thought that Yi Xingchen was speaking in anger and did not think much about it. At this time, Yi Xingchen saw through the window that 3 large trucks were passing by the company's gate, and at the back, followed by Sun Mingyu's BMW. Yi Xingchen thought that a good show was about to be staged. He walked outside. "Sister Jiang, you get busy first, I'll go out."